In the mystical realm of Xianling, situated in the eastern wilderness of the Great Thousand Domain, within a cave located 30 miles outside Tianhai town, Qin Yuan gradually opened his eyes to behold a young girl with silvery hair. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? At that moment, Qin Yuan gazed up, observing the girl before him, delicate and petite, her features exquisitely refined, and her skin fair, perfectly embodying the essence of a loli. However, he found himself bewildered as her hands wandered inappropriately. Could this be a mere illusion? Why did she seem somewhat familiar? Astonishment enveloped Qin Yuan's heart. An hour later, the girl lay in his embrace, her fragrant sweat glistening, amidst a conspicuous pool of blood. During the recent fierce battle, an electronic voice unexpectedly resonated in Qin Yuan's mind. It was his system, known as the Wife-Cherishing Return System. System, quickly impart the memories of my predecessor, Qin Yuan urged, his tone insistent. As he witnessed the young girl preparing to strike him once more, a blend of shame and fury surged within him. Never had anyone dared to humiliate him in such a manner, pressing him down beneath them. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into Qin Yuan's consciousness. He had presumed himself to be a soul transmigrant, only to discover that he was reincarnated. He was the young master of the Qin family in Tianhai town, who, after a fall into the water at the age of 13, had become somewhat foolish, his temperament altered significantly. The girl before him was named Yi Baishi, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family in Tianhai town, and his childhood companion. The Qin and Yi families were both esteemed clans in Tianhai town, and they were bound by a marriage contract. However, just 10 days prior, during a talent assessment, Yi Baishi was revealed to possess a heavenly grade talent, while Qin Yuan was only deemed to have a mortal grade talent. The heavenly grade talent's manifestation attracted an elder from the esteemed Xuantiangong sect to recruit her as a disciple. Consequently, the classic trope of breaking off the engagement ensued. The Yi family deemed Qin Yuan unworthy of their esteemed young lady and sent emissaries to annul the engagement merely 2 days ago. Although Qin Yuan was somewhat daft, he did not force the issue. Yet, Yi Baishi held a different perspective. She would rather forego joining Xuantiangong than be separated from Qin Yuan. 2 nights prior, Yi Baishi stealthily exited her family home, summoning Qin Yuan under the pretense of a farewell. He thought to meet her for one last time, intending to mock her further. However, she struck him unconscious and whisked him away from the town under the cover of night. The following day, news of the incident sent both the Qin and Yi families into a frenzy. Fearing retribution from the elder of Xuantiangong, they mobilized their entire clan to capture both Yi Baishi and Qin Yuan. Desiring to avoid a life of hiding, Qin Yuan resolved to return alone and plead for forgiveness. However, Yi Baishi vehemently opposed this, shedding tears in silent despair for an extended period. With his meager talent, Qin Yuan had failed to progress even to the qi refinement stage after 18 years of cultivation. Thus, he was no match for Yi Baishi. In a moment of desperation, he secretly left a marker for the elder of the Yi family to find him. When the elder eventually did, Qin Yuan hoped to return to his previous life. To his dismay, the elder intended to eliminate him, blaming him for the abduction of the Yi family's young lady. With no cultivation to speak of, he stood no chance against the elder's foundational prowess. On the brink of annihilation, it was Yi Baishi who stepped in front of him to shield him from certain death. As the elder's palm descended once more, Qin Yuan fainted from sheer terror, succumbing to amnesia. To facilitate their escape, Yi Baishi resorted to using her sole, third-tier teleportation talisman. Though he was in a daze, the system intervened, restoring not only his original memories, but also awakening recollections from his past life. What unfolded before him was precisely as previously described, thrust upon him by his childhood companion. Qin Yuan lamented internally, realizing how ungrateful his former self had been. She had risked everything to escape her family, forsaking the path of immortality, wishing to share a mundane life with him, hand in hand until old age. Yet, he, in pursuit of the wealth and status of his former life, had betrayed the young girl, an egregious act. The Qin Yuan before his memories returned had indeed exhibited poor character, primarily due to the brain damage suffered from his fall into the water. He often manipulated his childhood companion, Yi Baishi, emotionally. Although Yi Baishi was a legitimate daughter, she held no favor within her family, as the head of the Yi family favored concubines over wives, and even the servants dared to scorn her. Despite her own hardships, she would frequently gift him her spirit stones, allowing him to live extravagantly. Qin Yuan accepted her gifts with glee, often remarking with a fairy-like demeanor, "You gave this to me voluntarily. I did not coerce you." This behavior frequently brought her to tears, drawing ridicule from many young masters in Qinghai town. However, he would often vent his frustrations upon Yi Baishi. He preferred tall, mature women and held no affection for her, finding her stature unappealing. He often teased her about her silvery hair, branding her a fairy or an ugly creature, which led Yi Baishi to live in constant self-doubt. What was wrong with liking Lotus? His preferences in this lifetime were rather unique. He fancied both mature women and Lotus. Suddenly, Qin Yuan snapped back to reality, realizing something amiss. Hadn't the system warned of impending danger? System, what peril lies ahead? Qin Yuan inquired within his mind. Host, the elder of the Yi family is already on his way. Should he discover the nature of your relationship with Yi Baishi, your life may be forfeit, the system replied. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The flames are already licking at my heels. Qin Yuan, despite his high cultivation, could not suppress a curse. Indeed, system, what abilities do you possess? Do you offer any novice gift packages? He asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Beep. This system is known as the wife-cherishing return system. The host may bestow cultivation techniques or elixirs upon the bonded individual to trigger a critical return. Additionally, while cherishing the wife, fluctuations in the bonded female's emotions will yield emotional points, which can be exchanged for items in the system's shop. Binding conditions. The female must possess an appearance rating exceeding 90, and her favorability towards the host must be at least 60 to trigger binding. Each binding of a female will yield system rewards. When the favorability of a bound female reaches 90, system rewards will be triggered. Note, the items returned from system rewards cannot trigger further returns. Beep. Detecting a candidate for binding. Name, Yi Baishi. Gender, female. Appearance rating, 94. Favorability, 80. Cultivation, Qi refinement, 7th level. System, bind Yi Baishi, Qin Yuan commanded. Beep. Binding successful. A new mechanism has been activated. The host's first bonded female can perfectly inherit a cultivation level 1 tier above her own, and the system can bestow knowledge at any time. Beep. The novice gift package has been automatically opened for the host. Imperial grade aptitude X1, astonishing comprehension X1, second tier life-saving talisman X1, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a foundational 9th level practitioner, and the celestial grade technique, Hunyuan Xianjing X1. Chapter 2. The foundation of eightfold systems. Your conditions seem rather stringent, requiring binding to trigger a return and a favorability rating of 60 to establish that binding. Must I then expend considerable effort to enhance this favorability? Ding. The system neglected to mention that there exists a strategy fund here, encompassing spiritual stones, elixirs, and techniques. This can only be utilized on women who meet the beauty standards and have not yet been bowed. Of course, the host cannot use it themselves, nor can it trigger a return. It is primarily designed to facilitate the protagonist's swift conquest of the female lead. System, if I do not inquire. Would you have kept this to yourself? System, dog head emoji. At this moment, Qin Yuan gently nudged the girl, Yi Baishi, who was resting on him, calling out, Baixia. Yi Baishi paused, lifted her head, and gazed at him with her watery, doe-like eyes. Subsequently, she propped herself up with her delicate hands and sat upright. Qin Yuan had initially intended to perform a sit-up, but discomfort in his waist forced him to brace himself against the ground instead. The two merely exchanged glances. Qin Yuan felt an urgent need to swiftly accept the system's enlightenment. Otherwise, once the elders of the Yi family arrived, it would be too late. Baixia, could you please come down? Qin Yuan spoke softly. Yi Baishi, however, paid no heed to his words and instead drew forth a sharp dagger. Baixia, what do you intend to do? Qin Yuan feigned calmness, yet his anxious tone betrayed him. The actions he had previously taken were sufficient to warrant Yi Baishi's wrath 1,000-fold. However, the system had indicated that the threat lay outside, not within. Thus, Yi Baishi surely did not harbor intentions of harming him. Indeed, as Qin Yuan's thoughts settled, a tear slipped from the corner of Yi Baishi's eye. Her voice choked with emotion. Brother Qin Yuan, I have entrusted you with my most precious possession. I implore you, do not leave me, please. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pity for the little girl, resembling a wounded kitten. Seeing Qin Yuan's indifference, the little girl's expression turned resolute. If you must depart, then what purpose does my existence serve? At that very moment, Yi Baishi pressed the dagger against her throat. Emotional value, 333. Qin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding everything else. He immediately produced the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by the system and pressed it against Yi Baishi's chest. The talisman ignited against her, enveloping her entire form in radiant golden light. Clang! Yi Baishi's dagger collided with the golden barrier, producing a clear, ringing sound. Yi Baishi froze, looking down to see the talisman dissolve into ashes. Emotional value, 500. Qin Yuan attempted to wrest the dagger from the little girl's grasp, but she held tightly to it. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yi Baishi, startled by his fierce tone, felt tears welling up once more. Qin Yuan sighed. It seemed he had momentarily lost control and had raised his voice. Emotional value, 1314. I have no home left. Even you no longer want me. She sobbed. At that moment, Yi Baishi's tears cascaded down her cheeks, causing the dagger to slip from her fingers and clatter to the ground. Observing this, Chen Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. What a wonderful girl she was, reduced to this state by his own previous actions. Chen Yuan embraced her. Distinctly sensing her delicate form, trembled gently. He swiftly muted the system's emotional prompts, finding them excessively intrusive. After a brief interval, he rose and gently set her down. Immediately, he moved towards the scattered garments, donned his own attire, and then draped her dress over her shoulders. This unexpected gesture of care stirred something within Yi Baishi. Previously, Chen Yuan often shouted at her, though he occasionally offered her some reassurance with a few kind words. Despite lacking any substantial actions, Yi Baishi would internalize his words, feeling her spirits lift instantly, often offering him her entire stock of spirit stones in return. Indeed, these displays of concern were merely his tactics to deceive her into giving him spirit stones, a strategy that had proven effective time and again. You promised me that you would heed my every command. Now I command you. Do not die, do you understand? Chen Yuan's tone brooked no argument. The fierceness of his words brought a pang to Yi Baishi's heart, her white hair falling messily across her forehead. She felt the urge to cry. Yet remembering that Chen Yuan disliked her tears, she stifled her emotions. If you were to die, I would feel sorrow. Chen Yuan's voice softened, his tone gentle. This statement struck Yi Baishi like a withered flower finding renewed hope. Would brother Chen Yuan truly feel sorrow if I were to die? She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She could not perish, for she could not bear to bring sadness to her brother. Noticing Yi Baishi's emotions gradually stabilizing, Chen Yuan then settled down cross-legged nearby. As Yi Baishi dressed, curiosity sparked within her. Is brother Chen Yuan about to cultivate? System. First, elevate my aptitude to the Imperial grade, then employ the heavenly insight, followed by assisting me in cultivating the primordial celestial scripture, and finally, grant me enlightenment. Chen Yuan instructed the system in his mind. Received. The system will automatically shield the awakening phenomena for the host. As the system's voice faded, a peculiar energy enveloped Chen Yuan, incessantly restructuring his meridians and internal organs. A quarter of an hour later, the sensation of expelling impurities did not manifest on Chen Yuan's exterior. He felt as if he had been reborn, his physique, senses, and spiritual power having undergone significant evolution. The techniques that had once eluded him were now effortlessly comprehensible after a mere mental review. Ding! Imperial grade aptitude and understanding have been successfully enhanced. The system will now commence the cultivation of the primordial celestial scripture. At this moment, a vortex of spiritual energy began to converge towards Chen Yuan's dantian, centered within a 10-mile radius. Ding! Enlightenment begins. A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted within his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. The process of qi training progressed from the first to the second level until Chen Yuan's realm ascended to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Originally, the first tier enlightenment could only elevate him to the 7th level of foundation establishment. However, by concurrently cultivating the primordial celestial scripture, his progress exceeded those expectations. Yi Baishi, witnessing the transformation in Chen Yuan, was left utterly astonished. Is brother Chen Yuan truly cultivating? How can this be? Why does his aura surpass even that of our clan's elders, nearly rivaling that of my father? Chen Yuan turned his focus inward, his eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, his dantian resembled an expansive ocean, several times larger than that of an average foundation-building cultivator. Although the resources required for his cultivation were magnitudes greater, and his progress was significantly slower, his extraordinary innate talent enabled Chen Yuan to cultivate at a speed hundreds of times faster, effectively compensating for his initial sluggishness. Beside him, Yi Baishi bit her lip, mustering her courage to softly utter, "Brother Chen Yuan, you cannot return. They wish to kill you." Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then a gentle smile graced his face. He rose and approached the young girl, taking her hand in his. Yi Baishi's small hand recoiled slightly as if jolted by electricity, yet she could not free herself from Chen Yuan's grasp. At that moment, Chen Yuan retrieved a jade bracelet of emerald green from his pocket and adorned her wrist with it. This was given to me by my mother during her lifetime, and she wished for me to personally place it on her daughter-in-law's hand, he said, his smile warm. Yi Baishi's face flushed crimson, the term daughter-in-law echoing in her heart. Is it beautiful? Chen Yuan lifted her right hand, presenting it before her. It's very beautiful, she replied, her cheeks aflame, her head seemingly radiating heat, making her look utterly adorable. You are still the same as when you were younger. A mere tease makes you blush. Yet just now, when you were being assertive, I did not see you turn red. Chen Yuan quirked an eyebrow, playfully teasing the young girl. Ah! Yi Baishi covered her face, unable to meet Chun Yuan's gaze. In her earlier boldness, she had felt a surge of excitement, casting aside any shyness. Why has Brother Chun Yuan suddenly become so gentle? Beep. Detected that the host has gifted a common jade bracelet, triggering a 100,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4th-tier protective spirit jade bracelet. Effect: can withstand a full force strike from a perfected nascent soul, and can also safeguard the soul. Chapter 3. The Yi family arrives. Cold Yuming Yi Baishi shyly lowered her head, no longer daring to look at Chun Yuan. Is Brother Chun Yuan ill? I have never seen him look at me with such tenderness. It was rare for him to show even a kind expression towards her, let alone hold her hand. At that moment, Yi Baishi hastily rummaged through the pocket of her dress and produced a storage ring, a gift from a senior elder of the Zantian Gong. With both hands cradling the ring, she presented it to Chun Yuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she softly declared, "Brother, this contains 10 medium-grade spirit stones. They are all for you." Her demeanor resembled that of a well-behaved child learning to eat independently, yearning for her mother's praise. The expectation in her eyes was almost overflowing. The happiest day for Yi Baishi each month was when she received her allowance, as it allowed her to gift spirit stones to Brother Chun Yuan and earn his compliments. In the past, she had only received 10 low-grade spirit stones each month, but this time, she had 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Surely, Brother Chun Yuan would be delighted. 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones, which in turn equate to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chun Yuan accepted the ring and affectionately ruffled her cute little head. Brother Chun Yuan's hand is so warm. Is this what it feels like to be patted on the head? How delightful. Yi Baishi's face was filled with bliss. At that moment, Chun Yuan halted his movements, returning the ring to her with a smile. Baishi, you should keep this ring. Yi Baishi was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing that Chun Yuan found the spirit stones insufficient. Her small hands fidgeted nervously, clutching the hem of her garment as she braced herself for Chun Yuan's wrath. However, contrary to her expectations of an angry outburst, a gentle voice resonated in her ears. Baishi, this ring was a gift from the elders of the Tianxian sect to you. I cannot accept it. Yi Baishi shook her head, insisting, It's all right, Brother Chun Yuan, I willingly give it to you. Chun Yuan's expression hardened, his demeanor firm as he pressed the ring into her hand, stating, Take it, or I shall be displeased. Upon hearing his words about his potential displeasure, Yi Baishi quickly accepted the ring, not wishing to bring unhappiness to her elder brother. What a naive and sweet girl she is. Chun Yuan gazed at the adorable, white-haired little lowly Yi Baishi, and was suddenly overtaken by an impulse to tease her until she cried. Unable to resist, he pinched her face, which was delightfully plump with collagen. So smooth. Yi Baishi shyly lowered her head, thrilled that Brother Chun Yuan had pinched her cheek. At that moment, Chun Yuan recalled the system and promptly inquired, System, what about the return? Ding. The system prohibits such reward farming behavior. The emotionless female electronic voice echoed in his mind. Stupid system, you never stated that this was not permissible. Moreover, on what grounds do you determine this to be reward farming? Ding, this is a one-time exception. Detection indicates the host has given away a storage ring and 10 mid-grade spirit stones, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 storage ring, 1,000 cubic meters, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones and storage ring have been stored in the system space. The host may retrieve them at any time. Chun Yuan nodded in satisfaction and remarked to the system, Now that's more like it. This is the kind of system we cherish. He also discerned the system's pattern. The return of spirit stones is based on quantity, while the return of magical artifacts is based on quality. Brother Chun Yuan, let us leave this place quickly. I fear the elders may come looking for us, Yi Baishi whispered. All right. Chun Yuan took her small hand in his and led her out of the cave. Yi Baishi shyly lowered her head, timidly following in his wake. Just as they emerged from the cave, they collided with an elder from the Yi family. Yi Baishi exclaimed, instinctively gripping Chun Yuan's arm and pulling him towards the right side of the forest. Where do you think you are going? The cold voice of the 3rd elder of the Yi family rang out from the left. The oppressive aura of the 7th layer foundation establishment realm bore down on the two. Yi Baishi's legs stiffened, a terrifying pressure enveloping her entire being. Anxiety surged within her as she attempted to move. But her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. Despair threatened to overwhelm her as she lamented her own lack of strength. Feeling unable to protect Brother Chun Yuan, at that moment, a warm hand rested upon her shoulder, instantly dissipating the oppressive force surrounding her. Fear not, Baishi. You have always protected me. This time, I shall protect you. Chun Yuan chuckled softly before turning around. The aura of the 8th layer foundation establishment realm was released, overwhelming the 3rd elder of the Yi family. What? How is this possible? The elder's voice trembled. You, how could you possibly be at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment? Chun Yuan executed the Chun family's movement technique, the flowing light steps, and appeared before the 3rd elder of the Yi family, delivering a powerful punch. Song Yin fist. A flame surged from Chun Yuan's fist. Before the 3rd elder of the Yi family could react, he was struck in the chest by Chun Yuan's powerful blow. Bang! The elder was sent flying, a significant dent forming in his chest as he crashed into a large tree behind him, finally coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, the elder spat blood, his breath weak, resembling one on the brink of death. Brother Chun Yuan is incredibly strong. Yi Baishi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could clearly remember that when she had pushed Chun Yuan earlier, he was still an ordinary mortal. How could he have transformed into such a formidable figure in just a few short hours? At this moment, her mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. The techniques Chun Yuan had just employed, both his movement and boxing styles, were core practices from the Chun family's intermediate yellow-grade martial arts. Martial arts ranks: Human, Yellow, Xian, Spirit, Earth. Heaven. Chun Yuan retracted his aura and approached the body of the Yi family's 3rd elder, searching through his belongings. Eventually, he discovered a small storage ring at the elder's waist. However, it contained nothing more than a handful of low-grade spirit stones. He frowned. How could this elder be so impoverished? Suddenly, a domineering pressure enveloped him, making him feel as if his bones would shatter. Yet, he gritted his teeth and held his ground, refusing to kneel. In the air, Lung Yoming's piercing gaze swept over Chun Yuan and the others below. She was a direct elder of the Xiantian sect. As she withdrew her oppressive aura and descended before Chun Yuan, she scrutinized him intently. At that moment, Yuan, the head of the Yi family, and Chun Tianlong, the head of the Chun family, hurriedly arrived, accompanied by several elders. Upon seeing Lung Yuming present, they promptly bowed in respect. Chun Yuan too was appraising the Xiantian sect's elder before him, and his first impression was one of coldness. The system had rated her a 97. Clad in a dark robe, her eyes were long and deep-set, her skin smooth as if sculpted from jade, with a high nose and slightly pursed lips exuding an innate sense of nobility and aloofness. She resembled an ancient ice statue, impervious to time. You wretched beast. Kneel at once. A furious voice thundered in Chun Yuan's ears. The speaker was none other than his father, Chun Tianlong. In his memories, Chun Tianlong and Yi Wen had grown up as if they were brothers, sharing a common penchant for taking concubines while disregarding their wives. Chun Yuan harbored a deep-seated hatred for his father. He had witnessed his father murder his mother, beating her to death in cold blood, all for the sake of elevating a concubine's status. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze turned icy with a fury that wished nothing more than to obliterate his father's head with a single punch. Chapter 4. Imperial Talent. Annihilation. Lung Yuming keenly sensed the murderous intent radiating from Chun Yuan. At that moment, Yi Wen looked at Chun Yuan and then cast a glance at the corpse at his feet. 3rd brother. Yi Wen's expression altered drastically. Who killed my 3rd brother? Chun Yuan? Impossible. He is nothing but a waste. How could it be him? Who could it be then? Could it be the elder from the Xiantian sect? Opposite him, Chun Yuan suppressed his rage and retorted in a low voice. Why should I kneel? Upon witnessing this ungrateful wretch daring to question him, Chun Tianlong was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable rage and sternly reprimanded. Miss Yi is a favored disciple of Elder Long. And what are you? Merely a worthless wretch. Yet you dare to covet her and even contemplate abducting her? After his scolding, he furtively cast a glance at Lung Yuming, only to find her expressionless. Resolute, he coldly declared, I hereby sever our father-son relationship and expel you from the Chun family effective immediately. Chun Tianlong had long held disdain for Chun Yuan, and this incident provided the perfect opportunity to rid himself of him from the clan. At this pronouncement, Lung Yuming furrowed her brow, recognizing Chun Tianlong's ruthless nature. To abandon his own son with such ease, was he not worse than a beast? Chun Yuan inhaled deeply. Severing ties was indeed what he desired. At this juncture, Yi Wen hastily donned a fatherly smile, urging, Baishi, come here quickly, do not associate with that useless wretch. However, Yi Baishi remained undeterred and mustered the courage to retort, you cannot refer to my brother Chun Yuan in such a manner. It was I who abducted him. Not the other way around. Yi Wen's expression stiffened, taken aback by his usually obedient eldest daughter's audacity to defend a mere wastrel. He instinctively yearned to chastise her. But remembering Elder Lung's presence, he suppressed his rising fury. Caught in the middle, Lung Yuming had already sensed the intricate dynamics between the two and their father. It seemed the information she had gathered was indeed accurate. Just days prior, she had investigated the Yi and Chun families in Qinghai town and unearthed numerous secrets, including the revelation that Chun Yuan's mother had been brutally murdered by his father, and that Yi Wen's wife had perished under his abuse. The incessant violence directed at Yi Baishi rendered them both irredeemable scoundrels. With a fleeting glance, Leng Yuming cast her eyes upon Yi Wen, and in an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. Shortly thereafter, her frigid words pierced his ears. "There is no need for you to feign familial affection before me. I am more aware of your true nature than you could ever imagine." At her words, Yi Wen was drenched in sweat, prostrate on the floor, trembling in fear and too intimidated to lift his gaze. Witnessing Yi Wen's abject humiliation brought a wave of relief to Yi Baishi and her admiration for Leng Yuming's sword. In that moment, Leng Yuming directed her attention towards Yi Baishi and spoke softly. "Baishi, I do not hold your escape against you. I offer you another opportunity. Would you consider becoming my disciple?" Yi Baishi lowered her head, inching closer to Chun Yuan, timidly responding, "I do not wish to leave my brother Chun Yuan." Hearing this, Yi Wen, still on the ground, could not help but smirk internally, his eyes glinting with malice. Refusing to apprentice under her is wise. Once Elder Leng departs, I shall see how I deal with you." At this juncture, Chun Yuan interjected, his words striking like thunder. "Elder, should you wish for Baishi to become your disciple, I have a condition. You must also accept me as your pupil. Otherwise, I would rather perish than allow you to take Baishi away." Upon concluding his words, Chun Yuan emanated an aura of the 8th stage of Foundation establishment, resolutely shielding Yi Baishi. The audacity of Chun Yuan's declaration stemmed from his exceptional talent. The moment Leng Yuming sensed the profound essence of Chun Yuan's realm, she was taken aback. As a formidable figure in the integration phase, she had initially failed to discern his true level. Could it be that Chun Yuan possessed some concealed treasure? Chun Tianlong had intended to step forward and reprimand his disobedient son, but was immediately struck dumb by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Chun Yuan. How could this be? His voice, laced with astonishment, turned shrill as he exclaimed, "Son, how could you possibly be at the 8th stage of Foundation establishment? This is inconceivable. Have you ever bothered to inquire about my affairs?" Chun Yuan retorted with a hint of mockery. Chun Tianlong fell silent, harboring disdain for Chun Yuan's mother and, consequently, for Chun Yuan himself. Coupled with Chun Yuan's notorious reputation as a wastrel throughout the city, his disdain intensified, leading him to neglect the boy entirely. Suddenly, a thought struck Chun Tianlong, and he exclaimed, No, you were supposed to have mediocre talent. How could you cultivate to Foundation establishment? This must be a deception. You cannot be my son. You must have been possessed by another." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan erupted into laughter. "You didn't even realize that the talent testing stone was tampered with. It seems your tenure as the family head has been in vain." It was evident that Chun Yuan's words were mere fabrications, intended to imply that he was not of mediocre talent and required a re-evaluation. At that moment, Leng Yuming expanded her consciousness, meticulously scanning Chun Yuan from within and without. After a brief pause, she declared, "Chun Yuan has not been possessed." Chun Yuan felt a surge of triumph. Indeed, he had not been possessed, for he was unequivocally himself. "You claim that during the talent test, the stone was manipulated. Is that true?" Leng Yuming inquired. "Every word is true," Chun Yuan responded respectfully. "Very well." Leng Yuming produced a dark green stone inscribed with intricate runes, specifically used for talent assessment. "Place your hand upon it," she instructed coolly. Chun Yuan nodded, striding forward to rest his hand upon the talent testing stone. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 3 breaths passed, yet the stone remained unresponsive. Observing this, Chun Tianlong secretly exhaled in relief. However, before he could fully relax, dark clouds suddenly gathered above, with lightning flashing amidst them, heralding a cacophony of thunderous sounds. A beam of golden light erupted from the dark green stone, soaring skyward. The immense energy sent Leng Yuming's hair billowing and her robes fluttering. Her gaze sharpened, revealing a look of astonishment. Golden light. This was Imperial quality. It was indeed the legendary Imperial talent. She hastily waved her hand to shield herself from the blinding light. "This place is not safe. We must leave," she declared, conjuring a flying sword before her. "We depart." With a flick of her embroidered robe, she enveloped Chun Yuan and Yi Baishi in spiritual energy, lifting them onto the flying sword. She stepped forward, landing steadily on the sword as well. And then the sword darted away like a shooting star towards the direction of Xintian's sect, leaving behind the bewildered Yi Wen and Chun Tianlong. Before they could regain their composure, a talisman descended from the sky, landing before them. Immediately, a deafening explosion reverberated, and in an instant, Chun Tianlong and the others were reduced to a mist of blood by the talisman. The reason Cold Dream chose to employ the talisman was to conceal her identity. Chapter 5. Joining the Xintian sect shortly after Cold Dream and her companions departed, several figures appeared in the air. The leader gazed downward, his brows furrowing slightly. He was certain that the brilliant golden light had emanated from this very spot. Yet now, all that remained was a vast, deep pit, devoid of anything else. He sighed, realizing he had arrived too late. In the eastern wilderness, within the vast realm of the Great Qian, at Xintian Sect on Ziqing Peak, a young woman stood outside a pavilion, practicing her swordsmanship, adorned in a flowing ancient-style garment of purple and pink. She appeared as if she had fashioned her attire from the clouds at the horizon, swaying gently in the breeze. Her features were exquisite, with bright, expressive eyes resembling a tranquil, deep pool, harboring myriad emotions. This young woman was the senior sister of Ziqing Peak, Qin Shuhan. Beside her stood a spirited young girl, the second sister of Ziqing Peak, Shen Ninshu. With a face brimming with youthful vitality, she was petite, yet perfectly proportioned. At that moment, she was diligently mimicking her sister's sword movements. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, causing her bangs to cling to her delicate visage. Her pink skirt was already soaked with perspiration, her breaths coming in quick gasps as her chest rose and fell. Yet, she persevered with determination. Swish, swish. As Shen Ninshu executed a strike, a gust of wind surged forth. The fierce winds rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees, creating a cacophony. Yes, I have finally grasped the essence of swordsmanship, Shen Ninshu exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Qin Shuhan's embrace with excitement. Qin Shuhan affectionately ruffled her hair, showering her with praise. Ninshu, you are truly remarkable. Hehe. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, senior sister. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the distance, approaching swiftly until it landed before the two young women. It was Cold Dream alongside Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. Upon recognizing their master, the two women bowed respectfully to greet her. Cold Dream raised her hand, no need for formalities. Upon hearing this, the two women straightened up, casting glances at Chen Yuan and the others. Master, are these two your newly accepted junior brother and sister? Shen Ninshu inquired with curious eyes. Cold Dream nodded and proceeded to introduce Yi Baishi. This is your junior sister, named Yi Baishi. Greetings, senior sisters. Yi Baishi bowed respectfully to them. Hello, little Baishi. Shen Ninshu responded with a smile. Greetings, Qin Shuhan said coolly, nodding her head. The two then turned their attention to Chen Yuan. However, Cold Dream refrained from further introductions, instructing them, you two should take your junior sister to familiarize her with the sect. With that, she seized Chen Yuan and soared towards the ancestral grounds of the Xintian sect, leaving the three young women with puzzled expressions. Feeling shy, Yi Baishi was nonetheless concerned about Chen Yuan. Summoning her courage, she asked her senior sisters, where is brother Chen Yuan going? Shen Ninshu, with her vivacious personality, promptly took hold of Yi Baishi's arm, reassuring her, fear not, Baishi, master surely has matters to discuss with him privately. She then shifted her tone, her face alight with curiosity. Pray tell, who is that Chen Yuan to you? Is he your Dao companion? Qin Shuhan lightly tapped Shen Ninshu on her small head, saying, Ninshu, first, help the junior sister familiarize herself with the sect. Rubbing her sore head, Shen Ninshu pouted, understood, senior sister. Meanwhile, Lung Yuming led Chen Yuan to the ancestral grounds of the Xintian sect. The environment was dark and damp, with a chilling breeze that raised goosebumps on one's skin. Lung Yuming unceremoniously deposited Chen Yuan in an open area. Chen Yuan looked up to find a massive greenish-bronze cauldron at the center of the space. At that moment, Lung Yuming stepped forward and struck the cauldron with her fist. The sound resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the ancestral grounds. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, biting cold. In an instant, two black ancient coffins descended from above, appearing before the bronze cauldron. Chen Yuan felt a surge of dread as a colossal pressure enveloped him, akin to a giant hammer striking his knees, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. With a resounding bang, the coffin doors were kicked open, and two elderly men with white hair and beards slowly emerged. Chen Yuan gasped. The oppressive aura emanating from these elders surpassed even that of Lung Yuming. Greetings, ancestors. Lung Yuming respectfully bowed to the two elders. One was the former sect leader, Lu Wuji, and the other was the supreme elder, Han Feiyu. Lu Wuji raised his hand, signaling Lung Yuming to rise, and then, with a benevolent expression, inquired, Little Ming, what brings you to summon us both? Han Feiyu, equally amiable, added, if it is not of great importance, disturbing our tranquil meditation may incur my wrath. Haha, ancestor, I have discovered a disciple with Imperial grade talent. Lung Yuming replied with utmost respect. Han Feiyu stroked his beard. Ah, you have taken in a disciple of Imperial grade talent. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Imperial grade talent? Lu Wuji, breathing rapidly, pushed Han Feiyu aside, his gaze fervently fixed on Lung Yuming. Little Ming, where is this disciple? Where? Lung Yuming pointed to Chun Yuan. Ancestor, he is here. At that moment, Han Feiyu, who had been shoved aside by Lu Wuji, slid forward, knocking Lu Wuji to the ground. He stepped over Lu Wuji's body and approached Chun Yuan, taking his hand with enthusiasm. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your master? Lu Wuji quickly regained his footing, executing a sweeping kick that sent Han Feiyu sprawling, then darted forward to step on Han Feiyu's body, taking Chun Yuan's hand in his own, and with a warm smile, declared, with Han Feiyu's mediocre skills, how could he possibly teach you? If you choose me as your master, I shall impart all my knowledge without reservation. Chun Yuan watched this spectacle, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Were it not for Lung Yuming referring to these two elderly men as ancestors, he might have mistaken them for beggars. Their tattered clothing, unkempt appearance, and scruffy beards. Furthermore, was this how mighty figures competed for disciples, devoid of grandeur? Where was the dignity of the strong? Cold Yuming gently rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Elder, there is no need for your disputes. Chun Yuan has already become my disciple, she declared, waving her hand dismissively. A confident smile graced her lips as she added, I believe my innate talent will suffice to guide him. Lu Wuji and Han Feiyu exchanged glances. Cold Yuming was their joint protege, possessing extraordinary talent classified as sacred. Her comprehension was nothing short of miraculous, having advanced to the fusion stage in merely a millennium, making her the youngest cultivator at this stage in the vast expanse of the Dacian domain. If Cold Yuming were to mentor Chun Yuan, they felt reassured. Lu, there is no need for us to compete. Let us allow Little Dream to teach him, Lu Wuji conceded. Very well, he replied with a hint of annoyance. Raising his gaze, are you here to request elixirs for your disciple? Cold Yuming chose not to respond directly, instead offering her gratitude. Thank you, Master Lu. She then cast a knowing glance at Chun Yuan. Understanding her intent, he quickly bowed in appreciation. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Wuji's lips twitched. It felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. I say, Lu, why don't you hurry and hand over that precious elixir to Little Dream's disciple? Are you planning to take it with you to the grave? Chapter 6. The Infinite Cleansing Elixir, structure of Xiantian Sect. With a flick of his right hand, Lu Wuji produced a golden elixir that shimmered in his grasp. It was an 8th tier elixir, the Infinite Cleansing Elixir, elixir grade, 19 tiers. This elixir had been procured by Lu Wuji during his explorations of ancient mighty relics. He had obtained 3 in total. The first he bestowed upon his disciple, the current sect leader, Song Yuanji, and the second naturally went to Cold Yuming. Now, only this final elixir remained. As the elixir was revealed, an intense fragrance wafted through the air, dispelling the surrounding lifelessness. Just a whiff was enough for Chun Yuan to feel a slight loosening in his realm. The once dormant weeds in the corner suddenly burst forth with vitality, flourishing vigorously. This elixir was an ancient body-tempering divine elixir, the Infinite Cleansing Elixir, with its formula long lost to time. It possessed the ability to cleanse the meridians, refine the marrow, enhance one's aptitude, and purify impurities. Chun Yuan, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly take the elixir, Cold Yuming urged, snapping back to reality. Chun Yuan hastily accepted the elixir and carefully stored it in his spatial ring. The reason for his momentary stupor was that he was already contemplating gifting it to Yi Baishi later. Thank you, Master, Chun Yuan expressed once more with a deep bow. Lu Wuji waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward your master. Turning to Cold Yuming, Chun Yuan again performed a respectful bow, expressing his thanks to his mentor. Cold Yuming nodded in acknowledgement, and, after bidding farewell to the 2 elders, departed the ancestral grounds with Chun Yuan. Meanwhile, Shen Yinshu was introducing Yi Baishi to the Sect structure. Our Xiantian Sect comprises 5 peaks and 7 halls. The 5 peaks are for direct disciples, while the 7 halls serve as the inner sect. The 5 peaks are Tianqing Peak, Ziqing Peak, Zhuqing Peak, Yuanqing Peak, and Yanqing Peak. The 7 halls are the Pill Refining Pavilion, Weapon Forging Pavilion, Yuan Hall, Qingshuang Valley, Jifeng Hall, Xianbing Pavilion, and the Spirit Herb Garden. Our master is the head of Ziqing Peak. Yi Baishi nodded, though her understanding was somewhat vague. Our Ziqing Peak, including you and Chun Yuan, totals 5 members. Upon hearing these words, Yi Baishi could not help but display a look of confusion, tilting her head in curiosity and inquiring, Senior Sister, why are there so few people on our Ziqing Peak? I'm not entirely sure. Shen Yinshu pondered for a moment before responding with a playful grin. Hee. Perhaps our master is rather selective when it comes to accepting disciples. Yi Baishi rolled her eyes in a charming manner. Senior Sister, you truly have a sense of humor. At that moment, Shen Yinshu leaned closer to Yi Baishi, taking a gentle sniff. Ah, Baishi, you smell so delightful. Qin Yuan must feel quite fortunate. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi's face instantly flushed crimson. Senior sister, what are you saying? Giggling, little Baishi, why does your face turn so easily red? Shen Yinchu chuckled. Inching nearer and gazing intently at her, Yi Baishi lowered her head, nearly burying it in her chest. Just then, a communication talisman at Shen Yinchu's waist chimed, delivering a message to her mind. After receiving the transmission, a look of disappointment crossed Shen Yinchu's face as she sighed. Noticing her distress, Yi Baishi lifted her head, concern evident in her voice. What's wrong, senior sister? Woo-woo. Shen Yinchu embraced Yi Baishi, her countenance sorrowful as she lamented, little Baishi. I wanted to take you out to have some fun, but our master has ordered us to return immediately. Yi Baishi contemplated for a moment, mustering her courage to pat Shen Yinchu's back in comfort. It's all right, senior sister, we can go out another time. Fine, fine. Shen Yinchu displayed a face of exaggerated dismay, for she herself yearned for a day of enjoyment, having not had one in quite some time. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of Ziqing Peak, Leng Yuming sat regally upon the elevated throne, while Qin Shuhan and 3 others stood in the center of the hall. Allow me to introduce everyone. Leng Yuming gestured towards Qin Yuan, stating, this is your new junior brother, Qin Yuan. Shen Yinchu tilted her head, waving her small hand with a sweet smile. Hello there, junior brother. Name, Shen Yinchu. Gender, female. Affection, 39. Appearance, 95. Realm, Golden Core 9th layer. Sword path, 2nd realm, comprehension of sword intent. Currently unbindable. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in salute. Good day, second sister. Qin Shuhan nodded, replying, hello. Qin Yuan returned the gesture. Good day, first sister. After the greetings, Leng Yuming produced 2 storage rings, gracefully gesturing as they hovered steadily before Qin Yuan and Yi Baishi. This is a gift from your master. With a clear and cool voice, Leng Yuming continued, you both have entered my tutelage. Should you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to come and consult me. Yes, they answered in unison. Now, let me assign you both some training tasks, Leng Yuming instructed. During the day, train with your first sister. In the evenings, dedicate half an hour to reading. After passing the assessment at the end of the month, you will no longer need to study. The rest of your time can be arranged as you see fit. Having completed her arrangements, Leng Yuming waved her hand, signaling the dispersal of the assembly. Why do we need to study? Yi Baishi inquired, her face filled with confusion. She wished to ask Qin Yuan, but felt a bit shy. Qin Yuan was equally perplexed. He had come to cultivate, not to attend a private academy. At that moment, Qin Shuhan approached the two, her tone cool and detached as she said, follow me. I shall arrange accommodations for your training. How aloof the senior sister is. Yi Baishi, following behind, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her interactions with the senior sisters would not go well. She had never been well liked in Tianhai town, and she dreaded that the senior sister would share the same sentiments. Just then, a warm hand rested atop her head. Baishi, what are you thinking? Qin Yuan inquired with concern. Yi Baishi's face flushed crimson as she stammered, brother, I'm fine. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, noting that Yi Baishi seemed rather easily embarrassed. At this moment, he recalled his wife-cherishing system and promptly checked his emotional value balance. A blue screen materialized before his eyes, and he glanced at the emotional value section. 5,030 emotional value. Ziqing Peak was vast, towering at several thousand meters. An ordinary person, without sustenance, might take 3 months to reach the summit. Numerous residences adorned the area, with pavilions and towers standing tall, though most remained unoccupied. Qin Yuan casually selected a 4-courtyard residence. Before departing, as he turned, Qin Shuhan glanced back and reminded him, remember to come to my residence tomorrow. She gestured towards the grand hall, indicating, my residence is right next to the grand hall. After speaking, she retracted her hand and gracefully departed from Qin Yuan's residence. Quite aloof indeed, Qin Yuan mused, watching her retreating figure as the system notification resonated in his ears. Name, Qin Shuhan. Gender, female. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 35. Realm, Late Yuanying. Swordsmanship, 3rd realm. Current status, unable to bind. The system seemed somewhat unreliable, providing this information only now. Realm, Body Refinement, Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, divided into 9 levels. Yuanying, Transformation, Return to Void, Integration, Great Ascension, divided into Early, Mid, Late, and Perfection. Swordsmanship realms, 1 to 9. Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving the storage ring gifted by his master. After establishing ownership through a drop of blood, he extended his consciousness within. Chapter 7. Gift of Pills and Spiritual Stones. The Primordial Creation Divine Pill. Inside the ring lay a quietly resting, dark green ancient tome, a celestial grade technique, Xiantian Gong. Chen Yuan took it out and began to peruse its contents. This technique was a cultivation method exclusive to the Xiantian sect's direct disciples. However, after flipping through just 2 pages, he closed the tome and returned it to the storage ring. With the celestial grade technique Hunyuan Xianjing awarded by the system, he had no need to practice Xiantian Gong. Aside from this tome, the ring contained 100 mid-grade spiritual stones, 2 sets of direct disciple robes, and a personal token. Chen Yuan leaped off the bed, dusted off his robe, and exited the residence, soaring towards Yi Baishi's abode. Earlier, when selecting residences, the senior sister had allowed Baishi to choose first, and Chen Yuan was well aware of her chosen location. Yi Baishi, being somewhat timid, had opted for a modest single courtyard residence. Now, standing before Yi Baishi's door, Chen Yuan knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. The ears of the monk were exceptionally sensitive, allowing him to hear even the faintest sound of a knock on the door with crystal clarity. Soon enough, the door creaked open, revealing a small head peeking out. Chen Yuan stood just a head's height away from the doorframe, and as little Baishi emerged, she was met with darkness, her small face colliding directly with Chen Yuan's abdominal muscles. Startled, she quickly withdrew her head, her ears turning a shade of crimson. Then, a look of infatuation crossed her face. The familiar scent belonged to her brother, Chen Yuan. During their previous encounter, she had nestled against him for quite some time, absorbing his essence. Regaining her composure, Baishi realized her brother was still waiting outside. She couldn't keep Chen Yuan lingering. Hastily, she opened the door, her cheeks flushed, and extended her hand to invite him in. Chen Yuan tenderly pinched her cheek before stepping confidently inside, with little Baishi closely trailing behind. As they traversed the corridor and courtyard, they arrived at the main chamber where Baishi resided. Upon opening the door, a wave of fragrance enveloped them, the sweet scent of gardenias wafting from Baishi herself. In the center of the room stood a square stone table, cluttered with everyday necessities. It was clear that this little girl had envisioned a life of mundanity together during their escape. Beside the table rested a cradle meant for an infant. To the right, the bed was adorned with pink sheets, and even the quilt shared the same hue. A haphazard array of pink dresses lay strewn across the bed, with the only exception being a purple undergarment. The entire room exuded a distinctly youthful charm. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, Baishi blushed deeply as she stood behind Chen Yuan, fidgeting slightly. Brother, my home is a bit messy. Let me tidy up first. With that, she began to stow the dresses into her storage ring and patted the bed. Brother Chen Yuan, please take a seat. Chen Yuan, feeling at ease, approached and sat down without hesitation. After a brief moment, Baishi returned, carrying a tea tray, which she placed on the stone table beside the bed. With graceful movements, she poured a cup of tea and presented it to Chen Yuan. Brother Chen Yuan, please enjoy this tea. Although Baishi was not particularly favored, being a member of the Yi family meant that she was aware of the importance of etiquette, which she had diligently studied since childhood. Brewing tea was second nature to her. Chen Yuan accepted the teacup without reservation, savoring the flavor. Baishi's heart swelled with joy at the sight. It felt as if she were living a dream these past few days. Not only had she gained Chen Yuan's physical presence, but they had also become partners in the path of the Tao. Yes, they were indeed partners, for she still wore the bracelet he had gifted her. Chen Yuan's demeanor towards her had shifted significantly. He no longer scolded or bullied her as he once did. She felt genuinely happy, blissfully so. Observing Baishi, who wore a beaming smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt, Chen Yuan felt perplexed, uncertain of what thoughts occupied the little girl's mind that brought her such joy. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, a sight to behold. At that moment, Chen Yuan set down the teacup, and with a flourish of his right hand, he retrieved a golden-hued elixir. As soon as the elixir was unveiled, the room was suffused with its rich and fragrant aroma. Chen Yuan then presented the elixir to Yi Baishi, saying, Baishi, this is for you. Yi Baishi, momentarily stunned, received the elixir with a bewildered expression. At that moment, Chen Yuan's magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Baishi, this 8th-tier elixir, the infinite cleansing pill, possesses remarkable effects such as purifying the meridians and enhancing one's innate talent. It is a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi's hand trembled in shock, nearly causing the elixir to slip from her grasp. Brother Chen Yuan, this elixir is far too precious. Please take it back, she insisted, attempting to return it. She had only witnessed second-tier elixirs before. To be honest, she was quite taken aback by Chen Yuan's generosity. Chen Yuan, however, was resolute and adopted a stern demeanor, warning her, you must accept it, or I shall be displeased. This statement proved effective for Yi Baishi, who lowered her head and clutched the elixir tightly in her hand. What's wrong? Are you upset? Chen Yuan inquired, leaning closer to her ear. Feeling a tingling sensation, a blush crept up to her ears. No, I'm not angry with you, brother, she replied earnestly. This was indeed true. Chun Yuan's gift of the elixir was undoubtedly for her benefit, and there was no reason for her to be upset. She merely felt a bit bashful, considering the extraordinary value of the gift. An 8th-tier elixir. She had never even heard of such a thing. Beep. Detected that the host has gifted an 8th-tier infinite cleansing pill, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 9th-tier superior elixir, the Primordial Creation Divine Pill. Upon consumption, the host can awaken the acquired Primordial Divine Body, one of the 10 ancient cultivation bodies. The elixir has been stored in the system's space and can be retrieved at any time. Chun Yuan gazed at the 7-colored divine pill within the system's space, his heart racing, though he maintained a calm exterior. He then produced 100 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them into Yi Baishi's hands. Seeing this, Yi Baishi immediately shook her head. Brother, I have already accepted your elixir. I truly cannot accept the spirit stones. Observing her earnest expression, Chun Yuan revealed a gentle smile and whispered a few words into her ear. After hearing his words, Yi Baishi nearly melted against him, ultimately agreeing to accept the 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Beep. Detected that the host has gifted 100 mid-grade spirit stones, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Baishi, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Remember to consume the elixir promptly, Chun Yuan urged before rising to exit the room. After escorting him out of the estate, Yi Baishi waved at his retreating figure. Go home. Chun Yuan turned and waved back. Yi Baishi closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly crouched down, tightly gripping the storage ring containing the 100 mid-grade spirit stones, her heart racing. The words Chun Yuan had just whispered lingered in her mind. As the mistress of our little household, it is only natural for you to manage the finances. Chapter 8. Yi Baishi's talent elevation to Imperial grade. Awakening the primordial celestial body upon returning to his own estate, Chun Yuan sat cross-legged in the small courtyard. He then eagerly retrieved the primordial creation divine pill and, without further ado, consumed it. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth underwent a profound transformation. The calamity clouds loomed like a dark curtain, shrouding the skies above the Xiantian sect. The ground trembled, mountains resonated, and mysterious ancient runes flickered in the void. A purple mist surged from the horizon, traversing layers of peaks, flowing toward Chun Yuan's residence. The primordial purple energy began to cleanse his being. Under the immense pressure, the disciples within the Xiantian sect were rendered motionless, as though ensnared by a binding spell. The leaders of the various peaks ascended into the air, their gazes converging upon the purple-green peak. Boom, boom. With two thunderous sounds, two figures swiftly emerged from the ancestral ground, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. It was the ancestors. The peak leaders were taken aback. They had not anticipated that even the ancestors would be stirred. We pay our respects to the ancestors. The crowd bowed in unison to Lu Wuji and Han Feiyu. With their appearance, the disciples within the gates felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Some of the weaker ones collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Inside Chun Yuan's residence, a notification resonated. Ding. Detection of an attempt to pry into the host has been made. The system automatically cloaks the awakening phenomenon. In an instant, the calamity clouds dissipated, restoring tranquility and silence, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, numerous eyes traversed the void, landing upon Chun Yuan. Just moments ago, that primordial purple energy was clearly converging here. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Cold Yume pondered, trailing the primordial purple energy in hopes of uncovering its source. However, it abruptly disappeared, along with the phenomenon of the calamity clouds. Subsequently, Cold Yume scanned Chun Yuan thoroughly with her spiritual sense. Doubt once again enveloped her mind. This young lad was merely engaging in ordinary breathing exercises, thus he could not have summoned the calamity clouds. But who could it be? This question lingered not only in Cold Yume's heart, but also in the minds of the peak leaders and ancestors. Just then, the phenomenon of the calamity clouds reappeared, a golden radiance obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun. In an instant, the entire eastern wilderness region's forces turned their attention toward the Xiantian sect. A unified voice echoed, an imperial-grade phenomenon, identical to the one from half a day ago. Investigate at once. Which disciple of the Xiantian sect has awakened imperial-grade aptitude? At the residence of Yi Baishi, after Chun Yuan had departed, she made her way to a pavilion in the small courtyard. Sitting cross-legged and consuming an 8th-grade Wuliang Shisue Dan. Originally possessing heavenly-grade aptitude, this 8th-grade pill had directly elevated her constitution to imperial grade. The imperial grade phenomena that had just manifested were indeed emanating from her. In a flash, 7 or 8 figures arrived at Yi Baishi's courtyard. Lu Wuji promptly intervened to conceal the imperial grade phenomenon. All eyes fell upon Yi Baishi, scrutinizing her closely. Half an hour later, the awakening concluded, and Yi Baishi slowly opened her eyes. As she raised her head, she was startled into standing, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Baishi, what on earth was that phenomenon just now? Cold Yume inquired, her gaze fixed on Yi Baishi. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Baishi gradually lifted her head. Hesitating before stammering, I consumed a pill given to me by Brother Chen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His anger flaring as he exclaimed, "This insolent brat! How dare he pass on the elixir I gifted him to someone else? Just wait until I give that rascal a good thrashing." At that moment, Han Feiyu quickly intervened. "Hold on, Lu old man, let's not be hasty. We can deal with him later. For now, let's ascertain the situation." Before Han Feiyu could inquire further, Yi Baishi interjected, "Please don't harm my brother Chen Yuan. The elixir was requested by me from him. If anyone should be punished, let it be me." "What is your relationship with Chen Yuan?" Han Feiyu asked gently. "We are Dao companions," Yi Baishi replied softly. "Enough, Lu old man, there's no need to be upset. This young girl is Chen Yuan's Dao partner, and it appears their affection for one another is quite strong. Moreover, she has not squandered your elixir. Her aptitude has been elevated to the Imperial level. With proper cultivation, she will undoubtedly become a pillar for our Xuantiangong," Han Feiyu reassured him. The probability of the Wuliang Shisue Dan enhancing a heavenly aptitude to an Imperial aptitude is a mere 10%. For instance, Song Yuanji possessed a heavenly aptitude. Although he consumed the elixir, his cultivation speed was merely superior to others of the same level, yet he could not elevate his aptitude to the Imperial tier, not even reaching the sacred level. Even if Chen Yuan consumed it, it would merely provide a slight enhancement to his cultivation talent. "Humph," Lu Wuji, known for his fiery temper, scoffed. "No, that brat must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unquenched." Just then, dark clouds gathered above Chen Yuan's residence, and a bolt of thunder cleaved the sky, as if tearing open a rift in the firmament. It is the heavenly tribulation. A thunderstorm summoned by the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. "Junior sister, do you have any foundation establishment practitioners at Ziqing Peak?" Song Yuanji turned to ask Leng Yumeng. "It is that lad Chen Yuan," Lu Wuji declared before vanishing from sight, instantly appearing above Chen Yuan's abode. At that moment, Chen Yuan was suspended in midair, breathing rhythmically, his hands resting on his lower abdomen, palms facing upwards, preparing to embrace the cleansing of the heavenly tribulation. The reason for his imminent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was entirely due to the primordial creation divine elixir he had previously consumed. Half an hour earlier, as the system concealed the celestial anomalies, the transformation within Chen Yuan continued unabated. The essence of the primordial qi swirled around him. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shot forth from his gaze, indicating that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, subtly hinting at an impending breakthrough. He then directed his attention to his data panel. Name, Chen Yuan. Gender, male. Realm, foundation establishment, 9th layer. Great perfection. Physique, primordial celestial body. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Was it not said that the postnatal primordial body was his? Why had it suddenly transformed into a higher-tier primordial celestial body? He hastily inquired of the system. "Ding. Host, you are a hidden innate primordial body. Yet it has yet to awaken. Through the primordial creation divine elixir, not only has your physique awakened, but it has also successfully ascended to the primordial celestial body." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The primordial celestial body was an unparalleled physique of ancient times, far surpassing the 10 great bodies of antiquity. However, at that moment, he sensed the energy within his Dan Si was on the verge of breaking through its barriers. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, ready to advance to the Golden Core stage. In the realm of qi refinement, the dantian within the body manifests as a gaseous form, capable of absorbing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, and can invoke minor spells akin to the water sphere technique. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the dantian transforms into an ocean, amplifying one's spiritual awareness, formally entering the path of cultivation. At this stage, one can briefly hover in the air, yet cannot achieve the state of fasting, with a lifespan potentially exceeding 3 centuries. The subsequent challenge lies in transcending to the Golden Core stage. Following the system's guidance, Chen Yuan embarks on the arduous task of condensing the Dantian's ocean into a solid golden core. This very action incites the wrath of the heavens, as calamity clouds swiftly gather, intent on obliterating an anomaly like Chen Yuan. Chapter 9. The breakthrough to Golden Core and 2 divine abilities. The intensity of condensing the Golden Core is intricately linked to the number of opened purple palaces. The Purple Palace, situated in the upper Dantian, signifies a greater capacity for golden core condensation when more are opened, thereby enhancing its quality. Upon achieving the golden core stage, one can autonomously comprehend divine abilities, with the number of abilities correlating to the quantity of purple palaces. As Chun Yuan is enveloped in tumultuous spiritual energy, pure spiritual power surges into his dantian, forming an ocean of qi, located in the lower dantian. The middle dantian, known as the Xian Palace, serves as the core repository of spiritual power for a cultivator. Chun Yuan directs the spiritual power from the qi ocean into the Xian Palace, which then relentlessly impacts the upper dantian to open the purple palaces. Suddenly, a golden thunder calamity strikes down from the ominous clouds. Lu Wujia's expression shifts in alarm. The thunder calamity of supreme gold has indeed manifested. Cultivators defy the natural order, and as they approach a breakthrough, they typically attract the ire of the heavenly Tao, which sends down thunderous tribulations to annihilate them. To endure signifies a breakthrough, while failure could result in immediate demise. Thunder calamities vary in intensity, with the supreme gold thunder calamity being the most terrifying. Ancient texts recount that those rare prodigies capable of provoking such a calamity in their youth inevitably rise to unimaginable heights. Take for instance the illustrious Hao Yuxianzuan, who awakened his imperial grade potential in his youth, evoking the supreme gold thunder calamity, ultimately breaking through his shackles and ascending to the celestial realm, becoming a legendary figure among immortals. However, not all prodigies can withstand this formidable thunder calamity. Ancient records indicate that the probability of surviving the supreme gold thunder calamity is less than 1%. After Lu Wujia elucidates the situation, the crowd is left in profound shock, hastily surrounding Chun Yuan to offer protection. Atop the Qingshan Peak, senior sister Qin Shuhan leaps gracefully onto a branch, observing Chun Yuan, who is poised to face his tribulation, with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She recalls that merely half an hour prior, Chun Yuan was still at the 8th level of foundation establishment. How can he be on the verge of breaking through to golden core now? Moreover, the might of this thunder calamity instills a sense of trepidation even within her, who is at the nascent soul stage. Senior sister. A voice approaches, and shortly after, a figure lands beside her, Shen Yanqiu. Senior sister, what is happening? Which elder is undergoing tribulation on our Qingshan Peak? Shen Yanqiu inquires, her small face etched with confusion, before glancing up at the airborne Chun Yuan. Goodness, is it our junior brother facing tribulation? How can this be possible? Meanwhile, Yi Baishi sits cross-legged in the pavilion, fervently praying for Chun Yuan's safety, repeatedly murmuring, "Brother, you must be safe." The spiritual energy flows from the Qi Ocean into the Xian Palace, forming two tributaries, one channeling into the upper dantian to open the purple palace, while the other flows into the divine reservoir, ultimately reaching the spiritual platform, creating a grand circulation. After a great cycle, the heavenly Tao, infuriated, perceived Chun Yuan's actions as a provocation and immediately unleashed the first thunder tribulation. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a bowl struck directly upon Chun Yuan. However, the formidable tribulation inflicted no substantial harm upon him. Having been cleansed by the primordial purple qi, Chun Yuan's physique was incredibly resilient. Boom! 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 More thunderbolts descended, their overwhelming power instilling fear in the hearts of Lung Yuming and the others. What astonished them most was that Chun Yuan appeared utterly unfazed, as if leisurely soaking in a hot spring, relishing the radiant thunder. The immense energy surged into Chun Yuan's body, transforming his very being. His dantian gradually solidified. When the 7th thunderbolt fell, a miraculous phenomenon emerged behind him. A resplendent full moon spiraled in the air. Chun Yuan successfully opened the first purple mansion. Boom! The 8th terrifying thunderbolt struck. Celestial palaces, sun, moon, and stars manifested behind Chun Yuan, signifying the successful opening of the 2nd purple mansion. The peak masters guarding Chun Yuan widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished. This was the manifestation of the purple mansion. This young lad had astonishingly opened 2 purple mansion realms. The conditions for opening a purple mansion are exceedingly stringent. Some may spend their entire lives without achieving even one. Lung Yoming's beautiful eyes sparkled. Those who could break through to the golden core stage and open a purple mansion were truly exceptional beings. Even she had only managed to open 1 purple mansion. Thus, how could they not be astonished at Chun Yuan's achievement of 2? As Chun Yuan opened the purple mansions, he simultaneously comprehended 2 great supernatural powers. The space around him twisted and folded, and he successfully awakened the first supernatural ability, spatial traversal. Chun Yuan felt that with merely a thought, he could traverse thousands of miles. The 2nd supernatural power followed closely, the law manifestation of the heavens and earth. A colossal azure dragon gradually materialized behind him. The fusion of Tao to form a law manifestation is a feat achievable only in the Mahayana stage. Yet Chun Yuan, merely at the half-step golden core level, had already grasped it. The ninth thunder tribulation of supreme gold quietly coalesced, bearing the power to annihilate worlds, and struck down fiercely. The final bolt equated to the cumulative strength of the previous 8. A chilling aura of death enveloped Chun Yuan, compelling him to act with caution. He hastily mobilized the Azure Dragon Law manifestation and surged towards the ominous storm clouds above. In the blink of an eye, he confronted the ninth thunder tribulation. Bang! The Azure Dragon was shattered, and the power of the thunder was diminished by more than half. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chun Yuan quickly adjusted his state, stabilizing his form. Immediately afterward, the ninth thunderbolt of supreme gold struck him, accompanied by a tremendous roar. Chun Yuan felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of bursting. Fortunately, he endured. At that critical moment, his Dantian fully solidified, achieving the 9th grade golden core. The grades of golden cores range from 1 to 9. The higher the grade, the greater the strength and future potential. Pure energy erupted from his Dantian, mending his internal organs. The aura surrounding Chun Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation, as his cultivation level surged from the 9th stage of foundation establishment to the 1st stage of golden core. Upon entering the golden core realm, he no longer required the assistance of treasures to traverse the skies with ease. With a lifespan exceeding 8 centuries, he commanded the elements with a mere gesture, capable of invoking storms and parting mountains. In moments of dire peril, he could unleash a self-detonation of his golden core, resulting in devastating destruction in his vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, the various peak masters breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ye Baishi, upon seeing Chun Yuan successfully navigate his tribulation, patted her small chest in relief, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Brother Chun Yuan is safe." Her admiration was palpable. Brother Chun Yuan is so impressive, having already advanced to the golden core stage, far mightier than that villainous father of mine. She gazed dreamily at the figure suspended in the air, utterly captivated. "Wow! Junior brother is truly remarkable," Shin Yinshu exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe. She then playfully placed her hands on her senior sister's shoulders and pointed towards Chun Yuan's direction, saying, "Sister, did you see? Junior brother has actually opened 2 purple mansion caves within his body, awakening 2 extraordinary abilities." Yes, Ninshu, I see it," Qin Shihan replied, initially halting Shin Ninshu's exuberance. She then gently tapped her forehead with a delicate hand, encouraging her, "You must hasten your training, striving to catch up to junior brother. You are close to breaking through to the nascent soul stage, yet you have not even opened your 2nd purple mansion cave." "Oh," Shin Ninshu responded, internally grumbling. Why does senior sister care only for cultivation? Opening a purple mansion is no easy feat. To establish even 1 purple mansion cave in the Dantian surpasses 98% of the cultivators in the Xianling continent. At this juncture, the other peak masters congregated before Lung Yumeng, extending their congratulations. "Congratulations, Peak Master Lung, for acquiring a truly exceptional disciple." Chun Yuan descended into the small courtyard, respectfully greeting the surrounding ancestors and peak masters. Lu Wujing approached him, addressing the assembly with a tone of gravity. "Henceforth, the matter of Chun Yuan opening 2 purple mansion caves shall be regarded as the utmost secret of our sect. It must not be mentioned by anyone. Is that understood?" "Understood," the peak masters replied in unison, bowing in acknowledgement. After dismissing them, Lu Wujing couldn't help but express his admiration. Chun Yuan, to open 2 purple mansion caves upon breaking through to the golden core is a talent unparalleled through the ages. Han Feiyu similarly marveled, proclaiming, "The quality of Imperial caliber is indeed terrifying." The 2 ancestors showered him with accolades, to which Chun Yuan humbly smiled in response. At that moment, Lung Yumeng stepped forward, dousing the atmosphere with a splash of cold water. Throughout history, there have been many prodigies who opened 2 purple mansions, yet most ultimately fell short at the finish line, often due to their arrogance. She was concerned that Chun Yuan, relying on his exceptional talent, might disregard the heroes of the world, risking premature failure before he fully matured. "Yes, I understand," Chun Yuan replied respectfully. "In my path of cultivation, I shall remain steadfast in my principles, placing humility and modesty above all." "Indeed," Lu Wujing nodded. "Your master speaks wisely, but being humble does not equate to being feeble. Should someone dare to provoke you repeatedly, it is unnecessary to be humble in return. Rather, teach them a lesson with your fists." "Yes, ancestor, I am grateful for your guidance," Chun Yuan responded with a respectful bow. As the moonlight cast a deep hue, the luminous full moon hung high above the Ziqing Peak's Grand Hall. Chun Yuan stood in the Grand Hall, his expression filled with perplexity, unaware of the reason why his master had summoned him at such an hour. At that moment, a maid entered from outside the hall. Her name was Lu Meier, a personal attendant to Lung Yuming. Once a mere servant disciple, Lu Meier had often been bullied due to her taciturn nature. One day, while Lung Yuming was inspecting the sect, she happened upon a group of outer disciples harassing Lu Meier. Without hesitation, she intervened, ensuring Lu Meier's safety and sending the tormentors to the sect's disciplinary hall. The reason for Lu Meier's mistreatment was simple: her striking beauty. Outer male disciples frequently stole glances at her as she washed clothes by the river, inciting jealousy among the female disciples. With a delicate nose and elegantly arched brows, she donned a white robe, her alluring gaze embodying an enchanting grace. Name: Lu Meier. Gender: female. Appearance: 91. Affection level: 30. Realm: Foundation Establishment 5th level. Having been by Lung Yuming's side for nearly a century, Lu Meier's cultivation had also progressed to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. Sister Meier. Chen Yuan greeted respectfully. Senior brother, I dare not accept such a title, Lu Meier replied with a slight bow before getting to the point. My master has requested that I escort you to her chambers. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Visiting his master in the dead of night, particularly in her private quarters, felt decidedly amiss. As they walked, he attempted to glean more information, but Lu Meier remained tight-lipped, likely due to her nature, maintaining an air of silence. Upon entering the chambers, Lu Meier quietly withdrew. Master, Chen Yuan bowed his head in deference, not daring to meet her gaze. At that moment, Lung Yuming was draped in a sheer veil, seated gracefully upon her bed, her flawless skin tantalizingly visible. A furtive glance from Chen Yuan revealed its violet hue. Rising, Lung Yuming approached him with light steps, her delicate feet captivating his attention, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes. Do you find them beautiful? Lung Yuming inquired softly. Chen Yuan was uncertain whether she referred to her feet or her figure. If it were her feet, they were indeed immaculate. If her figure was the subject, even a single long leg could render him breathless. Raising your head, I forgive you, Lung Yuming stated coolly. Steeling himself, Chen Yuan lifted his gaze. The enchanting figure concealed beneath the veil seemed shrouded in mist, prompting him to rub his eyes, only to discover that the earlier vision had vanished entirely. Instinctively, his eyes descended, and he coughed awkwardly. Her feet are still there. Disappointed, are you? Lung Yuming arched an eyebrow, following his gaze downwards. Can't see them? Leaning slightly forward, she finally caught sight of her toes. Her face flushed with color, realizing that this rebellious disciple had been sneaking glances at her feet. In her chambers, she had a habit of going barefoot, much to the benefit of this young man. Caught in the act, Chen Yuan's face turned crimson, and he hastily averted his gaze once more. You are quite audacious. Few within the sect dare to scrutinize me as you do. You are indeed one of a kind. As she spoke, a faint aura of pressure emanated from Lung Yuming, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Chen Yuan clasped his hands together and hastily replied, Esteemed master, your noble status forbids any disciple from disrespecting you in the slightest. Even as a disciple, I would not dare to open my eyes and gaze upon you without your permission. His words were clear. It was your command that allowed me to look. So do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuming retracted her pressure, her tone icy. You certainly have a way with words. After a brief moment, she returned to her seat, lifting her head. Chen Yuan remained bent over, unyielding. Lung Yuming nodded. The little fellow was rather clever. Very well. I shall pardon you this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan finally lifted his head. Come here. Lung Yuming beckoned with a gesture. Chen Yuan slowly moved forward. Acutely aware of the adage that accompanying a sovereign is akin to being with a tiger, he felt as though she was deliberately toying with him. However, this scene amused Lung Yuming. Was she truly that fearsome? Why did Chen Yuan appear as if he had encountered a primordial beast upon seeing her? Hurry up. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, Chen Yuan swiftly darted to her side. Goodness. Why do women in the cultivation world also favor the Shu Dao mountain? Lung Yuming surveyed him from head to toe before inquiring. Were those primordial purple auras you summoned earlier? The system's notification regarding the anomaly indicated that she was unaware of his awakening of the primordial immortal body. After some contemplation, Chen Yuan promptly replied, Master, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lung Yuming, knowing he would not admit to it, spoke in an undeniable tone, Extend your hand. Chen Yuan had no choice but to comply, extending his hand. Subsequently, Lung Yuming placed her delicate hand upon his. It was smooth and soft. The first impression Chen Yuan had of her touch. A faint crimson light radiated from the palm of Lung Yuming, and after a moment, she opened her eyes and stated coolly, It is the primordial divine body, is it not? Hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He had just held his breath and concealed his nature, yet she had discerned it. Do not be surprised. Most cannot detect your constitution. I, your master, possess a Yuan spirit body, allowing me to absorb some of the primordial purple aura for cultivation. Thus, recognizing your constitution is not difficult, Lung Yuming elucidated. Soon, I will impart to you a dual cultivation technique. From this day forth, we shall cultivate together. What? Dual cultivation? Chen Yuan stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling as though he must have misheard. How could such an absurd proposition be uttered? Dual cultivation? His master wished to engage in dual cultivation with him. Before he could voice his disbelief, Lung Yoming's delicate hand tapped his forehead. A sphere of light entered Chen Yuan's mind, containing a technique of a pale blue hue, the heaven-grade superior dual cultivation technique, Yin Yang True Canon. Chen Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. It was unexpectedly a heaven-grade superior technique. The levels of cultivation techniques: human, yellow, mysterious, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Such lofty cultivation methods are scarce within the entire Xiantian sect. Logically speaking, in a dual cultivation scenario, only you would reap the benefits, given that my cultivation far surpasses yours. However, due to your unique constitution, I too would gain substantial advantages. Lung Yuming elucidated to Chen Yuan. Master, Chen Yuan hesitated, ultimately choosing to close his eyes. The mist that concealed Lung Yoming's alluring figure had dissipated, revealing her smooth skin once more before Chen Yuan's gaze. Master, you are truly beautiful. If we were to become companions in the Tao, it would be acceptable, but if it were merely a transaction of the flesh, I would prefer to abstain. Lung Yoming's enchanting eyes sparkled. This little disciple displayed remarkable composure. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to temptation. How absurd of me to entertain such thoughts. A faint blush crept onto Lung Yoming's face. Master, I already have a Tao companion. Fear not, this matter shall remain discreet. It would be utterly shameful to engage in such activities with my disciple. In truth, Lung Yuming felt a surge of anxiety. After thousands of years of cultivation, she had yet to experience intimate proximity with another of the opposite sex. Master, I am open to dual cultivation, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? A flicker of confusion crossed Lung Yoming's eyes as she inquired. With unwavering resolve, Chen Yuan replied earnestly, become my Tao partner. A hush fell over the chamber as Lung Yuming struggled to comprehend his words. Did this rebellious disciple truly propose such a union? Chen Yuan bowed respectfully. If master is unwilling, please allow me to leave. I assure you I will not speak of this and will protect your reputation. Huh? Do you truly believe I would permit your departure? How can I trust you not to speak recklessly? Only the dead keep secrets, you know. Are you not afraid I could end you right now? Lung Yoming's demeanor shifted to one of icy severity, her formidable aura pressing down upon Chen Yuan. Under the weight of her terrifying presence, Chen Yuan broke into a sweat. Lung Yuming had only unleashed a fraction of her power. Had she unleashed her full might, he might have been reduced to mere pulp. He immediately knelt. I believe master would never treat her disciple so. Moreover, what I said is not unfounded. Since master wishes to engage in dual cultivation with me, why would she refuse to become my Tao partner? Lung Yuming withdrew her oppressive aura, her expression complex. We are bound by the teacher-disciple relationship. To become Tao partners would defy moral conventions. That is of no concern, master. Should anyone speak ill of us, you may deal with them, Chen Yuan asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Lung Yoming's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, she retorted, you speak so lightly. If the world were to oppose us, would I not be at odds with the entire realm? Her statement was not mere rhetoric. Throughout the eastern wilderness, who did not know the name of Lung Yu, the celestial fairy? The suitors who sought her could encircle the Xiantian sect multiple times. The outcry against their union would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Then we shall keep it a secret, not disclosing it to others, Chen Yuan whispered. A conflict raged within Lung Yuming. If she were to agree, what would become of her dignity? If one does not consent, forceful dual cultivation may have counterproductive effects. Very well then. Ultimately, Lung Yuming acquiesced. Yet both of us are aware of this matter. Should I discover that a third party is privy to this information, I shall undoubtedly remove your third leg. Lung Yuming cast a glance at a certain part of Chen Yuan, laden with menace. A chill ran down Chen Yuan's spine, prompting an involuntary shiver. He promptly extended his right hand to swear that he would never divulge this secret. Subsequently, Chen Yuan glanced at his Master-S panel, noting that the favorability rating had reached 55. He only needed to elevate this rating to 60 to bind with his master, thereby earning a binding reward. Chen Yuan possessed his own insights on how to woo an inexperienced young lady. In his previous life, he was a veritable heartthrob, having even flirted with a princess from the Y Nation. At that moment, he stepped closer and sat beside Lung Yuming. How dare you? Who permitted you to sit beside me? Lung Yuming's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yuan had audacity indeed, sitting beside her without her consent. Chen Yuan blinked innocently. Master, are you not my Tao partner? Is it not entirely normal for Tao partners to sit together? Upon hearing this, a faint blush tinged Lung Yuming's icy countenance. Did not Master wish to engage in dual cultivation with her disciple? Why was she suddenly so bashful? Dual cultivation necessitated disrobing. Be silent. You must not speak of such things, Lung Yuming exclaimed, her expression a mix of indignation and embarrassment, casting a fierce glare at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan lowered his gaze to her delicate little feet and remarked, Master, your feet should not touch the ground. It is cold and could lead to illness. He feigned concern for his master before turning, squatting down, and gently taking hold of Lung Yuming's flawless jade-like feet. As the tingling sensation coursed through her, Lung Yuming let out a soft hum. How ticklish. So delightful. Realizing her own audacious sound, she quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. How could she produce such shameful noises? With a scowl, she admonished, Chen Yuan, you are exceedingly bold to dare touch your master's feet. In truth, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of nervousness, yet upon recalling that his master was already his Dao partner, he dismissed his fears. Had he not heard that one's Dao partner's feet could not be touched? Master, I am merely concerned that you might catch a chill. Chen Yuan, you are no longer even pretending. Lung Yuming grasped his ear with her right hand. I am a powerful being in the integration stage. How could I possibly catch a chill? Your earlier calmness was merely an act, was it not? Chen Yuan did not refute her, but gazed deeply into her eyes, filled with affection. Indeed, Master, my earlier composure was but a facade. For a woman who had never experienced love, being direct was undoubtedly the most effective approach. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. If I could bind with you as a Dao partner, I would willingly embrace my demise on the spot. Such corny declarations might seem overly sentimental to women of the Blue Star. Yet they could certainly strike a chord within the realm of cultivation. As expected, upon hearing his words, Lung Yuming's heart raced. She had never encountered such a forthright confession before. Chapter 12. Dual Cultivation, Lingxian Pavilion Master, shall we commence? Chen Yuan's deep voice resonated in Lung Yuming's ear. Commence what? Lung Yuming's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. After all, she was still an untouched maiden, inevitably feeling a twinge of nervousness. She produced 2 pre-prepared third-tier harmony pills, consuming one herself while placing the other into Chen Yuan's hand. Chen Yuan accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Soon, Lung Yuming sensed the effects of the medicine taking hold, peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. When she cast a glance towards Chen Yuan, he was already looking back at her, their eyes locking in an intimate gaze. It is said that the first time can be quite painful. Lung Yuming bit her lip, commanding, close your eyes. You are not permitted to open them without my consent. With that, she flipped her right hand and retrieved a black lace scarf, intending to blindfold Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan extended his hand to stop her, saying, Master, you seem rather shy. Why not allow me to cover your eyes instead? He snatched the scarf and gently placed it over her eyes. For the first time, Lung Yuming experienced the potency of the harmony pill. Actions that she would have deemed shameful felt entirely normal under its influence. Ding! Lung Yuming's affinity has reached 60. With an affinity of 60. She regarded him as a close friend, while he felt a flicker of affection for her. System, bind to Lung Yuming. Ding, binding successful. Triggering first stage binding reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Earth-level medium-grade Qingdao technique, Taichu Xianguang Lu. The technique has been stored in the system space, ready for the host comprehension at any time. The battle was intense, lasting a full 2 hours, after which Chen Yuan found himself kicked out of the chamber. Inside, Lung Yuming replaced the old sheets and bedding with fresh ones, carefully storing away the rose-patterned linens as memories of their earlier frenzy flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. Was Chen Yuan's nickname really Baba? Why else would he insist she call him that? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan returned to his residence, sitting cross-legged on the bed, beginning to refine the yuan yin he had obtained from his master. Ordinary golden core cultivators possess a core merely an inch in size, while a few prodigies might reach 2 inches. However, Chen Yuan's core measured an impressive 9 inches. The following day, Chen Yuan awakened from his meditation. For typical partners, refining yuan yin after dual cultivation would yield an increase of merely half a foot in spiritual power, equivalent to 3 days of arduous training. Yet, Lung Yuming was a supreme being, and his gains would undoubtedly exceed such limitations. After 6 hours of refinement, he successfully assimilated his master's yuan yin, advancing his cultivation from the first to the perfected second stage of the golden core. System, cultivate Taichu Xianguang Lu. Chen Yuan issued the command to the system, which promptly assisted him in comprehending the technique. At that moment, with his eyes tightly shut, he opened them to find the surroundings transformed. Before him appeared an ancient zither, resembling a guzheng, its body crafted from flame crystal, radiating a burning glow. Seated before the zither, Chen Yuan plucked its strings repeatedly, as time slipped away unnoticed. In the otherworldly realm, he had practiced for nearly a century, while only a fleeting moment passed in the outside world. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as if he had become one with the Guqin. In the afternoon, the senior sister mentioned that she would take them to select magical instruments, allowing him to choose a Guqin as his weapon. At the hour of Chun, he rose, descended from his bed, and approached the bronze mirror to groom his hair before departing the estate, soaring through the air towards the residence of his senior sister. Lung Yumeng had instructed Chun Yuan and the others to practice at the senior sister's place, ensuring that Qin Shuhan would supervise them closely, preventing any laziness or negligence in their cultivation. Qin Shuhan's residence was vast, a typical courtyard with over 100 rooms, including dozens of secluded chambers for cultivation. Chun Yuan and Yi Baishi were assigned to one of these cultivation chambers, where Qin Shuhan sat cross-legged before them, guiding their practice of the Xiantian technique. Both Chun Yuan and Yi Baishi possessed Imperial-level talent, mastering the technique in just a quarter of an hour, already able to proficiently absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi Baishi felt a profound sense of realization, as the technique she had practiced within her family was of the Xian rank, incomparable in both cultivation speed and the purity of absorbed energy to the Xiantian technique. Qin Shuhan nodded slightly, pleased with the comprehension displayed by her junior disciples. After a single explanation, they had grasped the essence of the technique. Soon, afternoon arrived, and Qin Shuhan led the two to the Lingxian Pavilion to select their magical instruments. The tiers of magical instruments corresponded to ranks: human, yellow, Xian, spirit, earth, and heaven, aligning with the ranks of techniques. The newly admitted disciples could ascend to different levels based on their status, albeit only permitted to select one instrument. Direct disciples could choose from the third floor, inner disciples from the second, and outer disciples from the first level. After selection, should they wish to acquire additional magical instruments, 2 avenues were available: purchasing with spirit stones or exchanging with contribution points. Qin Shuhan had informed them of these details during lunch. At that moment, an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair at the entrance of the pavilion, basking in the sun. He was commonly referred to as Elder Mu. Qin Shuhan approached and saluted Elder Mu. "Oh, it's Shuhan. What brings you here today? Are you looking to exchange for a flying sword?" "We just received 2 Earth-tier flying swords a few days ago," Elder Mu replied, rising from his chair with a smile. Qin Shuhan responded, "Elder Mu, I am not here today to purchase a magical instrument." She stepped aside and extended her hand to introduce, "My master has recently accepted 2 new disciples, and I have brought them here to select a suitable magical instrument." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu cast a glance at the 2 behind Qin Shuhan. As his gaze met theirs, Yi Baishi instinctively shrank back behind Qin Yuan, intimidated by Elder Mu's rather fearsome appearance. His sunken eyes and somewhat distorted features exuded an aura of harshness that could easily frighten a child into tears. Elder Mu, originally named Mu Huiran, had once been an inner sect elder, but after being ambushed by a rival sect, he suffered a regression in his cultivation, halting his progress at the nascent soul stage. During a cultivation session, he fell into a trance, resulting in his ghastly appearance. Yet he was ultimately rescued by the sect leader. Throughout their journey, Qin Shuhan continuously recounted the remarkable deeds of Elder Mu, advising them not to be afraid upon meeting him. However, when Yi Baishi finally encountered the elder in person, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her heart. Observing this, Chun Yuan discreetly comforted her, saying, "Baishi, do not be afraid. Elder Mu is not a malevolent figure. Mu Huiran has grown accustomed to it, and there are quite a few female disciples in the sect who harbor fear of him. All right, follow me." Mu Huiran personally led the trio into the Lingxian Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, numerous disciples were already engaged in selecting magical artifacts. Upon seeing Qin Shuhan enter, those outer disciples on the first floor halted their activities and turned their gazes towards her, captivated by her stunning beauty, which left many male disciples unable to avert their eyes. Some companions beside them would pinch their male peers' waists in jealousy, and gasps of astonishment occasionally echoed through the air. Qin Shuhan remained composed, having encountered such scenarios frequently, rendering her immune to the attention. When Yi Baishi followed in, she too drew a wave of curious glances. With her adorable demeanor, she not only caught the attention of male disciples, but also garnered the admiration of several female disciples. The intensity of these stares made Yi Baishi feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to grasp Chun Yuan's hand tightly and lean into him. In that moment, numerous male disciples experienced a heart-wrenching blow, the sound of their hearts shattering resonating in the air. "Why is this happening? What am I lacking?" one male disciple lamented. "Well, my friend, just take a look at your appearance. Perhaps it's time to restart?" Another chimed in. "Indeed. Why is this fair?" A clear voice echoed in agreement. "Hold on. Sister, why are you getting defensive here?" Under the collective gaze, Qin Shuhan led Chun Yuan and Yi Baishi to the counter. Greetings, esteemed disciples. Please present your identity tokens to proceed to the third floor for artifact selection, Elder Mu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples who had been scrutinizing the trio displayed expressions of astonishment. The third floor? Isn't that reserved for inner disciples? Chun Yuan and Yi Baishi nodded, revealing their identity tokens. As the tokens gleamed, the previously observing outer disciples quickly diverted their attention, hastening to bow in respect. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings to you, senior sisters. Yi Baishi felt overwhelmed by the unexpected attention and stood frozen, unable to turn around, facing away from them. Chun Yuan noticed her discomfort. It seemed he had been too harsh earlier, and he realized he needed to help Yi Baishi regain her confidence. Qin Shuhan raised her hand, signaling for everyone to refrain from excessive formalities. The third floor of Lingxian Pavilion appeared quite spacious, adorned with an array of spiritual-grade artifacts neatly displayed on the shelves. You may pick these artifacts up and try them out. Finding a suitable weapon is of utmost importance, Chun Yuan declared as he stepped forward, naturally intent on selecting a guqin as his weapon. On the third row of shelves, he spotted an ancient guqin quietly resting in the corner. The ethereal instrument known as the Starry Lute, with a body resembling the night sky, stands impressively at half his height. Crafted from a fusion of dark iron and spiritual crystals, it emits a faint blue luminescence. The surface of the lute is adorned with intricate star patterns, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy. Its head is intricately carved with an ancient mythical beast, its eyes encrusted with red gemstones. Chun Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he gently raised his right hand, causing the starry lute to settle steadily into his grasp. Sitting cross-legged, the lute floated before him, and with a deft movement of his right hand, a melodious and enchanting tune resonated throughout the vast expanse of the third floor. In the distance, Qin Shuhan was taken aback by the sound of the lute, which emanated a soft melody possessing a calming effect. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, she pondered how she could be influenced by a melody played by someone in the gold core stage. It appeared that this junior disciple had indeed mastered the art of playing the lute to an extraordinary degree. At that moment, a man and a woman ascended to the third floor. The woman, named Song Sherwei, was the esteemed senior sister of Bamboo Green Peak. With her willow-shaped brows and otherworldly grace, she wore a pale yellow robe intricately embroidered with delicate floral patterns, complemented by a flowing red gauze skirt that resembled the resplendent clouds at dusk, adding a touch of ethereal lightness to her presence. The man, known as Wong Tian, bore a resolute countenance. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a rugged charm. He was the son of the county lord of Yunhai and belonged to a prestigious nascent soul family, displaying exceptional talent in the sword arts from a young age. He had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship by the age of 18, establishing himself as a true swordsman. Song Sherwei's gaze fell upon Chun Yuan, who, dressed in white, appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Seated in meditation, the starry lute rested before him, and his slender fingers glided gracefully over the strings. If rated by the system, Chun Yuan would undoubtedly score an impressive 99, with only the readers of this tome deserving a perfect score of 100. In that moment, Song Sherwei found herself entranced. Senior sister, Wong Tian called out twice, rousing her from her reverie. With a dismissive smirk, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet clear enough for Song Sherwei to catch. Her brow furrowed slightly, and an unmistakable displeasure flickered across her face. However, she refrained from rebuking him, instead calmly suggesting, Wong Tian, go select a suitable magical artifact for yourself. Yes, senior sister, he replied, nodding before striding forward. As he passed by her, his expression soured. He sensed a hint of coldness in her tone and noticed her change in demeanor. The remark he had made had certainly reached her ears. Stealing a glance at the transcendent figure before the third row of shelves, he felt a surge of jealousy. Why must he be so strikingly handsome? Were it not for him, he wouldn't have felt compelled to voice his thoughts, nor would his facade have crumbled. Harboring such thoughts, he approached the first row of shelves and casually picked up a long sword forged from blazing red iron, its hilt engraved with dark green runes. Aptly named the Flame Blade, the sword's essence aligned perfectly with his own comprehension of fiery sword intent. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan had completed his melody and slowly rose to his feet. Beside him, Yi Baishi had bounced over, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Chun Yuan, you are truly amazing, she exclaimed. Upon hearing such a compliment, Chun Yuan felt immensely gratified. The emotional value bestowed upon him by Yi Baishi was truly abundant. Who could resist such an adorable little girl? Brother Chun Yuan, where did you learn this piece? Yi Baishi inquired with her big, curious eyes. Ahem. Chun Yuan cleared his throat twice. The melody he played was one he had frequently heard in brothels before awakening his past life's memories. He had been seized by an impulse to play it. This piece is called Hanging Branches. It is typically performed by courtesans, am I correct? Qin Shihan approached with a smile gracing her lips. Hee. Senior Sister Qin seems quite knowledgeable, Qin Yuan replied awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Yi Baishi, who clearly displayed a hint of sadness on her face. I often undertake tasks to capture demonic cultivators, and it is customary for them to establish their strongholds within brothels. I usually conceal myself there for several months, thus I have become thoroughly familiar with this piece. However, I am curious to know where my junior learned it. Could it be that he shares a similar experience? Qin Shihan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Qin Yuan's lips twitched in response. Was this senior sister intentionally trying to unearth his secrets? Just then, Song Shiwei descended the staircase. Upon seeing Song Shiwei, Qin Shihan could not help but inquire, Daoist Song. What brings you here? Qin Yuan's gaze shifted to Song Shiwei, and at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, conjuring a translucent screen visible only to her. Ding, detected a bindable female. Name, Song Shiwei. Gender, female. Attractiveness, 96. Affection, 40. Realm, Mid-Yuanying. Binding requirement. Affection must reach 60. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Not by the system panel, but rather by Senior Sister Qin's address and tone towards the woman before him. She referred to her as Daoist Song, rather than Sister Song, indicating a lack of familiarity between them. Additionally, the coolness in her tone suggested their relationship was strained. Chapter 14, Sisterly Bonds. Leaving no trace in the snow, my master has recently accepted a new disciple, and I have brought him to select a suitable magical artifact, Song Shiwei replied, her demeanor composed. Qin Shihan chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. My master has also taken in 2 new disciples and, like you, brought them to choose magical artifacts. At that moment, Wong Tian, having finished selecting his artifact, approached with determined strides. From a distance, he had noticed Qin Shihan. Her flawless beauty rivaled that of his own senior sister. As he drew nearer, he surreptitiously stole a glance at Qin Shihan, inwardly marveling at her beauty. He then discreetly redirected his gaze, addressing Song Shiwei respectfully. Senior sister, I have made my selection. Song Shiwei nodded and introduced him to Qin Shihan. This is my master's newly accepted disciple, Wong Tian. Wong Tian, this is Senior Sister Qin Shihan from Ziqing Peak. Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. Wong Tian bowed to her. Qin Shihan replied coolly, offering only a nod, seemingly uninterested in introducing Qin Yuan. She then turned to Yi Baishi, inquiring, Baishi, have you chosen your magical artifact? I have chosen, Senior Sister. Yi Baishi presented a long sword, the spirit-level artifact, Celestial Snow Sword. Very well, let us depart. Without turning back, she departed directly. Qin Yuan hastily followed behind Yi Baishi. Observing Qin Shihan's retreating figure, Song Shiwei's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Brother Qin Yuan. It seems that Senior Sister Qin does not hold Senior Sister Song in high regard, Yi Baishi whispered discreetly in Qin Yuan's ear. Qin Yuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. He too sensed that there was some discord between the two. With Song Shiwei's presence, Qin Shihan's previously splendid mood had dissipated entirely. She communicated telepathically with Shen Yinshu, instructing her to take the junior disciples to select a suitable cultivation method. On the 3rd floor of the technique pavilion, Shen Yinshu led Yi Baishi to choose a sword technique, while Qin Yuan began his own selection. In a corner, Yi Baishi approached Shen Yinshu and quietly inquired, Senior Sister Shun, is there some conflict between Senior Sister Qin and Senior Sister Song? Surprised by the question, Shen Yinshu paused before asking, Little Baishi, where did you hear that? Yi Baishi immediately recounted the events that had transpired in Tianxian Pavilion. Shen Yinshu nodded, leaning closer to Yi Baishi's petite face. Yi Baishi blushed deeply. Senior sister, why are you getting so close? Shen Yinshu chuckled, playfully pinching Yi Baishi's soft cheek, exclaiming, so smooth and tender. Junior brother must be eating exceedingly well. At that moment, the blush on Yi Baishi's face spread visibly to the roots of her ears. Senior sister, what are you saying? She stammered, feeling weak, nearly toppling into Shen Yinshu's embrace. All right, I won't tease you any longer. With that, Shen Yinshu's demeanor turned serious as she slowly explained, in fact, Senior Sister Song is the younger sister of Senior Sister Qin. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. She counted on her fingers, realizing. Senior Sister Qin's surname is Qin, while Senior Sister Song's is Song. Placing her fingers together, her mind felt utterly boggled. How could they possibly be siblings? Oh dear. Little Baishi, you truly are adorably naive. Shen Yinshu rolled her eyes at Yi Baishi, then lowered her voice to explain. Senior Sister Qin's mother sacrificed herself fighting against demonic cultivators on the outer battlefield, and later, Senior Sister Qin's father remarried, and that woman is Senior Sister Song's mother. Oh. Yi Baishi nodded, as if beginning to understand. It appeared that senior sister Qin and senior sister Song had always been at odds, 3 years prior. They had fiercely competed for the position of the sect's chief elder sister. Who emerged victorious? Yi Baishi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Neither one. They battled for 3 days and nights, only to be carried back once their spiritual energy was depleted. Ultimately, Qin Yuan chose a body technique titled Phantom Steps. Since he already possessed the technique related to the zither, selecting another would be a waste. I'll just gift it to little Baishi. Qin Yuan thought to himself with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Yi Baishi and Shin Yinshu approached him. Brother Qin Yuan, what are you laughing about? Yi Baishi blinked her beautiful big eyes, asking. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just thought of something amusing. Internally, Shin Yinshu felt a twinge of doubt, sensing something peculiar about her junior brother's smile. In the evening, Qin Yuan arrived at Yi Baishi's residence, presenting her with a transmission jade slip containing the body technique Phantom Steps that he had selected. Brother Qin Yuan, I cannot accept this. It is your own technique. Yi Baishi quickly waved her hands in refusal. How could she take something from her brother Qin Yuan? Noticing the young girl's resolute stance, Qin Yuan resorted to his ultimate tactic, gently taking her small hand in his. The unexpected gesture caused Yi Baishi to shyly lower her head, her heart racing with anxiety. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil night. Qin Yuan pulled Yi Baishi into his embrace, startling her into a cry. Brother, what are you doing? Little Baishi felt her body weaken. Unable to stand, she could only nestle against Qin Yuan. Her face had already taken on a rosy hue, resembling a ripe fruit. Steam seemingly rising from her head. Gazing at the girl in his arms, Qin Yuan swallowed hard, overwhelmed by emotion, and leaned in to kiss her. Yi Baishi's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she just been kissed forcefully by brother Qin Yuan? Gradually, her gaze became hazy, lost in the moment. After a quarter of an hour, the little girl could no longer hold back, repeatedly tapping Qin Yuan's chest, prompting him to reluctantly release her cherry-like lips. She gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed. Confused, she felt weak, unable to summon strength, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, her eyes widened once more. Brother Qin Yuan is actually biting my ear. A shiver coursed through her, eliciting a soft moan. How utterly embarrassing. Qin Yuan whispered in her ear. Be good and accept the technique. All right, Yi Baishi replied in a soft, delicate voice, instinctively responding. Realizing her reaction, she attempted to refuse, but was silenced once again by Qin Yuan's lips. This time, his advances were bolder, leaving the little girl teary-eyed. Under Qin Yuan's fervent onslaught, she ultimately consented to accept the technique. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted a spiritual level technique Phantom Steps, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly level technique Snow Trackless Steps effect. When fully cultivated, it can unleash astonishing speed instantaneously, akin to a fleeting shadow, making it difficult for opponents to track. The technique has been stored in the system space, and the host may retrieve it at any time. Brother Qin Yuan, you gifted me such a precious item. I must give you a present in return. What do you like? I'll buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of emotions. What a wonderful girl. She even thought to reciprocate. In his past life, some little fairies believed receiving gifts was a given. If asked to return the favor, they would vehemently protest. Why should I? He offered it voluntarily. I did not force him. Chapter 15, Passionate Flames. The value of knowledge. Seeing the determined look in the little girl's eyes, Qin Yuan blinked his deep-set eyes and leaned closer to her delicate face. With utmost seriousness, he said, You are the best gift. How embarrassing. Yi Baishi felt her heart racing. She was so blissful to be with the one she loved. She leaned in and kissed Qin Yuan's neck, her hands stealthily reaching for his clothing buttons. Wow, little junior brother is quite skilled. At that moment, outside the door, a small hand was prying at the crack, peering stealthily inside. How thrilling. Could it be that they were? Shin Yinshu dared not think further. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Caught up in watching the live scene, she nearly overlooked an important matter. She hurriedly pushed open the door. The sudden turn of events startled Yi Baishi, who immediately dove into Qin Yuan's embrace. The buttons of her dress had already come undone halfway, her delicate face brushing against his muscular chest. Shin Yinshu feigned shock, covering her eyes, exclaiming, In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you too. Qin Yuan wore an annoyed expression, just as he had raised his weapon. It had been interrupted. It was no wonder his mood was less than pleasant. Shin Yinshu peeked through her fingers, stealing glances at Qin Yuan and Yi Baishi. Wow, junior brother's physique is impressive. Goodness, what has junior sister been eating to grow like this? Her beauty was blinding. Shin Yinshu felt as though she might develop a twitch. Yi Baishi's figure was splendid, and her skin, so fair. Qin Yuan released Yi Baishi, who promptly nestled into the blankets. Sister, what brings you to us? Shen Yuan inquired as he approached her. Why? Why aren't you dressed? Shen Ninshu gasped, her voice trembling, her heart racing. Shen Yuan smirked. Who said I wasn't dressed? It's merely that my robe is unfastened. Feeling the masculine aura radiating from him, Shen Ninshu's face flushed as if it could drip with water. She had never been so close to a male before. Unable to endure any longer, she dashed out of the room. Her voice trailing behind her. It's time for evening study. The senior sister has called for you both. Shen Yuan scratched his head, puzzled by the second sister's sudden departure. Yi Baishi poked her head out from the blankets, her body wrapped like a dumpling. The thought of being caught by the senior sister after their intimate encounter made her feel extremely shy. How embarrassing. How would she face her sister from now on? Shen Yuan gently draped a dress over Yi Baishi, guiding her to the vanity, where he began to comb her hair. Brother, why are you suddenly being so kind to me? It was beyond her wildest dreams that he would comb her hair. Brother, your hands are so beautiful. Yi Baishi gazed at the copper mirror, watching Shen Yuan's long fingers tenderly caress her hair, the sweetness in her heart nearly overflowing. Brother, when you return tonight, shall we continue? Yi Baishi shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Ding. Detected a 90-point increase in Yi Baishi's affection for the host, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have received Han Pao Pao Tape Experience Card. Effect: when encountering a powerful enemy, if one cannot win, one must flee. Using this card, regardless of the opponent's cultivation level, they will not be able to catch the host, and no mental attacks will harm the host in the slightest. Upon fleeing for a distance of 5,000 kilometers, the host need only turn back and shout, I implore you to give Chen a reason, to immediately gain a significant increase in cultivation level over the opponent. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Shen Yuan was taken aback, his heart filled with surprise. This card could be considered a lifesaver, akin to having a second life. Brother Chen, why have you stopped speaking? Yi Baishi tilted her head, asking out of curiosity. Ahem. Shen Yuan cleared his throat, recalling what Yi Baishi had just said, and his cheeks turned a rare shade of crimson. In the residence of Qin Shuhan, the two were led into a room by the senior sister's maid, Zhao Chui. Shen Yuan scanned Zhao Chui with the system, noting her cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment, her beauty rated at 77, which fell short of the system's standards. The room was arranged similarly to an ancient private school classroom, with 2 desks positioned in the center. Shen Yuan and Yi Baishi sat cross-legged beside one of the desks, which was already laden with books. One book in particular piqued Shen Yuan's interest, titled Chronicles of the Xianling Continent. He instinctively opened it, and the first line read, In the beginning of heaven and earth, all was chaos. It narrated the history of the Xianling continent from 1,000,000 years ago. At that moment, senior sister Qin Shuhan entered. She glanced at the two without saying much, merely gesturing towards the books on the desk, stating, There is a rule for entering Ziqing Peak, which is to read. You must memorize all the discussions of the sages and the classics of cultivation on this table within the month, as there will be an assessment at the month's end. Sister, why must we read? Shouldn't we be focusing our thoughts primarily on cultivation? Yi Baishi inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhan recalled her own initial curiosity when she first entered her master's tutelage. However, the words of her master had profoundly shocked her. Yi Baishi had read many of the books on the table. As a child, her greatest delight was reading, which still exuded a charm that attracted Chen Yuan. The table also held numerous military treatises, which Chen Yuan had been well versed in since childhood and had read extensively in his previous life. He speculated that his master likely wished for them not to become mere brutish warriors who only knew how to fight. After a moment, Qin Shuhan regained her composure and spoke slowly. A talented person who does not read is merely clever. A clever person without their own viewpoint is an ordinary person. Thus, the essence of studying lies in forming one's own perspectives. Knowledge is valuable, it belongs to others, but what is yours? You will both be the pillars of my Xiantian sect in the future, and cannot simply be brutish fighters. At critical moments, having a clear mind is more important than anything else. That is all I have to say. You need only dedicate half an hour each day, which will not hinder your regular cultivation. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yi Baishi was greatly taken aback. Half an hour passed swiftly. Chen Yuan set down the book. After an hour of study, he had essentially read through all the texts on the table, as he had encountered many of them before. Only a small portion was unfamiliar. Yet for someone like him, who had been well versed in classics since childhood, grasping the content was effortless. Thus, he indeed considered himself the talented type. As Chen Yuan returned to the residence, Yi Baishi closely followed behind him. Inside the room, after 3 hours of tumultuous passion, Yi Baishi finally fell asleep contentedly. Chen Yuan sat beside her, his mind beginning to ponder how to enhance his master's favor. The system still had a strategy fund, but he was uncertain about what his master might lack. Moreover, If he were to casually present treasures that would attract even cultivators at the integration stage, would that not raise suspicion? He needed to devise a more convincing reason. Chapter 16. Cultivating the Art of Treading on Snow Without Leaving a Trace. The newcomer competition Chen Yuan commanded the system. Cultivate the art of treading on snow without leaving a trace. Ding. Commencing automatic cultivation of the art of treading on snow without leaving a trace for the host. After a brief 10 breaths, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, having thoroughly comprehended the art. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun rose in the east, ding. Yi Baishi's affection level is at 10. Current affection level is 100. Unwavering loyalty, never to betray. Ding. Yi Baishi's affection level has reached 100, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a celestial-grade magical instrument, the Celestial Feather Chain. Chen Yuan awoke from his meditation, puzzled as he recalled that a reward was supposed to trigger upon reaching an affection level of 90. Ding. Because this is the first successful strategy, a hidden reward has been granted. He gazed at the Celestial Feather Chain within the system space. The chain measured approximately 3 feet in length. Its body sculpted from a rare Millennium Ice Jade, exuding a gentle warmth while radiating a subtle chill. The strings were crafted from a blend of celestial silkworm silk and dragon tendons, slender yet incredibly resilient, shimmering with a faint golden glow. A wave of joy surged within Chen Yuan. The system was remarkably generous, bestowing upon him a celestial-grade magical instrument. System, display my status panel. Host, Chen Yuan. Gender, male. Aptitude, Imperial grade. Physique, primordial immortal body, aptitude for ascension. Realm, perfected second layer of golden core. Cultivation techniques, primordial immortal cannon, Taichu string light record. Treading on snow without leaving a trace. Binding objects, Yi Baishi, affection level 100, Lung Yuming, affection level 60. Emotional value balance, 15,000. 15,000 emotional value already? Indeed. At that moment, Yi Baishi stirred awake, sweetly calling out, brother. Chen Yuan donned a gentle smile as he pinched her little face, then proceeded to assist her with her morning routine. Yi Baishi, akin to a thoughtless marionette, allowed Chen Yuan to guide her. Brother, why don't I go to the servant peak and choose a maid? I can't keep having you dress me. Yi Baishi said softly, her big, watery eyes sparkling with a hint of grievance. Gazing into those autumn water-like eyes and her adorably pouting expression, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Her face seemed to be begging him to refuse her request. Not wanting to expose her, he replied, Baishi, do you not enjoy my assistance? Of course not. Yi Baishi quickly shook her head. I just feel it's troublesome for you, brother. Chen Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, it's no trouble at all. Yay, you're the best, brother. Yi Baishi joyfully tapped his face. Subsequently, the day was spent in cultivation under the guidance of senior sister Qin Xuan. 2 days later, within the cultivation chamber, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura underwent a remarkable transformation. He had attained the 3rd layer of golden core. Indeed, the immortal body is extraordinary. The speed of cultivation is astonishing, Chen Yuan mused. Even with his dantian expanded by 9 inches, such unparalleled cultivation speed more than compensates for it. During the evening cultivation session, Lung Yuming sent Lu Meyer to summon Chen Yuan and her to the Grand Hall, indicating that there were important matters to announce. Within the Grand Hall, it was stated, today, I have called you both here primarily to discuss the newcomer competition. Cold Dream rose from the throne and gracefully descended from the high platform. Every 20 years, the Xiantian sect recruits disciples, followed by a grand competition for newcomers 2 years later. Master, when is the newcomer competition? Chen Yuan inquired. In half a month, came the reply. Will we participate as well? Chen Yuan pressed on. Naturally, although you joined a year and 10.5 months later than them, participation is still required. Pausing for a moment, Cold Dream continued. Given your late entry, my expectations are not too high. Aim for the top 10. Chen Yuan tugged at the corners of his mouth. Is that truly not high? I have always been competitive. If you 2 little ones perform poorly, I shall impose severe penalties. Cold Dream's authoritative voice resonated in the ears of the 2. Yi Baishi shrank back, intimidated. Master is so fearsome. Baishi, Cold Dream called directly. Present. Yi Baishi stepped forward respectfully. For the next half-month, you will live and train alongside your senior sister. Learn the sword techniques well, and work on your courage. Do not let fear drive you from the stage. Yi Baishi's face flushed red with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Yes. Chen Yuan. Present. During this period, you shall remain by my side, as I will personally instruct you. Yes, Master, Chen Yuan replied with a bow. That will be all. Starting tomorrow, Cold Dream declared. Waving her hand, Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi clasped their hands in farewell. Upon exiting the dormitory, Chen Yuan noticed that Yi Baishi appeared visibly downcast, repeatedly rubbing her eyes. Baishi, Do not take Master's words to heart. Yi Baishi nodded and softly spoke. Brother, am I truly so useless? I am timid, not particularly beautiful. And my figure is lacking. Chen Yuan embraced Yi Baishi, gently soothing her. How could that be? Baishi is the best. While it was true that she was timid, the latter two statements were mere exaggerations. Her figure, he would need both hands to cradle. It was partly his fault for being overly harsh before his memories awakened, leaving the little girl devoid of confidence. Yi Baishi quietly wept in Chen Yuan's embrace. At that moment, Shen Yinshu approached them. Little junior brother. Why have you made little junior sister cry? Shen Yinshu scolded, then took Yi Baishi's hand, pulling her closer. Sister, you misunderstand. It was not my brother who bullied me. Yi Baishi explained softly. It's true. Chen Yuan quickly clarified the events that transpired in the hall to prevent further misunderstanding. Oh, Baishi, do not take it to heart. Master has a sharp tongue but a kind heart, just like senior sister. I am scolded daily and have long since developed a thick skin. Uft. Yi Baishi chuckled at her sister's words, her spirits lifting considerably. Come, let me take you to Tianqing City for a bit of relaxation. I tell you, the Tianqing restaurant has released new dishes today, and there are plenty of delicious treats. As Shen Yinshu spoke, she summoned a flying sword and leapt onto it. She extended her right hand. Come, Baishi, tonight, senior sister will treat you to something delicious. Yi Baishi nodded, hopping onto the flying sword. The two then transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the gates of the sect. Chen Yuan took a detour and arrived before his master's sleeping quarters. Sister Mayor, could you kindly announce my arrival and inform the master that a disciple seeks an audience? Upon hearing this, Lu Mayor was about to correct Chen Yuan, but ultimately relented, allowing him to address her as such. Please wait here for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Lu Mayor emerged from the chamber, nodding at Chen Yuan. Brother Chen, please proceed. Chen Yuan inclined his head slightly and entered. Lu Mayor did not follow but instead waited in a side hall. Inside the chamber, Lung Yuming, clad in azure robes, was seated cross-legged upon the bed. What brings you to seek me, disciple? The master's authoritative voice resonated. Chen Yuan boldly advanced and unceremoniously sat next to his master. His audacity stemmed entirely from the favorable impression he had garnered from her, which had reached a commendable 60. Lung Yoming's eyelids twitched. This little disciple possessed considerable audacity. Stand up. Do you not understand decorum? Were you permitted to sit beside me? Lung Yoming's voice was cold, akin to ice that had not thawed in a millennium. Chen Yuan's heart sank, yet his countenance remained as steady as a mountain. If he were easily intimidated, his image in the master's eyes would undoubtedly plummet. Master, what do you mean by that? We are, after all, companions on the path. Is it not customary for us to sit together? Before Chen Yuan could finish his sentence, a delicate hand swiftly pressed against his lips. Lung Yoming's expression was one of ire, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice nearly squeezed through clenched teeth. Be silent. The audacity of this little disciple was astounding. If she did not intervene, who knew what reckless words might spring forth next? Chen Yuan grasped the petite hand resting near his lips, giving it a gentle squeeze. Ah, your hand is so smooth, though a tad cold. He even compared his hand to hers and deduced that her hand was slightly larger than Xiao Baishi's. Have you finished your exploration? Lung Yoming's frigid voice echoed once more, followed by a fierce glare as she withdrew her hand. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Yuan swiftly shifted the topic. Master, is there anything you desire? We have been companions on this path for quite some time, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Unnecessary. Lung Yuming averted her gaze, stating indifferently. What do you mean by for quite some time? It has only been a few days since we became companions. Master, if you do not ask for anything, I cannot refrain from giving. Rest assured, even if it requires plucking the moon from the heavens, I shall procure it for you. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuming pinched Chen Yuan's ear with her delicate hand, twisting it slightly. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing, master? Do not boast. With just that simple admonition, she withdrew her hand. Master, I am quite earnest. Chen Yuan leaned closer to her ear, his expression resolute. His demeanor did not suggest deceit. As he felt a tingling sensation near her ear, Lung Yuming recalled the events of 3 nights prior, a faint blush coloring her usually pale cheeks. She extended her hand to push Chen Yuan's face away. Why are you so close? Chen Yuan, however, deftly captured her wrist, gazing at her slightly flushed visage, and quietly inquired, Master, are you blushing? Cold Dream was somewhat vexed. What nonsense was being spoken? If there is nothing amiss, you may take your leave. Master, I had thought you wished to be with me every day, which is why you chose to personally instruct me. Chen Yuan revealed a look of disappointment, realizing that she had misinterpreted the situation. With a forlorn expression, Chen Yuan slowly rose to her feet, clasped her hands respectfully, and said, Master, I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, she turned to exit the chamber. Watching Chen Yuan's retreating figure, Cold Dream moved her lips. Yet the words of retention ultimately failed to escape her mouth. Once Qin Yuan left the dormitory, her demeanor instantly returned to normal. Her past experiences in pursuing romance informed her that subtlety was key. One need only plant a seed of sorrow in the other's heart, knowing that it would take root and flourish. Hence, Cold Dream had only considered calling out to Qin Yuan, yet her cold disposition and status prevented her from speaking up. Qin Yuan slipped into a side hall. Upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, Lu Meyer was about to bow, but her lips were abruptly covered by Qin Yuan's hand. Shoo! Qin Yuan gestured for silence. Sister Meyer, come with me. Qin Yuan led Lu Meyer to a secluded courtyard. Brother Qin, you're hurting me, Lu Meyer protested, her elegant brows furrowing as the area where Qin Yuan held her began to redden. I'm sorry, Sister Meyer. I was afraid Master would see us. Qin Yuan quickly apologized, releasing Lu Meyer's wrist. She withdrew her hand, her ears slightly flushed, a hint of trepidation creeping in the dead of night. What if Brother Chun were to act inappropriately? Lost in her thoughts, a large hand waved before her eyes, interrupting her reverie. Qin Yuan curiously inquired, Sister Meyer, what are you thinking about? You seem troubled. And nothing. Lu Meyer's face turned a shade of crimson, though the night concealed it well. Brother Chun, what do you wish to discuss that brought me here? She asked softly. Sister Meyer, since you often attend to Master, do you know if there is anything she lacks? Qin Yuan inquired. Lu Meyer looked perplexed. Lack something? Indeed, I wish to present Master with some small gifts. Qin Yuan produced a medium-grade spiritual stone and placed it in Lu Meyer's hand, acquired from the System's Strategy Fund. Lu Meyer's beauty rated at 91, perfectly meeting the System's criteria. What does Master enjoy? What are her hobbies? I hope Sister Meyer can enlighten me. Qin Yuan then produced a second-tier spirit gathering pill aimed at enhancing foundational cultivation and handed it to Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer felt the items in her hand radiate warmth, hastily returning them to Qin Yuan. Brother Qin, you must take these back. I cannot accept them. Lu Meyer feared Cold Dream. Should she learn of Lu Meyer accepting bribes or disclosing her secrets, the repercussions would be dire. Her service as a maid would be at an end. Oh, this is intriguing. Do you find it insufficient? Qin Yuan persisted, producing 3 additional spirit gathering pills. No, Brother Chun, I truly cannot accept these. Nor can I divulge anything about Master S situation. At last, Qin Yuan produced a condensing gold pill, a vital elixir required for breaking through to the golden core stage, with a mere 20% chance of coalescing into a solid golden core. Upon beholding the pill, Lu Meyer's eyes sparkled with fervor. For such a treasure was akin to a priceless gem for someone of her modest talents. Yet, recalling her Master's frosty gaze, Lu Meyer could only refuse once more, tears brimming in her eyes. Senior Brother Chun, I truly cannot accept this. In the midst of her polite refusal, a graceful figure silently descended behind Qin Yuan. What are you two up to? The voice of Qin Shuhan resonated, crystalline and ethereal, gently reaching the ears of both Qin Yuan and Lu Meyer. Startled, Lu Meyer jumped, causing the spirit stones and the elixir to tumble from her grasp. Qin Shuhan stepped forward, collecting the fallen items from the ground. 4 spirit gathering pills, 1 condensing gold pill, and a mid-grade spirit stone. Whose are these? She inquired. Responding to Sister Qin, these elixirs and spirit stones were given to me by Senior Brother Chun, Lu Meyer replied, promptly divulging the details of how Qin Yuan had pressured her into accepting the pills in exchange for information about their master. Qin Yuan, standing nearby, desperately signaled her to remain silent, but Lu Meyer kept her head bowed. Seeing this, Qin Shuhan chuckled lightly, asking, Junior Brother Chun, do your eyes have sand in them? And no. Haha. Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Lu Meyer was far too indiscreet. She had revealed everything, and this would surely bring misfortune upon him. Chapter 18. Forbidden Love. Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, please take your leave. Do not disclose this matter to our master, Qin Shuhan said in a calm tone. Yes. Lu Meyer replied respectfully, bowing deeply before stealing a glance at Qin Yuan. As their eyes met, filled with a mix of amusement and reproach, Lu Meyer felt a shiver run down her spine. Quickly averting her gaze, her voice trembled slightly as she said, I shall take my leave now. With that, she hurried away, not daring to look back. Regret gnawed at Lu Meyer as she thought about having betrayed Senior Brother Chun. Surely, he would harbor resentment against her. However, the pressure emanating from Qin Shuhan was overwhelming. Even if Qin Shuhan had not instructed her, she would not dare to inform Lung Yumeng. If she were to disclose this matter to her master, she could only imagine the ire of Senior Brother Chun, and the consequences would surely be dire for her. Once Lu Meyer departed, Qin Shuhan's expression turned serious, admonishing, How dare you still smile? Should our master learn of this, you would undoubtedly find yourself cast into the Cold Valley for 3 days and nights. Qin Yuan was familiar with the Cold Valley. He He had read about it in the Sect's introductory text during evening study sessions. It was a forbidden area on the Sect's back mountain, designated for punishing errant disciples. A golden core cultivator cast into the cold valley would find their body ravaged by the frigid winds within a day, and after 3 days, they would be left severely injured, taking months to recuperate. Senior sister is truly kind-hearted, Chen Yuan thought, grateful for her willingness to keep his secret. Thank you, senior sister. Qin Shihan waved her hand dismissively, the image of Shun Yinshu, battered and bruised, still fresh in her mind. I merely intended to present our master with a small gift. At this, curiosity stirred within Qin Shihan. Why do you wish to gift something to our master? To speak bluntly, with such worthless scraps, my master would certainly not take notice, Qin Shihan remarked as she returned the elixirs and spirit stones to him. Chen Yuan accepted the stones and pills, returned them to the system, then surveyed his surroundings before lowering his voice. Sister, I can share this secret with you, but you must swear not to reveal it to anyone. Moreover, you must inform me of what master favors. What else with the secrecy? Qin Shihan furrowed her brows, yet ultimately consented, driven by curiosity. She promptly swore an oath to the heavens, vowing not to disclose this to a third party. Observing this, Chen Yuan beckoned her to lean closer. Qin Shihan obediently inclined her ear. Chen Yuan was untroubled by the prospect of her betrayal. For any cultivator who violated their oath would surely face the repercussions of heavenly retribution. Moments later, Qin Shihan's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced her ears must be deceiving her. How could it be that her junior brother professed to harbor feelings for their master? Good heavens, what a forbidden romance! The very thought of her master's icy demeanor prompted her to resolutely shake her head, insisting, impossible, absolutely impossible. Junior brother, you must give up. Master would never consent to such a thing. Chen Yuan swiftly gestured for silence. Shoo, sister, lower your voice. We wouldn't want others to overhear. Junior brother, this is inappropriate. Master is our elder. Qin Shihan scolded. All right. Chen Yuan interjected. Just tell me what master likes. The rest is irrelevant. Qin Shihan bit her lip, feeling the weight of her earlier promise to her junior brother. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I do not know what master enjoys, but I am aware of what she lacks. Sister, could you refrain from such heavy breathing while speaking? Chen Yuan retorted. In response, Qin Shihan playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch, that hurts, he cried, quickly pleading for mercy. She shot him a glare, huffing humph. When I speak, you are not to interrupt, understand? Rubbing his sore side, Chen Yuan sighed. Understood, sister. Noticing his continual rubbing, Qin Shihan realized she may have been a tad too forceful. Does it still hurt? She asked softly, her tone softening. Qin Shihan embodied the ethereal, cold beauty of a celestial maiden, often more stern than their master. Yet the key difference lay in her swift compassion. It no longer pains me, Chen Yuan replied, hastily pressing on. Sister, you still haven't mentioned what master lacks. The 6th-tier spiritual treasure, the ice crystal snow lotus, Qin Shihan responded. The ice crystal snow lotus? Chen Yuan echoed, somewhat astonished. He was aware of this precious item, which could be utilized to concoct elixirs for nurturing the soul. Recently, their master had suffered a setback during cultivation, resulting in severe damage to her spirit. Though she had recovered, lingering symptoms persisted, causing her excruciating headaches every 23rd of the month. A hint of sorrow crossed Qin Shihan's face. To fully mend her spiritual wounds, she required the 6th-tier elixir, the cold lotus soul nurturing pill. Presently, their master was merely lacking this ice crystal snow lotus. Where might one find the ice crystal snow lotus? Chen Yuan inquired further. Rumor has it that the ice crystal snow lotus thrives in the frigid expanse of the cold abyss mountain range. However, despite master's numerous attempts, it remains elusive. The cold abyss mountain range is vast, and the ice crystal snow lotus grows in a highly concealed manner, possessing a certain spiritual essence that allows it to adeptly disguise itself. It is entirely possible that what you perceive as mere wild grass by the roadside could indeed be the ice crystal snow lotus. Upon hearing Qin Shihan's words, Chen Yuan, brimming with eagerness, was quickly reminded. The cold abyss mountain range is rife with ferocious beasts. Even a great cultivator in the transformation stage would meet a grim fate there. Moreover, given the lotus's talent for camouflage, even if you possess the strength to traverse the range, you may still fail to locate it. Rest assured, senior sister, I am well aware of my limits and shall not take unnecessary risks, Chen Yuan assured her, though he secretly harbored his own plans. Qin Shihan nodded, and then recalled something, saying, You need not come to my place for training tomorrow. Master wishes to instruct you personally. Understood. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Chen Yuan returned to his residence. He resolved to personally venture into the cold abyss mountain range. Although he could retrieve the lotus directly, he must avoid triggering a backlash. Besides, with the system at his disposal and a safeguard for his life, why should he fear the cold abyss mountain range? Upon accessing the system store, Chen Yuan was momentarily overwhelmed by the plethora of offerings. Finding a suitable item was rather troublesome, so he decided to directly inquire of the system. System, do you have any treasure-seeking artifacts? Ding, automatically for the host. Ding, heavenly grade artifact, 10,000 treasures spirit banner, capable of locating treasures within a radius of 10 miles. Priced at 100,000 emotional points. Alas, this is exorbitantly priced. Chen Yuan exclaimed, disheartened, for he had only 15,000 emotional points, far from sufficient. As this is the host's first purchase in this store, a discount will be applied. Chen Yuan gazed at the system store, where the original price of 100,000 emotional points was crossed out. A line of small text appeared beneath it, discounted price, 5,000 emotional points. Chapter 19, Cold Dream of Emotion, True Intent of the Fist. Ultimately, with tears in his eyes, Chen Yuan paid the 5,000 emotional points. At the hour of the rat, Chen Yuan arrived at the residence of Xiao Baishi. Why hasn't Xiao Baishi returned so late? Just then, a streak of light approached from afar, landing behind Chen Yuan. Xin Ninshu appeared, carrying the inebriated Yi Baishi towards the residence. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, her eyes lit up as she called out, Junior brother, just in time. Come help me with Xiao Baishi. Chen Yuan hurried forth to take the swaying Yi Baishi into his arms. Senior sister, where have you taken Yi Baishi? How could she drink so much? Chen Yuan's tone reflected his displeasure. What if they encountered danger on the way? Xin Ninshu, counting on her fingers, murmured, it's not my fault. Xiao Baishi insisted on drinking the drunken flower brew. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. How much did she consume? Xin Ninshu raised 5 fingers. 5 bottles of drunken flower brew. Chen Yuan gasped in shock. The drunken flower brew is a potent liquor brewed from spiritual rice and drunken immortal herb. 1 bottle could incapacitate a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. How could Xiao Baishi dare to drink so much? Not quite. Xin Ninshu shook her head. She merely took 5 small sips. I see. I must have overestimated Xiao Baishi's drinking capacity. Junior brother, this is now in your hands. I must take my leave. Xin Ninshu said before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the estate, Xin Ninshu took a generous sip of the spiritual spring water. I wonder what my junior brother and junior sister are up to. It's difficult to guess. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan gently placed Yi Baishi on the bed and went to prepare some tea. Lying on the bed, little Baishi kicked off her shoes and turned over, sprawling comfortably on the mattress. Feeling hot, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she unfastened the buttons of her robe, revealing a lilac lining beneath. Moments later, Chen Yuan approached the bedside, holding a cup of tea, which he carefully set down on the bedside table. He then supported Yi Baishi, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, Yi Baishi opened her drowsy eyes and, upon seeing him, sweetly called out, brother. Chen Yuan responded, lifting the tea to her lips. Be a good girl, Baishi, drink some water. All right. Yi Baishi nodded obediently and took a delicate sip of the tea. Good, finish your drink, Chen Yuan gently encouraged. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck and pressed her soft lips against his. A wave of sweetness flowed from her mouth into his. Little Baishi playfully returned the tea she had just sipped. Hee, she giggled, releasing her hold on his neck, then took another sip before kissing him again. Is it delicious, brother? She whispered, her lips near his ear. Chen Yuan replied softly. Would you like to try a warm little Baishi? She teased. Chen Yuan inhaled sharply. Her flushed face, fueled by the effects of the wine, was irresistibly enticing and boldly alluring. The next day, Yi Baishi gradually awoke, her cheeks turning crimson at the memory of the previous night. Awake? At that moment, Chen Yuan was gazing at her with a beaming smile. Yi Baishi hurriedly covered her face, realizing she had been nestled in her brother's embrace. It was already the first watch of the day, she thought. I must not keep senior sister waiting. Let me help you change and freshen up. After they were both properly dressed, they exited the estate together and waved goodbye at the corner. Chen Yuan soared into the sky toward the cold dream palace. Throughout the night, he had accumulated 5,000 emotional points from little Baishi. Ahem, it seems I must exert more effort in the future. Next, it's time to reap the rewards from master. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the cold dream palace. Upon seeing him, Lu Meyer immediately turned to leave. Sister Meyer, where are you off to? Chen Yuan feigned a fierce expression. To Lu Meyer, he appeared like a predator ready to pounce, causing her legs to tremble in fear. Senior brother Chen, please don't harm me. I don't know what came over me yesterday. I just got nervous when I saw senior sister Qin. Lu Meyer hurriedly explained. Seeing this, Chen Yuan touched his face and asked, am I really that terrifying? Yes, Lu Meyer nodded quickly, then realizing her response, shook her head fervently. No, not terrifying. I'm not teasing you. Please inform Master that her disciple wishes to pay respects, Qin Yuan said, flipping his right hand to produce a spirit-gathering pill, which he pressed into Lu Meyer's hand, a smile playing on his lips, a gift for you. In the sunlight, the youth wore a subtle smile, as flecks of light danced across his brow, infusing the air with a warm essence. Lu Meyer gazed intently at Qin Yuan, momentarily lost in thought. In that instant, she appeared to forget Qin Yuan's earlier fierce expression, her eyes now reflecting only his gentleness. What is the matter, Meyer? Qin Yuan inquired, waving his hand before her eyes. It's nothing, Lu Meyer replied, her demeanor slightly flustered as she hurried into the inner chamber. After a brief pause, the chamber door opened, and Lu Meyer lowered her gaze to her toes, gesturing invitingly. Brother Chun, please. Qin Yuan nodded and, as he passed by her, paused to lightly touch the crystal earring adorning her earlobe. The earring is exquisite, it suits you perfectly. With that, he strode directly into the chamber, leaving Lu Meyer rooted in place, her earlobe visibly reddening, still tingling from his touch. Within the chamber, a chilling voice commanded, stand still. It was Lung Yumeng, her tone imbued with frost, her eyes closed in meditation. Qin Yuan glanced at the system panel, noting that Lung Yumeng was currently providing him with emotional energy. It seemed his master was displeased, he surmised, for her tone was much colder than the previous night, a palpable chill enveloping the atmosphere. What could have incited her ire? Perhaps it was witnessing the moment he had flirted with Lu Meyer outside the chamber. After half an hour, Lung Yumeng slowly opened her eyes and uttered a succinct phrase. I did not mean it that way last night. Qin Yuan understood that she referred to the incident that had left him feeling disappointed. It appeared that his previous behavior had indeed made an impact. I harbor no ill feelings towards you, Lung Yumeng quickly added. Almost immediately, she felt a pang of regret. As a master, was it truly necessary for her to explain herself to a disciple? When she met Qin Yuan's gaze, she found him smiling, his youthful visage strikingly handsome. She yearned to inquire about the earlier incident outside the chamber, but found her lips hesitant, unable to voice her curiosity. Lung Yumeng realized her heart was somewhat unsettled. Throughout the day, Lung Yumeng guided Qin Yuan in his training. In areas that were obscure and complex, a mere demonstration from her sufficed for him to comprehend. As he practiced, Qin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, manifesting a fiery dragon that surged forth from his fist. Lung Yumeng's eyes sparkled as she murmured, the essence of the fist. To his astonishment, Qin Yuan had grasped the true meaning of the punch using only a basic martial technique. Such a feat was unprecedented. The path to mastery is traditionally divided into 9 realms, with the first realm embodying force and the second, intent. Qin Yuan's ability to discern the essence of the punch from a mere yellow-grade technique revealed his extraordinary talent, truly unparalleled throughout the ages. As night fell, Qin Yuan prepared to take his leave, but was halted by Lung Yumeng. What troubles you, master? He inquired with curiosity. Lung Yumeng pressed her lips together, feeling slightly vexed by his fluctuating demeanor throughout the day. Do you not wish for me to depart? Qin Yuan asked. After a moment's contemplation, Lung Yumeng gave a slight nod, fearing that a shake of her head might lead Qin Yuan to misinterpret her feelings and believe she disliked him. Qin Yuan moved closer to Lung Yumeng, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The delicate touch of fingertips caused the icy figure of Lung Yumeng to tremble slightly. She yearned to extend her hand to halt the moment. Yet the thought of their bond as partners in the Tao restrained her. Surely, intimate gestures between such companions should be quite natural, she mused. Qin Yuan found himself irresistibly drawn to the alluring visage of his master, wishing to bestow a kiss upon her. Master, shall we engage in dual cultivation? He ventured tentatively. Lung Yumeng nodded, having initially sought to prevent Qin Yuan, harboring her own inclinations. Qin Yuan was taken aback by her swift acquiescence. No kissing, close your eyes. She instructed, a faint blush gracing her otherwise cool countenance as she raised her delicate hand to cover his lips. Is master feeling jealous today? He teased. Not at all. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a tingling sensation coursing through her ears akin to an electric shock, stirring a restlessness within her. How audacious of him to nibble at my ear. 2 hours later, Lung Yumeng lay nestled in Qin Yuan's embrace, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead, stray strands of hair clinging to her face as she breathed heavily. The entirety of their encounter had been initiated by her. Feeling shy, she resorted to consuming the Hahuan Dan. Qin Yuan, however, remained in good spirits, sustained by the power of the Hongmeng celestial body. Once dressed, Lung Yumeng regained her previous frosty demeanor, sitting cross-legged on the bed and beginning her meditation. Master, tomorrow I wish to venture out for some practical training. Qin Yuan's deep voice resonated in her ear. She lifted her gaze, asking coolly, where to? The Qingyao mountain range. He replied. The range was not far from the Xintian sect, where many disciples hunted beasts to enhance their combat experience prior to the grand competition. She nodded, then produced a talisman and a jade slip with a flick of her wrist. This is a Qianxing talisman and a communication jade slip. Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, shatter the slip at once, and I shall arrive post-haste. Chen Yuan accepted the talisman and jade slip, placing them into his storage ring. Do not reveal your identity unless it is absolutely critical. Otherwise, you will not achieve the intended training effect. Understood, Master, he affirmed, bowing respectfully before taking his leave. As he reached the door, Chen Yuan suddenly halted, turning back to retrieve a jade pendant resembling a fire phoenix. The moment he drew it forth, the temperature within the chamber rose noticeably. Master, this is a pendant I have worn since childhood. I suffered from a cold constitution and was often unwell. My mother sought this fire spirit jade for me, and with it, I was no longer cold. He presented the fire spirit jade before Lung Yumeng. Your little hands are quite chilly, you must keep it close. The sincerity in his gaze was unmistakable. Lung Yumeng stared at the pendant, momentarily taken aback by the earnestness in his eyes, a hint of fluster breaking through her usual composure. Ding. Lung Yumeng's affection for the host has increased by 7. Current affection level is 67. After Chen Yuan departed, Lung Yumeng gazed at the pendant in her hand, muttering under her breath, "Fool." The chill in her hands and feet stemmed from her unique constitution. She possessed a dual constitution of the Ice Saint body and the Yuan spirit body. Ding. The host has gifted a second-tier fire spirit jade, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4th-tier fire god jade. Effect, a one-time treasure capable of slaying a mid-stage nascent soul expert. Chen Yuan descended upon the residence of Yi Baishi, subsequently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the grand door swung open. Inside the room, after a brief exchange of intimate whispers, Chen Yuan announced his intention to leave for a while. Brother, please take care on your journey. Rest assured, Baishi, Chen Yuan replied, bestowing a kiss before turning to depart. As he gazed at Chen Yuan's retreating figure, Yi Baishi felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Upon leaving the Yi residence, Chen Yuan was suddenly struck by confusion, for at that moment, Yi Baishi was continuously providing him with emotional energy. Oh no! Chen Yuan smacked his forehead and then sniffed the scent lingering on his robes. It bore the fragrance of his master. How careless of him. Chen Yuan promptly turned back, realizing that in this realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for a man to have several partners, yet Yi Baishi was particularly sensitive, and he feared her distress. Witnessing his beloved's sorrow was an unbearable burden for him. As Yi Baishi was about to close the door, she noticed that her brother had returned. Brother, why are you back again? She inquired with curiosity, peering out. Baishi, Chen Yuan hesitated, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yi Baishi pouted, a touch of grievance evident. Brother, did you visit a brothel again? Aren't wildflowers enough for me? I'm sorry, Chen Yuan muttered, unsure of how to respond. You needn't apologize. I've grown accustomed to it. Yi Baishi murmured softly, as the mere touch of tenderness from the man before her was enough to ensnare her heart. Chen Yuan recalled that he used to visit brothels monthly, with the spirit stones provided by little Baishi. Brother, you can seek companionship elsewhere. Please refrain from visiting brothels in the future. Yi Baishi gently grasped Chen Yuan's hand and whispered, I wouldn't prevent you from finding someone younger. I fear being labeled a jealous woman. Baishi, I assure you, the position of the rightful partner will always belong to you. Chen Yuan vowed earnestly. His solemn promise reflected his unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her face blooming with a smile. Here, take this, Qianxing talisman. A secret weapon for your escape, Chen Yuan declared, firmly placing the talisman in her hands, not allowing her the chance to refuse. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted a 3rd-tier spirit talisman, Qianxing talisman, triggering a 10-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 5th-tier spirit talisman, Wanqing talisman. Chen Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Follow your senior sister closely to learn the sword technique. There are rewards for reaching the top 10 in the competition. Yi Baishi's eyes lit up with excitement. What rewards? Chen Yuan whispered a few words in her ear, causing her legs to weaken as she fell into his embrace. Yi Baishi blushed fiercely, her entire being aflame. Brother, you should leave now. I must return, she exclaimed, swiftly rising from his arms and dashing back into the residence. Locking the door behind her, Chen Yuan chuckled softly and soared towards the sect, producing his identification token. He smoothly exited the Xiantian sect and arrived at the foot of the mountain in Qingtian City. Even at the hour of the rat, Qingtian City remained bustling with activity. Chen Yuan approached the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion and strode inside. The pavilion was renowned for selling elixirs, said to have influence throughout the entire Xianling continent. The quality of their elixirs was comparable to that of the Lingxian pavilion within the sect. However, the elixirs sold here are considerably more affordable than those within the sect, where their prices are tenfold that of those at the treasure-gathering pavilion. This is primarily due to the purchasing method being based on contribution points. Chen Yuan's purpose for visiting this place is quite straightforward: to procure elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. The spirit stones he possesses are all returned by the system, and upon inquiring, he learned that elixirs bought with these returned spirit stones would not trigger any reward upon gifting. Hence, Chen Yuan can only reserve them for his own use. In Chapter 21, Humiliation and Interception, Chen Yuan holds 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which equates to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. His Chen family is a 7th-tier foundational cultivation family, possessing an 8th-tier spiritual vein, with annual revenues and extractions approximating this amount. Transitioning from foundational cultivation to golden core requires an immense sum of no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and for those of inferior aptitude, the amount may increase significantly. Supporting the entire Chen family makes it exceedingly challenging to nurture a golden core master. Upon entering the treasure-gathering pavilion, Chen Yuan was immediately struck by its opulence. At that moment, a maid gracefully approached him, her face adorned with a welcoming smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, how may I be of service to you?" The maid, Xiaoqing, had been working in this azure city for over a decade and immediately recognized the grandeur of Chen Yuan's robe. Crafted from dark silk, the fabric bore intricate patterns that, upon closer inspection, revealed golden threads embroidered in a flowing cloud design, an embodiment of understated luxury. Even if he were not a disciple of the Xintian sect, he must certainly belong to the scion of a noble dynasty. Seeing this, Xiaoqing's smile radiated even more brightly. "Young master, are you interested in purchasing elixirs? Or perhaps selling them? Or would you like to hire an alchemist?" "I wish to purchase elixirs," Chen Yuan replied, flipping his left hand to reveal a list. "I would like 10 of each item listed here." The list detailed 3 types of 3rd-tier elixirs, the first being the Spirit Recovery Pill, priced at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second, the Healing Pill for restoring injuries, priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the third, the Essence Condensation Pill for enhancing cultivation, also at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaoqing's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, recognizing the significance of a nearly 100,000 spirit stone transaction, from which she would earn a substantial commission. She escorted Chen Yuan to the VIP room and then went to prepare the elixirs. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaoqing returned to the VIP room, elegantly gesturing with her right hand, causing 3 elixir vials to materialize on the table. "Would you like to inspect them?" "No need," Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, retrieving a storage bag and tossing it to Xiaoqing. "Here are 800 medium-grade spirit stones." Without checking the contents, Xiaoqing respectfully accepted the storage bag and escorted Chen Yuan out of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Upon exiting, Chen Yuan set his course towards the merchant selling the Fire Cloud steed. The eastern wilderness is vast, spanning 90 million miles, divided into 9 states and 23 domains. The extreme north lies at the farthest point of the Great Thousand Domain, a distance of 300,000 miles from the Xintian sect. A golden core cultivator can traverse 600 meters per second. Without sustenance, it would take him 3 days to reach his destination. Thus, Chen Yuan resolved to purchase a Fire Cloud steed capable of traveling 100,000 miles in a day. The Fire Cloud merchant is a 2nd-tier establishment, with branches throughout the Great Thousand Domain. A 3rd-tier Fire Cloud steed can travel 580 meters per second and is priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper presented a magnificent steed, exuding grace and charm, with a cheerful demeanor. Beneath the esteemed Xintian sect, Chen Yuan exuded an air of nobility and exceptional demeanor, mindful not to act recklessly. At this moment, he presented his personal disciple token to the shopkeeper, inquiring with a smile, "Esteemed shopkeeper, may I receive a discount with this token?" Upon seeing the disciple token, the shopkeeper, Master Huiyun, displayed a momentary hesitation, aware that conducting business under the auspices of such a sect came with certain constraints. Chen Yuan, astutely recognizing this reality, understood the value of leveraging influence to secure advantages. Those who adhered rigidly to rules were truly the foolish ones. Quickly masking his initial reluctance, the shopkeeper responded with a forced smile. "That would be 80,000 low-grade spirit stones." Before Chen Yuan could negotiate further, he continued, "Young master, I cannot lower the price any further. Even if a true monarch were to arrive, I could not sell for less." "Very well," Chen Yuan nodded, preparing to produce 800 medium-grade spirit stones. Just then, 2 men and a woman entered the Huiyun Trading Company, led by a resolute-looking man, Wong, whom Chen Yuan had encountered at Lingxian Pavilion. "Shopkeeper, I would like 3 fire cloud steeds, Wang Tian announced, tossing a storage ring onto the counter without sparing Chun Yuan a glance. The shopkeeper's expression faltered as he glanced at Chun Yuan, saying, "Esteemed guest, the last fire cloud steed has already been sold to this young master." Wang Tian turned to Chun Yuan, smiling as he asked, "Fellow cultivator, would you be willing to sell your fire cloud steed to me? I would offer double the price." "Not for sale," Chun Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. "Foolish boy, do you know who you are speaking to?" The woman accompanying Wang Tian interjected haughtily, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Yuan. "Young Master Wang is a personal disciple of the Qingzhou Peak." "Qing'er, do not be rude," Wang Tian admonished, then turned to Chun Yuan with a feigned politeness. "Dear friend, please disregard my companion's words. How about I offer triple the price?" Lin Xian scoffed. "Wang Tian, why are you being polite to him? He is just a country bumpkin who cannot even produce 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chun Yuan's earlier request for a discount had not gone unnoticed, and in Lin Xian's eyes, he was already branded as a pauper. A faint smile graced Chun Yuan's lips as he dismissed Lin Xian's words with indifference, stating slowly, "It's a deal." Wang Tian tossed a storage ring to Chun Yuan, declaring grandly, "Inside, you will find 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, no need for change." The trio led the fire cloud steed away, leaving the shopkeeper envious. 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, he understood that trust was paramount in business. Any reversal would tarnish the reputation of Huiyun Trading Company, for which he would not be forgiven. With profound eyes, Chun Yuan inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you have the 1,000-line talisman?" "Pardon me, esteemed guest?" The shopkeeper responded. Puzzled. "I require the 1,000-line talisman," Chun Yuan stated, producing 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The third-tier 1,000-line talisman was essential for many cultivators, particularly for escape, and the shopkeeper had them in stock. "Agreed," the shopkeeper said, handing over a talisman to Chun Yuan. Typically, a standard 1,000-line talisman would cost only 50 medium-grade spirit stones, so this transaction proved profitable for the shopkeeper, yielding a private gain of 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Exiting the Huiyun Trading Company, Chun Yuan unfolded a map to examine it. He surmised that Wang Tian and his companions were undoubtedly heading toward the Qingyao mountain range for training. As the threads of the 1,000 lines ignited from his left hand, the space around him twisted and contorted, and in the next moment, Chun Yuan found himself on a mountain path, 1,000 miles away. This path was the essential route leading to the Qingyao mountain range. He retrieved a black robe from his hand and draped it over himself. After donning a skull mask, Chun Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to play the Tianyu Qin. The melodious and enchanting tune reverberated through the tranquil forest. Meanwhile, the fire cloud steed raced at great speed, pulling the cloud palanquin toward the Qingyao mountain range. "Brother Wang Tian, that person was utterly cowardly, enduring humiliation for so long without a single retort. Why did you give him so many spirit stones?" Lin Qian asked, her expression one of confusion. "Sister Qian, you must learn to temper your temperament, cultivating restraint. One should not display their emotions, even when held in contempt," Wang Tian advised. Earlier, his impulsive remark had led to his senior sister growing increasingly distant, a decision he now regretted, simultaneously harboring resentment toward Chun Yuan. "Enough. You're truly bothersome. Just like my father." All right, I won't say any more. I understand you find me tiresome." Wang Tian feigned indulgence, though a trace of greed flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, the foremost clan in Yunhai Prefecture, renowned for her beauty. 2 years prior, she had entered the inner sect of Xianshui Sect, achieving the cultivation level of the Golden Core's third stage. Although Wang Tian was her partner, they had never shared intimate moments. He could no longer contain his desires and resolved to take her during this journey. At that moment, a youth in green interjected. "Lin Xian, do you not know Brother Wang? He is not one to easily suffer losses." The youth, named Chen Kai, was the legitimate son of the second family in Yunhai Prefecture, the Chen family. He too had entered the Xiantian sect 2 years ago and was now a disciple of the inner sect's Wind Hall. Having reached the 4th stage of the Golden Core, he and Wang Tian were sworn brothers, having grown up together. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Kai, you understand me well. That person is a newly inducted direct disciple of the Ziqing Peak." As soon as he spoke, both were taken aback, especially Lin Xian, who was astonished to learn that the person she had so thoroughly humiliated was indeed a direct disciple. "In half a month, the sect will hold the grand competition, and I just wanted to purchase this fire cloud steed. I suspect he, like us, seeks to venture into the Qingyao mountain range for training." Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with realization. "Brother Wong, do you mean?" As she spoke, Lin Xian made a gesture across her throat. "Sister Qian, he is a direct disciple. Killing him would lead to dire consequences." Wang Tian feigned seriousness before sighing deeply. Lin Xian clung to Wang Tian, playfully, Brother Wong. Just eliminate him. In this desolate wilderness, who would ever know? She had already offended Chen Yuan, and thus believed that only his death could avert future troubles. Oh, very well then. For you, Sister Qian, I shall take this risk and slay him. In mere moments, they had decided Chen Yuan's fate. The fire cloud steed raced at nearly 4,000 miles per hour, and it would take only a quarter of an hour to reach the forest path. As the fire cloud steed plunged into a dense thicket, the wind howled past their ears, and the scenery whirled by rapidly. Before long, a melodious and enchanting melody pierced the ears of the three. Wang Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing the tune from somewhere. Brother, look quickly, Chen Kai exclaimed, pointing ahead in astonishment. Wang Tian followed Chen Kai's pointed direction and beheld a man clad in black, seated cross-legged between two locust trees, deftly plucking the strings of a guqin. The melodious and enchanting tune flowed forth from his fingertips. With a sudden pull of the reins, the fiery steed let out a startled cry, rearing its front hooves and halting abruptly. Why do you obstruct our path? Wang Tian's eyes turned icy. Sensing an undercurrent of lethal intent emanating from the man before him, a palpable hostility directed towards them. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a maple leaf to flutter down onto the guqin. Just then, as Chen Yuan completed his piece, his fingers remained poised, channeling spiritual energy into their tips. In an instant, the strings emitted a series of eerie sounds, as if they were tangible, and as they vibrated, invisible sound waves transformed into blades, slicing through the air like arrows aimed at Wang Tian and his companions. Where they passed, grass and trees were severed, and stones flew in all directions. This is dire. Wang Tian's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his sword to parry the onslaught. Lin Qian hurriedly produced a talisman, pressing it against her chest. Just as the spiritual energy blades reached her, the talisman ignited in her grasp, summoning a golden barrier that enveloped her. Chen Kai summoned the azure wooden sword, a profound artifact, as its brilliance surged like a rainbow, meeting several of the incoming blades. The clash of the spiritual energy blades against the azure sword rang out, sparks flying as he felt a numbing shock in his grip, stumbling backward as a surge of blood and energy roiled within him. We are disciples of the Xiantian sect. Do you not fear retribution for attempting to slay us? Wang Tian gritted his teeth. The man before him struck with the swiftness of thunder, and at the 5th level of the golden core, he barely managed to defend himself. Chen Yuan's aura swelled, the pressure of his 3rd level of golden core radiating as he stepped forward, appearing above Wang Tian. Wang Tian was taken aback by Chen Yuan's astonishing speed. Chen Yuan raised the guqin and struck it heavily towards Wang Tian's forehead. How dare you? A bellow erupted from Chen Kai's right, as he lunged towards Chen Yuan with his azure sword. A mere 3rd level golden core dares to be so reckless. He thrust forward, the sword's momentum akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, bearing down on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's expression remained inscrutable, seemingly unperturbed by the impending attack. Sensing the lethal intent above him, Wang Tian was not foolish enough to withstand it with his head. In an instant, a blade of intent radiated from his body, the fierce fire of his sword intent coalescing above him, striving to counter Chen Yuan's formidable presence. However, just as the guqin was about to descend, a mysterious light flared beneath Chen Yuan's feet, and in a blink, he vanished from above Wang Tian. As Chen Kai saw the sword light poised to penetrate Chen Yuan's form, he was suddenly struck by the absence of his foe. Chen Yuan's disappearance caused Chen Kai's pupils to constrict, a wave of lethal intent washing over him, eliciting a cold sweat to break out on his back. A detached voice resonated from behind him. A mere 1st-level sword cultivator? You dare draw your sword against me without even grasping the essence of sword intent? Such ignorance. With a resounding crash, the guqin struck down, and in that moment, the sound of bone fracturing echoed as Chen Kai's head burst apart, blood spilling onto the earth, his lifeless body collapsing heavily to the ground. The quality of golden core is divided into 9 ranks. A 3rd rank 1-inch golden core is the norm for most cultivators, while a 5th rank 1-inch golden core is regarded as a prodigy. Wang Tian possessed a 5th rank golden core, measuring 2 inches, rendering him even more extraordinary than the average genius. However, within Chen Yuan's body resided a 9th grade golden core, its size an imposing 9 inches, with spiritual power vast as the ocean. Coupled with the primordial immortal body, he could vanquish even a nascent soul true monarch without resorting to divine consciousness. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Lin Qian was rendered utterly speechless. You brat, perish. Wang Tian's eyes glowed crimson. The brutal death of his brother ignited a furious blaze within him. His 5th grade golden core surged forth, and the intent of the fiery blade blazed like the sun. How dare a mere 3rd grade golden core compete with my brilliance? Accompanied by Wang Tian's maniacal laughter, the flaming blade surged towards Chen Yuan's face. Utterly foolish. Chen Yuan scoffed disdainfully, his right fist clenched tight, unleashing the azure flame fist. This mere yellow tear technique. In Chen Yuan's hands, faintly rivaled the celestial tear. The fiery dragon roared to life, shattering the fiery blade's intent with overwhelming force. And the might of his punch crashed heavily into Wang Tian's chest. In an instant, his chest caved in, and Wang Tian's visage contorted in agony. I am the son of the Duke of Yunhai County. My father is a true monarch of the nascent soul, and I am a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, with a master who is a supreme being of integration. You cannot kill me. By the end of his plea, Wang Tian was nearly breathless. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a soul attack surged forth from the jade pendant at Wang Tian's waist. Even with 3,000 ninth grade 9-inch golden cores, they were but ants beneath the might of a nascent soul's divine consciousness. Boom. The jade bracelet around Chen Yuan's wrist shattered. A result of the system's return of a 4th grade protective jade bracelet. The soul attack was indeed fearsome. Had he not possessed the protective jade bracelet, he might have perished in that instant. Chen Yuan, unfazed, had anticipated this. Wang Tian, without hesitation, produced 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His family's background was evidently formidable. And he surely had life-saving trump cards. No trump cards left? Then you may meet your demise. Chen Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as his right fist gathered power, instantly piercing through Wang Tian's chest. Wang Tian die? Chapter 23. 4th grade superior divine consciousness. Chen Yuan's strike was executed with such swiftness that Lin Xian had yet to comprehend the unfolding events before Wang Tian was slain. You cannot kill me. My father is a true monarch, and my master is the lord of the anti-void Tao. If I perish, you shall not escape unscathed. Lin Xian's face was marked with terror as she threatened him, retreating step by step. I can eliminate your direct lineage with ease, let alone you, a mere inner disciple. Chen Yuan chuckled coldly, retracting the Tianyu Qin into his storage ring, stepping forward as the fiery dragon once again coalesced in his grasp. Witnessing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as she hurled a talisman towards Chen Yuan. The 4th grade talisman of annihilation boasted explosive power comparable to a full-force strike from a true monarch. Yet, Chen Yuan regarded it with utter disdain. A towering Dharma form manifested behind him, a golden celestial dragon eclipsing the heavens and quelling the firmament. The golden dragon's claws emerged in unison, clasping the annihilation talisman within its grasp. Boom. The talisman erupted from the dragon's claws, its power resounding across the heavens and earth. Yet it inflicted no harm upon Chen Yuan. Lin Xian had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Her eyes widened like saucers, the overwhelming aura forcing her to her knees. Her knees crashing into the ground, bloody and mangled. The stench of blood mixed with the acrid smell was intensely pungent. Chen Yuan withdrew his divine power, descending before Lin Xian. She was now stripped of her earlier arrogance, her hair disheveled and in a disheveled state. Kill me, Lin Xian cried out in a low scream. With her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, she was a proud individual, unable to accept such a disheveled state. I will await you in the underworld. Lin Xian raised her gaze, glaring fiercely at him, her right hand subtly gripping a jade slip. A gust of fierce wind howled as a blade of spiritual energy shot forth from Chen Yuan's hand, severing Lin Xian's entire right arm in an instant. Blood gushed from her arm, and the pain in her shoulder left her gasping for breath, her face contorted in agony. Stepping forward, Chen Yuan executed a swift move, kicking her head off. Lin Xian was no more. After dispatching Lin Xian, Chen Yuan collected the storage rings of the 3 individuals. He then summoned flames with his right hand, conjuring a fireball technique from the initial realm of energy cultivation. The flames engulfed the heavens, incinerating the 3 almost entirely. Chen Yuan leaped onto his cloud carriage, grasping the reins and racing towards the far north. On the carriage, he retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill and swallowed it, restoring the spiritual energy consumed by his previous display of power. In Yunhai County, a majestic mountain rose, shrouded in ethereal mist, teeming with spiritual energy. At the peak, the city lord Wong Hongqing emerged from a grand formation, his eyes glinting like a bloodthirsty beast. The talisman of his son Wang Tianhun lay shattered in his grasp. His son was dead, and the trace of his consciousness had vanished. Wong Hongqing formed a seal with his right hand, infusing a spirit into the soul talisman. Gradually, a figure clad in black, wearing a skull mask, unfurled in his mind like a painted scroll. He stepped forward, returning to the county city, his majestic aura pressing down upon the entire county, causing considerable unrest among various factions. In an instant, a purple gourd appeared in his palm. This was a tracking artifact, the spirit-grade purple-green gourd. He had implanted a trace of energy from the jade pendant he left on his son. designed to capture the aura of the one who had attacked him. In a flash, a stream of purple energy surged from the gourd, drifting towards the far north. A yuaning cultivator could achieve a maximum flight speed of 8,000 meters per second. However, Wong Hongqing, constrained by the purple-green gourd, could only utilize one-third of that speed. Over the course of 3 days, Chen Yuan's body resembled a black hole, having consumed 4 essence solidification pills, and, through refinement, alongside the absorption of 100 medium-grade spirit stones, he progressed from the early to the late stages of the third realm. Even if his dantian was 8 inches larger than others, with sufficient spirit stones and pills, he could rival or even surpass them. 3 days later, Chen Yuan arrived at the border city of Batty, located at the edge of the far north, where the city lord was a genuine Yuan-ing true monarch. To enter the cold abyss mountains, one had to pass through this city. Chen Yuan dismounted from his cloud carriage, storing it within his system space, and led the fire cloud steed into the city from the south. After paying 2 low-grade spirit stones, he entered the city without hindrance. Inside, the architecture was exquisitely adorned, bustling with activity, and the sounds of hawkers filled the air. A 5th-tier city, under the governance of a true monarch, was abundant with foundation establishment cultivators and a considerable number of golden elixir true people. Leading the Fire Cloud steed to the Fire Cloud Trading Company, Chen Yuan handed the reins to a gatekeeper, then tossed over a storage bag. For 5 days of care, here are 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Use the finest feed for this steed. The gatekeeper received the storage bag, promptly nodding in respect. The storage bag is your reward, Chen Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The young attendant's eyes brightened. The storage bag was a luxury reserved for the disciples of affluent families and could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. Sir, our Fire Cloud Trading Company offers not only nurturing services, but also a plethora of intelligence for sale. It is evident that you have journeyed from afar. We possess comprehensive information on the surrounding 100 nations, the attendant cheerfully informed as he guided Chen Yuan into the VIP area of the trading house. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan inquired, how many spirit stones are required for intelligence regarding Batty City and its vicinity? Sir, this information is not particularly valuable. Merely 100 low-grade spirit stones. The locals are familiar with much of it. However, the intelligence from our Fire Cloud Trading Company is notably more accurate. Then I shall take a copy, Chen Yuan replied slowly. Understood. The young attendant responded respectfully before departing to prepare the information. At that moment, Chen Yuan turned to the system and asked, are there any techniques available for cultivating spiritual consciousness? The ranks of spiritual consciousness range from 1 to 9, with the foundation of the nascent soul level beginning at the 4th tier. Moreover, cultivating spiritual consciousness entails immense suffering. A golden core cultivator can typically only advance their consciousness to the 3rd tier. Achieving the 4th tier is nearly impossible unless one possesses exceptional talent in this aspect. Ding. Yes, host. Instantly, a pale blue light screen materialized before Chen Yuan. He glanced at his emotional value balance, which stood at exactly 30,000. He could purchase a local tier spiritual technique, Sea of Consciousness technique, which, upon perfecting, could reach the 4th tier of high-grade spiritual consciousness, comparable to that of a late nascent soul. System, purchase Sea of Consciousness technique. Ding. Purchase successful. 30,000 emotional values deducted. The technique has been stored in the system space and can be integrated at any time. Commence integration. Chen Yuan issued the command. In an instant, his spiritual essence was drawn into another realm, where a fierce blaze scorched from beneath him. Chen Yuan distinctly felt the transformation of his spirit, his soul becoming increasingly solidified. Had it not been for the system's assistance, he likely would have been reduced to ashes by the roaring fire dragon. For a continuous 49 days, his soul endured the searing flames, while only a fleeting moment passed in the outside world. 4th tier high-grade spiritual consciousness achieved. A golden light erupted from Chen Yuan's pupils as his spiritual essence separated from his body, surveying a radius of 100 miles. He could clearly overhear the intimate conversation of a man and a woman at a nearby tavern. Before long, the attendant returned to the VIP area, carrying a tray upon which rested a verdant green jade slip. Chen Yuan placed a mid-grade spirit stone on the tray and then grasped the jade slip in his hand. An array of information flowed from the slip into his sea of consciousness. The lord of Batty City was named Zhuang Qinghe, widely revered as the true monarch Qinghe. In the extreme north, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there existed thousands of sects, with the illustrious 4th-tier sect, Guxian Sect, situated 30 miles away in the Futon mountain range, presided over by a formidable transformation stage cultivator. Chapter 24. The son of the fallen city lord Chen Yuan exited the Fire Cloud Trading Company, weaving through the bustling city. Upon reaching a corner, a cacophony of gasps erupted. There sat a white-haired old servant in a horse-drawn carriage, while the horses charged wildly ahead, trampling numerous bystanders who cried out in agony. Make way! Make way! You wretched commoners, clear the path. The old servant rose from the carriage, brandishing a whip towards the crowd, causing those unable to escape to be violently knocked to the ground. In an instant, the carriage arrived before Chen Yuan, the old servant on the carriage. Seeing Chen Yuan neither flinch nor evade, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes and lashed out with a whip towards his face. Chen Yuan's gaze turned frigid as he summoned the primordial power into his right hand, grasping the approaching whip with a single palm and yanking it forcefully. The old servant was pulled down from the carriage, and with a charged right fist, Chen Yuan struck him squarely on the forehead. In that moment, blood erupted, mingled with the gasps of onlookers, as the old servant's body crashed heavily to the ground. The startled horse, eyes aflame with rage, charged at Chen Yuan. The third-tier Tianzhao horse, an extremely difficult white steed to tame, would grow azure horns on its head when enraged, trampling anyone within proximity. Its powerful hooves struck the stone pavement, leaving a trail of hoof prints, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah as it approached Chen Yuan. The two closest individuals to Chen Yuan collapsed in terror, wetting themselves in fear. Beast, cease this at once. Chen Yuan's voice thundered, and in an instant, a colossal fire dragon ignited from his right fist, crashing down upon the horse's horns. Boom! The fire dragon shattered the horse's horns and struck the Tianzhao horse's head. The horse was sent flying, crashing into the rear of the carriage, obliterating it. Two individuals were trapped beneath the wreckage. One was surging with blood energy, promptly sending the Tianzhao horse tumbling away. He gazed at the nearby songstress, now utterly defenseless, who had been reduced to a bloody pulp beneath the horse. Her demise tragically horrific. That lad is finished. How dare he overturn the carriage of the city lord's son? He must have a death wish. Whispers of speculation rippled around, reaching Chen Yuan's ears. He smiled lightly, understanding why this person dared to gallivant within the city. He was indeed the son of the city lord. Zhuangzi rose, his gaze as indifferent as a cold pool, and with a flicker of light from his fingertips, a sword materialized in his grasp. You killed my servant and destroyed my beloved horse. You are courting death. With that, Zhuangzi lunged forward, his seventh-tier golden core pressure radiating through the air, infused with an aura of sword intent. In the distance, a man and a woman stood on the second floor of a tavern, observing the scene. Zhuangzi has actually stepped into the realm of swordsmanship. He can barely be considered a worthy opponent, the man remarked with an arrogant expression. He was Song Cheng, son of the grand cultivator Song Su, the leader of the ancient immortal sect. The woman beside him was Xing Ying, a follower of Song Cheng, a seventh-tier foundational lineage heiress of considerable beauty. Xing Ying shook her head in amusement. Zhuangzi pales in comparison to the young master, like a mayfly attempting to overshadow the bright moon. Song Cheng was renowned as a sword genius in the region, having entered the second tier of sword cultivation at merely 100 years of age, mastering the Gale sword intent, swift as the wind. There's no need to watch. That lad, with only a third-tier golden core, will surely perish within 3 breaths, Song Cheng declared, turning to leave, uninterested in this meaningless conflict. Young master, he withstood it. A startled exclamation escaped Xing Ying's lips. At her words, Song Cheng halted, turning back to witness that the third-tier golden core youth had indeed blocked Zhuangzi's sword intent. In the midst of the chaos, Chen Yuan remained unfazed, the Tianyuqin positioned before him, successfully intercepting the thunderous sword strike. How is this possible? Zhuangzi's pupils constricted, by all accounts, even without utilizing sword intent. He should have easily overwhelmed his opponent. Yet, not only had he employed it, but it had also been effortlessly countered. How could he not be astonished? If such feeble strength is all you possess, then you might as well perish. Chen Yuan's voice was devoid of emotion, as the powerful aura of the third layer of golden core surged around him, and within him, the 9-inch golden core whirled with fervor. He stepped forward, appearing 100 meters away, and with a graceful flick of his elongated fingers across the strings of the Tianyuqin, the instrument quivered, unleashing 2 violet blades that shot towards Zhuangzi like arrows released from a bow. The very fabric of space twisted and contorted in their wake, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. The speed was so astonishing that Zhuangzi could not evade. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the blade struck his arms. Blood gushed forth, painting the air crimson, and Zhuangzi's sword fell to the ground along with his severed arms. Had it not been for Zhuangzi's desperate surge of potential at the critical moment, twisting his body, those blades would surely have pierced his chest. Agonizing cries erupted from his lips as he knelt upon the ground, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. When he managed to lift his head with great difficulty, he realized the figure above had vanished. A chill swept over him from behind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Chen Yuan. employing the technique of snow treading without a trace, had already appeared behind him, the Tianyuqin trembling as it descended with force. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped Zhuangzi, providing him with a protective barrier. Bang! The shockwave radiated from the point of impact. As Chen Yuan intensified his strength, cracks began to form in the golden shield. Just then, two figures emerged from the side of a nearby tavern, charging towards Chen Yuan from both flanks. Chen Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. One of them wielded a sword with fierce and overwhelming might, moving with astonishing speed. Possessing a cultivation level that had reached the 8th layer of golden core, his figure vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared 100 meters away. Song Cheng and Yu Xingying positioned themselves on either side of Zhuangzi, shielding him in the middle. Upon seeing Song Cheng, a glimmer of hope sparked in Zhuangzi's eyes, alleviating some of the pain in his shoulder. He whispered hoarsely, "Brother Song Cheng, kill that wretch. He dared to cripple my arm." Zhuangzi's commanding tone elicited considerable displeasure from Song Cheng. Who did he think he was? Did he believe he could act arrogantly in his own territory? Zhuangzi's eyes had turned blood red, his loss of reason heightened by the devastation of his arms. "Zhuangzi, mind your tone," Yu Xingying interjected coldly from the side. At her admonition, Zhuangzi's crimson gaze softened somewhat, his reason returning. Song Cheng did not spare him another glance. He stepped forward and addressed Chen Yuan with indifference. "Do you know who you have crippled?" "Huh." Chen Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "What does it matter to me who this person is? I only know that his servant struck first, and my actions were merely a mild reprimand." "What audacity! He is the son of the city lord, and also a disciple of the inner sect of our ancient immortal sect," Song Cheng replied in a cold voice. Refusing to believe that invoking the city lord and the ancient immortal sect would not intimidate Chen Yuan. Yet, fear did not flicker on Chen Yuan's face. He remained composed. "So, he is the son of the sect master of the ancient immortal sect. What? This individual is the prodigious swordsman of the ancient immortal sect." The surrounding crowd, some familiar with Song Cheng, gasped in astonishment. "That boy is doomed. He has harmed the city lord's son in Batty City and provoked the ancient immortal sect. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough." At that moment, a voice transmission formed a line and entered Chen Yuan's mind. "Friend, while the true monarch Qinghe has yet to arrive, you must flee at once." Chen Yuan turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing a young man clad in white. However, this gentleman's physique was far more imposing than that of an average man. Name, Xia Yua. Gender, female. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 39. Realm, golden core 6th level. Noticing that Chen Yuan remained unfazed, Song Cheng speculated whether this individual truly possessed confidence or was merely feigning composure. Chapter 25. Song Cheng. Xingying and Chen Yuan's voice wove into a line, resonating in Xia Yua's ear, expressing gratitude for her warning. Xia Yurua was momentarily taken aback. Why thank her yet not depart? As the legitimate daughter of the Xia family from the northern city, she was betrothed to Zhuangzi, a man whose hedonistic ways filled her with disdain. Chen Yuan had rendered Zhuangzi armless, stirring a flicker of fondness within her. "Young man, from which sect do you hail?" Song Cheng inquired, squinting his eyes. In response, Chen Yuan smiled unexpectedly. "I am merely a wandering cultivator." "How dare a mere wandering cultivator harm a disciple of our sect?" Xingying's voice turned icy, clearly dismissing him as someone who regarded the ancient immortal sect with contempt. "Our ancient immortal sect is the sole 4th-grade sect in the extreme north, and my father is a renowned transformation master in this region. If you were to sever your own arms and kneel in repentance, I could overlook this transgression and plead for you before true monarch Qinghe." Song Cheng's expression was haughty, as if he were offering an extravagant favor. Those around him, upon hearing the title of Transformation Master, displayed expressions of reverence. For them, a true monarch was as distant as the stars, while a Transformation Master loomed high like the full moon. As the name was uttered, it weighed heavily upon their breaths. Chen Yuan's demeanor remained unfazed. Debts must be settled, and today he would certainly take vengeance. Arrogant. Song Cheng's expression turned icy, his fingertips flashing as he summoned a spiritual-level flying sword, the Wind Blade, into his grasp. Immediately, he swung the sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward Chen Yuan like a starry river. The Tianyuqin floated before Chen Yuan, and with a stroke of his fingers across the strings, several blades shot forth from the instrument. The blades took form, resembling mountains, swallowing the starry river. Song Cheng's expression shifted. His sword intent had been unexpectedly countered by this man. A glimmer of cold light flashed as, unbeknownst to him, Xingying had already approached from behind, spear in hand, poised to strike. What an opportunity! Song Cheng's eyes brightened. He moved like lightning, thrusting his sword at Chen Yuan's face. The fierce sword intent coalesced at the sword's tip, a long rainbow streaking across the sky, reaching Chen Yuan in an instant. Chen Yuan's expression remained composed as the 9-inch golden core within him surged like a vast ocean. He raised his right hand. Golden light flashing as a protective barrier formed before him, firmly absorbing the oncoming strike. Clang, clang. The Tian Yuqin circled around Chen Yuan, shielding him from the icy spear thrust by Xing Ying. The shockwave from their collision rippled outward, causing the observing cultivators to hastily retreat. A golden core 3rd-level cultivator withstood the full force of a golden core 8th-level's sword intent. Who exactly was this person? How could such power belong to a mere wandering cultivator? True monarch Qinghe, positioned atop the city tower, observed the scene. He had arrived long ago, but refrained from intervening, wishing to allow Song Cheng to test the mettle of this young man. In the midst of the confrontation, Chen Yuan's expression grew frigid as he discerned a glimmer of murderous intent in Song Cheng's eyes. Given this, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. Boom! A vast surge of energy erupted from within Chen Yuan. As Song Cheng's countenance shifted, a wave of deathly aura surged within him. Just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, the wind-returned sword was firmly grasped by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's right palm transformed into a fist. Radiant light searing forth from its core, the primordial force converging with the vast spiritual energy of the 9-inch golden elixir within his fist. The fire dragon obliterated the swift sword intent in an instant. The essence of the fist materialized, embodying the true meaning of combat. You have actually comprehended the essence of the fist. Song Cheng's expression turned to one of horror. Bang! The fist's radiance struck Song Cheng's face, accompanied by a few bloodied teeth flying away. As he crashed heavily to the ground, half of his face grotesquely contorted. Everything unfolded too swiftly, leaving Xing Ying utterly unresponsive. Chen Yuan turned silently, the Tian Yuqin soaring back behind him. With the resistance dissipated, the spear's brilliance surged directly toward his face. Moving like a shadow, Chen Yuan vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already above Xing Ying. With a sudden strike of the Tian Yuqin, her brain matter splattered, and her lifeless body thudded heavily onto the ground. As Song Cheng rose from the earth, he beheld the tragic demise of Xing Ying. No, he roared, his eyes instantly turning crimson. He swallowed a pill, the 4th-stage explosive qi pill, which propelled his strength to the verge of a true monarch in the nascent soul stage. Spiritual energy surged around him like an ocean, and the wind transformed into form as he unleashed a sword strike, its light morphing into a dragon. Fangs bared and claws poised, hurtling towards Chen Yuan with great speed. Merely self-destructing one's foundation, Chen Yuan scoffed, shaking his head. In an instant, the Tian Yuqin descended before him. The system rewarded him with a technique, elevating Chen Yuan's mastery of the qin to its 3rd realm, spirit, momentum, essence. Chen Yuan became one with the Tian Yuqin, the ancient instrument seemingly attuned to its master's formidable battle intent. The Tian Yuqin trembled violently, unleashing several radiant arcs that shattered the dragon in an instant, the essence of the qin striking Song Cheng with unstoppable force. Boom! A cloud of blood mist erupted, obliterating even Song Cheng's soul. Everything transpired too rapidly. The onlooking cultivators had yet to comprehend the situation before Song Cheng met his end. True monarch Qing, he displayed a look of astonishment, his eyes unflinching at the sight of Song Cheng's death. This man was certainly no benevolent character. He acted with utmost caution. A son may be reborn, yet grievances have their roots, and Chen Yuan would not trouble him. With Song Cheng's demise, the eminent cultivator Song Su would undoubtedly come seeking revenge against that young man. If he were to eliminate him, it would avenge his own son's death. From beneath true monarch Qing He, radiant arcs ascended, and in a flash, he vanished from the scene. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, true monarch Qing He instructed, "If anyone inquires, tell them this monarch has been in seclusion for several days." Yes, the gatekeeper, a trusted aide of Qing He, would not speak recklessly. In the northern city, amidst the arena, Chen Yuan landed on the ground and, with a grasp from afar, drew the storage rings of both Song Cheng and Xing Ying into his hand. Zhuangzi had yet to recover from his shock when Chen Yuan approached him with purposeful strides, brandishing the wind-returned sword. Realizing the situation, Zhuangzi screamed in terror. "You cannot kill me. My father is a true monarch, the city lord. Where are the city guards? Protect me. Protect me." Fear gripped Zhuangzi as he regretted provoking Chen Yuan. At that moment, an individual landed before Zhuangzi, and upon seeing the newcomer, Zhuangzi's expression brightened. "Commander, you have finally arrived. Quickly subdue him." The commander, known as Junbai, was at the 9th level of golden elixir. "Young master, I am late." Junbai knelt on one knee, offering his apologies. "Where are the others?" "Young master, the esteemed Qinghe Jinjuan is in seclusion." and the city guards who ventured out on a mission have yet to return. I hastened back upon receiving the news. Zhuangzi attempted to wave his hand dismissively, only to remember that his arm was broken. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, "It matters not. Kill him. Are you attempting to obstruct me?" Chun Yuan's voice was devoid of emotion. The cold gleam of his returning wind sword flickering in his hand. "You would do well to contemplate your repentance in the underworld." With that, Junbai swung his blade towards Chun Yuan. "You, who have only just entered the 9th level of the gold core stage, dare to utter such words?" Chun Yuan scoffed, retracting the returning wind sword into his ring. Within him, the 9-inch gold core throbbed, primordial purple energy coalescing in the heart of his fist, which he then struck down with ferocity. "It is you who ought to seek repentance in the netherworld." Bang! The force of his punch shattered the blade, piercing through Junbai's chest. 1 rank, 1 realm, 1 inch, 1 realm, 9 ranks, 9 inches. A single punch could shake mountains and rivers. The body thudded to the ground. Junbai had perished. Chapter 26. Entering the cold abyss mountains, seeing Junbai fall lifeless before him, Zhuangzi was utterly terrified. I was wrong. Please, spare me. You do not merely acknowledge your error. You are acutely aware that your life is forfeit." In an instant, Chun Yuan unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! Zhuangzi's head was severed, rolling on the ground as blood gushed from his neck. Xia Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. The young master in black is formidable. To have slain Song Cheng, he may indeed be considered the foremost of the younger generation in the far north. Chun Yuan grasped Zhuangzi's storage ring, drawing it into his hand, and then strode towards the northern gate. Next, he would venture into the cold abyss mountains to seek the ice crystal snow lotus for his master. The surrounding cultivators parted to make way for him, their gazes filled with respect as they bid him farewell. His audacity alone surpassed them 1,000-fold. Yet, there were those who chuckled inwardly, believing Chun Yuan's slaying of Song Cheng had led to Zhuangzi's own demise. As Chun Yuan walked ahead, the blood on his body had yet to dry. With each step he took, he left behind a bloody imprint. Had the Qinghe Jinjuan not sought him out, he might have lived a few more days. But if he does come for me, he shall be slain. Chun Yuan harbored no intentions of sparing the Qinghe Jinjuan. He meant to eradicate any threat to him. Exiting the city to the north, none of the defensive cultivators dared to impede his path, bowing their heads in fear that this esteemed individual might take offense and endanger their lives. They thought too much of it. Chun Yuan was not so bloodthirsty. He slowed his pace, swallowing 2 recovery pills to restore his spiritual energy. After about half an hour, a majestic mountain range loomed before him. The difference of a single step felt like entering 2 worlds. Ahead lay a landscape blanketed in pristine white snow, flakes drifting down from the sky. Chun Yuan stepped forward into the mountains, a piercing cold striking him like a steel needle, threatening to penetrate his skin. Furrowing his brow, he realized the cold abyss mountains were indeed extraordinary. In an instant, an invisible ripple surged around him, countering the savage and oppressive winds. With a mere thought, he summoned the 10,000 treasures soul guiding banner into his hand, a surge of spiritual power flowing from his palm to activate it. From the North Earth City, a figure descended from the heavens, standing upon clouds like a blue lotus in water, emanating an aura of profound spiritual might. The families and independent cultivators of North Earth City gazed in astonishment towards the sky, nearly breathless beneath the weight of the spiritual pressure. In the Lord's residence, within the cave, Master Qinghe furrowed his brow. The pressure of a true master? The actions of the ancient immortal sect are remarkably swift. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the guard outside, "Zhou Peng, investigate who has arrived." Zhou Peng respectfully complied, and as mist rose beneath his feet, he vanished into the void, his presence concealed. Except for Wong Hongqing, no one noticed his departure. Wong Hongqing discerned that the individual preferred anonymity, and the two transformed into a streak of light, appearing 10 miles outside the city in a forest. "Who are you?" Zhou Peng asked, his gaze vigilant, for he had never encountered this true master, who evidently was not a cultivator from the extreme north. "This true master hails from the Yunhai County of the vast world, seeking a certain individual," Wong Hongqing responded, opening his right palm to reveal a slowly materializing painting, depicting a figure clad in black, adorned with a skull. Zhou Peng's eyes flickered as the image began to converge with that of the one who had slain the young master. "I have seen this person before." He emerged from the northern city, heading towards the Hanyuan mountain range. Zhou Peng stated nonchalantly, "If you are in search of him, you may proceed on your own. But be cautioned not to linger within the city." Upon finishing his words, the black mist surged, and Zhou Peng vanished from sight. If a true master lingered in the city, he would personally take action to expel them. Wong Hongqing realized. No wonder the purple aura had dissipated. That young man must have entered the Hanyuan mountain range. In a fleeting moment, Mist rose from beneath his feet as he transformed into a divine rainbow. Soaring towards the Hanyuan mountain range, Zhou Peng returned to the cave to report to Master Qinghe. Master, I observe that he seems intent on seeking vengeance. Indeed. Zhuang Qinghe nodded slightly. You shall follow him and ascertain what cards he holds. Should that true master slay him, bring back his corpse. Understood, Zhou Peng replied. Vanishing into the shadows. In the northern city, at the esteemed Xia family, the family head, Xia Ming, a middle-aged man nearing 400 years of age, was a 9th-level golden core true immortal, on the brink of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, potentially achieving true masterhood. Since Xia Yurua's return, she had been in a daze, her mind perpetually occupied by the image of that handsome figure, one she could not shake off. In a moment, a figure stepped forth from the void. It was Shen Yunling, the master of Xia Yurua, a returning void Taoist from the Dinging Sect. A second-tier sect situated hundreds of thousands of miles away in the Zhuzhou territory. Child, ever since you returned, you've appeared distracted. Have you taken a liking to that young man? Shen Yunling teased, causing Xia Yurua's face to flush crimson. Master, what are you saying? How could I possibly like him? Xia Yurua replied, lowering her head, her face betraying her embarrassment. Then come back to the sect with me, Shen Yunling commanded with a wave of her right hand. This journey was initially intended to bring her beloved disciple back to annul an engagement, but with the young man deceased, there was no longer a need to withdraw from the betrothal. Master, could we wait a few days before returning? Xia Yurua murmured softly. Since there is nothing else, why waste time here? Shen Yunling crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Master, that young man may be in danger. Could you lend him your assistance just this once? Xia Yurua's voice dwindled to a whisper, the latter part barely audible. You claim you do not fancy him, yet your spirit is lost in thought over him, Shen Yunling remarked, gently tapping her forehead. Rest assured, I will intervene when the time comes. Really, master? As summer waned, Xia Yuru, filled with excitement, embraced Shen Yunling. The individual in question might not appreciate such sentiments. Observing his extraordinary demeanor, it was evident he was no ordinary disciple, nor a mere solitary cultivator. Sensing that her words might have been overly assertive, Shen Yunling added, if he were indeed a solitary cultivator, he would undoubtedly possess a formidable heritage. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuru's expression dimmed. Did this imply that her master could not accept him as a disciple? Oh, do you still wish for master to orchestrate your romantic endeavors? Shen Yunling shot her a disapproving glance. The young man's talents were exceptional, and she would gladly take him as a disciple, contingent upon his lineage. I adore you, master. Xia Yuru beamed sweetly, wrapping her arms around Shen Yunling once more. Shen Yunling gently patted her back, smiling as she cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. If he possesses a lineage or heritage, according to sect rules, he cannot be accepted as a disciple. Moments later, Xia Yuru released her, and Shen Yunling strode towards the exit. Master, where are you going? Xia Yuru inquired with curiosity. The young man you favor is in trouble. Do you wish to accompany me? Shen Yunling turned to ask. Upon hearing that Xin Yuan was in danger, Xia Yuru's heart raced, and she nodded eagerly. Revered by the world as the Lord of Yunling, who could elude her divine perception. The conversation from 10 miles outside the city reached her ears with perfect clarity. In the depths of the cold abyss mountains, Xin Yuan had arrived at a canyon. But the precious artifact he wielded had remained silent since he began using it. Not only had he not encountered any 6th-grade spiritual treasures, but even 1st-grade spiritual herbs had eluded him. Chapter 27. The thought of annihilation within a cave deep in the canyon. A group of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle over a spiritual herb. The clashing of metal and the resonating sounds of spells echoed from within the depths. Suddenly, Xin Yuan paused, his keen perception allowing him to hear the commotion. He furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness inward. 18 miles ahead, 2 factions were embroiled in combat. The most formidable among them was a youth, possessing 8th-level golden core cultivation, clad in a brown brocade robe adorned with intricate patterns. Wielding a spiritual greatsword, a clear indication of his noble lineage. With a sullen gaze and a twisted smile, he directed his guardians toward a white-clad woman. The woman, her dress stained with blood, had a limp left hand, with blood dripping from her fingertips. Only 2 guardians remained, desperately resisting the onslaught. Xin Yuan scrutinized the woman with his consciousness and noticed the spiritual herb in her right hand. It resembled a lotus, yet appeared even more exquisite. The flower was bowl-shaped, and its petals shimmered like icy crystal, smooth and delicate. This was none other than the ice crystal snow lotus that Xin Yuan had been tirelessly seeking. A surge of joy filled him. It had come to him effortlessly. He stepped forward, soaring towards the cave's depths. Meanwhile, the woman had been cornered against the wall, with nowhere to retreat, and her 2 guardians were rendered powerless. The youth's guardian delivered a fatal blow. The young man, known as Wu Qianan, was a renowned genius from the far north, hailing from the esteemed Wu family, a fifth-grade clan with his father being a revered true monarch, well respected in that frigid land. Linger, you are the last one left. If you kneel and bark like a dog, I might spare you. Wu Qianren sneered, his eyes filled with malice. For the woman before him had been the source of his humiliation. The woman was named Xin Ling, from the Shun family in Baizhou City, 1,000 miles away. The Shun family's influence is somewhat lacking, as they are merely a 6th-grade Golden Core family. Do not call me Linger, you are unworthy. Furthermore, if my master were to learn of this affair, your Wu family would surely suffer dire consequences. Although Xin Ling's voice was exceedingly weak, her grip on the ice crystal snow lotus remained steadfast. It is the sole remedy for her master's soul injury. In the far northern lands, thousands of sects and families abound. Xin Ling's master is the esteemed leader of the 5th-grade sect, the Heavenly Maiden Sect, known as Yin Ran, which only accepts female disciples. Recently, the sect's leader incurred the ire of the ancient immortal sect's master, Song Su, a formidable practitioner. Ultimately, the revered Yin Ran was subdued by Song Su's powerful divine will, resulting in a grievous injury to her soul. It is said that only the 6th-tier spiritual herb, the ice crystal snow lotus, can heal her. Upon learning this, Xin Ling hastened to procure it. Wu Qianren's gaze was venomous, and he scoffed with disdain. My father may have been unable to best your master in the past, but that is a bygone era. Now, with your master's soul injured, my father could easily determine the fate of your Heavenly Maiden Sect with a mere thought. Pausing for effect, he continued, crawl over here and lick my toes, and I might consider taking you as a concubine. This proposal seemed to promise considerable benefits. Some time ago, Wu Qianren had been utterly humiliated when he sought to propose to the Heavenly Maiden Sect, a slight that festered within him, leading him to track Xin Ling to this moment. Today, he relished the opportunity for revenge. Never. Xin Ling glared fiercely at him, asserting, even if I were to fancy a beggar, it would never be you. Her words pierced Wu Qianren's heart, inciting a rage-fueled laughter from him. Very well, then. I shall have your legs severed and your clothes stripped away, casting you back to the Heavenly Maiden Sect. 2 guards advanced menacingly, flanking Xin Ling, their golden core first stage auras emanating as they brandished gleaming blades, preparing to strike at her shoulders. At that moment, the sound of a zither filled the air, startling Wu Qianren. He turned to behold 2 radiant figures sweeping across the sky from the cave's entrance, crashing into the 2 guards with tremendous force. Boom. The guards' bodies exploded into a mist of crimson, the chilling wind whipping through, instantly freezing the warm blood that splattered to the ground. Xin Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xin Ling, his gaze steady and his voice calm. Hand over the ice crystal snow lotus to me, and I shall ensure your safe departure from this place. Who are you, boy? How dare you slay my guards? Wu Qianren's voice echoed from behind Xin Yuan, but he remained unfazed, continuing, consider this an exchange. I am a man of principle. I could have waited until you perished to seize it, yet I choose to save you instead. You should be grateful. These words struck a chord within Xin Ling. However, the man before her was but a 3rd-stage golden core. Inferior even to herself, how could he possibly contend with Wu Qianren? Enraged by Xin Yuan's blatant disregard, Wu Qianren drew his spirit-tier flying sword, the Crimson Cloud Sword. A mere 3rd-stage golden core dares to speak so boldly? Prepare to die. In an instant, Wu Qianren vanished, charging toward Xin Yuan's back. Clang. The Tianyu zither suddenly materialized, positioning itself behind Xin Yuan to block Wu Qianren's lethal strike. Xin Yuan remained composed, his spiritual energy surging. As the immense force struck him, Wu Qianren's expression shifted, and with a thunderous sound, he was sent staggering backward. Witnessing this scene, Xin Ling no longer hesitated, placing the ice crystal snow lotus into Xin Yuan's hands. Xin Yuan flipped his right hand, stowing the ice crystal snow lotus into his storage ring, and subsequently produced a healing pill to place in her palm. Then, with an indifferent turn, he vanished without a trace, leaving no footprints in the snow. In an instant, he reappeared behind Wu Qianren, moving like a specter. Grasping the Tianyu Qin, Xin Yuan struck down fiercely upon the back of Wu Qianren's head. Bang! A golden barrier erupted, enveloping Wu Qianren securely within. It was only then that Wu Qianren reacted, his gaze turning vacant as he spun around, the jade pendant at his waist emitting radiant beams of light, his father's life-saving talisman. The man before him, merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, delivered a blow comparable to that of a nascent soul true monarch. How could this be possible? Crack! A sudden sound of fracturing echoed, and the golden barrier instantaneously bore numerous cracks. Wu Qianren's complexion shifted dramatically. He flipped his right hand, producing a silver pendant. His eyes filled with malice. You are indeed powerful, boy, but beneath the awareness of a true monarch, you remain an insignificant insect. as spiritual energy surged from his palm. The silver pendant unleashed a beam of white light that surged into Chun Yuan's sea of consciousness, a mental attack left by his father. However, the smugness on Wu Qianen's face was short-lived as he was horrified to discover that Chun Yuan remained unscathed, a hint of mockery curling at his lips. Chun Yuan retracted his smile, dismissing the fourth-tier, mid-level consciousness with a mere thought. With that, he summoned a fiery thunder dragon, landing a devastating punch upon the golden barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the residual force surged into Wu Qianen's body, sending him flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. His breath faltering, Chun Yuan strode towards him, and in a panic, he cried out, "My father is a true monarch. You cannot kill me." Heh! Chun Yuan chuckled indifferently, having heard such pleas for mercy far too often. Approaching closely, he looked down at him, declaring, "I can extinguish your consciousness with a single thought, and I can likewise eliminate a nascent soul true monarch with a mere thought." With that, he brought down the Tianyu Qin, instantly shattering Wu Qianen's skull. Wu Qianen was finished. Chapter 28. Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. The preceding battle unfolded so swiftly that the group of guards had no time to react. Chun Yuan moved like lightning, amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding guards. Each punch he threw claimed a life. Before long, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Having dealt with the guards, Chun Yuan began to collect their storage bags as well. Not only that, but he did not spare Xunling's guards either. After completing these tasks, Chun Yuan returned to Xunling's side. Observing this, Xunling promptly bowed respectfully, clasping her fists in greeting. "Senior." Chun Yuan regarded her, casually casting a probing glance. Name: Xunling. Gender: female. Attractiveness: 93. Affection: 37. Realm: 6th level of Golden Core. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, her long, lustrous black hair flowing like a waterfall, adorned with a blue silk bow. Her eyes glistened with tears, especially in her current injured state, evoking a sense of pity. In any previous life, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a goddess on campus. Chun Yuan extended his hand towards her. Xunling, her ears slightly flushed, gently placed her right hand upon his outstretched palm. Chun Yuan's face darkened as he shook her hand off. Xunling was taken aback. Had he truly just rejected her touch? Furrowing his brow, Chun Yuan queried, "What are you doing?" Xunling quickly realized that this man had no intention of holding her hand. The thought of her previous boldness made her wish for a hole to hide in, her ears flushing a deeper shade of red. "Spirit stones," Chun Yuan stated matter-of-factly. "What spirit stones?" Xunling's expression was one of confusion. "What else could it be?" Chun Yuan retorted, his brow furrowing again. He continued, "The healing pill I just used on you is worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. You may simply give me 5,000 low-grade spirit stones." "What?" Xunling felt as if her ears were deceiving her, for such absurdity was hard to fathom. Upon witnessing the increasingly frigid gaze of Chun Yuan, she fell silent, daring not to utter another word, and obediently produced the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Coming from a 6th-tier Golden Core family with an annual income exceeding 1 million low-grade spirit stones, this sum was trivial to her. After handing over the spirit stones, her impression of Chun Yuan plummeted. What a shame it was for such a handsome figure to possess such a lack of grace. "Let us go. I promise to escort you, and I shall not go back on my word." With that, Chun Yuan strode ahead. Xunling bit her lip and ultimately chose to follow, clutching a jade slip in her hand. In the midst of the snowy landscape, the two slender figures traversed the snow. Chun Yuan, noticing Xunling's subtle movements, paid them little mind. It was only natural for a young lady to be cautious. A fond smile crept across his face as he thought of his own naive companion, Yi Baishi, who also exhibited such vigilance. What a relief it was for him. After a moment, observing Xunling hesitatingly mumbling, Chun Yuan expressed his confusion and turned to her, saying, "Speak your mind. I will not harm you." "Senior, could you possibly give me the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus? It is of utmost importance to me. My master's consciousness has been." Chun Yuan interrupted her, his expression indifferent. "The matter of the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus is off the table. Your master's fate is of no concern to me. I can offer spirit stones in exchange." Xunling insisted. Chun Yuan shook his head with a light laugh. "The Ice Crystal Snow Lotus is a treasure that is priceless and not easily acquired. The price of a 3rd-tier spirit herb was between 900 and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while 4th-tier herbs could cost several hundred thousand. And the price escalated dramatically beyond that. In other words, a 6th-tier pill would require at least 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, which translates to 10 million low-grade spirit stones, an amount that even the Shin family could not afford." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Xunling's complexion shifted. This was the oppressive aura of a true monarch. A powerful force of consciousness surged into her mind, rendering her momentarily dazed. Chen Yuan remained largely unaffected, his expression as serene as a still pond, as he gently nudged Shenling to pull her from her stupor. Gasping for breath, Shenling broke into a cold sweat. In the distance, the Taoist Yunling, who had been poised to act, abruptly halted. Interesting. Is that a soul-protecting treasure? Master, that young man in black can actually withstand the pressure of divine consciousness. How impressive! Exclaimed Xia Yuruo, astonished, though a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face. That young man in black must surely be from some prestigious lineage. On the opposite hillside, Zhou Peng's eyes flickered. It seemed the master's conjecture was indeed accurate. This individual was no mere rogue cultivator, for he bore a continuously active, soul-protecting treasure, at least of the 6th tier, a rarity not found among the prominent families of the central domain. No one believed that Chun Yuan's spiritual consciousness could rival that of a nascent soul, as such a feat was deemed impossible. The transformation from golden core to infant, coupled with the expansion of the Qi Si, was essential for cultivating a 4th-tier consciousness. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, this was an exceedingly arduous task, unless one possessed an exceptionally rare talent in spiritual consciousness. In the midst of the gathering, Wong Hongqing's expression fluctuated. He was astonished that this young man could withstand the oppressive force of his spiritual consciousness. Surely, he must possess a 5th-tier soul-protecting treasure. In an instant, a greedy glint crossed Wong Hongqing's face. This desolate place was devoid of witnesses. If he were to eliminate the two before him, who would ever know it was he who had committed the act? He stepped forward, his demeanor turning fierce. His voice resonated like a demon's roar from the depths of the abyss. You, boy, did you slay my son? The force of his spiritual consciousness reverberated, causing Shenling to collapse to the ground, blood seeping from her lips, nearly obliterated in spirit. With a crack, the jade slip in his palm shattered. Chun Yuan remained unperturbed, standing resolutely as a mountain, and calmly inquired, "Your son is?" Having taken many lives on his journey, he was unaware of which individual the true monarch was referring to. "My son is Wang Tian," came the reply. Chun Yuan chuckled softly. "Ah, so it is that waste. I recall him kneeling and begging me. 'Father, come save me. It hurts so much.'" He exaggerated the words, as if igniting a powder keg. Wong Hongqing's spiritual power surged violently, and with a grasp into the void, a ground-tier-long blade materialized in his hand. "You shall die. You will accompany my son in death." As Wong Hongqing prepared to strike, Shenling, suppressing her discomfort, urgently called out, "Wait, esteemed true monarch." Wong Hongqing smirked mockingly. "What final words do you have? Speak quickly." She produced a token, braving the oppressive force to declare, "I am the chief of the Heavenly Maiden Sect, and my master is true monarch Yin Ran. I implore you, Senior, to grant us a path to survival." She thought that by rescuing Chun Yuan, she could also obtain the ice crystal snow lotus to save her master. How naive she was. Even the most esteemed monarch could not outweigh the vengeance of a father for his slain son. Wong Hongqing let out a cold laugh. He had indeed gathered information about this frigid northern land. The injury to true monarch Yin Ran's soul was no secret. "I could extend a favor to true monarch Yin Ran, allowing you to leave, but this lad must remain." His voice was frigid, devoid of any willingness to negotiate. Shenling pondered for a moment, contemplating whether Wong Hongqing would genuinely permit her to depart. She was not foolish. The power Chen Yuan had displayed suggested he was no ordinary individual. Were she in Wong Hongqing's position, she would surely eradicate any potential threat. Chapter 29. Slaying the True Monarch. Reaping abundant gains, Shenling drew her weapon, preparing for a desperate battle, her right hand summoning a talisman. If she saved him, she could procure the ice crystal snow lotus to rescue her master. Wong Hongqing sneered dismissively and struck towards Shenling with a single palm. The pressure of his attack was akin to a mighty mountain, instilling terror in Shenling. The overwhelming force rendered her incapable of even executing the simple act of throwing the talisman. With a thunderous crash, Shenling was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth, as her life force slowly ebbed away. A look of unwillingness marred her features. She did not wish to perish here, for she had yet to save her master. So naive. On the distant mountaintop, Yuan Peng shook his head in silence. To withstand the Yuan Ying with a golden core was akin to courting death. This incident stemmed from Chun Yuan. Were it not for him, Shenling would not have suffered such unwarranted calamity. Chun Yuan approached Shenling, producing a healing pill and placing it in her mouth. "From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing," he declared, before turning silently away. The Tianyu Qin hung before him, and the mere mid-Yuan Ying dared to challenge him. How naive. A tempest of spiritual energy surged around Chun Yuan, converging towards his Xian palace, while within him, the 9-inch golden core operated frantically, its power coalescing at his fingertips. The arrogant youth was merely posturing. a trifling golden core third layer attempting to strike against stone with an egg. Wong Hongqing scoffed derisively, his woming blade humming ominously. The might of his consciousness coalescing within the blade's body, the fiery intent of his knife streaking forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, aimed directly at Chun Yuan's face. Yet, Chun Yuan remained unperturbed. His fingers glided over the strings of the qin, which trembled with sentience, unleashing two radiant arcs towards Wong Hongqing. The divine rainbows, akin to the rising sun, caused a dramatic shift in Wong Hongqing's expression. How is this possible? Boom. The divine rainbows collided with the woming blade, producing a thunderous explosion. A figure was sent hurtling backward. It was Wong Hongqing. He could scarcely fathom that this youth could unleash power equal to his own. Stabilizing himself midair, he resolved to hold nothing back this time. His yuaning surged within, and the woming blade radiated an even more dazzling light. Die, you brat. The intent of the blade took form, as if a fiery qingluan spread its gaping maw, emitting a sharp, explosive roar that surged into the woming blade. Master, please help brother in black. He is in danger. Xia Yuru exclaimed anxiously, grasping her master's arm and shaking it fervently. He can manage. Xin Yunling had no intention of intervening, for at this moment, Chun Yuan's demeanor remained as calm as a tranquil lake, seemingly indifferent to the true monarch before him. As the snow beneath Chun Yuan's feet illuminated, he vanished in an instant, reappearing above Wong Hongqing, with the essence of true intent coursing through him. He summoned a gale of overwhelming force. A fiery dragon erupted from the core of Chun Yuan's fist, crashing down towards Wong Hongqing's head. Wong Hongqing reacted swiftly, positioning the woming blade above his head, and the fiery qingluan immediately collided with Chun Yuan's blazing dragon. Boom. Ripples radiated from the point of impact, transforming the surrounding snowy expanse into boiling water, creating a vacuum zone within 100 meters. You possess great strength, but alas, I am a yuaning true monarch. A mere golden core cultivator is unworthy to contend with me. Wong Hongqing's gaze hardened, his yuan-ing ablaze within, and the woming blade gleamed more brilliantly than before. Heh! Chun Yuan chuckled lightly, the Hongmeng immortal body activated, the power of the Hongmeng surging through his limbs. Meanwhile, Wong Hongqing felt the ferocity in Chun Yuan's fist, his expression paling as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Boom! The intent of the punch surged forth, instantly shattering the fiery blade intent, crashing into Wong Hongqing's face. Bang! Wong Hongqing's head exploded in an instant, his body crashing heavily to the ground. The fiery dragon's might remained unabated, surging into the Xian Palace, obliterating his yuan-ing. In the distance, atop the mountain, Zhou Peng's legs thrashed wildly, as dark mist surged from beneath his feet, vanishing instantaneously. He was certain that Chun Yuan hailed from a prestigious second-tier sect, one far beyond the reach of his northern city. Chun Yuan stepped forward, retrieving the storage ring from Wong Hongqing's hand, then turned his gaze towards the recently risen Shenling. Without uttering a word, he averted his eyes and turned to leave the cold abyss mountain range. Observing this, Shenling followed closely behind, as only Chun Yuan could provide her with a semblance of safety. We are no longer indebted to each other, should danger arise again. I will not come to your aid, Chun Yuan stated indifferently. I understand, Shenling replied softly. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the cold abyss mountain range. Initially, Chun Yuan had anticipated spending 7 to 8 days there, yet he had found the ice crystal snow lotus in merely half a day. Next, he intended to return to Northern City, seek an inn, and enhance his strength. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from behind. Shenling had fallen heavily to the ground. Her injuries were too severe. A healing pill could only restore 20% of her condition. Just moments ago, she had struggled to walk against the fierce winds, and now she had reached her limits, collapsing in unconsciousness. Chun Yuan frowned, sighed, and hoisted her onto his back, making his way towards Northern City. He was not one to suffer losses, and he would demand the market price for spirit stones later. By the way, how many spirit stones are needed to hire a nascent soul bodyguard? He planned to inquire at the Fire Cloud Trading House. In the distance, witnessing this scene, Xia Yu's teeth ground together in irritation. Does Shenling not have legs? What is she pretending for? Beside her, her master, Shenling Yun, teased, Are you feeling jealous? Xia Yu's face flushed as she hurriedly retorted, Of course not. Let us go. Taoist Yunling waved his hand, and the space shimmered. The two vanished in an instant. Chun Yuan entered from the north of the city, with the city guards still not obstructing his path. The cultivators within the city were astonished to see Chun Yuan returning. It was likely that Grand Cultivator Song Su had already received word and would arrive shortly. This young man not only remained, but also dared to flaunt his presence in public. One could only say he had a bold heart. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Chun Yuan halted before the Fire Cloud Trading House. The same doorkeeper attended him, now with an even more respectful demeanor. Esteemed sir, your presence at our Fire Cloud Trading House makes you a valued guest. While here, not even a God Transformation Grand Cultivator would dare to intrude. Very well. Prepare a premium cultivation chamber for me, Chen Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand. Sir, a premium cultivation chamber costs 30 mid-grade spirit stones per day. The doorkeeper replied with a grin. Chen Yuan nodded and produced 30 mid-grade spirit stones. The stones he spent now were all refunded by the system. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chen Yuan felt the density of spiritual energy was 3 times that of the outside world, truly worthy of being a premium cultivation chamber. The chamber was inscribed with a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array, allowing 1 day of cultivation within to equate to 10 days outside. The chamber was equipped with a bed, and Chen Yuan tossed Shenling onto it. He then moved to the center of the chamber, sat on the ground, and began to tally his gains from the past days. In total, he had acquired over 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with the majority, over 30,000, coming from Wong Hongqing. There is a substantial amount, ranging from the 9th stage of golden core cultivation to the nascent soul, which requires between 10 million to 25 million low-grade spirit stones. When converted, this amounts to 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Thus, the over 300 superior-grade stones should constitute Wong Hongqing's entire fortune. Additionally, he possesses a terrestrial-grade longsword, the Wuming sword, a spiritual-grade longsword, the Lihua sword, 2 spiritual-grade flying swords, and a spiritual-grade magical artifact, the Ziqing gourd. He has a total of 19 third-tier Ningxin pills, along with a few other various elixirs. Chapter 30. The arrival of Song Su and the revelation of identity. The most precious among them is the 4th-tier Qingming pill, of which there are 3, each capable of equating to dozens of Ningxin pills. These are used to enhance one's cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan has only 6 Ningxin pills remaining, prompting him to purchase an additional 20, costing him 600 medium-grade spirit stones. The system returned over 400 spirit stones, which he could utilize for his own cultivation. Chen Yuan decided to keep a Qimu sword to gift to Yi Baishi, selling the rest to the Huiyun Trading House. According to the pricing of magical artifacts, a spiritual-grade artifact could fetch 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Only families of the 5th-grade nascent soul can afford such spiritual artifacts. It is unclear how Wong Hongqing came into possession of a terrestrial-grade longsword, but Chen Yuan managed to sell it for 20 million low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones, or 2,000 superior-grade spirit stones. He instructed the trading house to convert everything into superior-grade spirit stones, and after deducting the service fee, he received a total of 3,200 superior-grade spirit stones, sufficient to rival the annual revenue of a newly established 4th-grade transformation family. 2 days later, a powerful and domineering spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Yuan, resonating with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. He reached the 4th stage of golden core, success. While ordinary golden core cultivators possess a 1-inch golden core, Chen Yuan's measures 9 inches, a staggering 700 times larger, leading to a proportionately slower cultivation speed. However, with his primordial immortal body and exceptional comprehension, his cultivation speed is enhanced by several thousand times, allowing him to cultivate over 100 times faster than normal cultivators. The potency of his spiritual energy rivals that of a true monarch, and yet his cultivation speed surpasses theirs. Can you feel the frustration? During these 2 days, Chen Yuan consumed a total of 15 Ningxin pills, nearly exhausting the surrounding spiritual energy to a vacuum state, and depleting almost all 400 medium-grade spirit stones. Presently, he feels his internal spiritual energy growing increasingly robust, elevating his strength to another level. While others require only 1 Ningxin pill to advance a stage, Chen Yuan needs several. The ascent becomes increasingly arduous, thus he resolves to directly consume the Qingming pill. Chen Yuan approached a servant to exchange for a high-grade cultivation chamber, then resumed his practice. 3 days later, boom, he attained the 6th stage of golden core. Chen Yuan consumed 3 Ningxin pills along with 1 Qingming pill, leaping 5 stages to reach the 6th stage of golden core. After calculating the time, he realized he had been away for 8 days. With 5 days remaining until the newcomer competition, it was time to return. Chen Yuan rose, casting a glance at Shenling, who lay on the bed, and decided to consider the healing pill as a gift for her. Not dwelling further on it, he prepared to exit the cultivation chamber. Just as a soft whimpering sound emerged from the bed, it appeared she had awakened. Chen Yuandong halted his steps and turned back. Shenling opened her heavy-lidded eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Where am I? Miss Shun, you are in the cultivation chamber of the Huiyun Trading Company, Chen Yuandong elucidated, dispelling the confusion in her mind. Shenling slapped her forehead, recalling the events that had transpired earlier. Thank you for saving me. She expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, Chen Yuandong waved his hand dismissively, producing a list and speaking slowly. During your unconsciousness, I administered 3 healing pills, amounting to 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Caring for you is part of our employment arrangement. My strength is at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. And to give you a discount, it would be 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per day, totaling 10,000 for 5 days. As for this chamber, I 1T overcharge you. Let us split it evenly, so you owe me 7,500 low-grade spirit stones, bringing the total to 32,500 low-grade spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuandong added, let us round it off to 35,000. This sum is not excessive. Converted to high-grade spirit stones, it amounts to merely 35. Currently, Chen Yuandong required initial capital, aiming to maximize his gains. Once he gifted the wealth to Yi Baishi, he would attain financial freedom and no longer worry about resources. Shen Ling's lips twitched in disbelief. Is there really such a rounding off? Surely your family can easily procure these 350,000 low-grade spirit stones? Chen Yuandong inquired with a smile. Easier said than done. Shen Ling thought bitterly, wishing she could knock some sense into Chen Yuandong. Their Golden Core family had an annual income of 1 million. And that was annual, not monthly. The entire family relied on those few million. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, she could not produce such a sum instantly. I don't have that many spirit stones, Shen Ling murmured softly. Huh, if you don't provide them, I'll have to come knocking at your door, Chen Yuandong replied, thrusting the list toward her, urging, quick, sign here. I'll swing by the Shen family in Baizhou City to collect it and return you home. No protection fee required. No, I 1T sign. Shen Ling shook her head defiantly. This is not up for debate, Chen Yuandong asserted, taking action. With a flick of his finger, spiritual energy transformed into a blade, slicing her thumb, and he pressed her hand onto the list. Shen Ling was on the verge of tears, shaking her head vigorously. However, her tears were in vain, as Chen Yuandong successfully pressed her thumb onto the document. Why are you crying? Chen Yuandong scolded with a frown. If it weren't for me, you would have perished in the Han Yuan Mountains. Don't be ungrateful. Chastised by his words, Shen Ling ceased her tears, though her little nose continued to twitch. Why are you being so fierce? Shen Ling mumbled under her breath. Chen Yuandong, possessing keen hearing, caught her words but chose to ignore them. As long as the money came in, he was indifferent. Descending the stairs, a servant rushed to block Chen Yuandong's path, kindly warning, Sir, Master Song Su has been waiting for you outside for 3 days. You cannot go out now. The servant then began to extol their services, stating that a transformation stage grandmaster could cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones per day and would arrive at Batty City within 3 days. Chen Yuandong responded nonchalantly. No need. A mere transformation stage grandmaster holds no significance for me. His confidence stemmed from his identity as a direct disciple of the Shantian sect. The audacity with which he acted was backed by his esteemed status, as well as the experience card from the system, which bolstered his assurance. The words spoken by Shen Linglei were rather audacious, proclaiming that a golden core cultivator had no fear of a transformation god. Is this the sort of proclamation a being of normal genetic lineage would utter? No matter how formidable a nascent soul may be, it remains but an insignificant insect beneath the might of a transformation god. Upon entering the transformation stage, one nurtures the unique nascent soul within, which can take on myriad forms, capable of determining the life and death of true lords with but a thought. As Chun Yuan emerged from the Fire Cloud Merchant Guild, he led the Fire Cloud steed southward. That young man had appeared. At this moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered outside the Merchant Guild. In an instant, Song Su materialized before Chun Yuan, his nascent soul manifesting as an ice blade of the Tao, causing the surrounding cultivators to flee in terror, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed and have their souls scattered. In Chun Yuan's hand rested a token, the personal disciple token of the Xuantiangong. The moment the token was revealed, it shattered Song Su's nascent soul. You possess some capability, no wonder you dared to slay my son. A fierce glint appeared in Song Su's eyes. Should he eliminate this youth, all the secrets he bore would belong to him. With a calm smile, Chun Yuan held the token close to his chest, stating, I am a personal disciple of the Xuantiangong in the Great Thousand Domain. Do you dare to kill me? What? The Xuantiangong of the Great Thousand Domain. The members of the Xuantiangong were well known, a first-rate sect in the neighboring Great Thousand Domain, with 2 great ascended masters residing within. And their sect leader along with 4 peak masters were all supreme beings, their reputation echoing through the heavens. Gasps of astonishment arose from either side. It is an unwritten rule among large sects that disciples on excursions should refrain from flaunting their sect identity unless faced with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. This approach enhances their experience, allowing them to avoid unnecessary conflicts. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, should they come to challenge. They become the sharpening stone for the great families and sections. Indeed, the world is rife with inequity. Their son's demise was his own doing, having provoked Qin Yuan. Chapter 31. Compensation. Arrival at Baizhou City. The token was of exceptional caliber, capable of shattering his nascent soul's oppressive might. The inscription, personal disciple of Xuantiangong, was vividly etched upon it. Song Su remained rooted in place, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The individual before him claimed to hail from the Xuantiangong. Did that mean his son had died in vain? With clenched fists, Song Su's face contorted with reluctance, ultimately conceding. At this juncture, it was not the time to lament his son's death, but rather to find a way to appease the esteemed figure before him. Lest the wrath of the Xuantiangong descend upon their ancient immortal sect. Any random return to void Dao Lord summoned from within could plunge them into irreparable ruin. What followed was a surprising turn of events that left the onlookers astounded. Song Su retracted his imposing aura, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, his tone laced with flattery. "Ah? So you are a disciple of the esteemed Xuantiangong. It seems my old eyes failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. Oh, weren't you seeking vengeance for your son? Come forth. I wonder if your ancient immortal sect can withstand the fury of my Xuantiangong." Startled, Song Su quickly offered his apologies. "It was my unworthy son who provoked you, and I humbly apologize on his behalf. I implore you to spare our ancient immortal sect." With that, Song Su bowed respectfully before Qin Yuan in front of the gathered cultivators. Qin Yuan's expression remained serene, exuding an air of mystery. At that moment, many gazes were imbued with respect and reverence. In the distance, it became clear why this young man, despite being merely at the third level of the Golden Core, could slay a true monarch of the nascent soul. He was indeed a disciple of the Xiantian sect, remarked Taoist Yun Ling with a sigh. The Dingfeng sect, classified as a second-tier sect, stood only a word apart from the first tier, yet the disparity was vast. Taoist Yun Ling, at the void return stage, was merely an inner elder within the Xiantian sect. Xia Yu's expression darkened as he let out a sigh. Thus, his master could not take the young man in black as a disciple. Meanwhile, the soul of true monarch Qinghe had been frightened away. Though he felt a sense of relief for not having provoked Qin Yuan, a faint smile played on Qin Yuan's lips as he remarked, "Ignorance is no sin. I forgive your earlier disrespect. Your son has perished, and with death, all debts are settled. I shall not bring misfortune upon your ancient immortal sect." "Thank you," Song Su said, bowing deeply, sincerity etched upon his face. He then produced a terrestrial-grade flying sword, momentarily wincing at the pain of parting with it. Yet he had no choice. "This sword is named by CI Sword, a terrestrial-grade artifact, and I offer it as compensation to you, my lord," Song Su introduced. Qin Yuan grasped the sword, examining it closely. The Bai Ci sword possessed a slender blade that radiated a chilling brilliance. Its hilt was crafted from white jade, entwined with silver threads, providing a smooth and warm grip. Many scattered cultivators around them displayed greedy expressions upon witnessing this. Standing at the back, Xinling gazed at Qin Yuan once more, her face alight with admiration. One must wonder, which true monarch could command such reverence from a formidable cultivator of the divine transformation stage? Only a man of his caliber could be deemed worthy of her. And despite his frugality and lack of grace, these were mere trifles. "I shall accept this by CI Sword. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to seek me at the Xiantian sect," Qin Yuan said, nonchalantly storing the sword within his storage ring. Song Su was elated upon hearing this. He had just secured a connection with a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect. Even a single favor could prove invaluable in critical moments, capable of turning the tide and supporting a collapsing edifice. The resentment accumulated from his son's demise was instantly dispelled. "Since there is nothing further, you may take your leave," Qin Yuan stated, pulling the reins towards the southern gate, with Xunling following closely behind, her gaze timid and avoiding Song Su's. Song Su respectfully stepped aside, watching as Qin Yuan departed. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Qin Yuan. It was none other than true monarch Qinghe, the lord of Batty City. "My lord's arrival in Batty City is indeed our honor," the city lord declared. "Ah, the city lord has also come." Murmurs of astonishment arose from both sides. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "And you are?" "I am Zhuang Qinghe, the city lord of Batty City," he replied, bowing humbly. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. "Ah, so you are the city lord. I was in seclusion these past days and was unaware of your arrival. That is my oversight. However, let us dispense with pleasantries. Your son was slain by me. Do you harbor resentment towards me?" Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, posing the question. This statement nearly brought Zhuang Qinghe to tears, a bitter smile gracing his face. "That young man provoked you. His death was well-deserved." Initially, Qin Yuan had contemplated eradicating the entire lineage, but upon reflection, he realized such measures were unnecessary, for Zhuang Qinghe lacked the audacity to pursue such a course. Your son once threatened to take my life. If my master were to learn of this, the implications are indeed profound. Zhuang Qinghe's body stiffened. The individual before him was none other than the supreme being of harmonization. All semblance of composure abandoned him as he fell to his knees with a thud, pleading for mercy. Young master, spare my life. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, witnessing their city lord kneeling before this young man. Beside them, Song Su silently rejoiced at this turn of events. Had he been compelled to kneel before such a crowd, he would have preferred death. Chun Yuan observed the scene with a sense of incredulity, noting the utter lack of awareness displayed. Without revealing his thoughts, he casually rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Understanding dawned upon Xinghe, who promptly retrieved a storage ring containing a spirit tier flying sword and 150 high-grade spirit stones, his entire fortune. Chun Yuan, maintaining his composure, accepted the storage ring into the system space, nodding in satisfaction as he took the reins and headed towards the southern gate. As he passed by Zhuang Qinghe, he gave the man's shoulder a reassuring pat. You are quite understanding. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me at the Xintian Sect. With that, he strode away. Zhuang Qinghe, filled with elation, rose respectfully, watching Chun Yuan depart. Upon exiting from the south of the city, Chun Yuan summoned a cloud carriage and turned to Xin Ling. You shall drive the horses. With those words, he leapt onto the carriage, consuming a medicinal pill and entering a state of cultivation. Xin Ling, irked, stomped her foot in frustration. Such discourteous behavior from a man. Why should a lady be tasked with driving the horses? Noticing Chun Yuan's feigned indifference, Xin Ling reluctantly took her place at the reins, guiding the carriage towards Baizhou City. A day later, an imposing fortress came into view, awakening Chun Yuan from his meditative state. With no need to drive the horses, he had ample time to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Chun Yuan, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, took the reins, stowed away the cloud carriage, and led the fiery steed into the city from the north. Miss Shun, might I inquire as to the location of your family estate? Allow me the honor of escorting you there, he inquired with a warm smile. Xin Ling rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was it only wealth that could coax him from his cold facade? Throughout the day of travel, she endeavored to charm Chun Yuan, but he remained unresponsive. Despite her sweetly calling him brother, he remained oblivious to her efforts. After all, she was one of the 5 most beautiful disciples of the Heavenly Maiden Sect, pursued by numerous suitors from the northern lands. To be so disregarded ignited a fire of frustration within her. I refuse to walk any further. I am fatigued. You shall carry me. Xin Ling crossed her arms, pouting defiantly. Having been raised in comfort, becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Maiden Sect and a true masteress apprentice, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. Chun Yuan's gentle smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy glare. Chapter 32. Extortion. Arrival at the Shun family, Chun Yuan grasped Xin Ling's chin firmly, furrowing his brow. I have no time to squander. My time is invaluable. Should you continue to act petulantly, I will strip you of your garments and leave you in the streets. His voice chilled the air, leaving the young lady on the brink of tears. A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she defiantly glared at him. Go ahead and remove my clothing. I refuse to leave. Chun Yuan was taken aback. His previous words were merely intended to intimidate the young lady, yet to his astonishment, they had no effect. Who had spoiled her so? Did she still not recognize her current predicament? Had she fallen into the hands of another today, rather than Chun Yuan, she would have long been stripped and discarded in the streets. Chun Yuan released her. If she refused to lead the way, so be it. Was the Shun family not easy to locate? He could simply accost anyone to guide him. He halted a middle-aged man, clasped his hands in greeting, and inquired, My friend, as I am visiting Baizhou City for the first time, could you kindly direct me to the residence of the Shun family? As he spoke, he produced a low-grade spirit stone and pressed it into the man's palm. Initially, the middle-aged man appeared displeased, but upon recognizing the man's earnestness, his demeanor transformed instantly. He tucked the spirit stone into his sleeve and proceeded ahead, gesturing towards the southern street. Friend, the Shin family is just over there. Allow me to escort you. Chun Yuan led his steed, the fire cloud horse, without casting even a glance at Xin Ling, and followed the middle-aged man. Xin Ling, vexed, stamped her foot in place before hastening to catch up. The city spanned a vast area, comparable to the combined size of 2 first-tier cities from her previous life. After approximately half an hour, Chun Yuan's frown deepened. They were now nearing the southern corner of the city, where the dilapidated buildings loomed, some roofs bearing gaping holes, and the streets were nearly deserted. Was the Shun family truly residing here? At that moment, the middle-aged man led them into a narrow alley. Xin Ling stifled a laugh, whispering smugly, Big bad guy, you've been deceived. How could the Shin family possibly be here? Without needing Xin Ling's prompting, Chen Yuan surmised the truth. He halted, glaring at her with evident displeasure. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Have I not told you that my time is exceedingly precious? Xin Ling stuck out her tongue playfully. Chen Yuan, maintaining his gentlemanly composure, never resorted to violence against women. Originally, the cost was merely 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, Chen Yuan had changed his mind. Now, the Xin family must compensate him an additional 5,000 for emotional distress. The middle-aged man turned to Chen Yuan, smiling cheerfully. Friend, why have you stopped? The Xin family is just ahead. Xin Ling stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the man, and scolded, still pretending? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man scoffed, dropping the pretense. With a wave of his hand, several figures clad in black emerged from the walls of the alley, encircling Chen Yuan and Xin Ling. Oh, I know. A wealth-bringer. He mocked with a cruel glint in his eyes. Hand over your storage rings, and perhaps I shall allow you to leave alive. Greed was writ large upon the man's face. The fire cloud horse could fetch a substantial sum in spirit stones. An invisible pressure emanated from him, bearing down upon Chen Yuan and Xin Ling golden core, 8th level, quite intriguing. He must possess some valuable treasures. Those who have cultivated to the golden core stage typically possess their share of artifacts. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Chen Yuan was merely a plump lamb from afar. While in Chen Yuan's perspective, the middle-aged man was equally a target for exploitation. The other figures in black also exuded their own auras. 2 were at the 1st and 2nd levels of golden core, while the rest were at the 9th level of foundation establishment. They were part of a burgeoning bandit group that had emerged 10 miles outside of Baizhou City, preying upon unsuspecting travelers in various cities. Xin Ling remained motionless as she produced a token and tossed it at the feet of the middle-aged man. Do you recognize this? The man was momentarily taken aback. Picking up the token, which bore the character Shun. Although he had not spent much time in Baizhou City, he was well acquainted with the Shun family's emblem, and he realized that he had landed himself in a substantial predicament. If they were outside the city, he might not fear the Xin family, but within the city walls. Should the Xin family capture him, escape would be a distant hope. I am Xin Ling, the eldest daughter of the Xin family. How dare you blind fools kidnap me? Threaten me? As Xin Ling continued her tirade, Chen Yuan shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The 9-inch golden core within him surged, and the intent of his right fist transformed into a form, as a colossal dragon of flames crashed into the forehead of the leading middle-aged man. Boom! The fiery dragon engulfed the man's head, which exploded, blood spraying forth. Thud! The man's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, the token slipping from his grasp. With silent grace, Chen Yuan moved like a specter, and in the blink of an eye, a black-clad figure lay crumpled on the ground, devoid of life. In less than 3 breaths, all 8 black-clad men were neatly sprawled on the ground. Chen Yuan dusted his hands and began to inspect the battlefield. Xin Ling was still processing the scene when Chen Yuan had already dispatched all the attackers. Did you kill them all? Xin Ling's tone was laced with shock. Chen Yuan's decisiveness was astonishing. What else was I to do? Your actions would have made me appear inept. Chen Yuan stored the last of the spatial bags within his storage ring. In total, he had acquired 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 profound-grade long swords, and the remaining 6 weapons were of yellow grade, with the yellow-grade artifacts barely worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. This band of brigands was evidently not affluent. Any resources they possessed were likely devoted to their cultivation, and the more than 4,000 stones were probably recently extorted. Unlike Wong Tian and Song Chung, who had family backing them. After tallying his gains, Chen Yuan rose, leading the fire cloud steed as he walked towards the alley's exit. Aren't you going to share half of those black-clad men's storage rings with me? I contributed as well. Did you not see how the middle-aged man was frightened by my token? Xin Ling trailed behind, chattering incessantly in Chen Yuan's ear. I was the one who killed them all. Do you think you deserve a share of the storage bags and rings? Chen Yuan replied coldly. Why be so fierce? If you don't want to share, then don't. Xin Ling pouted, having discerned Chen Yuan's temperament. He was not a villain. Or else, she would have already found herself stripped and discarded in the street. She understood the limits of propriety and seized the reins from Chen Yuan's hands. Smiling sweetly with a hint of flattery, I will take you back to the Xin family. Chen Yuan was eager to uncover her true intentions and followed closely behind her. Throughout their journey, Xin Ling introduced Chen Yuan to the local customs and specialties of Baizhou City. Occasionally, Chen Yuan would pause to purchase small trinkets to bring back to his master and the others. In their idle chatter, Xin Ling learned Chen Yuan's name. After walking for half an hour, they reached the heart of Baizhou City, where a grand estate came into view. The doorframe bore the inscription Xin Mansion, the gilded characters shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy and regarded Xin Ling with newfound favor. Young Master Chen, this is my home. Shen Ling introduced, expressing that she had not returned for a long time, yet the family gate remained unchanged. Oh, what a multitude of carriages has arrived outside. Is there a distinguished guest visiting the Shen family today? Shen Ling pondered. A group of servants was busily transporting boxes of betrothal gifts into the Shun residence. In the grand hall of the Shen family, the city lord, Bai Kairan, sat at the head of the table, calmly savoring his tea. Beside him, adorned in luxurious satin garments, was his son, Bai Ling. The purpose of Bai Kairan's visit was to propose marriage for his son to none other than Shen Ling. Shun Helilai, the head of the Shen family, stood respectfully to the side, wearing a fawning smile. City lord, I have already dispatched someone to summon my daughter back from the Heavenly Maiden Sect. It would indeed be a blessing for her to wed such a talented young man as Bai Gongzi. In Baizhou City, there are 4 prominent families, Bai, Shun, Dai, and Ding. The head of the Bai family, being the city lord, reigns supreme over Baizhou, while the Shun, Dai, and Ding families are all esteemed in their own right, with the Shun family traditionally holding the top position. However, in recent years, the Dai and Ding families have produced a new generation of talents who have entered the inner sanctum of the ancient immortal sect, increasingly disregarding the Shun family's former prestige. Since Shen Ling's master had suffered a spiritual injury and entered seclusion, the Dai and Ding families grew bolder, colluding to suppress many of the Shun family's enterprises, often overlooking the Bai family as well. Bai Kairan raised his gaze slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he thought of the Dai and Ding families, who naively believed that their association with the ancient immortal sect would grant them power over him. How naive indeed, he mused. My son has already caught the eye of a direct disciple of the ancient immortal sect. Once he formally joins, I shall settle accounts with the Dai and Ding families one by one. There was a fierce glint in Bai Kairan's eyes. He had remained low-key for too long, and many had begun to underestimate the Bai family. Shen Helilai's complexion flushed, surprised to learn that Bai Ling had attracted the attention of a senior disciple from the ancient immortal sect. This union would elevate the Shun family's standing, allowing them to bask in the benefits. The pressure they had endured for years was finally nearing its end. Dai and Ding families, prepare to face the wrath of Retribution. In truth, the Bai family had no need to ally with the Shen family. It was simply because his son had taken a liking to Shen Ling. Shun Helilai nodded eagerly. Indeed, it is a fortune for my daughter to be favored by Bai Gongzi. At that moment, a servant rushed into the grand hall, collapsing in a kneel at Shun Helilai's feet. Master, something terrible has happened. Furious, Shun Helilai kicked the servant, sending him sprawling to the ground. What a disgraceful display. Calm yourself. The servant, after rolling on the floor, hastily got up, pointing outside and exclaiming, Miss has returned. She can return, but why the commotion? Do you not see we have esteemed guests? Shun Helilai scolded the servant. The Shun family's discipline of their servants was somewhat lacking. Had this been the Bai family, such behavior would have been met with severe punishment. Bai Ling remarked coolly from the side. Indeed, you are correct, Bai Gongzi. Shen Helilai forced a smile, eager to please. Subsequently, she cast a fierce glare at the servant and reprimanded. Why are you still standing there? Go bring the young lady here. The servant hesitated, stammering, Sir, the young lady has returned, but she has brought back a man. Hearing this, Shen Helilai was left in shock, rooted to the spot. His daughter, who usually held herself in high regard and never mingled with men, how could she possibly have brought one home? Bai Tsiren's expression stiffened momentarily before turning cold and aloof as he remarked, the head of the Shen family truly exhibits commendable upbringing. How can a young lady casually bring a rogue into the household? Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. You are right, Mr. Bai. I shall immediately send someone to expel that rogue, Shun Helilai declared, but was interrupted by Bai Ling's icy voice. Wait, bring that man in. I wish to see who dares to claim my woman. Before long, the butler ushered in a man and a woman. As Shen Ling entered the grand hall, she was met with her father's stern rebuke. Rebellious daughter, how dare you return? Shen Ling was taken aback, unsure of what her father meant. Shen Helilai pointed at Chun Yuan and coldly inquired, Who is this rogue? Chun Yuan, taken aback, pointed at himself and asked uncertainly, Are you referring to me? Shen Helilai sneered, What are you pretending for? I am indeed speaking of you. What makes you worthy of my daughter? Chun Yuan's expression darkened ominously. This matter could not be resolved without 6 high-grade spirit stones. Father, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend, Shen Ling replied, feeling an ominous premonition. She caught sight of the city lord seated nearby, along with his infamous son, Bai Ling, known for his ruthless nature and mistreatment of maidservants, coupled with the boxes of gold and silver jewels covered with red cloth being continuously transported into the house, and the butler's stammering demeanor. Shen Ling began to piece together the troubling situation. Come quickly to meet your fiancé, Bai Ling, Shen Helilai commanded, gesturing for her to sit beside Bai Ling fiancé. What are you talking about, father? Xin Ling's complexion darkened. At that moment, Bai Ling stood up, a feather fan appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. As he approached Xin Ling, with a gentle flourish of his fan, he presented himself as a refined gentleman. Miss Shun, I believe you are familiar with me. So I shall refrain from further introductions. I have long admired you, and I have come to formally propose. With that, Bai Ling produced a low-grade spirit tier flying sword as a small gift, saying, I hope you like it. Xin Ling's face darkened further, finding Bai Ling's pretentious demeanor utterly repugnant. Chen Yuan quickly understood that Xin Ling harbored no affection for Bai Ling, and his mind began to race with possibilities. A plan quietly took shape in his mind. How splendid it would be to extort another sum of money. Just as Xin Ling found herself trapped and unsure of how to proceed, a voice resonated in her mind. Xin Ling, firmly reject him, and then come hide behind me. I shall serve as your shield. Upon hearing this, Xin Ling felt a surge of gratitude within, and her expression shifted to one of disdain as she raised her hand to swat away the sword from Bai Ling's grasp. Exclaiming, Who wants your gift? Bai Ling's countenance darkened instantly. Miss Shun, what do you mean by this? He inquired, confused. Can't you see? I do not like you. Get away from me. Xin Ling retorted with scorn, stepping back to hide behind Chen Yuan. Shun Heli's complexion turned pale, nearly rendered speechless by his daughter's words. What nonsense are you spouting? Kneel and apologize to young Master Bai at once. This statement shattered Xin Ling's heart. She gazed at her father in disbelief. You scoundrel! You want me to marry this beast? How can you face my mother? Inwardly, Xin Yuan commended Xin Ling, recognizing that their anger only heightened his advantage. Xin Ling clutched Xin Yuan's arm and declared, I already have a partner, and it is he, Xin Yuan. Bai Ling's expression darkened ominously when he brought Xin Ling home. He intended to torment her in the harshest manner. You dare to steal my woman? You must not know the meaning of death. Bai Ling stepped forward, his gaze venomous. Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is that a threat? Chapter 34. A strike, a kill, huh? Bai Ling scoffed, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. Threaten you? You are not worthy. In an instant, a group of Bai family guards surged into the Shun family hall, led by a true monarch who had recently entered the nascent soul stage. Kneel and bow your head to me now, and perhaps I will grant you a chance at survival by severing your own meridians. Bai Ling's voice was frigid, laced with mockery. A mere fifth-tier family dares to threaten me? Chen Yuan replied with indifference, vanishing from sight in a blink. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed, a chill racing down his spine. He spun around just as a sharp sword was placed against his throat. Chen Yuan's right hand pressed against Bai Ling's dantian, instantly sealing it. The onlookers in the hall were left in shock, unable to comprehend the audacity of this individual who dared to act against a true monarch. Xin Heli stood dumbfounded. This young man was audacious, dismissing a fifth-tier family as inconsequential. Behind Xin Yuan, Xin Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her boyfriend exuded strength and security. Bai Tsiren's expression shifted as he realized he hadn't even seen how Chen Yuan had acted. Bai Ling felt a surge of terror. He sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Chen Yuan. You, a mere 6th-level golden core, dare to act so recklessly before me? Do you not realize such behavior is tantamount to seeking death? With that, a strand of mental energy erupted from Bai Tsiren's mind and surged into Chen Yuan's. Moments later, Chen Yuan remained composed, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded Bai Qiren. How is this possible? Bai Qiren exclaimed, rising from his seat in shock. The golden core youth before him had actually managed to shatter his mental intrusion. Could it be that he possessed some soul-protecting treasure? A flicker of greed crossed his mind. Though he concealed it well, speaking nonchalantly, you possess some skill, but a golden core will always be a golden core. Before me, you are nothing but an ant. Release my son and hand over that soul-protecting treasure, and I may allow you to depart. As his words fell, the pressure of the nascent soul bore down on Chen Yuan like a tidal wave. Yet, Chen Yuan remained unmoved. A serene smile gracing his lips as he concentrated the essence of his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Bai Ling's vital point. Boom! Blood splattered, drenching Bai Ling's thigh, and a searing pain surged through his body like a tempest. Ah, my younger brother. You little brat, I will kill you. Bai Ling's voice erupted in a heart-wrenching roar. You are courting death. Bai Qiren was utterly enraged, appearing above Chen Yuan in an instant, striking down towards his crown with a palm. Chen Yuan retaliated with a kick, sending Bai Ling flying. Seizing the Tianyu Qin, he raised it to block the impending attack. Clang! The ripples from the impact radiated outward, shattering the furniture within the grand hall into splinters, which were swept away by the furious winds. The others hastily summoned protective barriers to shield themselves from the residual shockwaves. Were it not for the formation laid beneath, the entire hall would have been reduced to dust by this force. You dare to threaten my son's life. I merely return the favor. Bai Tsiren's eyes glowed crimson, a result of the tumultuous path of his youth that left him unable to perform as a human. His only son, rendered incapable, meant the end of his lineage, a fate intolerable to anyone. With the technique stepping on snow without a trace, Chen Yuan swiftly appeared behind by Chiron. His 9-inch golden core surged with power, and the primordial force coalesced in his hands, striking down with the Tianyu Qin. The instrument was enveloped in a radiant aura, vibrating like a sentient being. Boom! The Tianyu Qin struck heavily upon by Chiron's nape, and darkness enveloped his vision as his head exploded instantaneously, brain matter and blood splattering, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Shen He stood rooted in shock, astonished at how the golden core could unleash such astonishing speed. Chen Yuan sighed. The early stage of the nascent soul was indeed too weak, unable to withstand even a single blow, unlike Wong Hongqing, who had managed to exchange a couple of moves with him. Truly formidable, Shenling thought, her eyes glimmering with golden light. Despite having witnessed Chen Yuan's prowess once, she was still awed anew. Chen Yuan landed gracefully, drawing by Chiron's storage ring into his possession, which contained 2 spirit tier flying swords, a spirit tier cultivation manual, 2 4th-grade superior destruction talismans, and a total of 500 superior spirit stones. Bai Ling had been rendered unconscious by fear, and Chen Yuan splashed him awake with a water ball technique. Upon regaining consciousness, Bai Ling immediately knelt, pleading for his life. Please, do not kill me. My master is a half-step transformation god. I am an ancient immortal. Chen Yuan had no desire to entertain his drivel. He delivered a punch, engulfing Bai Ling in a fiery dragon. Boom! Bai Ling was no more, his head shattered, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Chen Yuan drew his storage ring, finding therein 20 superior spirit stones and a spirit tier flying sword. The surrounding guards swallowed hard, too fearful to breathe. The lead guard prostrated himself, declaring, I am Zheng Qi, willing to submit. The others quickly followed suit. Chen Yuan scoffed coldly, you presume yourselves worthy? With that, he unleashed a punch, instantaneously turning Zheng Qi into a mist of blood. I shall spare the rest, provided you surrender your storage rings and your lives. His gaze turned icy, sweeping over the crowd. The guards dared not defy him, hastily relinquishing their weapons and storage bags. Upon inspecting their offerings, Chen Yuan counted 7 yellow tier weapons, with Zheng Qi's being the finest, of the mysterious tier superior grade. The others were inferior. The total spirit stones amounted to only 15,000 inferior ones. Zheng Qi himself possessed just over 10,000 inferior spirit stones, about average for someone newly entered into the nascent soul stage, likely expended on his breakthrough. Now begone, Chen Yuan stated indifferently, prompting the guards to flee from the grand hall as if they despised their very existence for having only 2 legs. Shen Hello swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Senior, regarding your relationship with my daughter, I do not oppose it. I kindly ask you to spare the Shen family. Humph. Father, now you understand the prowess of Brother Chen Yuan, don't you? To be frank, Brother Chen Yuan hails from the Xiantian sect in the vast domain, a first-rate sect, and is a direct disciple, Shen Ling declared proudly. What? A first-rate sect? Shen Hello was momentarily stunned, then his heart surged with excitement. His beloved daughter had found a direct disciple from a prestigious sect as her partner. Heaven! The ancestors must be manifesting their blessings. Oh dear, son-in-law, had you mentioned your origin from a first-rate sect earlier, I would have shown you more respect. Please do not take offense. Shen Hello's face transformed into one of obsequiousness, leaving Shen Ling momentarily speechless. Oh, are you implying that the issue lies with me? Chen Yuan's cold gaze swept over him. Not at all. I merely spoke without thinking. Shen Hello patted his mouth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Forgive my loose tongue. Chen Yuan chose not to intimidate him further and produced a list. This is the amount of spirit stones your daughter owes me, and considering your earlier disrespect, I will offer you a discount, a total of 10 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Doesn't that equate to 100,000 low-grade ones? Shen Hello was dumbfounded. You are quite precise regarding your dealings with my daughter. Shen Ling, standing by, stuck out her tongue innocently. Here, I shall give it to you. Shen Hello immediately instructed the steward to fetch the stones. He would part with not just 100,000 low-grade stones, but even 500,000, if necessary, as long as his daughter remained in a relationship with this individual. Such a sum was insignificant. Chapter 35. The sale. Chen Yuan exited the Shun residence, with Shen Ling closely trailing behind. What are you doing? Chen Yuan glared at her, signaling her to stop following. Shen Ling fidgeted. My father asked me to accompany you back, to take care of you on the way. After that, I will return to the Tian NV sect. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. No need. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. And the journey back isn't safe, Chen Yuan replied tactfully as he walked ahead. Xinling's ears turned red. Was Chen Yuan showing concern for her? An inexplicable feeling stirred within her heart. Chen Yuan shook his head, pondering how Xinling's affinity had risen to 70, reaching a level of fondness. With a beauty score of 93, she was undeniably a stunning woman, having ventured alone to the extreme north to save her master, indicating her character was beyond reproach. System. Bind with Xinling, Chen Yuan commanded. Beep. Binding successful. Triggering binding rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received 2,000 emotional points. Chen Yuan's eyelid twitched. This system was indeed stingy. How about you return tomorrow? I could show you around Baizhou City, Xinling suggested with a smile. No need. Chen Yuan declined without looking at her. Xinling stepped forward and seized the reins. If you don't stay, I will follow you regardless. After considering the time, with 4 days remaining until the newcomer competition, he relented, agreeing to stay at the Shun residence for one night. As night fell, Xinling donned a flowing white gown and stood before Chen Yuan, her cheeks adorned with a touch of rouge. This blush, acquired from the Jujia building, was of remarkable quality, rivaling that of beauty potions and favored by young ladies. Do I look good? She asked. Chen Yuan nodded. You look good. How dismissive. Xinling cast him a sidelong glance, linking her arm with his. Come, let me take you out for a stroll. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, declining. Miss Shun, I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xinling's eyes. She clutched the hem of her garment, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Do you dislike me, Chen Yuan? Not at all, Chen Yuan replied coldly. Then do you like me? A glimmer of hope appeared in Xinling's gaze. I do not. Ah, I see. Xinling nodded, tears spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. She sniffled, turned, and walked away. Just then, Chen Yuan grasped her arm and offered her a gentle smile. Do you like me? Upon hearing this question, Xinling's eyes darted away. If you confess your feelings to me, I might consider trying to understand you and perhaps even like you. Chen Yuan spoke sincerely. Although he did not harbor feelings for her now, it did not preclude the possibility in the future. A beautiful woman should certainly be kept close, and he possessed the strength to protect her. Though Xinling's potential seemed lacking at present, that was only temporary. I, like you. Xinling's voice was barely a whisper. Very well. When I return, I shall take you out to explore. Xinling nodded enthusiastically and dashed away, her spirits lifted. Upon exiting, Chen Yuan was greeted by the servants who respectfully addressed him as young master. He arrived at the Firecloud Trading Company, where he secured the Bai sword and sold the rest of the weapons and treasures he had acquired, exchanging them for superior spirit stones. After deducting the transaction fees, he received a total of 1,060 superior spirit stones. Combined with the previous 200, he now possessed an astounding total of 260 superior spirit stones, an astronomical sum for Chen Yuan. Returning to the Shun residence, he found Shin Helilai watching him with a grin that sent an unsettling chill through Chen Yuan. As he approached his courtyard, just as he was about to step into his room, he suddenly halted. Extending his consciousness, he discovered Xinling was inexplicably in his chamber. This is not good. Chen Yuan burst into the room, finding Xinling curled up, a flush on her face. I feel awful. Her voice trembled as she reached for her dress. No wonder Shin Helilai had been observing him so intently. This old man had even plotted against his own daughter. A frigid expression crossed Chen Yuan's face as he approached, channeling his spiritual energy to expel the spring poison from Xinling's body. How could this poison be so potent? Chen Yuan was astonished. This spring poison was at least 5th grade, only capable of being expelled by a god transformation cultivator. If the poison was not neutralized soon, Xinling would be in mortal danger. This old scoundrel truly lacks humanity. Had he not returned tonight, Xinling might have perished here. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaling sweetly as she bit his ear. Please. Her voice was tinged with desperation. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped Chen Yuan. It was the 5th grade cold pond fragrance. This old man. The following day, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, eyes closed in meditation. Xinling slowly opened her bleary eyes. Ugh, my head hurts. She sat up, rubbing her temples. Where am I? Didn't I return to my room last night? Suddenly, she recalled the pill her father had given her, claiming it was a healing elixir, after which her memory faded. She lifted the blanket, and 2 soft mounds caught her eye. Whose are these? Are they mine? Why am I not wearing any clothes? A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the air, prompting Xinling to swiftly pull her blanket tighter around herself. As she turned her head, she found herself locking eyes with Chen Yuan. Memories of the previous night began to emerge in her mind. It seemed she had engaged in an intimate encounter with him. Yes, the elixir her father had given her. How vile. She clenched her delicate fists in anger. That old wretch was truly despicable, unrepentant as ever. She had foolishly hoped he had changed, only to discover he remained the same. Shenling had once had a sister, who had been drugged by Shun He Li and delivered to the sect master of Tianhua, 100 miles away, ultimately meeting a torturous end. She had believed that with Chun Yuan's protection, her father would not be so reckless, yet here he was, as shameless as ever. Look at your unwilling expression. Is it such a misfortune to be with me? Chun Yuan leaned closer, his sharp brows fixed upon her. Shenling felt her cheeks flush deeper as his proximity quickened her heartbeat. She lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, the girl was at a disadvantage. Yet, she dared not voice it. I have already dealt with your father. After all, he is nearing his end. You wouldn't mind, would you? Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. That old scoundrel had dared to scheme against him. The fact that he hadn't been eliminated immediately was already a kindness. No, I wouldn't mind. That old man has driven me to the brink of madness. Shenling gritted her teeth, wishing she could end Shun He Li's life on the spot. I will take responsibility, but I already have a partner, Chun Yuan stated calmly. He had come to understand that with his returning system and boundless resources, he would not be impoverished by a few additional mouths to feed. That is of no concern to me. I do not mind, she blurted out almost instinctively. Very well. Chun Yuan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shenling gazed at him longingly. What is it? Chun Yuan asked. So you possess a gentle side as well. Shenling remarked, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. My tenderness is reserved solely for those dear to me, Chun Yuan replied with a smile. Shenling was momentarily entranced, especially by the phrase those dear to me, which made her heart race even faster. She embraced him and pressed her lips against his. A quarter of an hour later, she released him and retreated into her blanket. Chun Yuan's hands were rather restless, wandering indiscriminately, igniting a yearning within her, and despite the lingering pain, she had to endure it, feeling quite uncomfortable. Her first thought was of Chun Yuan. Was he also in discomfort? She raised her eyes to him. Are you in pain? I'm sorry I cannot fulfill your needs. It's nothing. Chun Yuan shrugged. He was hardly a man overwhelmed by desire. Shenling recalled the risque comic book she had once furtively glanced at. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she pointed to her lips. Chun Yuan ruffled her hair. First, return with me to the sect. I will find a way to assist your master. Thank you, Chun Yuan. At noon, Shenling and Chun Yuan boarded a cloud carriage to return to Xintian's sect. The scenery rushed by at an astonishing pace as Chun Yuan consumed the remaining Qingming pills to continue his cultivation. Chapter 36. Returning to the sect. Affection grows 2 days later. Chun Yuan opened his eyes. They had arrived at Tianqing City. During these 2 days, he had consumed the last 2 Qingming pills, propelling his cultivation from the 6th to the 7th level of the Golden Core, with only a slight distance remaining to reach the 8th level. With the support of the Hanyuan Immortal Sutra, Chun Yuan's foundation was solid and unwavering, everything progressing naturally. Shenling, who was driving the horse, silently marveled. She had witnessed firsthand how Chun Yuan cultivated. Surrounding spiritual energy converged towards him like an overwhelming tide, making him resemble a black hole. Chun Yuan first settled Shenling by purchasing a 2-entry courtyard house for her on North Street, expending 20 superior spirit stones. Upon receiving the deed, Shenling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Converted to inferior stones, it amounted to a staggering 200,000. This was exceedingly precious to her, and her heart ached at the thought of such expenditure, feeling it was unwarranted. Enough of this inner turmoil. Chun Yuan gently tousled her hair, assuring her, in my heart, you are worth this 200,000. From now on, I shall take care of you. Upon hearing this, Shenling's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Initially, she had assumed Chun Yuan to be a miserly figure, yet now it appeared he was merely reserved with outsiders. Before departing, Chun Yuan gifted her all 23 essence-gathering pills acquired through the system's reimbursement of spirit stones. Shenling was deeply moved. This amounted to over 60,000 inferior spirit stones, a testament to Chun Yuan's kindness. At Ziqing Peak, before the Master's palace, a streak of light approached rapidly, none other than Chun Yuan himself. Upon noticing him, Lumiere quickly offered a respectful greeting. Greetings, Senior Brother Chun. Chun Yuan smiled gently, pinching her cheek. Meyer, you've been eating well lately. Your face has become quite plump. Lumiere blushed and lowered her head, timidly responding, Senior Brother, could you refrain from pinching my face? Chun Yuan lifted her chin, leaning in to whisper, I have not forgotten the incident when you informed on me. I hold grudges. You know. Lumiere's face paled in fright, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing this, Chun Yuan flipped his hand to present her with a spirit-gathering pill, asking, why are you still crying? This is for you. Still startled from the earlier scare, Lumiere hadn't fully regained her composure. Chun Yuan took her hand directly, placing the pill within it. Accept it, and I shall forgive you. Otherwise, I might just make things difficult for you one day. He feigned severity, causing the little girl to tremble with tears in her eyes. Lu Meyer hurriedly stowed the spirit-gathering pill in her storage ring, murmuring, I accept it. Please don't bully me. All right, I shall not bully you, Qin Yuan promised, then added, go inform them that a disciple wishes to pay their respects. As Lu Meyer entered, Cold Yuming was just awakening from her meditation. Rubbing her throbbing head, she sensed a familiar pain creeping in, a torment from her very soul that would leave her curled up in agony, wishing for death to take her. Master, Senior Brother Chen has returned and wishes to pay his respects, Lu Meyer reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Cold Yuming contemplated declining, feeling quite unwell. However, she reconsidered. It would be inappropriate to refuse Qin Yuan upon his return. Allow him to enter, she decided. Lu Meyer exited her chamber, stepping aside and gesturing for him to enter. Senior Brother Chen, please. Qin Yuan nodded and stepped inside. Approaching her, he bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to Master. Cold Yuming inclined her head slightly, revealing little emotion. Rise. How has your 12 days of training fared? Let me see the fruits of your endeavors. Qin Yuan immediately showcased his cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core. The 7th level of the Golden Core. Lung Yuming, astonished, stood up and approached him. Grasping his large hand, the spiritual energy within him was robust, devoid of any signs of superficiality. He truly was at the 7th level of the Golden Core. My goodness. Qin Yuan's rate of cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. How many demonic beasts have you slain during these days? Lung Yuming inquired, assuming that given Qin Yuan's astonishing prowess, he must have vanquished at least 100. Qin Yuan shook his head, stating that he had not killed a single demonic beast. Lung Yuming showed a look of confusion, prompting Qin Yuan to explain. In the extreme north, he had slain 7 Golden Core cultivators and 2 true monarchs. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuming was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to process the information. Then her eyes widened in disbelief. The extreme north? Slaying a Yuan-ing true monarch? What on earth transpired? Qin Yuan anticipated his master's astonished expression and promptly produced the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. The Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Lung Yuming was astounded. Where did you acquire this? Qin Yuan recounted his entire journey from his senior sister's guidance to the search for the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus in the cold Abyss mountain range. When she heard about nearly being killed by a great cultivator of the transformation god level, Lung Yuming's heart clenched painfully. Gazing at the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus in her hand, her previously calm demeanor was now rife with emotion. Qin Yuan, despite being merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, dared to venture into the cold Abyss mountain range for her sake. Thankfully, he did not encounter a transformation god-level demonic beast. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Yuan, you must not take such risks again, she admonished, her heart racing. Though her expression remained stern, Qin Yuan understood that this was her concern for him. Master, ever since I learned of your affliction, my heart has been in turmoil. Because I care for you, I cannot remain indifferent. Before departing, I vowed to find the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Otherwise, I would never return. If I cannot even protect the woman I love, what sort of man am I? That being said, while cheesy love declarations may seem excessive to women from Blue Star, to those in the cultivation world, especially those who have never experienced love and are merely cultivation machines, such sentiments can strike with the force of 1,000,000 critical hits. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Lung Yuming felt deeply moved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, it seemed she had begun to accept Qin Yuan in her heart. Ding, affection level increased by 10. Current affection level of Lung Yuming towards the host is 77. Qin Yuan wrapped his arms around his master's slender waist, and this time, Lung Yuming did not resist. In an instant, they kissed. Qin Yuan effortlessly opened Lung Yuming's lips, and she responded willingly. Ding, detected that the host has gifted the 6th grade spiritual herb Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 7th grade spiritual herb, Heavenly Soul Herb. Effect, consuming it can refine the primordial spirit. The Heavenly Soul Herb has been placed in the system space and can be extracted at any time. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yuan released Lung Yuming. A blush had spread across her entire body, and as she rose from his embrace, she shyly said, Qin Yuan, you should return now. We cannot cultivate together tonight. Come back tomorrow night. All right. Qin Yuan nodded. Master, you should tend to your injuries. I will take my leave. As Qin Yuan turned, he was once again called by Lung Yuming. Chapter 37. Cultivating the Xianbing Fist. A plan. Qin Yuan turned to inquire. What is it, master? Lung Yuming flipped her right hand, revealing an ancient tome of martial arts. You have gifted me such a precious token, and I have little to repay. This manual is called the Xianbing Fist, a superior grade of the Earth tier. With a graceful motion, She placed the tome into Chun Yuan's hands. He accepted it without hesitation, storing it away in his spatial ring, and with a wave of his hand. He turned to exit the chamber. How impolite. Not even offering a bow, Lung Yuming murmured softly, yet her arched willow-like brows betrayed no anger. The most astonishing aspect remained Chun Yuan's strength. She found it hard to believe he could slay a nascent soul. A notion too fantastical until she sensed his fourth-tier nascent soul consciousness, which left her utterly convinced. She marveled internally at his remarkable talent and spiritual awareness. With Xiao Baishi still with her senior sister, Chun Yuan returned to his own residence. In the tranquil courtyard, he sat upon the ground and began to peruse the Xianbing fist. In truth, he had no need to learn it. Gifting it to Yi Baishi would yield an even stronger technique in return. However, what if his master tested him? After all, possessing more skills is never a burden. As he opened the manual and delved into comprehension, 3 hours passed. Chun Yuan transformed his right hand into a fist, the intent materializing. As a colossal purple dragon surged forth from the core of his fist, the dragon emanated an icy aura from its spine, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to freezing levels. With his imperial talent and peak comprehension, Chun Yuan effortlessly mastered the Xianbing fist in merely 3 hours, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the third realm of martial arts. He retracted his momentum, astonished, indeed. The power of an Earth-tier manual far surpassed that of his previous Xian-tier techniques. As the sunset cast its golden rays, night began to descend. Chun Yuan departed his residence, soaring towards his senior sister's abode, knowing that Baishi should be resting at this hour. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residence, he spotted Xiao Cui emerging. Sister Cui, is my senior sister in? I need to discuss a matter with her. Xiao Cui promptly responded with respect, Chen Shixiao. Please wait a moment. I shall inform her right away. A short while later, Xiao Cui reappeared. Shixiao, I will escort you. Chun Yuan nodded and followed her. Within the training chamber, Yi Baishi lay languidly on a soft mat, gazing out at the setting sun, her thoughts swirling like a tide throughout the room. Since becoming closer with her senior sister, she had shed much of her previous reserve. Through the specialized training over the past 10 days under Qin Shihan, her confidence had grown considerably, and the feelings of inferiority had diminished significantly. At that moment, a figure entered the training chamber. It was her second senior sister, Shen Yinchu. Upon seeing her, Yi Baishi instinctively attempted to rise and pay her respects. Shen Yinchu waved her hand dismissively and lay down beside her. Xiao Baishi, there is no need for formalities in informal settings. Consider me as a sister. This was not the first time Shen Yinchu had expressed such sentiments, and this time, Yi Baishi did not refuse, calling her sister. Are you thinking of your junior brother? Shen Yinchu inquired. Yi Baishi turned her gaze towards the window. He has not ventured far, and I am quite worried. Shen Yinchu blinked her eyes and reassured. Do not worry, the junior disciple has returned. Yi Baishi, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet and hastily inquired, Sister, where is my brother? Have you forgotten? The new disciple competition is the day after tomorrow. Sister said that unless there is a significant matter, we are not to leave the cultivation chamber. Shen Yinchu too was begrudgingly confined there for the upcoming Grand Sect competition in half a month. Disappointment washed over Yi Baishi's face in an instant. At that moment, the door of the cultivation chamber swung open, and 2 figures stepped inside, Qin Shihan and Chun Yuan. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, Yi Baishi dashed towards him and enveloped him in a tight embrace. At that moment, all shyness and trepidation were cast aside. She only wished to ascertain whether Chun Yuan was injured or had lost weight. Chun Yuan gently ruffled her hair and asked, How has your training with the senior sister been? Hee, I've reached the 3rd level of Golden Core. Yi Baishi boasted. I've condensed an 8-grade 6-inch Golden Core and opened a purple mansion cave. Splendid, Chun Yuan generously praised. Little Baishi's talent is hardly inferior to yours, to date. No other disciple in the sect has a Golden Core of 6 inches. Qin Shihan remarked, expressing her admiration. Initially, Shen Yinchu's awakening of an 8-grade 5-inch core had already left everyone astounded, and now another prodigy, Yi Baishi, had emerged. One could only say that their master had a keen eye. Every disciple brought back was indeed extraordinary. Realizing that her senior sisters were still present, Yi Baishi blushed and quickly released Chun Yuan. Noticing her embarrassment, Qin Shihan shifted the conversation. The new disciple competition is the day after tomorrow. You should not be allowed to leave. However, after discussing with the junior disciple, we have decided to grant you an opportunity. Shen Yinchu feigned shock and immediately pressed. Senior sister, what opportunity? With a subtle smile, Qin Shihan flipped her right hand, revealing 5 luminous orbs hovering in midair, each containing a slip of paper. 4 of the slips bore a no, while 1 read yes. You may select 1 person to choose. If you pick the affirmative, you can return to the estate tonight for rest. Joy illuminated Shen Yinchu's face as she urged, Little Baishi, You choose. Whether I can go to Tianqing City for Duck Neck tonight depends on you. Yi Baishi, taken aback, pointed to herself. Me? Yes. Little Baishi, my luck is abysmal. This time, it's all up to you. With that, Xin Yinshu made a gesture of supplication. Qin Yuan also encouraged, Baishi, hurry and select one. Yi Baishi nodded, mustering her courage to choose the leftmost orb. Gripping the slip tightly, she took a deep breath and slowly unfolded it. Xin Yinshu eagerly leaned in. The slip boldly read yes. Seeing this, Xin Yinshu joyfully embraced Yi Baishi, exclaiming, Little Baishi, you are amazing. Truly impressive. We don't have to train tonight. Qin Shihan shook her head, bemused, as Xin Yinshu seemed to embody a childlike spirit, fixated solely on play. Baishi, you are incredible. You are my great savior. In that moment, Yi Baishi felt an overwhelming sense of achievement, fully integrating into the family of Ziqing Peak. Qin Yuan lifted Yi Baishi onto his back and headed towards the door, exclaiming, Wonderful, Baishi. There's a reward awaiting you tonight. Yi Baishi embraced Qin Yuan, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with joy. Today, she was utterly elated. Qin Yuan reminisced about his past years spent teaching in the countryside. In every class, there always seemed to be that one inconspicuous student. To help him integrate into the group, the teacher devised a lottery system, ensuring that those who drew blank papers would have no assignments. It was that unassuming student who drew, only to find all the slips were blank. The entire class erupted in cheers, enveloping him in warmth, steering him away from a path of self-doubt. This entire plan had been orchestrated by Qin Yuan in collaboration with two senior sisters, with the 5 luminous orbs being a deliberate choice. The objective was to help Yi Baishi flourish, gain confidence, and become part of their close-knit family. Inside the Yi Baishi residence, Qin Yuan pressed her against the wall and kissed her. Yi Baishi boldly reciprocated. 3 hours later, she lay contentedly in Qin Yuan's embrace. Chapter 38. Return, Abundant Harvest. Qin Yuan produced a storage ring and placed it in Yi Baishi's hand. Here, take this, little Baishi. As she accepted the ring, she immediately delved her consciousness into it. The sight nearly took her breath away. Brother Qin Yuan, where did you acquire so many spirit stones? She exclaimed in astonishment, as the ring contained a staggering 200 top-grade spirit stones, a quantity she had never encountered in her lifetime. Additionally, there were several condensing truth pills and healing pills, 20 to 30 of them, sufficient for her to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Qin Yuan did not conceal the truth, revealing to Yi Baishi his impending venture to the cold abyss mountains for training, explaining that these pills were spoils from his endeavors. Oh no, that sounds perilous. Yi Baishi sobbed in Qin Yuan's embrace. He gently stroked her head, reassuring her, as cultivators, we contend against heaven and earth. Whether in cultivation or procuring pills, spirit stones are essential. Direct disciples receive merely 10 top-grade spirit stones monthly, which is hardly enough for later stages. I simply wish for you to be untroubled by spirit stones in the future. With her eyes reddening, Yi Baishi insisted, I don't care. You must not do this again. All right, I promise you, Qin Yuan replied, playfully pinching her nose before revealing the white resignation sword and the Xianbing fist technique. This is the Earth-grade flying sword, the white resignation sword, compensated to me by that great cultivator. Keep it safe. Brother Qin Yuan, Yi Baishi began to protest. But he interrupted her. I don't practice swordsmanship. Leaving the white resignation sword with me would be a waste. I've comprehended this fist technique. You should learn it as well. Having multiple skills is never a burden. After some back and forth, Yi Baishi finally accepted the sword. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted 200 top-grade spirit stones and 100 cubic meters storage ring, triggering 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 42 million top-grade spirit stones and a 1 million cubic meter storage ring. Ding. Detected that the host has bestowed an Earth-grade flying sword, the white resignation sword, and the Earth-grade technique, Xianbing fist, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heaven-grade flying sword, the Yishuan sword, and a Heaven-grade fist technique, the Thunder fist. Upon detecting the host's gift of 18 true essence pills and 7 healing pills, the system triggered an 8-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 18 4th-grade Qingming pills and 7 4th-grade regeneration pills. Qin Yuan nodded inwardly, acknowledging that triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit was indeed commendable. Brother, here, this is for you. At that moment, Yi Baishi produced a jade slip. Curiously, Qin Yuan accepted it and inquired, what is this, Baishi? This is the contribution point I borrowed from senior sister to purchase a spirit-level Qin technique for you. Previously, you selected a body technique, but there was no accompanying Qin technique, so I thought. A warm current surged within Qin Yuan, and for a fleeting moment, he was taken aback by the normalcy of this little girl amidst a world filled with bizarre women from his past life. He instinctively leaned in to kiss Yi Baishi and, after a quarter of an hour, released her, planting a couple more kisses on her cheeks. I love you, Baishi. I truly cherish this Qin technique. Hee, I'm glad you like it, brother, Yi Baishi replied joyfully, her happiness intertwined with his. Brother, I'm quite tired. I'm going to sleep now, so you should rest early too. Yi Baishi yawned and nestled into Chun Yuan's embrace, drifting into slumber. Although in the Golden Core Stage 1 transcends the mundane need for sleep, Yi Baishi was utterly exhausted after days of rigorous training and their recent playful exertions. Gently, Chun Yuan laid her down on the bed, then made his way to the pavilion, sitting down upon the ground to commence his cultivation. System, practice the Heavenly Thunder Fist. Received. Commencing automatic comprehension for the host. After 10 breaths, Chun Yuan's aura became subdued, his mastery of the fist technique reaching great heights. As a purple thunder dragon emerged, seemingly sensing its master's presence. In an instant, Chun Yuan comprehended the Heavenly Thunder Fist entirely, breaking through to the third realm of the fist path, spirit realm. Similar to the sword path, he grasped the sword intent, understanding that drawing the sword could slay. Imbued with the might of heaven and earth. Achieving the sword intent's culmination, the sword came alive, merging with him into the spirit realm. The same principle applied to the fist path and the Qin path. With a smile, Chun Yuan retrieved the Qin technique gifted by Yi Baishi, unaware that she did not realize he already possessed a heavenly ranked Qin technique. After stowing the technique, he took out the Qingming pills and high-grade spirit stones to continue his cultivation. Beneath the Azure Peak, a 5th-grade spirit gathering array resided. Cultivating on the mountain was exponentially faster than in the secluded chambers of the Fire Cloud Trading House, albeit slightly slower than in Senior Sister's cultivation chamber. As the night passed, Chun Yuan consumed a Qingming pill and absorbed several high-grade spirit stones, elevating his realm to the 7th layer's completion. He anticipated reaching the 8th layer before the grand competition commenced. Yi Baishi gradually awoke, allowing Chun Yuan to act as he pleased, just as before. After exchanging farewells, Chun Yuan made his way to his master's quarters. Good morning, Sister Mayor. Good morning, Chun Qin Senior Brother. Lu Mayor responded timidly. Are you truly so afraid of me? Chun Yuan asked, gazing at her with sharp brows. And no, I'm not afraid. Lu Mayor hastily shook her head. Haha, quickly announce my arrival. Just say that the disciple wishes to pay his respects. Chun Yuan's lips curved slightly. Senior Brother, Master instructed me yesterday that you needn't announce your arrival. You may enter directly. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan lightly tapped her forehead. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Meyer pressed her forehead, her lips curling in discontent. You didn't even ask. You just bully me from the start. Does it hurt? Allow me to soothe it. Chun Yuan extended his hand, gently massaging her forehead. Lu Meyer wished to resist, but she was no match for Chun Yuan, ultimately yielding to his ministrations. She gazed into the eyes of the man before her, pondering how delightful it would be if he remained this gentle and never tormented her. Here, take this. I shall head in first. Chun Yuan handed her a healing pill, then turned and strode into the chambers. Lu Meyer looked at the pill in her hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. Ding! Detected Lu Meyer's affection for the host has surpassed 60. Would you like to bind? Bind. Ding! Binding successful. Triggering binding reward. Congratulations, the host has received 2,000 emotional points. Inside the chambers, Lung Yoming's gaze held scrutiny. What is it, Master? Chun Yuan naturally sat beside her, taking her hand. Lung Yuming did not resist and casually inquired, Do you fancy Meyer? Before Chun Yuan could respond, she continued, It seems you have a penchant for those easily bullied. Chun Yuan's lips twitched, eager to explain, but was interrupted by Lung Yuming. She smiled lightly, grasping Chun Yuan's hand in return. No need for explanations. Lu Meyer is merely my servant. If you desire her, I can readily give her to you. Lung Yoming's smile was enchanting, embodying the very essence of allure. It then dawned on Chun Yuan that Lu Meyer was a servant, of very low status. Those in power often exchange servants without a second thought, completely disregarding their rights. Chapter 39. Introduction to the competition. Shun Ling in peril. Should he truly accept Lu Meyer as a servant, it might well cause her to faint from shock. Aware of Chun Yuan's interest, Lung Yuming did not afford him the opportunity to refuse, decisively declaring, It is settled then. After the newcomer competition ends, I will have Meyer accompany you. Chun Yuan, wishing to avoid further entanglement on this topic, promptly inquired about the specifics of the newcomer competition. The newcomer competition was divided into 3 regions: Outer Sect, Inner Sect, and Personal Disciples. Outer Sect battled Outer Sect, Inner Sect faced Inner Sect, and Personal Disciples contended with their peers. Feeling a tickle in her hand, Lung Yuming shot Chun Yuan a glare. We are discussing serious matters. Chun Yuan immediately released her hand, sitting up straight to listen attentively. Observing this, Lung Yuming continued, Your main arena will naturally be the personal disciples. As she spoke, she handed a jade slip to Chen Yuan. This contains information about the personal disciples from the other 4 peaks. You should familiarize yourself. Chen Yuan accepted the jade slip, eager to investigate. Within it lay not only information on newcomers, but also records of past disciples. However, it contained only details of their last actions, marked with their respective realms at the time. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Yuan gained a general understanding of the personal disciples from the other 4 peaks. For instance, the leader of Tianqing Peak was the Sect Master, with 3 newly initiated disciples. The strongest among them was named Zhu Yong, whose last display of strength occurred a fortnight ago, with prowess at the late stage of Golden Core 8th layer. Achieving a breakthrough to the Golden Core 8th layer within 2 years was quite impressive. The newcomer competition was trivial. The true arena for the prodigies would be the Sect competition in half a month, Lung Yuming murmured. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. How could the Sect competition follow so closely after the newcomer competition? It was only after Lung Yuming's explanation that he came to a sudden realization. The Sect competition was held once every decade, while the newcomer competition occurred every 22 years, and thus, the two coincided perfectly after several cycles. Master, what are the rewards for the Sect competition? Chen Yuan inquired. The newcomer competition offered a local-level cultivation technique and 100 contribution points. These contribution points could be used within the Sect to purchase techniques, medicinal pills, and magical tools, yet acquiring them was exceedingly challenging, as typical tasks only yielded single-digit contribution points. Spiritual-level techniques and tools required 50 contribution points, while local-level ones required 300, and heavenly-level ones required 1,000. Additionally, there were rewards corresponding to rankings, with even those who did not place receiving a participation prize of 3 contribution points. Lung Yuming replied, and then scrutinized Chen Yuan, raising an eyebrow. What? Do you also wish to partake in the Sect competition? Chen Yuan nodded. Master, I would like to give it a try. Lung Yuming did not refuse, stating that the true monarch was not comparable to the mediocre individuals outside, and it would be beneficial for this young man to experience some setbacks and temper his pride. Master, are there any restrictions for the Sect competition? Lung Yuming nodded. Indeed. Participants must not exceed the age of 300. Chen Yuan's brows relaxed. According to the information provided by his master, those under 300 were typically at the nascent soul stage. Those who could break through to the nascent soul before the age of 300 were exceptional individuals. Most of the core disciples at the God transformation stage were over 300 years old, some already serving as outer elders, others having been promoted to the void returning stage to become inner elders, and some remained at the peak to instruct younger disciples. After grasping the general situation, Chen Yuan began his cultivation, and soon a day had passed. As night fell, he asked, Master, is your injury feeling better? Last night, the elder from the spiritual herb garden refined a cold lotus soul-nurturing pill for me, and I have fully recovered now. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan hesitated no longer and boldly pressed his master against the wall, kissing her passionately. Lung Yoming's eyelashes fluttered. Chen Yuan was quite audacious to dare kiss her so. An hour later, the two sat on the ground, beginning to refine the benefits gained from their dual cultivation. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from all directions, forming a vortex of spiritual aura, and the spiritual veins resonated in harmony. Boom. Early stage of the Golden Core 8th layer. Lung Yoming's delicate brows arched in surprise. Another breakthrough? Truly a prodigy. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, his expression as calm as a still pond. Your composure is commendable. Had it been Yin Chu, she would have been bouncing around by now. You flatter me, Master, Chen Yuan replied humbly with a smile. At the 12th hour, he suddenly stood up, bowed to Lung Yuming, and said, Master, I have something to attend to outside. Lung Yuming felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from probing further, acknowledging that everyone harbored their own secrets. The Sect competition begins promptly at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Do not be late, she advised. Chen Yuan bowed again and took his leave. The reason for his departure at this moment was that a jade slip of vibrant green within his ring was vibrating incessantly. It was a means of communication he left for Xinling, and she would only use it in times of dire need. In the vibrant city of Tianqing, on South Street, a group of guards burst into Xinling's residence, wreaking havoc. In the grand hall, Xinling unsheathed her long sword, holding it defensively, her chest heaving with anxiety and a trace of lingering fear. Do not come any closer. My Dao companion is a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, named Chen Yuan. When he arrives, you shall regret your actions. The leader of the group, a man named Zheng Kaiwei, let out a mocking laugh. Oh, little girl, a direct disciple? You must have been deceived. After all my years in Tianqing, I've never heard of anyone by the name of Chen Yuan. Zheng Kaiwei, the second son of the prominent Zheng family, which is a 4th-grade transformation family, turned to a nearby guard. Have you heard of this Chen Yuan? The guard shook his head vigorously, indicating he had not. Zheng Kaiwei shrugged. See, little girl? You've been fooled. Xin Ling recalled Chen Yuan's gentle demeanor and shook her head vehemently. You shall not slander Brother Chen. Huh? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Zheng Kaiwei guffawed. Then his expression darkened. He unsheathed his precious blade from his waist. Hand over the property deed and come here to serve me well. Or I shall bind you and toss you to the brothel once I tire of you. This place, located in the bustling commercial hub of South Street, was prime real estate. The property once belonged to an inner sect elder of the Xiantian sect, making it off-limits to the Zheng family. Now that it had been purchased by another, Zheng Kaiwei's interest was piqued. Through various inquiries, he learned that the buyer was a young master in splendid robes. Presumably the same Chen Yuan the girl mentioned. Zheng Kaiwei was certain he had never heard that name. His elder brother was a senior disciple of Master Yuan Qing. And as long as the property was not in the hands of an elder from the Xiantian sect, they would face no repercussions. With this clarity, he led a night raid into the estate, intent on seizing it by force. Xin Ling pressed the sword against her throat, her voice icy. Even if it costs me my life, I will not submit. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept through the hall, causing her hair to flutter. In an instant, a silent figure entered the grand hall, the Tianyuqin vibrating in their hands. Zheng Kaiwei turned, fixating his gaze on the newcomer. Who are you? Why are you here? Chapter 40. Zheng Tianqing Chen Yuan's expression remained indifferent, and he did not respond. With a subtle movement, he glided silently towards Zheng Kaiwei, the Tianyuqin striking down towards his head. Before Zheng Kaiwei could react, he found himself obscured by a shadow. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the silent hall, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Zheng Kaiwei did not even have the chance to scream as he fell lifeless at Chen Yuan's feet. The Zheng family's guards, now aware of the situation, turned pale with shock. The leading guardian, a true master, shouted in alarm. You dare kill my young master? You are courting death. Chen Yuan turned silently, his right fist coalescing with purple lightning. In a heartbeat, he vanished from sight. The leading guard, startled, scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking Chen Yuan's whereabouts. Right here, a voice resonated from above him. Terrified, he looked up to see a fist imbued with purple thunder hurtling towards his face. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air as the leading guard's head shattered instantly. Chen Yuan's fist, imbued with an overwhelming force, crushed the nascent soul within him. The remaining guards, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. One audacious individual attempted to seize an opportunity, threatening, Senior, the person you have slain is the second young master of the Zheng family from Tianqing City, a 5th-tier transformation family. His elder brother is the direct disciple of the Xiantian sect's master Shuangqingfeng. If you spare us, we shall not speak of this incident. Oh, have you finished? Chen Yuan retorted with a cold smirk. Now you may meet your demise. With that, he moved like a specter, and wherever his fist swept through, a guard would inevitably collapse to the ground. In mere moments, all the guards lay lifeless at his feet. Seeing that Chen Yuan had dealt with the guards, Xin Ling hastily cast aside her sword and rushed to embrace him. Whoa, Brother Chen, I thought I would never see you again, she cried, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Chen Yuan extended his hand, wiping her tears with his sleeve as he comforted her. It's all right. It's all right. I am here. I was too naive to believe that no one would dare act so recklessly under the Xiantian sect's watch, he added. Brother Chen, I am fine, Xin Ling sniffled, her brow furrowed with concern. That man mentioned his brother is a direct disciple. Will you face exclusion or suppression within the sect? She wiped her tears again, remorseful. It's my fault. I shouldn't have insisted on returning with you. Enough of the crying, Chen Yuan gently chided her. Rest assured, his brother is a disciple of Shuangqingfeng. It will not concern me. In his embrace, Xin Ling ceased her sobbing, gazing at him with pleading eyes. I am afraid. Will you stay with me tonight? Seeing her distress, Chen Yuan sighed in resignation. Xin Ling could not remain here. They must depart before the Zheng family could react. He retrieved his token and placed it in her hands, speaking earnestly. You must leave tonight and seek refuge with the esteemed cultivator Song Su at the ancient immortal sect. Xin Ling paused, her expression a mix of confusion and understanding as she nodded slowly. I have no issues within the sect, but I fear the Zheng family may seek to harm you. Chen Yuan clarified the situation. Xin Ling suddenly grasped the gravity of it, yet hesitation lingered. What if esteemed cultivator Song Su refuses? Chen Yuan gazed at the tranquil night sky and replied thoughtfully, You must initially conceal the truth, stating that I sent you here for temporary refuge. Even if doubts arise, they are unlikely to expel you. After a day, reveal the truth to him, compelling him to choose sides. When the Zheng family discovers that the ancient immortal sect has taken Xin Ling in, the sect will already be positioned against them. With the backing of a direct disciple, The ancient immortal sect will also seek protection, making Chun Yuan the prime candidate. At that juncture, it will no longer be a contest between two factions, but rather a strategic game between him and the direct disciple of Swankingfeng. Chun Yuan was well aware of this individual. His master had provided information about him in the Jade Slip. Zheng Tianqing, in the late nascent soul stage. After emerging from the Huiyun Trading Company, Shunling rode the Huiyun steed at a breakneck pace towards the far north. Once she departed, a notification echoed in Chun Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 155 high-grade spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 155,000 high-grade spirit stones. Once again, the system detected that the host has received the Ningxin Dan, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 4th-tier elixir, the Qingming Dan. Moments ago, Chun Yuan had confiscated all the storage rings from Zheng Kaiwei and his bodyguards, selling them to the Huiyun Trading Company. Upon returning to his estate, Chun Yuan sat cross-legged, resuming his meditation. At the hour of the rabbit, the head of the Zheng family gazed out at the rising sun, an inexplicable unease gnawing at his heart. Was it truly just a matter of seizing a property? Why had he not returned all night? Perhaps he had wandered into a brothel again? This was troubling. At that moment, an elder of the family hurried into the main hall. Why the disarray? Zheng Lei reprimanded, then inquired, what is it? Patriarch. The elder guarding the pavilion just sent a message. He seemed hesitant, unsure how to begin. What did he say? Zheng Lei immediately rose, striding towards the elder. What on earth did he say? This is maddening. The elder in charge of the pavilion was responsible for safeguarding the family's spirit tablets. So his message must indicate the fall of a core member of the Zheng family. Zheng Kaiwei, the second young master's soul tablet has shattered. What? Zheng Lei's expression darkened as he propelled himself towards the pavilion. Bursting into the chamber, he found the elder trembling, holding a fragmented soul tablet. In a fit of fury, Zheng Lei bellowed, prepare the horses, we must head to South Street. Even though he was a formidable cultivator, he could not fly within the city limits. The city lord was an elder of the Xiantian sect, a genuine Taoist of the Void Return. The carriages had their own regulations. The Zheng family resided on North Street, while Shunling's estate was situated on South Street. The entirety of Tianqing City was as expansive as 3 provincial capitals from his previous life. And by the time he reached South Street, it would likely be noon. Meanwhile, at the Xiantian sect on the Peak of Discourse, the mountain spans approximately 300,000 square meters, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. However, during this new disciples competition, such numbers were not expected. By the hour of the rabbit, many disciples had already gathered on the peak, predominantly outer disciples. As the Peak of Discourse lay within the inner sect's domain, their curiosity drove them to ascend early. Finding seats in the outer area, they climbed cautiously. After all, this was the inner sect, not the outer, and offending an inner sect senior could result in severe repercussions. The summit of the Peak of Discourse was divided into 3 distinct areas: outer, inner, and direct disciples. Each zone featured a discourse platform, approximately 3 zhang square, crafted from Xian iron stone. The platform's edge was engraved with a diagram of the 8 trigrams, beneath which lay a 6th-tier protective array, effectively preventing energy leakage and safeguarding the audience from harm. As the hour of the dragon approached, numerous elders soared in from the horizon, prompting the disciples to bow respectfully. Chapter 41. The battle against Zhu Yong at the hour of the dragon. Within the direct disciples area, each peak had designated seating. Chen Yuan located his place at the Ziqing peak and promptly sat down, closing his eyes to meditate. Behind the seats of the 5 peaks were rows of seats, akin to the audience stands of a football stadium, allowing other disciples to come and watch. Before long, Qin Shuan arrived, accompanied by Yi Baishi, gliding in on their flying swords. Once they landed, Chen Yuan rose and greeted them, senior sister. Qin Shuan retracted her flying sword and waved her hand, saying, "No need for such formalities, please take a seat and adjust your state." Chen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, the charming Baishi linked her arm with his, smiling encouragingly, "Brother, do your best." In response, Chen Yuan playfully pinched her cheek and reciprocated the encouragement. "You too, put in your effort." Just then, the space above began to warp, and 5 ethereal figures emerged from the void, the esteemed leaders of the 5 peaks. In midair, the 4 of them respectfully bowed to the sect master before engaging in a polite exchange, though it bore an undercurrent of tension akin to a duel of wits. "Oh, Elder Lung has graced us with his presence today. If memory serves, your 2 disciples were only accepted a fortnight ago. Aren't you concerned they might embarrass the Ziqing peak after merely half a month of training?" Elder Yuan Zhougang of the Yuanshan peak teased as he stroked his beard. "No need for Elder Yuan to worry on my behalf. My expectations for them are modest. Just a place within the top 10 will suffice." Lung Yuming chuckled lightly. showing no inclination to indulge Yuan Zhougong's jibes, retorting, "I fear it might be your disciples who inadvertently fall to my little apprentice," leaving everyone in fits of laughter. The four peaks maintained a delicate balance of power and rivalry, and Yuan Zhougong had long harbored animosity towards Lung Yumeng. The reason was straightforward. During the last Sect competition, Yuan Zhougong's grandson had been defeated by Qin Shuhan, which had left a lasting mark on his pride. Sect Master Song Yuanji stepped between the two, raising a hand to signal, "Enough. The grand competition is about to commence. Please take your seats." With a graceful step, Lung Yumeng advanced towards Chun Yuan and the others. Upon noticing her approach, Qin Shuhan and the others quickly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master." Dressed in a resplendent crimson gown adorned with golden and silver threads, Lung Yumeng exuded an aura akin to icy elegance as her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "No need for such formalities," she said, raising her hand lightly and taking her seat at the peak's designated position, with Qin Shuhan and his companions seated behind her. In public, their master resumed her aloof demeanor. As Qin Yuan noted, glancing around, the seating arrangement of the five peaks was meticulously crafted, reflecting the strength of their respective elders. At the center, backed by the cliff of dialogue and facing due south, was the seat for the sect master of the Tianqing Peak. The remaining four peaks were positioned at the corners of the discussion platform, encircling it, according to the custom of the Xianling continent. The order of respect was to the right, placing Lung Yumeng as the foremost expert beneath the sect master at Ziqing Peak, situated to the right of Tianqing Peak. Elder Yuan Zhougong of Yuanshan Peak, ranked third in strength, was positioned to the left of Tianqing Peak. Opposite Ziqing Peak was the Yanqing Peak, ranked fourth, and to its right was the Zhuqing Peak, the weakest of them all. Zhuqing Peak was led by a female elder named Zhu Wan, who wore a flowing, pale green gown and a classical hairstyle adorned with exquisite hairpins. A few strands of her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders. With a fair complexion, her lips were reminiscent of cherries, and her petite nose added to her charm, though her height was quite contrasting. Qin Yuan had previously met Elder Zhu when he broke through to the Golden Core stage. Despite her name suggesting a gentle elder sister, she stood at a mere 155 meters tall, yet she proved to be fiercely formidable in combat, earning an impressive rating of 96 from the system. As Qin Yuan shifted his gaze to the elder behind Zhu, he found himself locking eyes with Song Shiwei, who greeted him with a sweet smile and a wave. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Yuan wondered if she was indeed acknowledging him. "How do you know Song Shiwei?" a cold voice inquired from his left. Qin Yuan turned to Qin Shuhan and explained, "Senior sister, I am not acquainted with Sister Song." Qin Shuhan, her gaze scrutinizing, asked, "Then why did she greet you?" After a brief moment, she averted her eyes, stating, "I do not like her, and you are not permitted to have any association with her." "Understood," Qin Yuan replied, pondering how assertive his senior sister was. Yet, who could contest her authority as his elder? Subsequently, Qin Yuan directed his gaze towards the direction of Yuanqing Peak. Yuan Zhougong sat in the front, and behind him was someone who caught Qin Yuan's attention. It was none other than Zheng Tianqing, the heir of the Zheng family, whose cultivation was at the late stage of the nascent soul. His appearance was somewhat effeminate, yet carried an underlying strength, with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Zheng Tianqing seemed to sense someone observing him. He turned his head and locked eyes with Qin Yuan. Upon realizing that it was merely a Golden Core disciple, who appeared rather unremarkable apart from his striking looks, he swiftly returned his gaze, closing his eyes once more in feigned slumber. As dawn broke, an elder leaped onto the debate platform and cleared his throat, announcing, "The 660th newcomer competition officially commences." Instantly, the outer and inner court erupted in thunderous cheers, while the area reserved for direct disciples remained relatively quiet, with only 14 participants. At that moment, from the distant horizon, several figures descended through the mist, all direct disciples from various peaks. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first determined opponents through a draw, where each pair would battle. The 7 victors of the first round would proceed to the next. In the second round, the top 7 would engage in team battles against the bottom 7, with the last person standing on the debate platform crowned the champion. Thus, securing a place in the top 10 was indeed within reach. The draw commenced, and Yi Baishi picked number 2, facing a female disciple from Zhuqing Peak, whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, matching her own strength. Yi Baishi had a high probability of victory. Qin Yuan, however, drew number 1 and, regrettably, was to face Chu Yong, a disciple of Tianqing Peak. Isn't that the newly admitted disciple from Ziqing Peak? What dreadful luck to be matched against Chu Yong, he mused. The direct disciples gathered below began to discuss amongst themselves. Some gazed at Chu Yong, feeling a sense of inferiority. His talent had been deemed the highest during the disciple selection ceremony, being the only one to possess a sacred grade aptitude. He had broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core in just 2 years. In contrast, the previous cohort of direct disciples had been in the sect for 22 years, with some barely reaching the 5th level of the Golden Core. One could only imagine how much worse the other disciples' talents must be. The outer court's endpoint likely culminated in Foundation establishment, while the inner court usually concluded at the Golden Core. With luck, one might even break through to the Nascent Soul and serve as a Deacon Elder. The transition from Golden Core to Nascent Soul was a significant hurdle. Countless generations of direct disciples had remained at the 9th level of the Golden Core for over a century. Generally, those with high comprehension would achieve a breakthrough to the Nascent Soul around 300 years of age. However, the path of cultivation is long and should not be rushed. On the platform, the elder presiding over the competition announced in a loud voice, "The match begins. Qin Yuan from Ziqing Peak and Xu Yong from Tianqing Peak. Please take the stage. Do not be overly anxious. With your prowess, defeating him should pose no issue." Lung Yoming's voice was cool, yet she felt an unspoken anticipation, wondering what expression Yuan Zhogang would wear when Qin Yuan cast Xu Yong off the platform. "Yes," Qin Yuan replied respectfully, clasping his fists, and then leaped onto the debate platform. "Do you believe Qin Yuan can defeat Xu Yong?" A woman's voice whispered into Zheng Tiancheng's ear. The woman, named Wei Lan, was Zheng Tiancheng's companion, having joined the Yuanqing Peak 44 years ago, with a cultivation level at the 9th stage of the Golden Core. Among her peers, she stood out for her exceptional understanding and abundant resources, hailing from a 5th-grade Yuaning dynasty. Chapter 42. Qin Yuan, victorious. In my humble opinion, Xu Yong may not be a match for Qin Yuan. Zheng Tianqing spoke slowly. Wei Lan was taken aback. After all, Qin Yuan had only been in the sect for half a month. How could he be so certain? Zheng Tianqing remained silent, for he was a true sovereign of Yuaning, having mastered the art of divination. With a mere glance, he discerned Qin Yuan's realm, early stage of the 8th level of Golden Core. Although Xu Yong was at the late stage of the 8th level, Qin Yuan's internal momentum was far more robust. The outcome remained uncertain. Yet, what did it matter to him? His rivals were other direct disciples of Yuaning, and to him, Qin Yuan seemed no more significant than an ant, unworthy of his time. Noticing Zheng Tianqing's silence, Wei Lan wisely refrained from pressing further. At the Tianqing Peak, Xu Yong, clad in black martial attire, stood tall at 9 feet, with a broad forehead, prominent ears, and a robust frame. He leaped onto the discussion platform, his formidable presence crashing down like thunder, akin to a galloping steed. In comparison, Qin Yuan appeared well-proportioned, making Xu Yong seem like a towering iron fortress. As the two ascended the stage, the elder presiding over the competition stroked his beard and chuckled, "Young ones, remember to keep it civil on the discussion platform. Do not let tempers flare." Both Qin Yuan and Xu Yong respectfully clasped their fists in acknowledgement. "Understood. Then, I hereby declare the competition officially commenced." With a flourish of his hand, the elder leaped off the platform. In the arena, Xu Yong clasped his fists, and a glimmer flashed from his fingertips as he wielded a pair of short-handled hammers. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, he cautioned, "Junior brother Chun, it would be wise for you to withdraw. Otherwise, after I strike, you might find yourself bettered in for over a month." As he spoke, his Golden Core aura surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing down on Qin Yuan. Yet, Qin Yuan remained steadfast, his gaze tranquil like still waters, a guqin floating before his chest. "Enough chatter, let us begin," he replied calmly. Xu Yong shook his head, declaring him stubborn. With that, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his cloud-stepping technique illuminating his path, moving with the swiftness of a swallow, closing the distance to Qin Yuan in the blink of an eye. How fast? The gathered disciples gasped in astonishment. They had expected Xu Yong's towering physique to hinder his speed, but he was proficient in a profound movement technique. With a look of contempt, Xu Yong brought his hammers crashing down. The crowd held their breath, some timid souls already closing their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending clash. Boom. The impact of the hammers against the ground erupted like thunder. Xu Yong's expression shifted as he turned, only to see Qin Yuan had leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. With his spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips, he glided his fingers across the guqin strings, causing it to vibrate with exquisite resonance. Suddenly, 3,000 streams of spiritual sword light surged forth like a torrential downpour of blades, dense and relentless. The onlookers were instantly awestruck, rising from their seats. 8th level of Golden Core. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Xu Yong crossed his hammers in front of his chest to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The torrent of sword rain rattled his grip, forcing him to stagger backward until he reached the edge of the discussion platform. Reluctantly, he was compelled to unleash his secret weapon. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. He was now at the 9th level of Golden Core. Witnessing the scene, the assembled cultivators gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Chu Yong has concealed his true strength. Yi Baishi's heart raced with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her palms. In the arena, Chu Yong bellowed fiercely, his 7th grade 4-inch golden core ablaze with fervor, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that sent waves of sword rain scattering. With a swift motion, he struck the purple gourd at his waist, which then levitated above his head, releasing a dense cloud of black mist. The purple mist gourd, a spiritual treasure of considerable repute. Instantly, a shroud of darkness enveloped Chun Yuan, obscuring his vision entirely. No matter how he maneuvered, the black mist clung to him like a relentless shadow. Chu Yong grasped his hammers firmly, seemingly riding on clouds as he materialized behind Chun Yuan in an instant. You think you can flee, huh? Forcing me to resort to my treasure. Let's see how you escape now. He was resolute. At such close quarters, he doubted Chun Yuan could elude him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he brought down his hammers with crushing force. Sensing the impending thunder from behind, a smirk crept onto Chun Yuan's lips. Did they believe he could not escape at such proximity? They underestimated him gravely. Boom! The hammers struck the air, producing a thunderous roar. Chun Yuan vanished once more from his position. How is this possible? Chu Yong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Just as he prepared to flee, a fist enveloped in violet ice loomed larger in his sight, his feet seemingly frozen in place by the chilling grip of frost, rendering him unable to move an inch. Outside, the onlookers held their breaths, their eyes glued to the black mist. Suddenly, a towering figure burst forth from the gloom, crashing heavily to the ground below the debate platform, raising clouds of dust. As the mist dissipated, Chun Yuan stood unfazed atop the high platform. Incredible! He won! Exclaimed one awestruck spectator, his words tumbling over themselves in disbelief. Others within the crowd felt a whirlwind of emotions surge within them. A dark horse, the undeniable underdog of the competition. Extending his right hand, Chun Yuan grasped the purple mist gourd, his tone indifferent as he proclaimed, "This is now mine." Chu Yong, rising from the ground, clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth, "That belongs to me." Huh. Merely a superficial injury. Consider this treasure a token of my mercy. When you possess the ability to defeat me, then you may reclaim it, Chun Yuan replied, descending from the platform and making his way towards the Ziqing Peak's seating area. Many regarded him with a newfound respect, recognizing the strength that warranted admiration. Several young women gazed at his retreating figure with starry-eyed admiration. The presiding elder leaped onto the high platform and declared loudly, "In the first match, Chun Yuan emerges victorious." Chu Yong returned to the Tianqing Peak's seating area with his head bowed. "Master, I am unworthy," he lamented. Song Yuanji waved his hand dismissively. "You are no match for him, and I hold no blame. How could a saintly grade contend against Imperial potential?" Song Yuanji accepted the outcome with remarkable composure. In the Yuanqing Peak section, Yuan Zhougong's expression darkened as he mocked Leng Yumeng for failing to gauge Chun Yuan's strength. Now, he felt the sting of humiliation. He glanced at his two direct disciples, one of whom had only reached the 4th level of the Golden Core. How could they possibly stand against Chun Yuan? What alarmed him most was Chun Yuan's meteoric rise from the 1st to the 8th level of the Golden Core within merely half a month. A speed akin to the explosive force of a nuclear detonation. At that moment, a cold gaze pierced from the right, and Yuan Zhougong knew without a doubt it belonged to Leng Yumeng. He snorted disdainfully, choosing to ignore her. Yet, Leng Yumeng was equally taken aback. While others could not discern the scene within the black mist, she had seen it all too clearly. Chun Yuan had remarkably mastered the Xianbing fist. At the Ziqing Peak seating, Yi Baishi, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Chun Yuan and exclaimed, "Brother, you are incredible." Many budding young ladies, witnessing this scene, sighed discreetly. Realizing he was already taken, Chun Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her, "Your turn is coming soon. Give it your all." "All right." Yi Baishi winked and playfully tapped Chun Yuan's cheek. This moment shattered the hearts of numerous boys and girls alike. Yet, there were also admirers marveling at their stunning appearances, exclaiming what a pair of handsome youth and beautiful maidens they made. Soon, it was Yi Baishi's turn to ascend the stage. Her opponent, a female disciple from the Ziqing Peak named Qian Xiaowu, was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm. Not particularly tall, she bore a countenance rated at 77 points, comparable to certain internet celebrities from a past life. The grand competition commenced. The elder announced loudly, "The grand competition officially begins." The second match was underway. Qian Xiaowu, a practitioner of techniques, activated her Qinghong technique, leaping high with a single thought. She formed a hand seal and shouted, "Flamestorm." Suddenly, a colossal wave of flames, accompanied by a thunderous roar, erupted from her palm, surging towards Yi Baishi. The heat from the flames tousled Yi Baishi's hair, and beads of sweat quickly gathered on her forehead as the air warped and distorted under the onslaught of the fiery wave. However, she remained remarkably composed. A flash of light ignited at her fingertips as the Batty sword materialized in her grasp, her 8th tier 6-inch golden core ablaze with power. Jinghong Water Sword Technique. This advanced spirit-level manual was the complementary skill Yi Baishi had chosen that day. With a swift motion of her right hand, she unleashed a stroke of the sword, its brilliance gliding like a startled swan. The momentum of her sword swept across the arena, overpowering the fiery wave. Qian Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Baishi had effortlessly shattered her formidable attack with a single strike. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. The might of her sword. This girl is indeed a sword cultivator. Without pausing, Yi Baishi executed the phantom step, her figure gliding past, leaving a fleeting afterimage in her wake. In an instant, she was upon Qian Xiaowu. So swift. Qian Xiaowu's eyes widened in disbelief. As she danced upon the Qinghong, she pivoted, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed her face. Just when she felt a sense of relief, Yi Baishi's Batty sword pivoted sharply, targeting her throat. Fear gripped Qian Xiaowu, cold sweat drenching her back as she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the Batty sword merely rested against her throat, not advancing further. You have lost. A silent voice resonated before her. Qian Xiaowu opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, and raised her hand slowly. I concede. There was no alternative. Yi Baishi's attacks far surpassed her own. Moreover, her agility paled in comparison. As a technique practitioner focused solely on spell cultivation, once she was within reach, she was bound to be struck. Chen Yuan nodded subtly, acknowledging Yi Baishi's exceptional perception. Her phantom step had evidently reached great heights. As they descended from the stage, the presiding elder proclaimed, in the second match, Yi Baishi prevails. Mimicking Chen Yuan, Yi Baishi's eyes sparkled like a tranquil lake, leaving the audience with an unforgettable silhouette as she leaped off the high platform and returned to her seat at Ziqing Peak. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, she could no longer maintain her aloof persona and leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, Yay, I won. Chen Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, Little Baishi. You were amazing. Yi Baishi's eyes sparkled with delight. Hee, it's all thanks to senior sister's excellent teaching. Beside her, Qin Shihan smiled knowingly, fully aware that it was Yi Baishi's extraordinary talent that warranted such praise. Ahem, in public, you two little ones should be mindful of your impact. A cool voice interjected from ahead. At these words, Yi Baishi hastily dismounted from Chen Yuan, her head bowed in shyness. Only then did she notice that many of her fellow disciples were casting glances in her direction. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of jealousy in his masteress tone. In the following 5 matches, Chen Yuan observed keenly. Among the victors, the strongest hailed from Tianqing Peak, known as Duan Yao, who entered the sect alongside Chu Yong, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the Golden Core. The weakest was a disciple from Yanqing Peak, named Shi Yi, with a cultivation level at the 2nd stage of the Golden Core. This new disciples' competition valued not only strength, but also luck. Chu Yong, who was expected to achieve 1st place, now found himself contending for 7th after a defeat. As noon approached, only half an hour remained before the final match. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, channeling the primordial immortal scripture to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a cold beam shot forth, imbued with a formidable consciousness that pierced his mind. Chen Yuan smirked disdainfully. In an instant, that consciousness was obliterated into nothingness within his sea of consciousness. Zhang Tianqing's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. His consciousness had been severed upon entering Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. Was it a soul-protecting treasure? With a thread of sound infused with palpable killing intent, he declared, You killed my clansman. It seems you have no desire to live. Just moments ago, Zhang Tianqing had received the grim news of his brother's tragic demise. Through the Zhang family's connections, he traced the identity of the man who purchased the estate on South Street. Upon comparing records with the former estate owner, he uncovered Chen Yuan's name. At that moment, a cold voice whispered in Zhang Tianqing's ear, Your brother attempted to kill my partner and forcefully seize my estate. All of this is his own doing. Chen Yuan raised his gaze to meet his, their eyes clashing fiercely in the air. Even if my brother is incompetent, you have no right to judge him. I will remember you. Chen Yuan chuckled mockingly, dismissing Zhang Tianqing entirely. Just a late-stage nascent soul, he could extinguish him with ease. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the presiding elder stood on the platform, announcing loudly, The 2nd match officially begins. Please have the victors of the 1st match take the stage. Lung Yuming nodded towards the two, signaling them to ascend. Chen Yuan and his companion complied, stepping onto the high platform. The 7 participants exchanged respectful gestures, and the competition commenced in earnest. Duan Yao, Shi Yi, and the other three appeared to reach a tacit understanding, encircling Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. The 5 disciples unleashed their magical artifacts at lightning speed, launching a fierce assault on Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. Chen Yuan shook his head, deeming them foolish. The chasm created by their ordinary first-stage cultivation was insurmountable. Moreover, his cultivation level surpassed theirs by several stages, and his internal spiritual power was over 700 times greater. As the 5 bore down like a mountain, Chen Yuan raised his right hand lightly, enveloping Yi Baishi in his protective true essence. Clang, 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 clang. The artifacts of the 5 struck against Chen Yuan's protective barrier, the residual force radiating outward, absorbed by the formation beneath the debate platform. Come at me together. It saves me the trouble of taking you down one by one, he thought, as the spiritual power within him surged like a galaxy, his robes billowing with the overwhelming force. Boom. In an instant, 5 individuals were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the debate platform. The strength displayed was overwhelming, rendering the outcome of this battle utterly predictable. One couldn't help but envy Yi Baishi, who effortlessly secured a spot in the top 2. Whispers of astonishment arose from the surrounding crowd. Yi Baishi felt a slight flush of embarrassment, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. At that moment, the elder presiding over the competition leapt onto the high platform, declaring, "The match is concluded. I hereby announce the first-place winner, Chen Yuan. Second place goes to Yi Baishi, followed by Duan Yao in third, and Shi Yi in fourth." Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi returned to their seats at Ziqing Peak. No sooner had they settled in than they were met with their master's commendations. "You two have truly exceeded my expectations," she remarked, waving her right hand, causing 2 elixirs to materialize in the hands of Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. These elixirs, known as resurrection pills, were 5th-tier concoctions capable of healing all severe injuries, even restoring severed limbs. The duo bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, master." They then stored the elixirs in their rings. The second round of the competition commenced. Xu Yong, perhaps due to his poor mood, dispatched an opponent with a single palm strike, concluding the battle in mere moments. The final rankings were subsequently announced. First place, Chen Yuan, reward, Earth Tier Cultivation Method, 100 contribution points. Second place, Yi Baishi, reward, Spirit Tier Cultivation Method, 50 contribution points. Third place, Duan Yao, reward, Mysterious Tier Cultivation Method, 10 contribution points. Thus, the grand competition for newcomers came to a close, with just 10 days remaining until the Sect's grand tournament. As the night breeze whispered and the full moon hung high in the sky, Chen Yuan bade farewell to his master, indicating his intent to venture out for a while. Lung Yuming did not inquire further, merely signaling for him to exercise caution on his journey, assuring him that should he encounter danger, he could shatter the jade slip to summon her aid. On his descent from the mountain, Chen Yuan opened his data panel. Chapter 44, Dragon Soul Seal, Space Traversal. He marveled inwardly at the remarkable gains he had achieved in recent days, with his emotional value reaching an impressive 23,000. In the dead of night, a cloud steed, its mane a rich hue, pulled a cloud carriage, transforming into a streak of light as it soared rapidly towards the far north. This cloud steed, being of the 4th tier, commanded a price of over 100 high-grade spirit stones. However, for Chen Yuan, it posed no significant concern. A day later, a majestic mountain range came into view before Chen Yuan, its peaks soaring approximately 10,000 meters into the sky, filled with abundant spiritual energy, with pavilions and towers veiled in mist. This place was known as Ancient Immortal Mountain, also referred to as the Futian Mountain Range, and it housed the Ancient Immortal Sect. Before the mountain gate, 2 figures clad in dark robes hovered in the air, facing off against a prominent cultivator named Song Su within the gate. Both were at the nascent soul stage, and their attire indicated they were members of the Zheng family. "Song Su, your Ancient Immortal Sect is merely a 5th-tier, lowly sect. How dare you oppose my Zheng family?" The speaker, Zheng Feng, was the 3rd elder of the Zheng family, possessing late-stage nascent soul cultivation. "Song Su, your Ancient Immortal Sect is courting destruction," another voice interjected, thick with menace. This individual was Zheng Jun, the 4th elder of the Zheng family, at mid-stage nascent soul. Within the mountain gate, the sect leader suggested, perhaps it would be wise to surrender Xinling. It is not worth offending the Zheng family over a mere girl. The Ancient Immortal Sect's 2nd elder voiced concern, recognizing that the Zheng family held a mid-tier position among 5th-tier sects, with 2 established cultivators at the God transformation stage, making a direct confrontation with the Ancient Immortal Sect a daunting prospect. Song Su shot a glare at the man, exclaiming, "What do you understand?" He then turned to the 2 members of the Zheng family, saying, "You 2 may leave. The person you seek is not here." Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng shook his head, stubborn and unyielding. After speaking, the two intended to depart, having had no expectations of taking Shenling with them today. They merely came to probe the true intentions of the ancient immortal sect, seemingly hoping to cling to the favor of a certain direct disciple. At that moment, a streak of light blazed across the sky, and a figure descended before the gates of the ancient immortal sect, none other than Chen Yuan. "Where are you two headed?" Chen Yuan inquired with an indifferent expression. The two were taken aback, exclaiming, "Chen Yuan, indeed, it is I." Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, "You young man, I never imagined you would dare to leave the sect. Perhaps you do not know how to write the word death." Zheng Feng's eyes glinted with malice. "Today, this youth must die, or he would become a future threat. I will bear any blame. Should it come to that, I will simply seek forgiveness at the Xiantian sect. With Cheng Heir and Yuan Feng's protection, at the very least, the Zheng family will remain unscathed." Sensing the palpable murderous intent radiating from the two before him, Chen Yuan remained unfazed, his expression as calm as a tranquil lake. At that moment, a pale green sound transmission jade slip within his ring began to tremble violently. With a thought, he grasped it in his hand, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Chen Yuan, I have just received news. The Zheng family has annihilated Tianhai town." This message came from Lung Yuming. Chen Yuan's heart remained unwavering. His only kin had met a tragic end at the hands of that scoundrel, and the Chun family held no emotional ties for him. However, the destruction of the Chun family provided him with a perfect excuse to eliminate the two before him. What an audacious Zheng family, to obliterate my kin. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, feigning sorrow. "Ha! And what of it? You, a mere golden core cultivator, dare to provoke my entire Zheng family? How utterly ridiculous." Zheng Jun mocked with a sneer. "Very well, then. Today, I shall collect some interest." With that, Chen Yuan ignited 7 inches of his 9-inch golden core, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power akin to a river of stars. Purple lightning crackled, rising from his fist. He moved like a phantom, appearing instantaneously behind Zheng Jun Heavenly Thunder Fist. Sensing the chilling aura of death behind him, Zheng Jun reacted swiftly, summoning a radiant long blade to his hand, turning to block in fury. Bang! Ripples emanated from the point of impact as Chen Yuan astonishingly suppressed a nascent soul true monarch. Within the ancient immortal sect, the disciples and elders were struck with disbelief. What did they witness? The might of a golden core overwhelming a nascent soul? This could not be a jest. Song Su's expression grew serious. His choice to side with Chen Yuan stemmed from the latter's terrifying strength, promising boundless potential in the future. "Enough!" Zheng Feng bellowed, unleashing a mental pressure like a flying knife, aimed directly at Chen Yuan's mind. The Tian Yuqin materialized out of thin air, shielding him. Clang! The ancient zither trembled, resonating with a deep hum. Chen Yuan smirked disdainfully as the primordial force within him surged, causing the purple lightning in his hand to shine ever more brilliantly. His fist intent took shape, morphing into a solid purple dragon. Zheng Jun's countenance changed drastically, and with a thunderous crash, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep pit beneath him. His internal organs quaked, and he continuously spat blood. "Second brother." Zheng Feng let out a thunderous roar, his mental pressure surging into Chen Yuan's mind like a torrential flood. Yet, Chen Yuan's expression remained serene. The moment Zheng Feng's consciousness entered his mind, it was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness. A soul-protecting artifact. Zheng Feng's countenance grew grave. This young man was far too extraordinary, possessing a strength akin to that of a true monarch within him, and capable of rendering the Yuan in consciousness insignificant. If given time to mature, even the likes of Erdu might not stand a chance against him. He slapped his waist, summoning the superior grade spiritual artifact, the Dragon Soul Seal, which quickly expanded to a height of a human. "Go!" Zheng Feng bellowed, as the Dragon Soul Seal descended fiercely upon Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gazed at the colossal seal above, and in an instant, the scene around him transformed, revealing memories from the mundane world, reminiscent of his days at Blue Star University. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through Chen Yuan, pulling him from the illusion. Yet the overwhelming pressure was now but an inch away. At that critical moment, Chen Yuan activated the Zifu divine technique, warping space around him. His figure vanished into thin air. However, the Dragon Soul Seal's momentum remained undiminished, crashing down with terrifying force. Zheng Feng exhaled in relief, doubting Chen Yuan could survive. Song Su's pupils dilated, his heart racing. Behind him, the disguised Shenling spewed forth a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting, but was fortunately supported by 2 maidservants, preventing her collapse. Just as Zheng Feng felt a sense of relief, a plume of black smoke encircled him. What is this ominous substance? Zheng Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Chen Yuan had not perished? In the midst of it all, a figure materialized from thin air, Chen Yuan himself, clutching a purple gourd from which the smoke emanated. Look, he is alive, exclaimed a disciple of the ancient immortal sect. Heavenly realms. How did he survive? A chorus of astonished voices erupted from within the sect. Xinling, suddenly awakened, turned her gaze to the figure in the sky, tears unwittingly pooling in her eyes. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. He had indeed underestimated them. Truly, one could never fathom the extent of a person's hidden capabilities. Just moments ago, he had nearly met his demise. With a thunderous strike, the heavenly thunder fist coalesced, unleashing a formidable blow. Enveloped in smoke, Zheng Feng was engulfed in terror, for he could only perceive a 3-foot radius around him. Beyond that, his consciousness was utterly blind. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted behind him, and as he turned, the fist's radiance had already pierced through his body. Boom! Zheng Feng's figure was sent hurtling back through the smoke, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Chapter 45. Song Su surrenders, no mercy in killing. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. The disciples of the ancient immortal sect stared with eyes wide as saucers, marveling in disbelief. As Chen Yuan descended to the ground, he approached Zheng Feng step by step. Zheng Feng's chest was caved in, blood gushing forth, while crimson trickled from his mouth. His eyes widened in defiance, but soon his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Chen Yuan stood before him, delivering a punch that shattered his Yuan-ing and seized the ring from his hand. Following this, he waved his right hand, drawing the dragon soul seal into the ring. He then approached the pit, reaching out to pull Zheng Jun into his grasp. At this moment, Zheng Jun was barely clinging to life, his strength nearly extinguished. "You little brat, I curse your ancestors." He spat. Zheng Jun gasped, cursing in a low voice, and ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood at Chen Yuan. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted swiftly, slightly tilting his head to evade the attack. With a surge of power from his right hand, he channeled spiritual energy through his fingertips into Zheng Jun's body, reducing his primordial spirit to dust. Zheng Jun met his demise. In the grand hall of the ancient immortal sect, Song Su warmly welcomed Chen Yuan, pouring the finest Longquan tea into a teacup, and then gestured invitingly. "Please, esteemed Chen. This exquisite Longquan tea possesses remarkable efficacy in clearing meridians." Chen Yuan took a sip and found it exceptional. It seemed that Song Su had been reluctant to consume it, only bringing it out to entertain him upon his arrival. "Do you despise me for slaying your son, Sect Master Song?" Chen Yuan inquired, his gaze lifting slightly to meet that of Song Su. A pang of alarm shot through Song Su's heart, uncertain of Chen Yuan's intent. He quickly rose, speaking cautiously. "Esteemed Chen, my son brought this upon himself. How could I possibly harbor resentment towards you?" In truth, Song Su's feelings were complex. He understood that it was his son who had first provoked Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's good temperament had spared their ancient immortal sect. Had it been another noble scion, they would have likely reduced the sect to ruins. Chen Yuan nodded, flipping his right hand to reveal the 7th-tier spiritual herb, the heavenly soul grass. A treasure bestowed by the system. This spiritual gem, known as heavenly soul grass, can refine one's primordial spirit. As Chen Yuan spoke, Song Su's eyes gradually sparkled. Fixated on the heavenly soul grass, unable to tear his gaze away. Cultivating the primordial spirit could significantly enhance a cultivator's mental prowess. Such formidable mental strength would not only allow for greater mastery over magical tools, but also foster a deeper affinity with the natural spiritual energies of the world. "Take it." Sect Master Song, Chen Yuan stated calmly. "This is far too precious." Song Su yearned for it deeply, yet understood the weight of the offering, hastily declining. The 7th-tier spiritual herb was worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, and its market value was elusive, as a mere transformation stage cultivator. How could he dare accept such a grand gift? "Are you refusing to join my ranks, Sect Master Song?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone neutral yet imposing, causing Song Su's heart to race. He sensed that the aura emanating from Chen Yuan was not that of a golden core cultivator, but rather that of a Tao Lord, or perhaps even higher, suffocating him slightly. With the conversation reaching this pivotal juncture, Song Su waved his hand, accepting the herb into his storage ring, then knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "I pledge to follow you, esteemed Chen. In that case, let us forge a soul contract, and I shall ensure that your ancient immortal sect remains untroubled for a millennium," Chen Yuan declared, producing a contract and placing it before them. This contract, invaluable and unique, had been purchased from the system store, vanishing as soon as his emotional value reached 30,000. "Since you profess your loyalty, now is the moment to demonstrate it," Chen Yuan asserted. Song Su's expression turned pale at the notion of signing a soul contract, which would bind him to Chen Yuan's will, capable of determining his life and death with a mere thought. Witnessing Song Su's hesitation, Chen Yuan ceased to speak, preparing to reclaim the contract. Seeing this, Song Su quickly pressed down on the contract, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He could not afford to provoke the Zheng family. Nor could he dare to challenge Chen Yuan. Submission was his only path to self-preservation. I will sign, he declared, and thus, Chen Yuan and Song Su each implanted their consciousness into the contract, solidifying the agreement. With a subtle smile, Chen Yuan settled back into his chair, taking a sip of tea before casually waving his right hand to produce 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon witnessing this, Song Su's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to rise from his seat, nearly blinded by the dazzling array of spirit stones before him. I shall not be stingy with the resources that command my allegiance. Allocate these spirit stones wisely and expedite the enhancement of our sect's power. Pausing momentarily, Chen Yuan continued, a fierce glint emerging in his gaze. Moreover, you are to periodically send disciples to the mountainous regions surrounding Tianqing City. Should they encounter any disciples from the Zheng family on their excursions, show no mercy. With the ancient immortal sect reigning supreme over the extreme north, securing Song Su would equate to mastering the entirety of that realm. As night fell within the cave dwelling, upon seeing Chen Yuan, Shenling immediately embraced him without uttering a word, their gazes locking. A blush crept across Shenling's face as she subtly closed her eyes. Chen Yuan understood her intention and leaned in to press his lips against hers. Moments later, Shenling broke free, gasping for breath. You nearly suffocated me, she chided, hands on her hips, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Yuan. These past few days have caused you undue worry, he said, taking her hand in an apologetic gesture. Oh, what are you apologizing for? I should be the one to apologize. This predicament arose because of me. Had it not been for my involvement, you would not have attracted such trouble, Shenling murmured, nestling closer to him. The fragrant scent of her hair stirred something within Chen Yuan. Shenling looked up at him, her eyes fluttering as she slowly shed her garments. Outside the cave, the night was resplendent. Within, the harmonious sounds of strings filled the air. 2.5 hours later, Chen Yuan and Shenling, now attired, sat cross-legged on the ground to commence their cultivation. Linger, focus on this, Chen Yuan said, revealing a volume of earth-tier cultivation technique titled Swallowing Spirit Formula, a fragment he had discovered within Zheng Feng's storage ring. Its true rank should have reached the heaven tier. Alas, due to its incomplete nature, certain aspects were obscure, rendering it merely earth tier for the time being. Shenling nodded, accepting the technique and beginning to peruse its contents. She practiced the Tian NV Sect's core method, the Tian NV Heart technique, which, though merely one tier above the Swallowing Spirit Formula, was still a chasm apart in essence. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted an earth-tier cultivation technique, Swallowing Spirit Formula, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the complete heaven-tier technique, Swallowing Spirit Formula, annotated edition. Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched, having just relinquished a fragment. He was rewarded with the complete version. 3 hours later, he opened his eyes, having made further progress toward the 9th level of the Golden Core. He glanced at Shenling beside him and inquired, how goes your cultivation? Is there anything unclear? Shenling opened her eyes and nodded, retrieving the technique to point out a section in the Qi induction part, her brow furrowed. Chenggu, I find this part perplexing. Whenever I attempt to channel the Xian Palace's spiritual energy into my organs via this route, I experience a slight pain in my meridians. Despite trying various methods, the issue persists. Chen Yuan nodded. It was reasonable that Shenling, whose talent likely fell below the exceptional tier, would struggle with such intricate concepts. He then produced the system-rewarded Swallowing Spirit Formula. Cultivating this version is akin to the one you possess, but mine is complete, and I have annotated every sentence, ensuring that your practice will yield results with half the effort. Wow. Shenling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted the cultivation method and eagerly began to peruse its contents. So it is. Upon finishing, she experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that the 7 meridians were essential rather than the primary meridian. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Chen Yuan, exclaiming, Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. You know everything. Chen Yuan playfully pinched her cheek, replying, as long as you are happy, if resources are insufficient, just come to me. Shenling cupped Chen Yuan's face and gently pecked his cheek. Before departing from Tianqing City, Chen Yuan had gifted her numerous spirit stones and pills. In just 2 days, she had successfully elevated her strength to the late stage of the Golden Core's 6th level. Chapter 46, Journey to Jiuzhou. Encounter with Xia Yura. As Chen Yuan and Shenling stepped out of the cave dwelling, a maid approached them. Upon getting closer, the maid respectfully bowed to Chen Yuan and said, Young Master Chen, the sect leader informed me that we have gathered news regarding the resurrection pill. The resurrection pill, a 5th-grade elixir, is capable of mending the spiritual injuries inflicted upon one's consciousness. Such a pill is exceedingly rare, often without a market. Yet the Xiantian sect possesses it. However, it requires contributions for exchange, or else one must purchase it with spirit stones. The prices of elixirs within the sect are exponentially higher than those in the outside world. Currently, Chen Yuan possessed tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones returned by the system, but these could not trigger a refund. Only a few hundred high-grade spirit stones, sourced from Zheng Feng and others, could activate the refund, which would suffice for purchasing the 5th-grade elixir. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, Xin Ling felt deeply touched, not expecting him to be so considerate and to remember this matter. In the main hall of the ancient immortal sect, the master said, "I have gathered information overnight. The Huiyun Trading Company in Mufeng City, Jiuzhou, will hold an auction in 2 days, featuring the resurrection pill." Chen Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Is this information accurate?" The maid replied, "Indeed, master, I assure you it is true. My clan's younger brother serves as an outer elder in the Dingfeng sect, which governs Mufeng City. And this news was conveyed by him. The Dingfeng sect is a second-tier sect in Jiuzhou. The ancient immortal sect is situated in the southern region of the extreme north, where the Dacian domain, Jiuzhou, and the extreme north converge, a mere 500,000 miles away. A 4th-grade cloud chaser steed can travel 8,000 meters per second, making the journey to Jiuzhou achievable in just over 4 hours. Calculating the time in his mind, Chen Yuan noted that there were still 9 days until the grand competition, allowing ample time for a round trip. There was no time to waste. They would depart immediately. At the mountain gate, Shen Ling hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. As Chen Yuan led the cloud chaser steed and glanced up, he noticed her expression and inquired, "What is it?" Shen Ling, with her beautiful eyes glistening, spoke with a hint of vulnerability, "Brother Chen, can you take me with you? I wish to accompany you." At that moment, Song Su interjected, "Mistress, this journey is long and perilous. If danger arises, the master may be too preoccupied to ensure your safety." Shen Ling felt a bit shy at being addressed as mistress, lowering her gaze. She was aware of her burdensome nature, yet she could not bear to part with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took her hand gently and reassured her, "Be good. I will return as soon as I acquire the resurrection pill. If you miss me, just use the jade slip to send me a message." It was entirely natural for Shen Ling to feel reluctant. Such is the sentiment of a young girl in love, anxious about her beloved. Shen Ling nodded. "Be careful on your journey." "Rest assured," Chen Yuan replied, then stepped onto the cloud carriage, grasping the reins. The cloud chaser steed transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Jiuzhou. "Dear matron, do not fret. I shall dispatch someone to escort you back to the sect. Regarding the previous matter with your master, I will personally extend my apologies." Song Su maintained a humble demeanor, his tone sincere. Such a significant figure as Song Su exhibiting such humility rendered Shen Ling somewhat uneasy, especially since she had never even had the chance to meet him before. This entire transformation was solely due to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had first ventured to the nearby city Huiyun Trading House to acquire intelligence regarding the Jiuzhou region. As this was a cross-state purchase, and given the magnitude of the information obtained, it required a considerable expenditure of spirit stones, no less than 50 superior spirit stones. After leaving behind the Dragon Soul Seal, Chen Yuan sold all the assorted items from Zheng Feng and his companion's storage rings, netting over 300 superior spirit stones, which, combined with the previous 100, amounted to more than 600. A day later, Chen Yuan arrived at the southern gate of Jiuzhou's Tianfeng City, stowing away the cloud carriage and leading the chasing cloud steed as he joined the lengthy queue at the southern gate. Tianfeng City, a 4th-tier city, was backed by the 2nd-tier sect, the Dingfeng sect, with the city lord being an elder from the inner sect, a formidable cultivator in the transformation stage. The scale of the city was approximately that of 3 first-tier cities from his previous life, with an auction hosted by the Huiyun Trading House scheduled for the following day. The bustling atmosphere rivaled that of the 3rd-tier Tianqing city. By dawn, a long line had already formed at the southern gate, stretching beyond sight. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Chen Yuan's turn. At that moment, a shadow loomed above, a terrifying pressure from a golden core cultivator enveloping the city gate for miles. Looking up, Chen Yuan beheld 3 golden core snow wolves pulling a vibrant crimson cloud carriage. Such opulence! Whose young master could this belong to? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. At that juncture, a youth leaped down. His gaze was unremarkable, yet his sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with a countenance resembling polished jade, spoke of an extraordinary bearing. A city guard approached, expressionless. Addressing the young man, "Young Master Zhua, the rules of Mufeng City dictate that you should reign in the aura of your demonic wolves." Recognizing the youth, someone exclaimed, "It's Zhua Gongzi, son of the sect leader from Tianqing sect." Chen Yuan was well acquainted with the Jiuzhou factions and knew that Tianqing sect was a 3rd-tier sect. Young Master Zhua, holding a folding fan, commanded someone behind him. In the air, An elderly servant radiated an imposing presence, skillfully guiding the Snow Wolf King to descend gradually. Observing this, the commander waved his hand. Please proceed, young Master Zhua. However, at that moment, a large hand obstructed Zhua's path. Young Master Zhua, is it? Do you understand the rules? Please wait your turn, Chen Yuan stated with indifference, as he detested queue jumping above all else. Zhua was momentarily taken aback and turned to regard Chen Yuan with interest. Murmurs erupted from behind, speculating on the audacity of the young man daring to impede young Master Zhua's path. Zhua lightly tapped Chen Yuan's shoulder with his fan. Young man, do you know who I am? Chen Yuan scoffed dismissively. Who are you to warrant my recognition? Zhua chuckled heartily. Quite bold. I admire that. But I must apologize. As I am not fond of you, I have no interest in your kind. Chen Yuan's expression was one of disdain. Zhua's countenance darkened, his retort ready on his lips when a lady approached from the side. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with willow-like brows and clad in a purple, ethereal gown, exuding an exquisite grace. Upon noticing her, Zhua hastily moved closer. Fairy Xia, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Xia Yurua expressed her disdain. How unfortunate. Do you realize how bothersome you are? During a grand competition among the 9 major sects, Zhuozhou was captivated by Xia Yurua's beauty and ardently pursued her. Now, encountering her beneath the auspices of the Dingfeng sect, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhuozhou had ulterior motives for this encounter. Chen Yuan also spotted Xia Yurua and was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to see her here. However, he had no intention of greeting her and instead addressed the guard. May I enter now? The gatekeeper shook his head and kindly advised, Sir, the young master you just provoked is the son of the 3rd grade Tianqing sect's leader. I suggest you take your leave to avoid unnecessary trouble. Noting that Chen Yuan was clad in plain black attire yet exuded an extraordinary aura, the guard opted for caution, ensuring no offense was taken against either party. At that moment, Xia Yurua caught a glimpse of Chen Yuan and hurried over, her voice tinged with surprise. Black-clad brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan turned to see it was Xia Yurua and pointed to himself, inquiring, Are you calling me? Indeed. Black-clad brother, I mentioned you earlier in Batty City. She paused. Realizing that during their previous encounter, she had been disguised as a man, and he might not recognize her. Feeling somewhat awkward, she hesitated on how to continue. Miss Xia, you must be the gentleman in white who alerted me that day in Batty City? Chen Yuan clarified. Ah, black-clad brother, you recognized me. Meanwhile, Zhuozhou, witnessing his beloved rushing to greet a stranger with such familiarity, felt a surge of jealousy boiling within him. Chapter 47. The frightened Zhuozhou black-clad brother. Are you entering the city? Xia Yurua inquired curiously. Chen Yuan nodded affirmatively. He then shifted the topic. However, it seems I have encountered a slight complication. This moving city does not appear to welcome me. Upon hearing this, the city guard nearly lost his composure, for he had not misjudged. The token at the woman's waist was indeed a personal insignia, given the nature of their relationship. Offending a direct disciple of the Dingfeng sect would leave him with nowhere to hide within 1,000 miles of Mufeng City. Xia Yurua looked at the guard. Producing her personal insignia, her gaze fierce. This gentleman is my friend. May I escort him into the city? Of course. The guard nodded vigorously, stepping aside. Humph. Xia Yurua huffed coldly, then turned to Chen Yuan with a shy smile. Black-clad brother, I will take you into the city. Chen Yuan nodded. Being guided by a direct disciple in this territory would undoubtedly spare him a great deal of hassle. Behind them, Zhuozhou's gaze darkened as he watched Chen Yuan and Xia Yurua enter the city together. His old servant attempted to intervene, but Zhuozhou raised a hand to stop him. Old Zhou, investigate this person's background, Zhuozhou commanded coldly. He possessed a modicum of insight, noting that the steed Chen Yuan was leading was a 4th grade cloud chaser. Inside the city, a striking young man led the cloud chaser, accompanied by a charming young woman, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Black-clad brother, may I ask your name? Xia Yurua inquired, her tone slightly bashful. Chen Yuan, he replied. After Chen Yuan answered, he immediately inquired, and you? Young Master Chen, my name is Xia Yurua. As she spoke, she shyly presented a jade slip to Chen Yuan. Here, young Master Chen. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the city, feel free to contact me, and I shall assist you. Chen Yuan felt somewhat astonished. Was Xia Yurua being overly enthusiastic? When he glanced at the data panel again, he found himself momentarily frozen. Favorability, 69. Just a step away from a deeper affection. What had he done to elicit such high regard from Xia Yurua? It was a pity, however, that her beauty was rated only at 87, rendering the system unable to bind with her. Otherwise, he could have reaped a binding reward. Chen Yuan accepted the jade slip, saying, I shall express my gratitude to Miss Xia in advance. At the corner, Xia Yurua waved her small hand and then excitedly dashed away, her entire little face flushed. Undeniably adorable. This scene was closely observed by Zhuozhou, who followed behind, his heart ablaze with indignation. The resentment of a husband snatched away was unending. At that moment, the jade slip in his hand trembled, and he heard the voice of the old servant in his mind. Young master, no information has been found regarding this person. He does not appear to be from the 9 provinces. Investigate further, Qin Yuan commanded. At the Fire Cloud Trading Company, after handing the Fire Cloud steed to a servant, Qin Yuan requested the proprietor to provide a training chamber. Esteemed guest, I apologize, but due to the auction being held tomorrow, our training chambers were fully booked yesterday. We only have ordinary guest rooms available, the proprietor informed him. Then just give me any room, Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Certainly, the proprietor exclaimed, and a maid stepped forward to guide Qin Yuan to a guest room on the 2nd floor. Inside the guest room, Qin Yuan sat on the floor and began his cultivation by consuming a Qingming pill. The following day, as the morning light began to break, after 2 days of diligent practice, Qin Yuan had made further progress in his cultivation, now just 1 step away from the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. The auction was set to commence at the hour of the snake, with merely half an hour remaining. Qin Yuan rose and exited his guest room, making his way downstairs. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The maid approached him respectfully. Qin Yuan raised his gaze and inquired, where is the auction being held? The maid pointed upstairs. Esteemed guest, the auction is on the 3rd floor. Do you have an invitation? An invitation? Qin Yuan frowned, realizing he was unaware that an invitation was necessary to attend an auction. Without an invitation, one cannot participate in the auction, the maid explained gently. At that moment, a refined young man entered the Fire Cloud Trading Company. It was Zhuozhou. Upon seeing his elegant attire, the maid hurried forward, greeting him warmly. Esteemed young master, may I inquire what you require? Zhuozhou flipped his right hand, producing an invitation. Take me to the auction. Upon seeing the invitation, the maid's demeanor became even more respectful. Esteemed young master, this way please. Zhuozhou followed the maid, and just then, he spotted Qin Yuan standing at the foot of the stairs. He halted, teasingly remarking, Oh young man, what brings you here? Qin Yuan, unperturbed, shrugged and candidly stated, I lack an invitation. Zhuozhou's eyes glinted with amusement. No invitation, huh? What a pity. Shall I escort you upstairs? Qin Yuan clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, young master Zhua. Zhuozhou was momentarily taken aback, still grappling with his thoughts when he heard Qin Yuan's urging voice. Zhua, what are you dawdling for? The auction is about to commence. Zhuozhou's lips twitched. He had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Qin Yuan smoothly entered the auction hall and casually chose an empty seat. Zhuozhou plopped down beside him and inquired, What is your relationship with Xia Yurua? It concerns you not, Qin Yuan replied coldly. You're from the extreme north, aren't you? I discovered that you purchased intelligence from the Huiyun Merchant Association in that desolate region. To be frank, my Tianqing sect has never regarded such a backwater with any seriousness. Zhuozhou's tone turned menacing, thick with threats. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly, Young Master Zhua. Your intelligence-gathering skills seem somewhat lacking. Did you not uncover my purchase of a Cloud Chaser steed in Tianqing City? Zhuozhou paused. Where is Tianqing City? Qin Yuan produced his identity token. Take a look for yourself. Zhuozhou accepted the token and examined it. Moments later, he stood up in shock, cold sweat trickling down his back. The person he had been deriding was actually a direct disciple of the esteemed Xintian sect. Young Master Chun, I was blind to your true stature. Please do not hold my previous remarks against me, Zhuozhou said, nearly on the verge of tears. If things went awry, his Tianqing sect could be facing ruin. I am not unreasonable. Ignorance is no crime, Qin Yuan remarked, allowing Zhuozhou to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Qin Yuan's elongated tone caused Zhuozhou's heart to tighten once more. But I left in haste and forgot to bring any spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhuozhou immediately grasped his meaning. He patted his chest and said with a fawning tone, Rest assured, young Master Chun, should you desire anything at the auction, just let me know, and I will handle the payment. How embarrassing. Seeing your sincerity, I shall reluctantly accept, Qin Yuan replied, snatching his fan and playfully swatting Zhuozhou's face. By the way, refrain from pointing that wretched fan at others in the future. Understood, understood. Zhuozhou nodded repeatedly. At that moment, a jade slip within Zhuozhou's storage ring began to tremble incessantly. He grasped it in his hand, and immediately, a voice from his old servant transmitted through. Young master, the arrangements have been made. We shall wait for that young man to exit the city before we strike. Zhuozhou's expression stiffened, and he cast a furtive glance at Qin Yuan. Young Master Chun, pardon my intrusion. He then stepped aside and began to berate the voice from the jade slip. Cancel that arrangement immediately. I wish to live a little longer. Chapter 48. Wong Yuding. Young Master Chen truly is wise. The auction was hosted by a female cultivator from the Huiyun Merchant Association, named by Hongxiu. Clad in a fiery red cloud-patterned gown with semi-transparent wide sleeves, her alluring figure was subtly revealed as she moved, exuding an enchanting charm. Earning a score of 77 from the system. Many cultivators in the audience regarded Bai Hongxiu with greedy eyes. Just as Zhuo was about to whistle, he remembered Chen Yuan was beside him and abruptly halted his action. On stage, Bai Hongxiu exchanged pleasantries with the crowd before officially commencing the auction. The first item up for bid was rather simple, a rather ordinary yellow tier flying sword, with a starting price of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. And each increment could not be less than 500 stones. Only 2 individuals placed bids. Ultimately, a slender man with dark skin acquired it for 3,000 inferior spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the second, third, and fourth items were presented, all of which were trifles in Chen Yuan's eyes. At that moment, Bai Hongxiu cleared her throat, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she announced, "The next item for auction is a top-grade, Earth-level magical artifact, temporarily entrusted for sale by a young master from a prominent family." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Beside him, Zhuo immediately sat up straight, ready to invest heavily to secure it. Below, many cultivators' expressions darkened. Earth-level artifacts command prices upwards of 1,000 superior spirit stones, affordable only to families at the transformation stage and above. After a brief interlude, a maid ascended the stage, carrying a tray upon which a delicate brocade box was placed. Under the eager gazes of the audience, Bai Hongxiu slowly opened the box. It contained a top-grade, Earth-level soul-protecting treasure, capable of withstanding the divine consciousness of true monarchs. With an opening bid of 3,000 superior spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1,000. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Heavens! It is actually a soul-protecting artifact. Initially, they had believed the revival pill to be the centerpiece of the auction, only to discover a grand treasure concealed within. Some newly initiated members of transformation families gazed enviously, but lamented their limited family assets. The older transformation families lamented their insufficient spirit stones, wishing they had brought more to compete. Some astute individuals recognized the futility. Even if one secured it, would they truly have a life to use it? Zhuo's eyes gleamed. A soul-protecting artifact is a rare find. To exchange this for a favor from a first-rate sect would be worthwhile. Such thoughts are entirely reasonable. As the two sects are separated by a vast chasm, the Tianqing sect has only 4 return-to-void monarchs, while the Xintian sect boasts over 30. He turned to Chen Yuan, who nodded in approval, prompting him to raise his bidding paddle. 4,000 superior spirit stones. He then stood, bowing to the attendees of the auction. "I am Zhuo. I trust you all recognize me. I kindly ask you to grant me this favor and refrain from contesting this item." Given that this auction was held in a 4th-tier city, and the Huiyun Trading Company had conducted little promotion, the strongest background present was merely a 3rd-tier return-to-void force. The Tianqing sect is considered an upper-class family among the 3rd tier, and thus the guests were inclined to give young Master Zhuo some leeway. "Grant you leeway? You are but a feather." A sharp voice rang out from the side. Zhuo's expression darkened instantly, his gaze falling upon a corner where a woman donned in white robes, holding a feather fan, looked at him with disdain. Chen Yuan immediately employed a probing technique. Name: Wong Yuding. Gender: female. Affection: 0. Appearance: 91. Realm: 8th layer of golden core. Current status: non-binding. "Miss Wong, what do you mean by that?" Zhuo gritted his teeth, his voice low and strained. "What do I mean? It is simply that you are unworthy." Wong Yuding cast a scornful glance at Zhuo and raised her bidding paddle. 5,000 superior spirit stones. Bai Hongxiu's face instantly lit up with joy. The more competitors there were, the higher her commission would be. With a firm strike of her auction hammer, she declared loudly, "Miss Wong bids 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Are there any other bidders?" Zhuo raised his paddle, proclaiming, "I bid 6,000 high-grade spiritual stones." Without granting Bai Hongxiu a moment to respond, Wong Yuding interjected, "I bid 8,000 high-grade spiritual stones." Subsequently, with a more pronounced air of disdain, she provocatively gazed at Zhuo, remarking, "Is young Master Zhuo only willing to increase his bid by a mere 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones? How rather pitiful." Zhuo, known for his fiery temper, felt rage swelling within him. He had brought only 9,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Should Wong Yuding continue to bid, he would be truly unable to afford it. At that moment, a dispassionate voice emerged beside Zhuo, declaring, "No need to contend further." Zhuo shot an unwilling glare at Wong Yuding before begrudgingly taking his seat. "My apologies, young Master Chen. I am indeed inadequate." Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "What is your relationship with that woman?" Her name is Wong Yuding. Hailing from a third-tier family, the eldest daughter of the Wong clan, and we bear a long-standing enmity with the Tianqing sect, Zhuozhou replied. Qin Yuan's interest was piqued. An enmity? How long has it lasted? After a moment's reflection, Zhuozhou responded, over 4,000 years, since the time of my grandfather. Qin Yuan nodded, remaining silent as he contemplated his strategy. Soon, the final auction item was presented, a 5th-tier pill, the soul revitalizing pill, starting at 300 high-grade spiritual stones. With each bid requiring a minimum increase of 100. You bid first at 600, Qin Yuan instructed. Zhuozhou nodded and promptly raised his paddle, calling out. I bid 600 high-grade spiritual stones. As expected, Wong Yuding quickly followed with her bid. I bid 800 high-grade spiritual stones. Just as Zhuozhou was about to express his frustration, he noticed Qin Yuan standing up. Young Master Qin, what are you doing? Zhuozhou asked cautiously. We are not bidding anymore. Let us leave, Qin Yuan replied calmly. However, before Zhuozhou could voice further objections, Qin Yuan had already started towards the staircase, prompting Zhuozhou to hastily follow. On the street, Qin Yuan led the steed, chasing Cloud, towards the southern gate. Zhuozhou, shifting from arrogance to deference, cautiously stated, Young Master Qin, I am truly inadequate. No matter. It is evident that Wong Yuding came well prepared, Qin Yuan observed with a tranquil gaze, then turned to Zhuozhou. On her return to the family, is there a route she must take? Zhuozhou quickly produced a map for inspection. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed towards a mountain range, saying, Young Master Qin, there is a mountain range called the Purple Thunder Mountain, located 200,000 miles from Mufeng City, which is the route her clan must traverse. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Let us proceed. Zhuozhou, somewhat bewildered, pondered Qin Yuan's intention. A sudden, alarming thought swept through his mind, and he exclaimed, Young Master Qin, you cannot be planning to ambush and rob her, can you? He hastily waved his hands. That would be utterly unthinkable. I just noticed that Wong Yuding is accompanied by 3 true monarchs of the nascent soul stage. Should we attempt to obstruct her? It would only lead to our demise. Qin Yuan looked at him incredulously. Have you discarded all reason? Have you forgotten my identity? When the time comes, I will reveal my status and offer an equivalent purchase. Even she, in her folly, would grant me a modicum of respect. Zhuozhou suddenly realized, indeed, Young Master Qin is truly sagacious. Chapter 49, Slaying 3 True Monarchs. In truth, Qin Yuan's plan was not yet fully articulated. What he had mentioned earlier was merely one possibility. If Wong Yuding were to uncover his identity, feelings of trepidation might well arise within her, fearing that Zhuozhou might ascend in stature by associating with him. In such a case, she would likely resolve to eliminate both of them without hesitation, leaving him to bear the consequences of his unearned advantage. 2 hours later, Qin Yuan and Zhuozhou arrived at the winding path on the slopes of the Purple Thunder Mountains, traveling in a cloud-laden carriage. The area was densely forested, indeed an ideal spot for an ambush. However, for Qin Yuan and his companion, such measures were entirely unnecessary, as they were not there to commit robbery. Approximately an hour later, a cerulean cloud carriage sped toward them, drawn by 5 third-tier black steeds, their glossy coats gleaming in the quiet forest, the sound of their hooves echoing through the stillness. The carriage was piloted by an elder of the Wong family, known as Wong Baichuan, who was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Upon seeing figures blocking the road ahead, he pulled the reins, causing the black steeds to neigh loudly. Inside the azure cloud carriage, Wong Yuding appeared displeased and inquired, Elder Baichuan, why have we suddenly halted? Wong Baichuan promptly replied with respect, Miss, there are individuals obstructing our path. Obstructing? Who possesses such audacity to hinder the conveyance of the Wong family? Miss, the ones blocking our way are Zhuozhou. He responded. At this revelation, Wong Yuding lifted the carriage curtain, leaping down from the vehicle. Simultaneously, her personal maidservants swiftly positioned themselves by her side. Wong Yuding's gaze, sharp as a torch, fixed on the 2 figures on the mountainside. After a brief moment, she nodded to one of her maids. The maid, named Wang Chun, vanished in an instant, while another, Wang Xia, had served Wong Yuding since childhood. During a perilous outing where she had left them behind, they had been attacked. That incident left her feeling vulnerable and distrustful, prompting her to keep them close, sharing every meal and every night without parting. 10 breaths later, Wang Chun returned and whispered something in Wong Yuding's ear. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes. No wonder he is the most notorious scion of the Tianqing sect, venturing out without a single guard, she murmured. Then, accompanied by Wang Chun and Wang Xia, she leaped forward to confront Qin Yuan and Zhuozhou, with Wong Baichuan following closely behind. Zhuozhou, you possess audacity indeed to impede my path, Wong Yuding declared, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. Eliminating Zhuozhou would make her the foremost contributor to her family, propelling her closer to the position of head of the clan. Zhuozhou, with an air of arrogance and bolstered by Chun Yuan's presence, felt emboldened. He tossed his sleeve dismissively, pointing a finger at Wong Yuding, and brazenly demanded, "Hand over the soul-guarding jade pendant and the resurrection pill you acquired, or you shall face dire consequences." At this, Chun Yuan's lips twitched. When had he ever claimed to have stolen anything? Was Zhuozhou's mind clouded by folly? One moment lucid, the next, utterly deranged. Wong Yuding frowned slightly. Zhuozhou's audacity in the absence of guards indicated he had some hidden support. She glanced at the imposing figure beside Zhuozhou, standing 8 feet tall, with a striking appearance, and her heart sank. Could it be that Zhuozhou's confidence stemmed from this nobleman? Suddenly, the formerly boastful Zhuozhou winced, clutching the back of his head in confusion. "Young Master Chun, why did you strike me?" Chun Yuan sternly commanded, "Silence." He then turned toward Wong Yuding, adopting a demeanor of humility. "Miss Wong, allow me to introduce myself. I am a direct disciple from the Xiantian sect of the Great Qian Domain." Chun Yuan spoke as he produced a token and tossed it towards Wong Yuding. His intention was not to seize a treasure, but rather to negotiate a purchase from her. Wong Yuding caught the token, which was ancient and emanated various profound restrictions, undeniably authentic. "Miss, the Xiantian sect is a first-rate sect," Wang Chun reminded her in a hushed tone. Wong Yuding's expression darkened. A first-rate sect was a colossal entity capable of reducing her Wong family to mere dust with a single breath. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to concede, especially as it appeared that Zhuozhou had already formed a connection with this direct disciple. She asked Wang Chun, her voice steady, "Are you certain there are no guards nearby?" "Absolutely," Wang Chun affirmed with certainty. Given their prior encounter with assassination, Wang Chun had begun cultivating the qi searching technique, and had now reached perfection, capable of detecting even the slightest hint of a supreme being's presence. "Kill," Wong Yuding commanded in a low voice. Wang Chun was taken aback. "Master, I don't want your thoughts. I want my command executed." "Kill." Ahead, Zhuozhou scratched his head in confusion, unaware of Wong Yuding's mutterings. Just then, Wang Chun drew a soft sword and lunged towards the two with lethal intent. "What the hell?" Zhuozhou gasped in shock, as an overwhelming pressure of divine consciousness forced him to kneel, immobilized. In contrast, Chun Yuan remained unfazed. Wong Yuding's expression shifted. She hadn't anticipated that Chun Yuan could withstand Wang Chun's divine pressure. In the arena, Chun Yuan's demeanor was calm and unruffled. He had foreseen this outcome. "Why must you force my hand?" "Alas, I can only consider this a defensive response." With a swift kick, Chun Yuan sent Zhuozhou flying, then summoned the dragon soul seal from his waist, hurling it with great force. In midair, the dragon soul seal expanded to the size of a person, crashing down towards Wang Chun. Wang Chun, with a disdainful glint in her eyes, activated her cloud serpent step, moving like a graceful serpent to evade. However, the moment she took a step, she found herself frozen in place. Visions of past life and the time before entering cultivation flooded her mind. A violent jolt shook her consciousness. By the time she regained her senses, it was too late. The dragon soul seal had descended, pinning her to the ground. The earth trembled with a thunderous sound. "Baseborn, how dare you!" Wang Xia bellowed, losing her composure at her sister's tragic fate. A pressure of divine consciousness struck Chun Yuan's mind like a flying blade. Chun Yuan raised the Tianyu Qin to shield himself. With a resounding clang, the instrument vibrated incessantly. Seeing this, Wang Xia abandoned her divine form and surged like a tidal wave into Chun Yuan's consciousness. Yet, the moment her divine essence entered his sea of consciousness, it was utterly obliterated, severing their connection. Wang Xia's expression turned to one of shock, a protective soul treasure. All these scenes unfolded before Wong Yuding's eyes, and regret began to seep into her heart for her actions against Chun Yuan. This individual was far too extraordinary, disregarding the essence of a nascent soul, with treasures that were utterly unpredictable, capable of ending her maid's life with a mere thought. "Elder Wong, let us join forces and subdue him," Wong Yuding commanded. Realizing there was no turning back now that they had committed, Wong Baichuan complied, summoning a blood-red long knife, moving as if treading upon a rainbow, reaching Chun Yuan's side in an instant to strike down. Seeing this, Wang Xia, employing her cloud serpent step, appeared behind Chun Yuan in the blink of an eye, thrusting a sword towards his heart. The mystical powers of the Purple Mansion enabled instantaneous spatial transference. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yuan vanished from his original location, only to reappear 100 meters above the ground. Wang Xia and his companion's eyes widened as their blades struck nothing but air. Thunderous fist. Within Chun Yuan, the 9-inch golden elixir ignited 7 inches, unleashing a torrent of primordial energy into his fist. The fist shimmered with lightning, the intent coalescing into form. As a violet thunder dragon descended from the heavens, exuding overwhelming pressure. The dragon roared, crashing into Wang Xia and his companion in an instant. Boom. The violet thunder dragon obliterated the two, reducing them to nothingness. Their souls turned to dust. Wang Xia and Wang Baichuan were slain. Zhuozhou, who had been kicked aside, witnessed this scene and stood frozen, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Chapter 50. The Descent of the Primordial Spirit. Abandoned, Chun Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he waved his right hand, retrieving the 3 storage rings. In that moment, Zhuozhou realized that the 2 individuals Chun Yuan had just vanquished were not true masters, but mere ants. Chun Yuan stepped forward, appearing before Wang Yuding. Under her horrified gaze, he grasped her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yuding's face flushed as terror began to manifest. "Please, don't kill me." Chun Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "When you chose to strike against me, you should have contemplated the consequences of failure, driven by a primal instinct for survival." Wang Yuding lowered her noble head. "I will do anything you ask. I beg you, don't kill me." Zhuozhou's eyes widened in disbelief. The once haughty eldest daughter of the Wong family had submitted so easily? Young Master Chun, impressive. Chun Yuan shook his head with a scoff. "I have no interest in you." With that, he exerted force, preparing to snap her neck. Just then, a divine rainbow surged from behind him, and a powerful consciousness descended. The weight of the primordial spirit enveloped him, causing Chun Yuan's arm to tingle and his steps to falter backward. Chun Yuan's expression tightened. The primordial spirit had detached. Perceiving all, this was a technique of the Taoist Lord of the Void. Once the primordial spirit transcends the corporeal form, it is unbound by physical limitations. With a mere thought, it can arrive in an instant. Wang Yuding was released, crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. The ethereal figure of the consciousness took the form of a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, radiating an imposing presence. Zhuozhou, upon recognizing the newcomer, was struck with fear and collapsed, losing consciousness. "Father!" Wang Yuding, seizing a glimmer of hope, cried out. The ethereal figure of Wang Zheong turned sharply, glaring at Wang Yuding, and reprimanded, "Silence." Just moments prior, Wang Yuding had worried that Wang Xia and Wang Baichuan might fail against Chun Yuan. To be safe, she had contacted her father to explain the situation. Upon learning of this, Wang Zheong was filled with dread, realizing his daughter had dared to provoke a direct disciple of a first-tier sect. The primordial spirit of Wang Zheong was present, while his physical form hastened toward their location. He then turned to Chun Yuan, speaking with utmost respect. "I am Wang Zheong, head of the Wong family. My earlier actions were compelled by necessity. I beseech you not to hold it against me." Chun Yuan rubbed his tingling arm and chuckled. "Is it truly my fault for killing her, dear head of the Wong family?" Wang Zheong felt a pang in his forehead. It had been long since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, the speaker hailed from a prestigious sect, being a direct disciple, and thus he could only endure. He continued to humble himself, pleading with Chun, the esteemed disciple, to spare his daughter, declaring that the Wong family was willing to accept any form of compensation. "Compensation? Ha ha." Chun Yuan laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. "I seek no compensation. I only desire her life." Chun Yuan's words were imbued with an undeniable confidence. At that moment, Wang Yuding's sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. "Father, kill him. He has no protector." Wang Zheong felt a surge of frustration. He suddenly perceived his daughter's profound foolishness. He hastily interjected, "Esteemed Chun, I assure you, that was not my intention." "Father, why do you fear him? He is but one man." Wang Yuding shouted in anger. Wang Zehong's expression darkened as he cast a seal with his left hand to silence Wang Yuding's vocal cords. He wished to say more, but upon witnessing Chun Yuan's glacial demeanor, he could only exhale a long sigh. "Esteemed Chun, I leave my daughter in your hands. I hope you will spare the Wong family." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding's eyes widened with terror. Had she truly been forsaken? Naturally, grievances have their origins. "And I am a man of principles," Chun Yuan replied with a smile, having anticipated that Wang Zheong would make further attempts to negotiate, perhaps even resorting to violence. The bond between father and daughter was indeed laughable. Wang Zehong's ethereal form cast a fleeting glance at Wang Yuding, snorting disdainfully, "Humph. You only know how to play petty tricks. You are of no substantial use." With that, Wang Zehong's ethereal form dissipated, as he felt the need to return and investigate the connection between Zhuozhou and this esteemed disciple. The entire mountain range once again fell into silence. Wang Yuding knelt on the ground, desperately wishing to plead for mercy, but found herself only able to utter muffled sounds. Chun Yuan unleashed a punch, the purple dragon crashing into Wang Yuding's body, which erupted instantly into a mist of blood. A metallic clink echoed as a storage ring fell to the ground. Chun Yuan waved his right hand, retrieving the storage ring and subsequently probing its contents with his spiritual sense. Within, he discovered a superior-grade soul-protecting jade pendant, resurrection elixirs, a spiritual grade soft sword, and 700 superior grade spirit stones. Since departing from the sect, he had amassed a substantial fortune, netting 1,300 superior grade spirit stones, 2 superior grade flying swords, and a medium grade long knife. Truly, a large family indeed, each member wielding a spiritual weapon, Qin Yuan reflected. He approached Zhuozhou, casting a water sphere spell to awaken him. Zhuozhou, groggy, opened his eyes and sat up, surveying his surroundings in confusion. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder, stating flatly, "You are alive. Mount up, we return to Mufeng City." Startled by the pat, Zhuozhou snapped to attention, leaping up in alarm. "Young Master Chun, what of the Wong family head? I thought I saw him just now." Qin Yuan retrieved his cloud carriage, his expression impassive. "He has departed." "Departed?" Zhuozhou felt around his person, checking for belongings. "Ah, he did not take anything from me?" Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. "With my presence, would he dare to overstep?" Zhuozhou silently admired Qin Yuan's formidable background. A thought began to take root in his mind. If he could closely align himself with Qin Yuan, he would traverse the world with ease. Without hesitation, Zhuozhou promptly evaporated the moisture from his body. He then slid to his knees before Qin Yuan, respectfully clasping his fists and declaring, "Young Master Chun, please accept my kneeling. From this day forth, I shall be your subordinate. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray." Qin Yuan's lips twitched. Zhuozhou was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid with a rather dull wit. To accept him would be to invite a significant liability, one that could lead to dire consequences at any moment. "You are not worthy of being my subordinate just yet." Zhuozhou, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment. He sought to negotiate further. "Young Master Chun, if you do not want Xia Yuruo, I can offer her to you. I implore you to accept me." Qin Yuan's expression darkened. "Silence, you fool. What made you think Xia Yuruo belonged to you to give away?" Zhuozhou, bewildered by Qin Yuan's sudden ire, dared not inquire further and obediently mounted the cloud carriage, guiding the swift steed back to Mufeng City. 3 hours later, as dusk descended, Qin Yuan left behind a soft sword intended for Xinling, selling the remainder to the Huiyun Trading Company for a total of 400 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 51. Yin Ran awakens. Breaking through to the 9th layer of golden core with 7 days remaining until the grand competition, Qin Yuan did not linger in Mufeng City, setting off under the cover of night towards the Tian of Zong. The following morning, as the sky lightened with the first light of dawn, Qin Yuan arrived at the gates of the Tian of Zong. The disciples stationed at the entrance were from the inner sect. "Who goes there?" they barked, drawing their weapons and scrutinizing Qin Yuan with suspicion. At that moment, a graceful figure soared from within the sect, landing before the mountain gate. Upon seeing her, the gatekeepers immediately bowed in respect. "We greet the chief." Xinling disregarded the 2 disciples and dashed straight to Qin Yuan, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Brother Chun, you're back. Are you hurt? Did you encounter any dangers on the way?" she inquired with genuine concern. The 2 gatekeepers stood agape, their eyes wide like saucers. What did they just witness? The chief's sister was embracing a stranger and affectionately calling him brother? "I am fine. Everything went smoothly." Qin Yuan replied with a tender smile. "That is a relief." Xinling exhaled, taking his hand and leading him into the sect. As they passed the gatekeepers, she instructed, pointing to the cloud steed, "Go inform the beast taming yard to take care of Brother Chen's steed." At once, they replied, with one disciple soaring towards the beast taming yard. In the Lord's chamber, at that moment, Yin Ran, the head of the Tian of Zong, lay upon a stone bed crafted from ice, her complexion as pale as paper due to the trauma to her soul, her lips devoid of color. Her brow was furrowed, as if she were enduring some profound torment. Qin Yuan handed the resurrection pill to Xinling, urging, "Quickly administer this to your master." "Understood," Xinling nodded, carefully taking the pill and approaching the stone bed, placing it into her master's mouth. Subsequently, she channeled her spiritual energy to guide the pill into her abdomen, beginning the process of refining the medicinal properties. Ding. Detection of the host bestowing a 5th-tier pill, resurrection pill, has triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 6th-tier pill, cold lotus soul nourishing pill. The pill has been stored in the system's space and may be retrieved at any time. Outside the chamber, a group of core elders anxiously awaited news. During this period, the sect leader had offended the ancient immortal sect and suffered suppression, leading to a trauma of the divine soul. The other 5th-tier forces grew increasingly reckless, subtly plotting to consume her celestial maiden sect. If it were not for Linger's fortuitous fate, our celestial maiden sect would have been on the verge of collapse, sighed one of the core elders. Although the few of them were unaware of the background of the elegant young man, his demeanor, along with the visit from the esteemed monk Song Su to apologize, indicated that his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Master, you have awakened." A voice of elation echoed from within the chambers, prompting the core elders to rush inside. Sect leader, you have finally awakened. We were terrified during your unconsciousness. At this moment, Yin Ran had been assisted by Xun Ling to lean against the headboard of the bed. Rest assured, everyone, I am nearly fully recovered, Yin Ran replied, her face still slightly pale but her voice firm. The others were overjoyed at her words and immediately expressed their gratitude to Chun Yuan, who stood nearby. Thank you, young master. We are indebted to you for your great kindness. Please allow us to pay our respects. The core elders bowed deeply to Chun Yuan, their sincerity evident. Chun Yuan waved his hand. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Linger. The core elders then turned to Xun Ling to thank her, showing no embarrassment. For she was the sect leader's direct disciple and the foremost of the sect, on par with them. Xun Ling, feeling a bit shy, blushed and shook her head. It is all thanks to Brother Chun. I have done nothing. Do not be modest, Linger. Were it not for you finding such an exceptional partner, our celestial maiden sect would have perished long ago. Yin Ran then noticed a striking young man standing beside them. From the attitude of these core elders, it was evident that this young man was the one who had saved her. Thank you, young master. Due to her injuries, Yin Ran could only nod politely at Chun Yuan. You are too kind, senior. Since you are Linger's master, you are my elder. Saving you is only natural. Chun Yuan replied humbly and courteously. Yin Ran nodded, finding Chun Yuan very agreeable. His humility and graciousness made him a perfect candidate for a lifelong commitment. And she felt elated for her disciple to have found such a partner. As night fell, within Xun Ling's training cave, the two, having ignited their passion, lay in Chun Yuan's embrace, exhausted. Brother Chun, I must strive to enhance my strength quickly, otherwise I may not endure in the future. Chun Yuan gently caressed her face, retrieving a storage ring and presenting it to her. Xun Ling propped herself up on Chun Yuan's body and, taking the ring from his hand, asked curiously, Brother Chun, what is this? Chun Yuan smiled tenderly. A gift I prepared for you. See if you like it. Xun Ling's eyes lit up, her fatigue vanishing as she delved her consciousness into the ring. Inside lay two flying swords. One was the Spirit Tier Sword Frost Absolute Sword, seized from Wong Yuding, and the other was the Heavenly Tier Superior Sword Yi Xian Sword, returned by the system. The Yi Xian Sword is a Heavenly Tier Superior Sword. Keep it safe and do not display its rank before outsiders, Chun Yuan cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xun Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! A Heavenly Tier Sword. And a superior one at that, worth over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This is far too precious. Brother Chun, I cannot accept this. Xun Ling appeared flustered, which Chun Yuan found somewhat endearing. It's all right, you are worth it. Xun Ling, a deeply emotional individual, had tears welling up in her eyes at that moment. Whoa, I love you, Brother Chun. She embraced Chun Yuan and pressed her lips against his. The battle reignited, and simultaneously, the system's notification resonated in Chun Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted a high-grade spiritual flying sword, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly grade flying sword, MOU sword. During the fray, Chun Yuan produced a medicinal pill, a 5th-grade recovery pill bestowed by his master, and forcefully placed it in Xun Ling's hands. When she attempted to refuse, Chun Yuan playfully bullied her, and after several attempts, Xun Ling no longer dared to object. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted a 5th-grade recovery pill, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an 8th-grade medicinal pill, 9 turns rebirth pill. Effect: can reverse the signs of life depletion, reconstruct the physical body, and achieve resurrection. Chun Yuan marveled inwardly, realizing that the system had finally acted benevolently. He comprehended the return mechanics. A 100-fold return would elevate a pill or artifact by 1 level, a 1,000-fold return by 2 levels, and a 10,000-fold return by 3 levels. After 2.5 hours, the two sat down to meditate. 3 days later, Chun Yuan's surroundings were enveloped in a whirlpool of spiritual energy. In a moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Boom. Golden core, 9th level. Now, the golden core within Chun Yuan gleamed ever more brilliantly, and the quality of the spiritual energy increased, allowing him to manipulate the essence of heaven and earth with greater finesse. With just 3 days left until the Sect competition, it was time to return. Chapter 52. Return to the Sect before departing. Xun Ling gazed at Chun Yuan with lingering affection, as if wishing to etch his image firmly in her heart. Chun Yuan playfully pinched her cheek and tenderly said, There's no need to see me off. After the competition, I'll have someone come to fetch you. He then turned and leaped onto the cloud carriage, departing in a blaze of light towards the heavenly profound sect. Under the watchful eyes of the core elders of the heavenly maiden sect, Xun Ling watched the fleeting light, a sense of emptiness blossoming within her. Linger, do not linger. He has already left, a voice called from behind her. Yin Ran stepped forward, patting her shoulder and urging, "Let us return to the Sect." A day later, Chen Yuan arrived back at the Sect. In the cold dream palace, he paid his respects to his master. Chen Yuan bowed deeply towards the elevated seat. Cold Dream slowly opened her beautiful eyes and gestured for him to come closer. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan strode over and sat down beside her. "Master, have you missed me these past few days?" he inquired, leaning in closer. Cold Dream's face flushed, and she gently pushed his face away. What is wrong with this little disciple? Does he not feel any embarrassment? Coming right out with such an awkward question. No, she had come today to demand an explanation. Nearly losing focus because of her disciple's boldness. Realizing this, her demeanor shifted dramatically, the temperature in the palace dropping sharply as her tone turned serious. "Where have you been these past few days?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yuan felt a pang of alarm. Why had his master suddenly become so stern? "I went to Mufeng City," he replied truthfully. No lying. Cold Dream turned her head to gaze at him, seemingly attempting to capture the fluster on his face. Chen Yuan remained unfazed, gently shaking his head, asserting, "I did not lie. After all, I did indeed visit Woodwind City." "What is Shenling to you?" Cold Dream inquired directly. Upon learning of the massacre in Tianhai town by the Zheng family, Cold Dream found the situation increasingly perplexing. How could the lord of a remote little town have provoked the Zheng family? After her thorough investigation, she stumbled upon the character of Shenling, as well as the entanglement between Chen Yuan and the Zheng family. Chen Yuan chose not to conceal the truth, stating, "Shenling is my Dao partner." Cold Dream murmured softly, then continued, "You are quite honest. How did you come to know her?" In the past, Cold Dream would never have pressed so insistently. Yet the discomfort in her heart incessantly influenced her emotions. Chen Yuan likewise responded truthfully. After listening to his explanation, Cold Dream sighed. It seemed that Shenling was rather unfortunate. Boldly, Chen Yuan brushed aside a strand of hair from his master's ear, whispering, "Master, are you jealous?" Cold Dream, her agitation pricked, hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I merely worry that you might be taken advantage of." In response, Chen Yuan smiled gently, "Master, you look quite adorable like this." Upon hearing his words, a blush rapidly spread from Cold Dream's cheeks to her ears. Chen Yuan leaned closer, asking, "Master, shall we engage in dual cultivation? If not, I will return to accompany Xiao Bai Shi." At his words, a pang of reluctance surged within Cold Dream. Within her ring lay a Hahuan pill that she had secretly purchased the night before. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized Chen Yuan was nibbling on her ear. The delightful sensation made her involuntarily emit a soft moan. She retrieved the Hahuan pill, intending to consume it. Without it, she would feel embarrassed. However, Chen Yuan swiftly snatched the Hahuan pill from her hand and then pinned her onto the bed. Cold Dream felt utterly weak and powerless. She shot a glare at Chen Yuan, demanding, "Return the pill to me." Chen Yuan kissed her neck, his warm breath grazing her skin. "Master, I enjoy seeing you so shy." 2.5 hours later, as Chen Yuan donned his attire, he was abruptly kicked out of the sleeping quarters by Cold Dream. Ouch! Chen Yuan sprawled on the ground, an expression of despair etched across his face. At that moment, his view was suddenly obstructed by a rather ominous figure. Qin Shuhuan, slightly bewildered, wondered why her junior brother was lying before the master's quarters. Upon looking down and realizing she could not see him, she bent slightly, furrowing her brow as she asked, "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" "Oh, nothing much, just got kicked out by the master." Chen Yuan quickly stood up, rubbing his rear. That kick was truly merciless. Once he breaks through to the fusion stage, he vowed to return the favor. "Are you all right?" Qin Shuhuan inquired with concern, her gaze scrutinizing Chen Yuan oddly. I'm fine. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his feet gliding like a rainbow as he flew towards his residence. Even with his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The scene of him being flung out must have been witnessed by the senior sister. In front of Chen Yuan's residence, there was a small stone table where Lu Meyer would sit on a little stone bench during her training breaks. With her arm resting on the stone table and her chin cradled in her hand, she was lost in a reverie, her heart fluttering with trepidation. She feared that Chen Yuan might bully her in the future. At that moment, a streak of light darted from afar, landing before her. Upon seeing this, Lu Meyer quickly rose and bowed her head, addressing him as young master. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Young master? Suddenly, he recalled that his master had mentioned he would be given Lu Meyer as a maid after the grand competition. He reached out, lifting her chin, whispering like a devil, "How did you end up in my hands?" Lu Meyer trembled slightly, responding, "Senior brother Chen, you promised not to hold past events against me. What are you afraid of?" "I want to bite," Chen Yuan replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Was he truly that intimidating? Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Yuan noticed that the entire residence had been meticulously cleaned, not a speck of dust to be found. His garments had also been laundered anew. Suddenly, A knock echoed through the door. Lu Meier's voice called from outside, "Young master, Sister Yi seeks an audience." Chen Yuan opened the door and playfully tapped Lu Meier on the forehead, saying, "In the future, when little Baishi arrives, there is no need for announcements. Just let her in directly." "Oh," Lu Meier exclaimed, clutching her throbbing forehead, her eyes misting over. "Woe is me. I will surely be bullied relentlessly." Moments later, Lu Meier ushered Yi Baishi into the room. "Brother," Yi Baishi exclaimed, enveloping him in an excited embrace, clinging to him like an octopus. "Baishi, I brought you a gift from my outing," Chen Yuan said with a mysterious smile. Yi Baishi's eyes sparkled as she leaped from him, inquiring eagerly, "What is it?" Chen Yuan turned his right hand, revealing a high-grade Soul Guardian jade pendant, presenting it to her. After he explained its significance, Yi Baishi's eyes widened in astonishment. Not allowing her a chance to decline, he swiftly moved behind her and fastened it around her neck. Ding! Host has gifted a high-grade Soul Guardian jade pendant, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have received a high-grade Soul Spirit Jade effect, can withstand 5th-tier divine consciousness. Chen Yuan decided to wait until after the grand competition to bestow upon her the Dragon Soul Jade and the Heavenly Tier Flying Sword, as he knew she would refuse an excessive number of gifts at once. Chapter 53. Confession. The grand competition. The night was as dark as ink, slowly enveloping the horizon. The raucous sounds from within the room made Lu Meier outside feel flushed, her cheeks burning as if they might drip with water. The cries for mercy startled her, causing her to clamp her legs tightly together, nearly collapsing to the ground. The following day, at the hour of Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi awakened from their cultivation. At that moment, their rings trembled simultaneously, transmitting messages. After receiving the communication, Yi Baishi turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Brother, Master has summoned us. It must be regarding the grand competition tomorrow." Chen Yuan nodded, guiding Yi Baishi to sit before the bronze mirror, where he began to comb her hair. "Little Baishi, I need to confess something to you," Chen Yuan said, his tone suddenly serious. Yi Baishi gazed into the mirror at him, a wave of anxiety rising within her. "Brother, you're not going to sneak off to a brothel again, are you?" Chen Yuan shook his head, replying no. At this, Yi Baishi's face brightened as she swung her legs joyfully, relieved that her brother would not frequent such places. "What if I were to find you 17 or 18 sisters?" Chen Yuan jested. "Ah." Yi Baishi's head drooped instantly. "Brother, that's far too many. Could you possibly ask for fewer?" "Just teasing you. I wouldn't seek out that many women," Chen Yuan reassured her while ruffling her hair. "Oh no. My hair's a mess again. Wait until it's neat before you do that," she pouted. "All right." Yi Baishi was quite sensitive, and her current demeanor was largely due to Chen Yuan's earlier influence. "Brother, do you have a new woman now? Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me like this." Chen Yuan nodded, choosing not to conceal the truth. Yi Baishi took the news of Chen Yuan's other romantic interests rather lightly. As long as he stayed away from brothels, it was acceptable to her. After all, she was the head of their circle, and Chen Yuan cherished her above all else. Her current concern was that if he sought too many women, it could lead to chaos in their household, with all sorts of characters coming and going. "How many?" she inquired cautiously. Chen Yuan held up 2 fingers. 20. Yi Baishi's eyes widened. "Brother, that's far too many. I need to oversee this." Chen Yuan was taken aback, thinking 20? Am I really that desperate? It wasn't her fault for misunderstanding. He had once visited a brothel and requested 50 companions, nearly losing his life in the process, only to be rescued by Yi Baishi's timely intervention. Chen Yuan hurriedly clarified, fearful that she would jump to conclusions. "Just 2. Yi Baishi sighed in relief. "That's good then. I will ensure they meet my standards. This household must adhere to your role as the mistress." Her words delighted Yi Baishi, making her eyes gleam with joy, nearly crescent-shaped. In the grand hall of Ziqing Peak, Leng Yuming occupied the foremost seat, with senior sister Qin Shuhan and second sister Shen Ninshu standing respectfully by her side. Only Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi were yet to arrive. At that moment, 2 figures entered the hall, one following the other. Observing this, Leng Yuming announced the commencement of the meeting. "I have summoned you here today, and I trust you have already guessed the reason. Indeed, it pertains to tomorrow's Sect competition," she articulated slowly. The Sect competition, also known as the Heroic Competition, is held once every decade and is open to those under 300 years of age. Similar to previous years, this competition will involve entering the Xianwang Secret Realm to hunt magical beasts. The Xianwang Secret Realm is a celestial sanctuary established by the ancient ancestors of the Tianxian sect, home to a multitude of magical creatures, divided into peripheral, central, and core areas. Corresponding to these areas are the beast levels, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Points will ultimately be tallied based on the inner cores of the hunted magical beasts. After a brief pause, Leng Yuming added, "However, This year's competition differs slightly from previous ones, as an additional segment has been introduced. What segment? Chen Yuan inquired, intrigued. Qin Shuhan displayed a similar expression of interest. The contest for spiritual treasures. On the third day of the competition, auspicious signs will appear, heralding the arrival of spiritual treasures. Those who can retrieve these treasures from the secret realm will be directly crowned as the champions of this competition. After the meeting adjourned, Chen Yuan returned to his residence. Seated in a pavilion, he settled on the ground, took out a Qingming pill, and began to circulate the Hunyuan Immortal Sutra, drawing in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The following morning, at the sect's rear mountain, also known as Bailing Mountain, a captivating scene unfolded. The view was shrouded in mist, resembling a hidden world. From within the vast clouds, divine rainbows occasionally swept past, landing atop the mountain peak. When Chen Yuan arrived, the entire 100-spirit mountain was already teeming with disciples gathered for the grand competition. Despite the crowd, there was an underlying order amidst the chaos. In the Ziqing Peak area, Chen Yuan respectfully bowed before his master. Cold Yuming raised her hand, dismissing the need for a formal greeting. Today, she was adorned in a strikingly red dress with golden borders, and as she moved, a gentle fragrance wafted into Chen Yuan's nostrils. Standing upright, he gestured for his master to lean closer. After a moment's hesitation, Cold Yuming obliged. Master, you smell wonderful today. Chen Yuan whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Cold Yuming's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly composed herself, directing her gaze ahead, wary of the others behind her detecting any change in her expression. This audacious disciple dared to tease her in front of so many people. She nervously pinched her fingers, her apprehension evident. Her eyes darted around, ensuring no one was paying attention to them. Chen Yuan stepped back into the group with Qin Shuhan and the others, naturally taking Xiao Baishi's small hand. Xiao Baishi waved back, and, noticing this, Chen Yuan leaned in closer. Brother, what did you say to Master? She asked in a hushed tone. Nothing much, just about cultivation, Chen Yuan replied. And Xiao Baishi nodded slightly, refraining from probing further. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhan felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. He sensed that the interactions between the junior disciple and the master were somewhat unusual. A quarter of an hour later, the other peak masters and their direct disciples began to arrive. Chen Yuan scanned the crowd of direct disciples, dismissing those at the golden core stage, focusing instead on the nascent soul disciples, who were his true rivals. Achieving the nascent soul stage before the age of 300 was no trivial feat. These individuals were far from ordinary. Zheng Tianqing had also arrived, his gaze landing squarely on Chen Yuan. He hadn't expected this young man to participate in the sect's grand competition. The events within the secret realm were visible to all 5 peak masters. While killing Chen Yuan was impractical, forcing him to leave in disgrace and lose the competition would be a simple task for him. Xiangyu, that young man is the dark horse I mentioned to you, Zheng Tianqing said. Following his senior's gaze, Xiangyu inquired. Is that the one who placed first in the newcomer competition? Indeed, he is at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage, having consolidated an 8th grade golden core within, comparable to Shen Ninshu, and is hailed as the foremost golden core in the current Xiantian sect. Exactly. Once we enter the secret realm, you should grasp my intention, Zheng Tianqing remarked meaningfully. Rest assured, senior brother, once we enter the secret realm, I will seek him out immediately and expel him. Chapter 54. Entering the secret realm, the Wine Sword Immortal, the sect leader, Song Yuanji, stepped forward. Positioned atop the summit of 100 Spirit Mountain, he produced a dark purple compass with his right hand, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, the compass ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, expanding to several hundred times its original size, instantly enveloping the entirety of 100 Spirit Mountain. Chen Yuan gazed at the dark purple compass overhead, his heart stirred with awe. A rumble echoed as the earth trembled. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ground of the ascending path. As the patterns on the purple compass swirled, a purple divine rainbow transformed into a blade, shooting forth from the compass to cleave the vast earth below. The Lark Mountain divides into 2, tilting to either side, causing some less capable disciples to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. In a fleeting moment, the dark purple compass was retrieved by Song Yuanji, only to be cast into the crack. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, a blinding divine rainbow erupted from the fissure, signaling the completion of the opening of the Xianhuang secret realm, through which one could enter the secret domain. Remember, if your life is threatened, immediately crush the teleportation talisman, and you will be transported out at the first opportunity. Occasionally, admonitions echoed from the mouths of the elders on both sides of the cliff. The disciples understood. From the vast expanse of black mist below, radiant beams occasionally darted in, rushing into the chasm. Chen Yuan descended through the air, entering the Xianhuang's secret realm. As he did, the world around him spun wildly. When Chun Yuan's gaze finally settled, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and the scent of decaying vegetation assailed his senses, while tangled vines entwined around one another. To one side flowed a small stream. Within the stream, a dragon soared, its gaze fixed upon Chun Yuan. The dragon's head resembled that of a tiger, with a broad forehead covered in a tough layer of scales. Its eyes were sunken, yet shone like two bright lanterns. Its form undulated like a massive black silk ribbon dancing through the water. Chun Yuan's eyes flickered. This was a mid-yuan ing dragon, indicating that he had been teleported to the core area. Human, intruding in my territory, you seek death, the dragon spoke with human words, roaring forth as a mid-yuan ing pressure surged like a tidal wave towards Chun Yuan. The dragon's roar carried a soul attack that pierced into Chun Yuan's mind. Yet, his expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake. The moment the soul attack entered his mind, it was instantly obliterated into nothingness. He loosely grasped his right hand, and an ancient zither floated before him. As his fingertips glided across the strings, the Tianyu zither trembled violently, releasing 3,000 spiritual energy blades that rained down upon the dragon. Seeing this, the dragon twisted its massive form to defend itself. The mid-yuan ing dragon's defense was comparable to that of a transformation realm expert. The spiritual energy blade struck its body, yet left no mark. At that moment, a man approached from one side, possessing sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a long sword at his waist. With a flick of his right hand, a wine gourd appeared. What good fortune to encounter a mid-yuan ing beast, he chuckled lightly, opening the gourd and allowing a strong aroma of wine to waft into Chun Yuan's nostrils. Chun Yuan turned to look, his eyes shifting. He recognized this man from the information in the jade slip. Su Han, a mid-yuan ing, a direct disciple of the Tianqing Peak, had mastered the sword path to its third realm perfection and was known throughout the sect as the Wine Sword Immortal. Su Han drained the contents of the gourd, his drunken demeanor evident, as he summoned the Songming sword from his waist. With a step like walking on clouds, he appeared before the dragon. A fierce fire sword intent ignited from his blade, and he thrust it into the dragon's head. The dragon fell. Just as Su Han prepared to claim the dragon's core, a figure flashed by, and the core had already appeared in Chun Yuan's hand. Su Han turned to look, burped from the wine, and remarked, "Hey, junior brother, this beast was slain by me, so I should claim its core." "Brother Su, your statement is flawed," Chun Yuan replied, maintaining a courteous tone. "I discovered this dragon first, thus the core rightfully belongs to me. Is that not so, brother?" Su Han, having regained his composure, spoke coldly. "With your mere 9th level golden core strength, had it not been for me, you would have perished at the hands of the flood dragon long ago." "Huh. Why not test whether I possess the strength to slay this flood dragon?" Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow, maintaining a courteous tone. "Junior brother, how audacious. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Su Han shot forth like an arrow, his golden nascent soul igniting with vigor, the Songming sword ablaze in his hand, striking towards Chun Yuan's face. Chun Yuan remained unfazed, positioning the Tianyu before him to block the attack. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as ripples emanated from the point of impact. This exchange was merely a contest of their inner spiritual power. Chun Yuan's 9th grade golden core burned with intensity, the primordial force surging into the Tianyu like a deluge. Su Han's expression shifted, a formidable pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon him. Boom. Su Han was forced to retreat, the residual force nearly causing him to lose his balance in midair. "How does it feel, senior brother? Do I not possess the might to defeat the flood dragon?" Chun Yuan inquired nonchalantly. As Su Han steadied himself, astonishment filled his eyes. The spiritual energy within this junior brother surpassed even his nascent soul's potency. How could this be? 8th grade? Impossible. Could it be the legendary 9th grade golden core? Upon hearing Chun Yuan's question, Su Han regained his composure, offering a wry smile. "Your strength is indeed unexpected. The beast's inner core should rightfully belong to you." Chun Yuan landed gracefully, reflecting, "Senior brother, your temperament is commendable. Had it been another, they would not have so readily conceded." There was an unspoken sentiment lingering in Chun Yuan's words, as losing to a golden core cultivator might invite ridicule from both within and outside the sect, potentially inciting wrath and the use of spiritual pressure. We cultivators should act with spontaneity. A loss is simply a loss. Su Han approached, clasping his hands in respect. "May I inquire which peak you hail from?" "Ziqing Peak," Chun Yuan replied with a slight bow. "Is it true that the new competition was won by Ziqing Peak's Chun Yuan? Could it be you?" Su Han asked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Chun Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, a well-deserved reputation," Su Han remarked, then invited, "Why not accompany me in hunting beasts together?" "Thank you for the kind offer, senior brother." But I seek a companion who has gone missing. I intend to find her first, Chen Yuan politely declined. Unexpectedly, you are quite the romantic, then. Until we meet again, Su Han said, producing a new wine gourd, taking a hearty swig, and then turning it upside down, leaving not a single drop. Farewell, junior brother. With that, Su Han staggered away into the depths of the forest. Chen Yuan observed, sensing he might collapse at any moment. Not wishing to linger, he turned and departed towards the outskirts of the dense woods. The communication jade slip became entirely ineffective within the secret realm, a hint of worry crossing his face. After traveling 100 miles, Chen Yuan casually dispatched 3 early-stage nascent soul beasts. Suddenly, fierce sounds of battle erupted ahead. Chen Yuan donned a black robe and leaped onto a branch, peering into the distance. There, he beheld a man and a woman working in tandem to subdue a wolf king. The man was named Lin Heng, and the woman, Lin Shui. They were siblings. Both disciples of Zhuqing Peak, their powers at the early nascent soul stage. Name, Lin Shui. Gender, female. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 0. Realm, early nascent soul. Current status cannot be bound. Chapter 55, Annihilation of the Wolf Pack, Mastering the Sword Technique. Lin Heng seized the moment and thrust his spear towards the forehead of the White Wolf Demon King. The White Wolf Demon King, in a fit of desperation, disregarded its own life and plunged a paw into Lin Shui's abdomen. Bang! Lin Shui was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and with a gasp, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, Lin Heng exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he rushed to support her. Cough, brother. I'm fine, just a bit injured, Lin Shui said, furrowing her brows, striving to appear nonchalant and not wanting to burden her brother with excessive worry. Lin Heng quickly retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his pocket with his right hand and hurriedly placed it in Lin Shui's mouth. In the distance, Chen Yuan's expression turned grave. It was the wolf pack. Howl. In an instant, a low, ominous wolf howl echoed, sending a chill down Lin Heng's spine. He abruptly turned around and saw, 100 meters away in the mountain hollow, a dark golden wolf king with its gaze fixed intently upon him. The deceased white wolf demon king beneath him had been the wolf king's mate. The wolf king stood nearly half a human tall, its dark golden fur resembling a suit of armor, with a crescent-shaped white tuft on its forehead, signifying its royal lineage. Howl. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a thunderous chorus of wolf howls resonated from all directions. This was dire. The wolf pack was upon them. Sweat beads instantly dotted Lin Heng's forehead as he scanned the area and estimated there were at least 100 wolves, including a couple of early-stage nascent soul wolf demons among them. With Lin Shui on his back, he moved with the swiftness of fleeting clouds and mist, retreating towards the dense forest. Chen Yuan smirked as he observed Lin Heng approaching his direction. Behind them, the dark golden wolf king leapt forward like a cannonball, swiftly reaching the forefront of the wolf army. Upon seeing the corpse of the she-wolf king, it let out a mournful cry and commanded the pack to pursue into the forest. Chen Yuan leaped down, the Tianyu Qin floating before him, quietly awaiting the arrival of the wolves. If he could eliminate them all, it would surely elevate his little Bai Shi into the top 10. As Lin Heng flew towards Chen Yuan and noticed his fellow disciple still present, he quickly called out, "Junior brother, run. The wolf pack is behind us." Chen Yuan ignored him, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his fingertips gliding over the strings of the qin, producing a melodious and enchanting tune that reverberated through the silent forest. Lin Heng's expression changed. He urgently shouted, "Junior brother, stop. You'll attract the wolves." Undeterred, Chen Yuan continued his playing. "You carry the scent of the white wolf demon king. Even without my qin, that dark golden wolf king would pursue you." Lin Heng's expression shifted. "Then why aren't you fleeing, junior brother?" Chen Yuan's demeanor remained as calm as a still pond. "Why should I flee? Just a mere wolf pack. They can be slain." With Lin Shui on his back, Lin Heng stared into Chen Yuan's profound eyes, dark as ink, which startled him internally. The youth's earlier words were delivered with such nonchalance, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. How arrogant! Lin Heng scoffed derisively. In his eyes, Chen Yuan's stance was akin to that of a fool. "Take care of yourself, junior brother." With that parting remark, Lin Heng ceased to concern himself with Chen Yuan and fled into the distance, sensing the wolf army closing in behind him. Moments later, as Chen Yuan finished his piece, he raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the approaching wolf army. The dark golden wolf king fixed its gaze on Chen Yuan, eager to discern the confidence of this human before it. Surprisingly, he remained composed in the presence of the wolf pack. An eerie tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The wolves, baring their sharp fangs, emitted low growls, awaiting the command of their alpha to charge forth and devour the human before them. Chen Yuan stirred, his spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips as he strummed the strings of the Tianyu Qin. In a tremor of the instrument, 3,000 blades of spiritual energy surged forth like a torrential rain of swords, instantly striking the advancing wolves. Swish, swish, swish. Thud. The closest ranks of wolves were brutally pierced by the onslaught of blades, crashing to the ground devoid of life. Among the pack, 2 early-stage nascent soul wolf demons reacted swiftly, leaping to shield their brethren from the deluge of sword rain. The dark golden wolf king regained his composure and let out an enraged roar, cursing the human. In an instant, he clawed the ground and lunged forward. His form a fleeting shadow that swiftly reached above Chun Yuan, his forepaws raised high, ready to strike down. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yuan vanished from his original position, reappearing before the pack of wolves. The dark golden wolf king's claws met empty air, and as he turned, he beheld a scene that filled him with fury. A purple lightning bolt erupted from Chun Yuan's palm, transforming his intent into form. The purple lightning roared and engulfed the pack in an instant. Under the vast expanse of the lightning, 100 demon wolves did not utter a single cry. Obliterated into nothingness, leaving behind only charred remains. Chun Yuan's lips twitched, unable to contain his strength. Not a single inner core remained from the 100 demon wolves. Human, you seek death. A thunderous roar erupted from behind, laced with a soul attack. Yet, Chun Yuan regarded it as inconsequential, the Tian Yuqin returning abruptly to his forefront. With the ancient instrument in hand and his feet treading upon the snow without leaving a trace, he appeared above the dark golden wolf king in a mere thought. The wolf king, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated that the human before him could withstand his roar. Muscles along his back rose like mountain ridges as he swiped a paw toward the human above. The primordial force surged from his palm into the ancient instrument, causing the Tian Yuqin to radiate brilliance as it struck down fiercely. Boom! The Tian Yuqin shattered the wolf king's forepaws, and without losing momentum, it crashed upon his skull. Blood erupted as the dark golden wolf king's head exploded, his body thudding heavily to the ground. After collecting the dark golden wolf king's inner core, Chun Yuan continued onward. After a while, when Lin Heng and Lin Shui returned, they beheld the charred remnants on the ground. The dark golden wolf king's body lying still. Brother, could it be that junior disciple's doing? Lin Shui asked in astonishment. Lin Heng waved his hand, deeming it impossible. It seemed that other formidable experts lurked within this grand competition. In the distance, Chun Yuan arrived at a lake, beyond which lay a deep and secluded gorge. System. Check my remaining emotional value. Ding, the host's current emotional value balance is 37,000. System. Select a local level sword technique for me, Chun Yuan commanded. Now possessing a celestial level flying sword, his chances of securing first place in the competition were significantly heightened, especially since his ultimate opponent would be his senior sister. Attaining first place would yield a reward of celestial level techniques, at which point he could choose a sword technique to gift to Yi Baishi. He chuckled to himself. Even with a 100-fold return rate, he could still obtain a royal level technique. Regrettably, the first-tier Earth level martial art for newcomers is distributed only upon the conclusion of the Sect competition. Otherwise, he would not have needed to squander his emotional value on purchasing a sword technique. Ding. The Earth level sword technique Mystic Ice Sword Art has been selected for the host, deducting 31,000 emotional value, commencing automatic comprehension for the host. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yuan was transported to an ethereal realm, where a hazy figure appeared before him. Without uttering a word, the woman began to dance with the sword in her hand. Chun Yuan lost track of time in this void as he practiced the sword art. When he regained his awareness of reality, he had fully integrated the Mystic Ice Sword Art. His mastery of the sword had ascended to the 4th realm, known as the domain, colloquially referred to as the sword domain. He recalled that even his senior sister had only reached the 3rd realm of the Earth level in her sword techniques. Chapter 56. Accidentally entering the ruins, the spirit void demon phoenix, Chun Yuan stepped forward with his right foot, standing upon the surface of the lake, and summoned the MOU sword. A chilling sword domain surged from beneath his feet, rapidly encasing the entire lake in ice at a visible pace. Outside, in the grand hall of Shantian's sect, the esteemed elders stood in astonishment. From the luminous screen before them, they clearly observed Chun Yuan manifesting the sword domain. How could they not be astounded? Mastering the sword path is notoriously challenging. Many may spend their entire lives without entering the 1st realm of swordsmanship. A sword domain. This young man is actually a sword cultivator? Yuan Zhougong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How old could this lad be? Song Yuanji cast a glance at the equally astonished Lung Yumeng beside him, silently thinking, keep pretending. He couldn't believe that Lung Yumeng was unaware of Chun Yuan's mastery at the 4th realm. As the elders turned their gaze back to the screen, they found Chun Yuan's figure had vanished. Their expressions shifted. There was only one possibility. Chen Yuan had inadvertently entered the yet-to-be-explored ruins within the Xianzhao secret realm. Within the secret realm, the heavens and earth grew quietly dim. Chen Yuan leaped across the lake, revealing a canyon before him. Suddenly, the canyon was shrouded in mist, and a bridge appeared ahead. A sense of confusion arose in Chen Yuan's heart. Previously, while reading the chronicles of Xiantian's sect from his senior sister, he had encountered references to this Xianzhao secret realm. The realm had been claimed by their ancestor a millennium ago, containing numerous ruins that remained uncharted. Could this canyon indeed be one of those ruins? With a determined step, Chen Yuan ascended the bridge, which appeared as dark as ink beneath him, seemingly bottomless, with black mist rising from below, producing a rustling sound. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and memories of a past life, untouched by the cultivation world, resurfaced. Chen Yuan's consciousness trembled. The black mist bore an influence over his mind. Beneath his feet lay square spirit boards, 16 in total, varying in length and height. Chen Yuan moved cautiously. Upon stepping onto the third spirit board, he discovered a prominent tortoise-shell pattern. It suddenly struck him that he had seen a blood ritual formation in ancient texts, known as the Yinfu Bagua. Upon closer inspection, each spirit board beneath him bore the same tortoise-shell pattern. Chen Yuan recalled that the ordinary Yinfu was represented by length, thus requiring traversal of the longer spirit boards. Looking back at the first spirit board, he realized it was a shorter one. The lengths of the 4th to 8th spirit boards followed the pattern of long, short, long, long, short. According to the pattern, Chen Yuan successfully stepped onto the 7th spiritual board. As he set foot on the final board of the bridge, the mist of the canyon ahead parted, and a soul attack surged forth like a torrent, piercing into Chen Yuan's brow. The exquisite, soul-protecting jade pendant around his neck suddenly illuminated. The onslaught of the soul attack was thwarted by the protective light shield within his consciousness, subsequently refracting into a radiant beam that obliterated the threat into oblivion. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yuan leapt onto the ground, collapsing there to catch his breath. Finally, he had made it. Who was the scoundrel that set such a trap? Had he not possessed the superior-grade soul-protecting jade pendant awarded by the system, he would have surely perished today. Regaining his composure, Chen Yuan extended his spiritual awareness to scan the canyon, only to discover a cave nestled within. Inside the cave resided a beast, the source of that terrifying soul attack unleashed moments ago. This creature, though only at the perfected nascent soul stage, released a soul attack of the 5th rank, rivaling that of transformation. It was the Spirit Void Phoenix. Resembling a phoenix with an opulent form and feathers shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Human, this is not a place for you, the Spirit Void Phoenix warned. Articulating human speech, Chen Yuan paused, then chuckled. No wonder the Spirit Void Phoenix had refrained from driving him away. It was protecting an egg nearby, akin to an ostrich's in size, presumably its offspring. Having come this far, Chen Yuan was not one to retreat. Summoning the MOU sword with his right hand, he traversed the snowy ground and swiftly approached the cave. Seeing the audacity of the human trespasser, the Spirit Void Phoenix let out a thunderous cry, unleashing a blood-red flame that surged towards Chen Yuan like a spectral serpent. Chen Yuan merely smiled disdainfully, conjuring an icy sword domain beneath him that enveloped the Spirit Void Phoenix. Before the fiery serpent could graze the hem of his robe, it was extinguished by the biting cold winds. The Spirit Void Phoenix was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop its body, sensing its power suppressed by 20% within the domain. This was a self-created domain, a technique of the Great Ascension stage. How could this diminutive human accomplish such a feat? No, it was the sword in his hand. Having accompanied her master for nearly a decade, she recognized that this individual was a sword cultivator, a prodigy of the human race. Stop. I concede, the Spirit Void Phoenix hastily declared. Chen Yuan was momentarily bewildered. How could she surrender before the fight even began? Noticing his confusion, the Spirit Void Phoenix felt a tinge of embarrassment. Human, I cannot defeat you. Is it that obvious? Chen Yuan chuckled, realizing the formidable presence of his sword. Having spoken, he retracted the sword domain. The Spirit Void Phoenix cleared her throat. Ahem, human, I have a humble request. A sense of caution enveloped Chen Yuan. He neither rejected nor accepted, merely prompting, go on. The Spirit Void Phoenix sighed, her gaze filled with sorrow as it fell upon the phoenix egg. Take my child away from here. I do not wish for her to be trapped here as I am. Even if it means becoming a spirit pet, anything would be better than remaining in this sunless abyss. Chen Yuan's heart leaped with joy. This was fortuitous indeed. Venturing into a secret realm and acquiring a spirit companion was a profitable endeavor. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Why should he be the one to take her child away and not someone else? The ethereal phoenix of Lingshu let out a resigned sigh. For nearly 8 millennia, you are the only living human cultivator to have arrived here. Chen Yuan nodded. His presence was purely fortuitous. The first divine board had minimal influence on the soul, but as one ascended, the terror intensified. What about you? Chen Yuan inquired. The child's father has already transcended. By taking it away, I am freed from a slight bond. I can continue to guard here for my master, awaiting the arrival of a destined one. Chen Yuan keenly seized upon this pivotal information and asked, if I am here, does that not imply I am the destined one? The ethereal phoenix shook her head. Though your cultivation talent is formidable, you possess no innate gift in the realm of divine consciousness. She then gestured toward a nearby stone tablet. This is the testing stone for divine consciousness. Should you doubt, you may test it yourself. Chen Yuan refrained from acting, uncertain of his own aptitude for divine consciousness, instead releasing his fourth-tier divine consciousness pressure. Upon sensing this pressure, the ethereal phoenix gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Your divine consciousness has yet to awaken, yet you have reached the fourth tier? Do not concern yourself with that. Chen Yuan waved dismissively, asking, does this not indicate I possess some talent? Indeed, it does, she replied, but I observe your divine consciousness remains dormant. Do not concern yourself with that. I can see your lifespan is waning. You are at your last gasp. You have been enduring this for some time, am I correct? Since I possess talent, grant me the inheritance. Fulfill your master's wish, and you may follow your husband and master into the afterlife, a win-win for all. Chen Yuan gazed at a nearby beast's carcass. Even as a mere corpse, its oppressive aura left him breathless. This was merely a spirit pet. One could only imagine the extraordinary existence of the master of this secret realm. Chapter 57. The Inheritance Jade Pendant. A glimmering light, the ethereal phoenix hesitated. The human before her spoke the truth. By relinquishing the inheritance, she would indeed fulfill her master's directive. Yet, a lingering doubt remained. Did this human truly possess the aptitude for divine consciousness? Would he defy her master's will? After being swayed by Chen Yuan's persuasion, the ethereal phoenix's resolve began to waver. Since you can awaken fourth-tier divine consciousness at the golden core stage, it indicates you possess some innate talent in this realm. She conceded. As she spoke, a green jade pendant suddenly appeared in her mouth, which she then delicately placed in Chen Yuan's hand. This pendant is my master's inheritance. Within it lies a divine consciousness technique of my master's own creation. With a single drop of blood, you shall gain access to my master's legacy. Chen Yuan's heart soared with joy, though he maintained a composed exterior. Thank you. The ethereal phoenix flew toward the phoenix egg, grasping it with her claws and gently placing it in Chen Yuan's hands. Though reluctant, she buried her emotions deep within her heart for the sake of the child's freedom. Human, take my child with you. I shall first escort you out. Chen Yuan nodded and waved his hand, storing the egg in his spatial device. Upon witnessing this, the ethereal phoenix let out a long cry, her wings stirring a tempest, while the stone pillars on either side of the cave erupted with blinding white light. The brilliance swiftly enveloped Chen Yuan entirely. He felt as if the world was spinning, and when his vision steadied, he beheld a lake frozen in ice. Glancing at the green jade pendant in his hand, he stored it in his ring, intending to present it to Yi Baishi after the grand competition. The true cultivation of divine consciousness begins in the transformation stage. The major discipline of spiritual consciousness, also known as soul cultivation, involves practitioners of divine thought. When the nascent soul breaks through to the transformation stage, it nurtures the nascent soul to form a unique primordial spirit, whose power surpasses that of ordinary spiritual consciousness. Upon achieving this transformation, the spiritual consciousness can encompass the entirety of the blue star from previous lifetimes. The techniques of spiritual consciousness categorize it into 9 ranks, with the attainment of the nascent soul and the awakening of the threefold consciousness naturally reaching the 4th rank. Upon breaking through to the transformation stage, the awakening of the eightfold consciousness naturally elevates one to the 5th rank. Thus, most practitioners commence their cultivation of spiritual consciousness from the transformation stage. Individuals like Chen Yuan, who cultivate spiritual consciousness during the golden core stage, are exceedingly rare, nearly extinct. At this moment, the night was deep, and the Xianhuang ruins were even more perilous than during the day. Chen Yuan traversed through the dense forest, the surrounding scenery blurring past him, until he arrived at a mountain range. Extending his spiritual consciousness to scan the mountains, he found the area within 100 meters to be eerily quiet, with no anomalies detected. On the mountainside, 2 small figures were encircled by 4 others. At the forefront of this group stood the renowned Xiang Yu, acknowledged as the foremost golden core practitioner of the Xiantian sect. The remaining 3 included one from the Yanqing Peak, a 5th-level golden core disciple from the previous generation, and 2 others, like Xiang Yu, from the Yuanqing Peak, both at the 6th level of golden core, having been disciples for 40 years. The 2 individuals trapped in the center were recognizable to Chen Yuan. They were his childhood friend Yi Baishi and his second senior sister, Shen Yinchu. Shen Yinchu. Surrender the inner core of the demon beast, and I may allow you to leave the secret realm with some dignity, Xiang Yu declared, drawing his long blade, which gleamed coldly under the moonlight, his words dripping with menace. Shen Yinchu's striking face hardened with frost. Xiang Yu, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me your words. Very well, then do not blame me for reducing you to tears of defeat. With that, Xiang Yu stepped forward, his blade adorned with starlight, striking fiercely towards Shen Yinchu's face. Unyielding, she retorted, we are both at the 8th rank. Who knows who will win or lose? She summoned her spiritual-grade flying sword, the Shishu's sword, igniting her 8th rank golden core to its fullest potential, causing the sword to emit a resonant hum. As she swung her sword, a white shadow zipped through the air, the profound ice and snow sword intent freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Clang! The sound of metal on metal rang out, as Xiang Yu's long blade shattered the icy sword strike. Fiery flames condensed along the blade, morphing into a fire dragon that surged towards Shen Yinchu. Her eyes widened in shock. Xiang Yu had comprehended the 3rd realm of sword intent. With little time to ponder, she raised her sword to block the attack. Clang! A tremendous force struck her, numbing her right hand and forcing her to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Yi Baishi faced off against 3 opponents alone, astonishingly overpowering them despite being only at the 4th level of Golden Core. One of the assailants, filled with rage and embarrassment, felt humiliated that 3 grown men could not subdue a young girl. Perched on a tree branch nearby, a man and a woman observed the scene, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Zhenggu, I never expected Yi Baishi to be so formidable. Fighting above her level is as effortless as eating or drinking, Weilon marveled. This girl is indeed impressive. Let me increase the challenge for her. Zheng Tianqing's narrow eyes flickered, unleashing a wave of spiritual pressure that surged like a flood into Yi Baishi's mind. However, at the moment Zheng Tianqing's consciousness invaded his mind, it was thwarted by the protective soul jade pendant he wore, dissipating instantly. Yi Baishi was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with anxiety as she conveyed her consciousness to Shen Yinchu, senior sister. There are Yuanying disciples nearby. He just launched a mental attack against me. Upon hearing this, Shen Yinchu's heart trembled. If that were the case, they might truly meet their end today. How could this be? Wei Lan's expression was one of astonishment, as Yi Baishi remained undeterred, wielding her white sword with vigor. This woman, like Chun Yuan, possessed a soul-protecting treasure. Zheng Tianqing explained, his own surprise not insignificant. Had these protective treasures become so commonplace that everyone seemed to possess one? Ending his chaotic thoughts, Zheng Tianqing unleashed a wave of mental pressure into Shen Yinchu's mind. In the arena, Shen Yinchu was momentarily stunned. As her consciousness shook violently, a long blade was already hurtling towards her. When she regained her senses, the blade was a mere 3 feet from her chest. Shen Yinchu's expression shifted as she chanted a spell, causing a large turtle shell shield to materialize before her. With a resounding crash, the long blade struck the shield. In an instant, the turtle shell shield shattered, and the residual force cascaded down upon Shen Yinchu. She was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Yi Baishi swiftly dodged a thrust and rushed over to support Shen Yinchu. The turtle shell shield had absorbed much of the impact, so Shen Yinchu was not gravely injured. Just as Yi Baishi helped Shen Yinchu to her feet, a blade's gleam suddenly surged forth, aimed directly at her face. The destroying star blade was a mere 3 feet away from Yi Baishi when Shen Yinchu prepared to crush their teleportation talismans. Suddenly, a chilling light flashed, and out of nowhere, a brilliant sword light cut across the sky, directly cleaving the destroying star blade. The fiery dragon that coiled around the blade vanished in an instant, and the entire blade began to freeze at an alarming rate. Xiang Yu's expression changed drastically as he hastily withdrew his hand. Had he been a moment later, the ice would have consumed him. The blade, encased in ice, shattered like a fragile icicle. Xiang Yu, witnessing this, felt his heart nearly shatter, roaring in fury. Who dares to destroy my weapon? A spiritual-grade weapon required 50 contribution points. He would need to undertake over 20 tasks to gather such an amount. It is I? A quiet voice declared as a man in black suddenly appeared behind him, a sword already poised at his throat. Chun Yuan? Chapter 58. Severely wounded Zheng Tianqing upon recognizing Chun Yuan's face, Xiang Yu stood frozen in place. He had assumed the assailant would surely be a Yuanying senior brother, and he felt no fear, confident in his own senior's presence in the shadows. Yet, he had never anticipated that the one who struck would be Chun Yuan, the very person he had been searching for. Brother, Yi Baishi exclaimed excitedly. Shen Yinchu's eyes flickered. The sword strike just now had clearly embodied sword intent. Wasn't her junior brother a Qin cultivator? How had he suddenly transformed into a sword cultivator? Without warning, Chen Yuan sheathed his ink-black sword and unleashed a powerful left fist, purple lightning crackling forth. With a thunderous boom, Xiangyu was sent flying, crashing heavily at Yi Baishi's feet. The three individuals on the left were filled with dread at the sight. However, Chen Yuan did not spare a glance at the three individuals, merely waving his sleeve. The force of his robe swelled with an overwhelming pressure that instantly sent the three of them flying. Stepping forward, he placed a foot upon Xiangyu's head, commanding, "Apologize to my companion. You frightened her just now. To hell with you." Xiangyu growled, never having endured such humiliation. His 8th grade golden elixir surged violently within him, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy to attempt to knock Chen Yuan away. Chen Yuan scoffed disdainfully, exerting force with his foot, channeling primordial power into his leg. With a resounding thud, Xiangyu's head was driven into the ground. "Brother, you are so impressive," Yi Baishi exclaimed, her face aglow with admiration. Chen Yuan, with one foot still on Xiangyu's head, reached out to ruffle Yi Baishi's hair, asking, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Internally seething with humiliation, Xiangyu thought, "Am I merely a pawn in your little game?" Yi Baishi shook her head, affirming, "I'm fine. That is good to hear." Chen Yuan smiled faintly, lifting his foot before activating his family's technique, Swift Wind Leg, sending Xiangyu flying once more. Xiangyu soared through the air, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily into a large tree, his head tilting awkwardly as he lost consciousness. This very tree was where Zheng Tianqing and his companion stood. "Junior brother, you seem more concerned about your little Baishi than your second senior sister," Shen Yinshu remarked, a hint of discontent in her tone. The closeness displayed before her, a single person, felt rather inconsiderate of her feelings. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to Shen Yinshu, inquiring, "Second senior sister, are you injured?" "Huh. A late display of affection is worth less than grass," Shen Yinshu retorted, crossing her arms. Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly fell silent. Pointing behind Chen Yuan, "Junior brother, watch out. Brother, be careful," Yi Baishi exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm, her heart racing. A long spear hurtled towards them from behind. Moving like a startled swan, the air seemingly torn apart by its trajectory, reaching Chen Yuan in an instant. Remaining unfazed, Chen Yuan summoned protective energy to form a shield behind him, blocking the lethal strike. Clang! The impact sent sparks flying, reverberations rippling outward, once again hurling the three who had just regained their footing away. With Chen Yuan's protection, Shen Yinshu and Yi Baishi remained unharmed. Chen Yuan turned solemnly, addressing Zheng. "A sneak attack is unbecoming of a gentleman." With that, he channeled primordial energy into his right hand, causing his protective aura to blaze brightly, instantly repelling Zheng Tianqing. "What?" Shen Yinshu's eyes widened in disbelief, perceiving the scene before her as if it were an illusion. "Wow." Yi Baishi covered her mouth, her heart tumultuous with excitement. "Brother." He actually repelled a late-stage Yuan Ing true monarch. Outside, within the grand hall of the Shantian sect, Song Yuanji stood up in shock, exclaiming, "A 9th grade golden elixir repelling a Yuan Ing true monarch is utterly astonishing." The chasm between golden elixir and Yuan Ing was insurmountable by external forces. Within the Xianhua secret realm, Chen Yuan gazed at the rapidly increasing emotional value on his system panel, filled with joy. It seemed that his master was observing his battle, and he could not afford to bring shame upon his master. With this thought, he summoned the Mou sword, launching it forth like an arrow, swiftly closing the distance to Zheng Tianqing, who had only just regained his composure, only to see Chen Yuan charging at him with the sword raised. The surrounding air plummeted to a frigid temperature, and a realm of ice enveloped Zheng Tianqing in an instant. "What on earth is this?" Zheng Tianqing's gaze was filled with horror. His entire body felt as if it had been frozen, his legs stiffened, rendering him unable to move even a single step. The ice sword art. Within the domain, Chen Yuan soared into the air, and suddenly a vortex formed in the heavens above, from which a colossal purple dragon, ensnared in ice, emerged, coiling around Chen Yuan. A chilling aura of death enveloped him, and a singular thought flashed through Zheng Tianqing's mind: flee. However, the domain had him firmly ensnared, immobilizing him completely. The purple dragon descended, crashing into Zheng Tianqing. With a resounding boom, Zheng's entire form was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Lying on the ground, Zheng Tianqing violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes wide as saucers, devoid of color, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Zhenggu, Weilon, who had been hiding nearby, rushed over in terror to help Zheng Tianqing up. "So cold. Zhenggu, why are your hands so icy?" Weilon tightly grasped Zheng Tianqing's hand, attempting to warm him, but the penetrating chill relentlessly surged towards her body, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pale. Tears streamed down her face, and before they could land on Zheng Tianqing's chest, they froze into ice crystals. In the distance, a thud. The three individuals who had just risen from the ground were frantically swallowing hard. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, and lay back down, feigning unconsciousness. Chen Yuan stepped forward, appearing before Zheng Tianqing. Witnessing this, Weilong positioned herself protectively in front of Zheng Tianqing, presenting the beast core they had accumulated. Please, spare Zhengguo. We will withdraw from the competition immediately. Chen Yuan's expression was cold as he waved his hand, storing the core within his storage ring. Scram. I will not forget the enmity of the Chen family. You should be grateful that you are my sect mates. Otherwise, both of you would be nothing more than cold corpses today. With that, Chen Yuan turned silently away. This was a grand competition of the sect. Under the watchful eyes of all the sect leaders and elders, his words were intended for their ears. Furthermore, killing Zheng Tianqing was impractical. Severely wounding him and leaving him bedridden for a year would suffice. At this moment, Zheng Tianqing gazed up at the luminous moonlight, his heart engulfed in confusion. After diligently cultivating for over 200 years, he found himself overshadowed by a newcomer who had only entered the sect a month prior. A crack formed in his resolve at that moment. Weilong crushed the teleportation talisman, and in an instant, light enveloped both her and Zheng Tianqing. At Bailingshan, two figures appeared out of thin air. The outer and inner disciples who had been teleported there stared in disbelief, their eyes widened. Good heavens, it's Senior Brother Zheng. Who could have inflicted such injuries on Senior Brother Zheng? The elder of the Spirit Herb Garden hurriedly approached to examine him, and after a moment of relief, he transmitted to the inner elders. His foundation remains intact. With a year and a half of rest, he will recover. Ding. Cold Yoming's fondness level increased by 3. Current fondness level, 80. Chen Yuan's actions had not escaped Cold Yoming's notice. She silently nodded. Chen Yuan's character was commendable. Able to bury his hatred deep within while considering the greater picture, a rarity indeed. Chapter 59. Ascending the ladder and mastering the craft within the hall. Yuan Zhougong's face was a mask of fury as he slammed his hand upon the table and proposed to Song Yuanji, Sect Master. I suggest we immediately confine Chen Yuan to the cold abyss valley. How can we allow such brutality among fellow disciples? If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a malevolent fiend in the future. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuming nearly erupted with laughter, snorting disdainfully. Humph, Yuan Peak Master. You truly are one to escalate matters. In the sparring among fellow disciples, injuries are inevitable. When has there been such an uproar over a previous injury to any disciple? Gazing into Yuan Zhougong's eyes, which were ablaze with indignation, Lung Yuming continued to tease. Is it perhaps because the one injured this time happens to be your beloved apprentice that you are so agitated? Yuan Zhougong, furious and flustered, found himself at a loss for words. What of it? The sect master is present. You have no authority to judge whether my disciple is at fault. Lung Yuming unleashed her full ire, sparing no mercy for Yuan Zhougong. Furthermore, had it not been for my little apprentice's timely arrival, who knows how severely my second and third apprentices might have been injured? Resorting to cowardly ambushes with such vile tactics, it seems Yuan Xingfeng has truly reached his limit. Enough. Song Yuanji interjected firmly, seeking to quell the confrontation. He turned his gaze to Yuan Zhougong, stating, a loss is a loss, if blame is to be assigned. It lies solely with Zheng Tianqing for his lack of skill. Though internally seething, Yuan Zhougong had no choice but to relent upon hearing the sect master's words. Then, Song Yuanji's attention shifted to Lung Yuming, his tone softening as he communicated telepathically. Junior sister, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. Humph. Lung Yuming, in a fit of temper, turned her head away, refusing to indulge anyone. She was perplexed by her own feelings, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Yuan Zhougong accuse Chen Yuan. Her heart swelled with inexplicable anger. Song Yuanji felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, given that Lung Yuming was a favored disciple of the two venerable ancestors, he could hardly reproach her. Had she not devoted herself to her cultivation, the position of sect master might not have fallen to him. Very well. Let us conclude this matter here. Everyone, return your attention to the grand competition. The 5 individuals once again focused on the luminous screen. Song Yuanji felt a flicker of anticipation within him, pondering whether this young lad, Chen Yuan, would continue to create miracles. In the Xianwang secret realm, Chen Yuan stepped forward. Approaching Xiangyu. No need to play dead. Your senior brother has already departed. What about you? Do you intend to be cast out by me, or will you leave of your own accord? At these words, Xiangyu immediately opened his eyes and retrieved a teleportation talisman, exclaiming, I'll leave on my own, just please don't strike me with your sword. Fear gripped Xiangyu's heart. He knew that should that sword strike him, his life would be forfeit. At that moment, he could no longer muster the bravado he had before entering the secret realm. Defeating Chen Yuan? That was a mere jest. He believed that his chances of overcoming Zheng Tianqing were far greater than those of besting Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan snatched the teleportation talisman from his grasp, leaving behind an inner core. Feeling frustrated, Xiang Yu could only raise the inner core above his head. Chen Yuan stored the inner core in his spatial ring and then returned the teleportation talisman to Xiang Yu. Now be gone. Why yes. Xiang Yu nodded vigorously, watching as the talisman ignited in his hand, enveloping him in a radiant light before he vanished in an instant. The trio had already seized the opportunity to flee. Yet with Shun Ninshu present, they departed only after obediently surrendering their inner cores. Chen Yuan swiftly returned to Yi Baishi's side. She embraced him tightly, nestling against him, her head rubbing against his chest, and sweetly called out, "Brother." Chen Yuan affectionately tousled her hair and transmitted a message. The peak masters can see the scenes within the ruins. Yi Baishi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily disengaged from Chen Yuan, feigning a serious demeanor. The thought of the peak masters observing her intimate moment with Chen Yuan filled her with shyness. At that moment, a small head curiously leaned in, asking, "Junior brother, I'm quite curious. I remember you were a musician. How did you suddenly become a swordsman?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "I learned it just by looking." Shen Ninshu's lips twitched. Not only her, but the 5 elders watching the grand competition also wore dark expressions. Chen Yuan was truly lacking in subtlety. Shen Ninshu pouted. What a boast. She pulled Yi Baishi aside and quietly inquired, "Has junior brother been secretly practicing swordsmanship?" Yi Baishi thought for a moment and shook her head. No? Reflecting on the time spent with her brother, it seemed they rarely practiced together aside from indulging in more intimate activities. The thought caused her face to flush once more, heat radiating through her body. Shen Ninshu touched Yi Baishi's forehead and asked, "Little Baishi, why is your face red again?" Yi Baishi replied somewhat guiltily, "It's nothing." She couldn't possibly admit to thinking about inappropriate matters. Just then, Chen Yuan presented all of his demon beast inner cores before Yi Baishi. "Baishi, here are 6 nascent soul demon beast inner cores and 10 golden core demon beast inner cores for you to take." "Brother, I can't accept this," Yi Baishi protested, feeling unworthy of such gifts, knowing they were hard-earned by her brother. "There are still 2 days left. We have ample time." Seeing her hesitation, Chen Yuan resorted to his trump card, leaning close to her ear with a gleeful cackle. "If you don't accept, I want to go easy on you later." Yi Baishi shivered, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing into Chen Yuan's embrace. The thought of his formidable combat prowess made her surrender instantly, transmitting, "I'll accept, but next time. Be a bit gentler, brother." After much coaxing, Yi Baishi finally accepted the demon beast inner cores. Shen Ninshu watched enviously, wishing for a partner like Xiao Baishi to hunt demon beasts for her. Beep, detected the host has gifted nascent soul and golden core demon beast inner cores, triggering a 100-fold return. 6 transformation stage demon beast inner cores. 10 nascent soul demon beast inner cores. Although the returned demon beast inner cores could not be used for competition points, they could be saved for his little spirit pets. 2 days later, with 3 hours remaining until the competition's conclusion, Chen Yuan, having forged ahead, had slain a total of 7 nascent soul demon beasts and 17 golden core demon beasts. He gifted Yi Baishi 5 nascent soul demon beast inner cores and 10 golden core demon beast inner cores. The system then returned 5 transformation stage demon beast inner cores and 10 nascent soul demon beast inner cores. Naturally, he couldn't neglect his second senior sister while providing for little Baishi. During the hunt for the golden core beasts, Chen Yuan refrained from participating directly, opting instead to allow his second senior sister to team up with Yi Baishi to enhance their practical combat experience. Consequently, he entrusted the remaining 2 Yuan Ing beast inner cores and 7 golden core beast inner cores to Shen Ninshu, utilizing the system's strategy reserved for the transaction. Thus, Chen Yuan ultimately amassed 7 golden core beast inner cores, 20 Yuan Ing beast inner cores, and 11 Hua Shun beast inner cores. "Brother, you've given us all the inner cores. What will you do?" Yi Baishi inquired. Shen Ninshu echoed her concern. "Indeed. Little junior brother, what will you do?" As they attempted to allocate the inner cores back to Chen Yuan, he waved his hand in refusal, asserting that he had a plan to secure first place in the competition. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Ninshu, and her heart raced as she asked, "Little junior brother, you're not considering competing for the spiritual treasure, are you?" Chapter 60. Contending for the exotic fruit. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Yi Baishi and Shen Ninshu stood frozen in place. This competition featured 7 true monarchs, aside from the already eliminated Zheng Tianqing. The remaining competitors included the senior sister Qin Shuhan, who was on par with the Bamboo Green Peak's senior sister Song Shiwei. There was also Su Bai, known as the Wine Sword Immortal, along with the Lin siblings, Lin Heng and Lin Shui, and last year's champion, Qin Ling, the direct disciple of Yin Qingfeng. Little junior brother, the senior sister has already achieved the consummation of the Yuaning stage. You have no chance, Shun Ninshu candidly informed him. Brother Qinling has mastered his spear to the 4th realm. You possess no advantage in terms of cultivation. Shun Yuan smiled faintly, elongating his tone. So, neither of you believe I can prevail? He understood all too well that the difference between the late Yuaning stage and the consummate Yuaning stage, though merely 2 words, was akin to a chasm. Of course not. Yi Baishi shook her head, a hint of concern etched on her face. I merely fear for your safety. Just then, a beam of divine light soared into the heavens, breaking through the clouds. The golden light was as thick as a barrel, visible to all disciples navigating the ruins. The exotic fruit had manifested, prompting disciples from various sects to hasten toward the radiance. Half an hour later, thousands of disciples had gathered near the source of the golden light, while others continued to arrive. The phenomenon erupted from the lake, where a purplish glowing exotic fruit flickered tantalizingly amidst the gold. At that moment, a woman stood by the lakeshore, her white garments billowing like ethereal mist, her gaze intently fixed on the water, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding beauty. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her hair and garments to sway gracefully. This was Chun Yuan's senior sister, Qin Shuhan. On the opposite bank of the lake, a woman clad in a fiery red dress stared intently at the exotic fruit. This was Song Shiwei, the senior sister of Bamboo Green Peak. Clenching her fist, she internally vowed, "This time, I shall not be defeated by you." Perched on a nearby treetop, Lin Heng and Lin Shui fixed their gaze on the golden light. Should they acquire this treasure, they would undoubtedly claim first place in the competition. Senior brother, we've arrived. 2 golden core disciples, struggling to carry the intoxicated Su-Han, gasped as they reached the lakeside. Thank you, dear junior brothers," Su-Han exclaimed before his head drooped, gradually succumbing to slumber, his snores resonating from his lips. Who is that? How can he fall asleep so easily? A curious new disciple, unaware of his identity, inquired. That person is Su-Han, the direct disciple of Tianqing Peak, affectionately dubbed the Wine Sword Immortal by all within the sect. Despite his apparent inebriation, there was a time when he, in a drunken stupor, managed to challenge 3 seasoned Yuanying disciples without faltering. Those familiar with Su-Han quickly began to explain. Just then, a radiant figure descended, a youthful gentleman clad in black, exuding elegance and charm, who gracefully approached Song Shiwei. "Shiwei, the first place in the grand competition is yours. How about that?" Qin Ling remarked, offering a warm smile. Song Shiwei, maintaining his composure, replied in a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. "Do you know what I detest most about you?" Qin Ling, taken aback, inquired. "What is it?" "Your arrogance," Song Shiwei articulated slowly. Qin Ling's expression darkened, yet he swiftly masked his displeasure, preserving his gentlemanly demeanor. What a charade, Song Shiwei thought to himself in disdain. Half an hour later, as golden light dissipated, the extraordinary fruit made its sudden appearance. From all directions, eager Jin Dan disciples, believing they had acquired some skill and movement, sought to seize this treasure. At that moment, Qin Ling stepped forward, leaping over the multitude of Jin Dan cultivators in an instant. His gaze turned icy as he bellowed, "A bunch of insignificant fools. Do you dare to covet this rare treasure?" With a flick of his robe, a wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, sending over 20 Jin Dan disciples flying in an instant. Splash! The sound of their descent into the lake echoed as they created a flurry of splashes. Good heavens! That senior brother is incredibly strong, effortlessly sending over 20 Jin Dan cultivators flying. Some Foundation establishment female disciples gasped in astonishment, marveling at the display. They were simply overestimating their capabilities. Before the might of a Yuanying's spiritual awareness, 3,000 Jin Dan were but mere ants. As Qin Ling neared the extraordinary fruit, a fleeting figure, faster than he, reached it first. Realizing this, Qin Ling formed a spiritual seal with his hand and launched a radiant strike towards Qin Shuhan's back. Sensing the impending danger, Qin Shuhan drew 2 short swords and swiftly turned to counter. Boom! The clash of sword energy erupted as she effortlessly shattered the radiant strike. In that moment, Lin Heng and Lin Shui leapt in from behind, aiming for a surprise attack on Qin Shuhan. Yet, her composure remained unshaken. She intended to deal with them first, but it would not be so simple. With a flick of her wrist, she activated her technique, and stars illuminated her path, allowing her to vanish from sight and reappear behind the 2. Utilizing the Earth-level movement technique, the Starry Nebula art, she moved as if traversing a starry sky. Just as she prepared to confront the duo, a figure in red interposed herself behind them, brandishing a fiery long sword before her. The clash of their blades resonated loudly, sending shockwaves through the air. Lin Shui and Lin Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Had their senior sister not arrived in time, they might have been eliminated. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ling, as if walking on clouds, leapt over Lin Heng and Lin Shui, raising his Yuan Lu spear high, ready to finish off Qin Shuhan. Just as she prepared to activate the Starry Nebula art once more, Su Han suddenly sprang to his feet from the ground, exclaiming, "What kind of skill is it to gang up on a single girl?" With light steps, he danced like a dragon and snake, intoxicated yet composed. With a hint of fiery sword intent coalescing around his blade, he soared to a height of 100 meters, slicing down at Qin Ling. At that moment, Chen Yuan, who had just arrived, was taken aback, a perfect Yuanying, and he hadn't realized that Su Han had not exerted his full strength during their previous contest. This is outrageous. A group of individuals was bullying the senior sister, while Shen Yinshu, filled with indignation, stamped her foot in frustration. Above them, Qin Ling's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that Su Han had been concealing his true capabilities, having attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he executed a spiritual formula, unleashing a divine rainbow that shattered the fiery sword intent. At that moment, the exotic fruit was on the verge of descending into the lake, still coveted by those unwilling to relent. A cultivator of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage dashed forward, snatching the exotic fruit with a speed that seemed 100-fold that of his usual pace. And in an instant, he reached the shore. Furious, Qin Ling unleashed a powerful mental pressure that bore down on the Golden Core disciple, forcing him to the ground and causing the exotic fruit to tumble from his grasp, rolling directly to Chen Yuan's feet. Chen Yuan smiled knowingly, recognizing the will of fate. Since it was destined for him, he would gladly accept it. With that thought, he picked up the exotic fruit and directly stored it in his storage ring. This spectacle left the surrounding thousands of disciples utterly dumbfounded. Such audacity! How could one dare to claim the exotic fruit so brazenly? Qin Ling and the others ceased their skirmishes, their gazes converging on Chen Yuan. "Thank you all for your generous gift of the exotic fruit. I shall graciously accept it," Chen Yuan said, cupping his fists in salute to the 6 individuals. Qin Ling's fury surged palpably. "You wretched boy, are you courting death?" At that moment, a figure lunged forward, brandishing a spear that glimmered ominously, aimed directly at Chen Yuan. A mental pressure surged into Chen Yuan's mind, leaving him no chance to evade. The assailant was none other than Lin Heng. Chapter 61. Overpowering the True Monarch. Let us unite. In the skies above, Qin Shuhuan, witnessing the unfolding events, prepared to activate the Star Cloud formula to rescue Chen Yuan, only to be ensnared abruptly by a binding rope of celestial restraint. Qin Ling's demeanor grew colder as he taunted, "Qin Shuhuan, observe how your junior disciple is sent flying." Qin Shuhuan's expression hardened, and despite being bound, her right hand continued to form spiritual gestures. By the time she freed herself from the celestial rope, it was too late. Lin Heng's spear had already shattered the void. Closing in on Chen Yuan, unfazed, Chen Yuan's countenance remained composed. The moment the mental pressure infiltrated his consciousness, it was instantly obliterated into nothingness. A purple lightning bolt erupted from his palm, and as he transformed his right hand into a fist, the purple lightning coalesced into a dragon that surged forth from within. Boom! The thunderous dragon roared, instantly engulfing Lin Heng. Lin Heng's expression turned to one of horror as his spear was shattered by the lightning dragon, with the residual force crashing upon him. Amidst the lightning, a figure was sent flying back. It was Lin Heng. What? By the heavens! Did I just witness Lin Heng being sent flying by a Golden Core cultivator? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many Golden Core disciples left aghast. Qin Shuhuan exhaled in relief, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Chen Yuan had actually managed to defeat Lin Heng with a single punch. Remaining unaffected by the pressure of the nascent soul's consciousness, he must possess significant secrets. "Brother," Lin Shui exclaimed in shock, stepping forward with a grace akin to a rainbow. Reaching Lin Heng's side to assist him, Lin Heng was no longer the spirited figure he had been earlier. He appeared disheveled, with his hair singed to cinders and remnants of lightning flickering within. "Brother, are you all right?" Lin Shui asked anxiously, her heart heavy with concern upon witnessing her brother's dire state. I'm fine," Lin Heng replied with great difficulty, a plume of black mist escaping his mouth as he spoke. Lin Shui extracted a rejuvenation pill and placed it in Lin Heng's mouth, her previous fondness for Chen Yuan dissipating in an instant. Rising silently, she grasped the air with her right hand, summoning the Bai Wei sword into her grasp. Gangfeng sword technique. A low shout escaped her lips as she stepped onto the gale, leaping high into the air. The intent of the swift wind coalesced around the sword, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The sword light, entwined with the gale, rushed violently towards Chen Yuan. At that moment, Chen Yuan had already activated his thunder fist, delivering a powerful punch. The purple lightning dragon collided with the sword light, shattering it in an instant. Yet the force of the dragon remained undiminished as it surged towards Lin Shui. Her expression turned to one of shock. How could this mere golden core cultivator possess the strength of a late-stage nascent soul? There was no time for contemplation. She swiftly struck her waist, unleashing a vast net. The Nine Heavens Spirit Net, an esteemed ancestral treasure of the Lin family, capable of absorbing spiritual techniques, expanded 100-fold, darkening the sky and ensnaring the purple lightning dragon within its confines. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, having assumed a single punch would suffice to defeat Lin Shui, only to discover she wielded such a formidable treasure. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, Lin Shui retracted the Nine Heavens Spirit Net, the gale once more condensing around her sword. Casting a glance behind her and understanding its significance, she struck down fiercely. Your junior brother possesses some skill, Qinling remarked, as a black chain was launched with great force amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers. The black iron chain, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly approached Chen Yuan, seemingly poised to engulf him whole. The sequence unfolded too rapidly for Qin Shuhan to intervene. With her brows furrowed, she positioned her sword against Qin Ling's throat, questioning his audacity to ambush a fellow golden core cultivator. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Qin Ling retained his composure, unperturbed by her inquiry. Who would dare mock him? He retaliated with a swift slap. Brother! Yi Baishi exclaimed, her small face filled with panic as she attempted to rescue Chen Yuan, only to be firmly restrained by Shen Yanchu. You cannot go, Baishi. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan shook his head in disdain, scoffing at the minor techniques employed against him. Zifu Divine Power, Space Traversal. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, causing the black iron chain to grasp at emptiness, while the sword light struck the ground with a thunderous crash. As dust and debris filled the air, when the onlookers regained their composure, they beheld Chen Yuan holding Lin Shui by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their astonished eyes fixed upon the scene, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, eager to ascertain the reality of the moment. No way. Is this real? Wow, senior sister, did you see that? Brother is incredible. Yi Baishi exclaimed excitedly, shaking Shen Yanchu's shoulder. Stop shaking me, Baishi. I see it too. Shen Yanchu's heart raced with tumultuous waves. Just a month prior, she had witnessed her junior brother facing tribulations, and now, he had not only surpassed her realm, but also rendered the true monarch's artifacts insignificant. Her expression was complex. The rapidity of her junior brother's advancement left her in awe. In midair, Qin Shuhan, Song Shiwei, and Qin Ling stood frozen in astonishment. Only one person remained unfazed, Su Bai, who lay sprawled atop his sword, fast asleep and snoring loudly. In the arena, Chen Yuan, with his right hand securing Lin Shui's neck, flashed her a gentle smile. I pride myself on being a gentleman. However, today I must be impolite. With that, Chen Yuan swiftly reached for Lin Shui's waist with his left hand, seizing the teleportation talisman and pressing it against her chest. Lin Shui's expression turned to one of indignation and shame. What a scoundrel! As the words left her lips, a white light enveloped Lin Shui, whisking her away from the Xianhuang's secret realm. With Lin Shui dispatched, Chen Yuan's demeanor became haughty. He flicked his sleeve and looked skyward, beckoning. Let us engage all at once to spare me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. The breeze rustled his black attire, and his words reverberated through the hearts of all present with an unsettling resonance. Arrogant, Qin Ling bellowed, his figure darting like lightning towards Chen Yuan, fingers forming a spiritual seal as he summoned a black iron chain from behind Chen Yuan. Above, Song Shiwei positioned his sword before Qin Shuhan, declaring, Sister, your opponent is me. A chill swept across Qin Shuhan's face as she retorted, You are unworthy to be my sister. With that, the two clashed fiercely in midair. Qin Ling raised his Yuan Lu halberd high, unleashing a domain that pressed down upon Chen Yuan like a heavy shroud. Sensing the icy glare behind him and the impending lethal strike, Chen Yuan acted swiftly, slapping the Dragon Soul Seal at his waist. The Dragon Soul Seal, towering as high as a man, surged towards Qin Ling. There was no time to block the chains. Just as Chen Yuan prepared to employ his spatial abilities once more, an enormous wave of fire surged forth, instantly shattering the iron chain behind him. Junior brother Chen Yuan, I come to your aid. Suhan arrived in a flash, moving like a spirit snake to position herself behind Qin Ling. At that moment, Qin Ling's consciousness jolted, his domain dissipating, due to his formidable awareness. The Dragon Soul Seal could not restrain him for long. Regaining his composure, Qin Ling executed a swift maneuver to evade, the Dragon Soul Seal barely grazing his body as it descended. At that instant, an intense wave of heat surged from behind. Chen Yuan was already charging at him with his sword raised. Divine ability, golden body. Qin Ling roared, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light. Suddenly, a powerful domain struck, engulfing both Su Han and Qin Ling. Within the icy domain, they felt an unbearable chill as the sky darkened and snowflakes began to fall. Both displayed expressions of shock. This was a domain. A massive ice dragon erupted from the heavens, coiling around Chen Yuan. As he brought his sword down, the blade, imbued with the essence of the ice dragon, struck the golden body of Qin Ling with formidable force. Boom! The golden body cracked under the impact. The pressure of the domain caused Qin Ling's defenses to falter, chilling air seeping through the fissure into his being, causing his breath to become erratic as he growled. Damn it! Seizing the moment, Su Han unleashed a brilliant arc of light from her Songming sword, deftly knocking Qin Ling's Yuan Lu halberd aside, then thrusting the blade towards his chest. Clang! The wave of fire shattered his golden body technique, crashing into his torso. Bang! Qin Ling was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground. Senior brother Qin has been defeated. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could the champion of the last competition fall so easily? Did you see that? Senior brother Chen Yuan's move, exclaimed a disciple from Zhuqing Peak. It's a domain. Of course. My junior brother has already comprehended the fourth realm of swordsmanship, Shen Yinshu boasted. Wow, that's impressive. I remember senior brother Chen started later than I did. How did he accomplish that? Feigning mystery, Shen Yinshu whispered in her ear. You'll understand once you take a look. With that, she tugged at Yi Baishi and dashed away. The crowd gathered, inquiring of the Zhuqing Peak disciple. What did Sister Shen say? Did she reveal any secret methods for rapid cultivation? Scratching his head, the Zhuqing Peak disciple replied uncertainly. Sister Shen mentioned that Brother Chen just practiced, and it came to him. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances. Should we trust her? Or have faith in my potential to inherit the position of the sect leader? Leader. The crowd bowed respectfully towards her. In the center, Chen Yuan swiftly approached Qin Ling. His ink-black sword poised against his throat. Will you leave on your own, or shall I take action? Qin Ling's face was contorted with frustration and anger. Chen Yuan. Had it not been for Su Han, I would never have lost to you. At that moment, Su Han appeared beside Qin Ling, his senses having returned. To be honest, I feel my role is minimal. If Brother Chen could evade your initial chain ambush, he can certainly avoid your second. Chen Yuan barked, enough nonsense. Will you leave with dignity, or shall I escort you out? Qin Ling clenched his fists tightly. Chen Yuan, I will remember this. Just you wait. With that, he retrieved a teleportation talisman from his waist, preparing to shatter it. In an instant, the talisman vanished, appearing in Chen Yuan's grasp. Why do you have such a loose tongue? Chen Yuan sheathed his ink-black sword and lifted Qin Ling effortlessly with one hand. A surge of cold radiance erupted from his fist, penetrating Qin Ling's body, rendering him as if trapped in an icy abyss. I've changed my mind. Surrender your beast core, or you shall not leave. Chen Yuan's gaze was frigid, sending chills through Qin Ling's scalp. Choose. Be rendered powerless or hand over your core. Do not push me too far. Qin Ling roared, attempting to bolster his courage. Heh. Chen Yuan sneered, striking Qin Ling's left cheek with his left hand. Had I not been exceptionally powerful, your iron chains would have severely injured me long ago. I, a magnanimous person, let you go, and yet you dare threaten me? Who is truly bullying whom? How reasonable. Indeed, it appears Brother Chen is the true gentleman. A group of female disciples gazed at him with starry eyes. Brother Chen is remarkable, crushing the perfected golden core with ease. The tales have truly come to life. Qin Ling glared furiously at Chen Yuan, with so many peers witnessing. He could not afford to yield. How could he hold his head high within the sect thereafter? It seems you refuse to submit. Chen Yuan gathered purple lightning in his left hand and struck fiercely towards Qin Ling Estantion. Qin Ling's expression turned pale with terror. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. At his words, Chen Yuan immediately withdrew his force, the purple lightning dissipating in an instant. With his mastery of Thunder Fist, he wielded the purple lightning with ease. You lunatic. You're absolutely insane. Qin Ling's forehead was slick with cold sweat, nearly losing a century of hard-earned cultivation. He dared not gamble on whether Chen Yuan would truly render him powerless. Chen Yuan released Qin Ling's collar, prompting Qin Ling to hastily place 10 infant core pills on the ground. These were the entirety of the demon beast cores he had hunted over the past 3 days. Observing this, Chen Yuan collected them into his ring and then tossed a teleportation talisman at Qin Ling's feet, having lost all dignity to remain there. Qin Ling picked up the talisman and crushed it. In a flash of white light, he vanished from sight. Chen Yuan turned to Su Han with a faint smile, asking, Brother Su, do you wish to contest with me? Su Han swayed slightly, a gourd of wine appearing in his hand as he replied, Forget it, Junior Brother Chen. When it comes to swordsmanship, I concede to you. With a loud thud, Su Han drank deeply and promptly fell asleep. Brother Su is so youthful. He can just drop off to sleep. Qin Yuan mused, no longer wishing to linger. He leaped over the gathered disciples and made his way toward Yi Baishi. Look, Brother Chun is coming our way. A group of female disciples exclaimed, their voices tinged with excitement. Some even posed alluringly, eager to showcase their charms to Qin Yuan. Observing this, Yi Baishi felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. What were these vixens attempting? Were they really trying to seduce her brother? Qin Yuan paid no attention to the group of female disciples, bypassing them to stand before Yi Baishi. Without a trace of shyness, she dove into his embrace. Asserting her claim, the hearts of the female disciples shattered at this revelation. Brother Chun was already taken. Yet, some of the more attractive among them viewed Yi Baishi as a rival, believing that even heroes could falter before beauty. They remained unconvinced that they could not win over Qin Yuan. Brother, Yi Baishi sweetly called out. Qin Yuan pinched her small face, his expression filled with fondness. A perfect match of beauty and handsomeness. Moments later, Qin Yuan retrieved the 10 infant core pills, placing them into Yi Baishi's hands. Here, take these. I've acquired some extraordinary fruit, so you cannot refuse this time. Thank you, brother. Yi Baishi nodded gratefully as she accepted the demon beast cores. Many female disciples, including Xin Yinchu, looked on with envious expressions. Humph, it's not like she earned them through her own efforts, merely relying on a man's generosity. Scoffed a senior female disciple named Li Fei, a disciple of Yuanqing Peak. Qin Yuan's demeanor instantly darkened. Apologize to my partner, he commanded, gripping Li Fei tightly. The oppressive aura emanating from him made her tremble. Sister Yi, I'm sorry, she stammered. Qin Yuan turned to Yi Baishi, asking little Baishi, do you forgive her? Seeing Yi Baishi nod, he unceremoniously tossed Li Fei aside. Scram, do not let me see you again. Yes. Li Fei scrambled away in panic. Brother, thank you. Yi Baishi nestled against Qin Yuan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. But I feel she has a point. This competition truly relies on you. Qin Yuan playfully pinched her nose, saying, she is merely envious. You are no mere flower vase. You possess Imperial grade talent. She is just a 5th level golden core cultivator. You could easily defeat her tenfold. Enough. Xin Yinchu interjected, pulling Yi Baishi from Qin Yuan's embrace. Could you be a tad more considerate of my single status? Chapter 63. Epiphany. Merely luck. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly, and then gazed upward. Second senior sister, should I assist the first senior sister? Qin Yuan inquired, turning his head. Absolutely not. Xin Yinchu quickly waved her hand. For years, the first senior sister and Song senior sister have been locked in a fierce competition without a clear victor. The first senior sister is determined to defeat Song's senior sister fairly and squarely, and she is particularly averse to any external interference in their rivalry. At this moment, Xin Yinchu feigned mystery and whispered to Qin Yuan and Yi Baishi during the last competition when the first senior sister faced off against Song's senior sister. A suitor of the first senior sister launched a sneak attack on Song's senior sister, resulting in her injury. Can you guess what happened to that suitor? Senior sister, please stop teasing us. Yi Baishi tugged at Xin Yinchu's sleeve, curious. What became of him? Xin Yinchu's face turned pale with fear. He's still bedridden. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan looked perplexed and asked, is that true? Won't the sect intervene? Xin Yinchu nodded, her expression filled with compassion. Of course. Both the first senior sister and Song senior sister were confined in the cold valley for half a year. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Yuan silently mourned for that unfortunate fellow for 3 seconds. He must have been subjected to a torturous combination of techniques. Qin Yuan turned his gaze back to the sky, where 2 figures were locked in an intense battle, neither willing to yield. Both wielders had reached the second realm of swordsmanship, with their abilities nearly indistinguishable, making the contest fiercely even. Qin Yuan had initially believed he could engage in a duel with the first senior sister, but now it seemed he had overestimated his chances. Defeating Song Shiwei had become an obsession for the first senior sister. In the sky, the first prize of the competition is a celestial level technique. Are you not intrigued? Song Shiwei raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Enough chatter. Qin Shihan maintained her frosty demeanor, her dual swords aimed directly at Song Shiwei's face. 2 hours later, the battle raged on with no sign of abating. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the entire expanse, transforming the surroundings as if it were daylight. As the chaos settled, they found themselves at 100 Spirits Mountain, which had returned to its original state, with ethereal clouds and abundant spiritual energy. The previously visible chasm had vanished without a trace. Qin Shihan and Song Shiwei were also transported out of the Xianhuang secret realm. They exchanged glances, each snorting in disdain before returning to their respective peaks. In the Ziqing Peak area, as soon as Qin Shihan returned, she turned to Qin Yuan and asked, Junior brother, how did you advance your swordsmanship to the 4th realm? First senior sister, during my study of sword techniques. I experienced a sudden epiphany that propelled me into the fourth realm, Chun Yuan replied with a respectful bow. An epiphany? Qin Shuhan furrowed her brows in contemplation. If that were the case, it would explain why junior brother had progressed so swiftly in his swordsmanship. Ancient texts record that the phenomenon of epiphany is profound and mysterious. For those who experience it, their cultivation can advance 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold compared to normal practitioners. It is said that most individuals will never encounter even a single epiphany in their lifetime, and those who do are often regarded as prodigies, requiring a stroke of fortune to facilitate such an occurrence. At that moment, a distortion in the air heralded the arrival of 5 figures stepping forth from the void, comprising the sect leader and the 4 peak masters. Seeing this, everyone bowed in unison and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Raising his hand, Song Yuanji declared, "The 1,452nd sect competition has officially concluded. All participating disciples are to proceed to the sect square to submit the inner cores of the demon beasts they have hunted to the statistics elder. We will compile the rankings based on the number of cores collected." Upon hearing the announcement, the assembled disciples erupted into a thunderous cheer, fervently hoping for commendable results in the upcoming grand competition. The tallying continued until the afternoon, when Chun Yuan presented the extraordinary fruit to the elder of the inner sect. The elder, slightly taken aback, scrutinized Chun Yuan from head to toe. "Golden core stage. How did you acquire this remarkable fruit?" This individual was the 3rd elder of the inner sect, named Song Yongheng, a practitioner of the void return stage, and once a direct disciple of the Azure Peak. "In response to your query, I naturally obtained it through my own strength," Chun Yuan replied. "Interesting, you bear a resemblance to my former self," the elder mused. The sect square sprawled over 200 acres, where the sect leader and the 4 peak masters occupied a high platform. Surrounding them were grandstands filled to capacity with disciples eager to witness the spectacle, creating a sea of faces, numbering in the tens of thousands. Following the meticulous tallying by several inner sect elders, the final rankings of the competition were announced. First place, Chun Yuan. Second place, Yi Baishi. Third place, Qin Shuhan. Fourth place, Song Shiwei. As she read these results, Song Shiwei clenched her fingers tightly. Despite her usual indifference towards her sister's affairs, she was more concerned than anyone else. Both sisters possessed an indomitable spirit. At the Ziqing Peak, Qin Shuhan maintained her stoic expression. She sought to dominate through sheer strength rather than rely on fortuitous victories. The anticipation now turned to who would first achieve the transformation stage. The crowd gazed at the luminous screen, puzzled. Many seasoned disciples had never even heard of Chun Yuan. They were eager to uncover the identity of this individual who had triumphed over a plethora of favored contenders to seize the top spot. On the platform, the sect leader exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Zhougang. Understanding the cue, Yuan Zhougang rose, struck the stone table with his palm, and bellowed, "Silence." His voice, imbued with the authority of divine consciousness, resonated in the ears of every disciple. Immediately, the disciples sat up straight, and the square fell into a hushed stillness. With the competition concluded, the sect leader would now present rewards to the top 10 participants. After Yuan Zhougang finished speaking, he bowed slightly, turned to the sect leader, and gestured for him to proceed before taking his seat. Song Yuanji stood and cleared his throat, announcing, "Thus concludes the new disciple competition, and the rankings of the top 10 will now be revealed." With new names alongside familiar ones, a wave of joy washed over me. To facilitate the top 10 in receiving their awards, they were all arranged in the front row. At this moment, Chun Yuan's lips twitched incessantly, reminiscent of a university president from his past life, who, like the current sect leader, was prone to excessive verbosity. "Ahem, I seem to have digressed. Let us invite the first-place winner to the stage," he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan promptly leaped onto the high platform. The inner and outer sect disciples in the stands craned their necks, eager to glimpse the first-place victor. What? A golden core disciple? This young man is actually at the golden core stage. Excited gasps arose from the ranks of direct disciples. News traveled swiftly, and soon everyone was aware that the competition had been claimed by a golden core disciple. They speculated that perhaps this disciple had merely relied on luck to secure first place. But what if he truly possessed remarkable skills? My brother is a direct disciple of the nascent soul stage. Shall we test him against you to see whether a golden core can rival a nascent soul? On the stage, Chun Yuan respectfully clasped his fists towards the sect leader and the various peak masters, offering his greetings. "Chun Yuan, your performance has truly astonished me," exclaimed Song Yuanji with a hint of admiration. Chun Yuan humbly smiled, attributing his success to mere luck. Very well, Song Yuanji replied, his expression darkening as he repeated his approval thrice. The other peak masters exchanged wry smiles, while Lung Yuming rubbed her forehead, exasperated by her little disciple's pretentiousness. Such humility. Song Yuanji patted Chun Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "Your contribution points have been duly recorded." He then produced 2 tokens. These are the tokens for the 4th and 5th floors of the Scripture Pavilion. With them, you may select a martial art of your choice from those levels. Chun Yuan accepted the tokens and stored them in his ring, bowing once more to the sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. Chapter 64. Breakthrough to Sword Sovereign. Calamity clouds descend upon exiting the Scripture Pavilion. Chun Yuan chose a heavenly tier sword technique and an earthly tier fist technique. Later, within the Lingxian Pavilion, he spent 300 contribution points to acquire an earthly tier flying sword. That night, at Yi Baishi's residence, after a fervent encounter, Yi Baishi comfortably nestled in Chun Yuan's embrace, giggling, "Brother, you are so impressive." Chun Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair and slipped a storage ring onto her ring finger. "Brother, what are you giving me this time?" "I have everything I need," she inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she probed the ring's contents. Inside, she discovered 2 jade slips for transmitting techniques, along with 2 flying swords, one being the earthly tier sword he had purchased, and the other, the heavenly tier sword he had previously wielded. The MOU sword, the Dragon Soul imprint, and the Inheritance Jade pendant were also included. Yi Baishi was momentarily stunned, panicking as she tried to remove the ring. "Brother, why would you give me your sword techniques and your heavenly tier sword? I cannot accept this." Chun Yuan whispered softly in her ear, "Don't worry. I have even better gifts for you." The gentle tickling sensation made Yi Baishi's eyes glaze over, her cheeks flushing deeply. After much coaxing from Chun Yuan, she finally accepted all the items. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted an earthly tier superior flying sword, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the heavenly tier superior flying sword, Yihan's sword. Chun Yuan gazed at the Yihan sword within the system space. Its blade was slender and entirely azure, resembling an ice crystal, exuding an aura of chill. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted a heavenly tier superior sword technique, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the royal tier superior sword technique, Ling Su Jian Dian. Upon perfect cultivation, it can reach the 6th realm of swordsmanship, the sword's sovereign realm. The system can integrate knowledge for the host at any time. Heaven, Emperor, Saint, God, Sword Intent, Sword Will, Sword Spirit, Sword Domain, Sword Sovereign, Sword Emperor, Sword Saint, Sword God, Sword Immortal. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted an earthly tier superior fist technique, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a royal tier superior fist technique, Hanin Fu Long Quan. The system can integrate knowledge for the host at any time. Ding. Detected the Dragon Soul imprint, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the heavenly tier treasure, Tian Hanin. Ding. Detected the Wunyan Supreme Inheritance Jade pendant, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Jade pendant of the Supreme Dark Master. Chun Yuan felt an immense joy within, for Yi Baishi was indeed his precious treasure. In his excitement, he inadvertently made little Baishi cry again. Sitting on the ground in the pavilion, Chun Yuan commanded the system. System, cultivate the Lingshu Sword Classic. Received. Initiating automatic cultivation for the host. In an instant, illusions surrounded him, revealing a secluded bamboo grove where an elderly man was practicing swordplay. The old man glanced at Chun Yuan and said with a smile, "Young one, observe closely and learn well." Thus, Chun Yuan followed the elder to practice the sword classic amidst the bamboo. After a millennium, Chun Yuan's aura transformed, using his hand as a sword. A blade of sword energy was unleashed from his right hand. Within that sword energy, the chilling brilliance of the ice sword intent, the fierce might of the fire sword intent, and the swift ferocity of the gale sword intent fused into one. The amalgamation of these sword intents created a composite sword intent, a hallmark of a sword sovereign. It is a challenge for an ordinary person to comprehend even a single sword intent, let alone merge them. After 10,000 years, as Chun Yuan took a step forward, his domain became increasingly solid, emanating an overwhelming royal pressure capable of suppressing all sword cultivators. This signified his entry into the realm of the Sword Emperor. The surrounding scene flickered, and Chun Yuan found himself back in the pavilion. System, cultivate the cold, hidden dragon fist. Received. This time, Chun Yuan arrived at a mountain range, where a colossal dragon coiled above him. Its head resembled that of a camel, exuding majesty and solemnity. With twin horns atop its head resembling towering stone pillars, and it charged towards him. Chun Yuan's expression shifted as the pressure bearing down upon him nearly rendered him breathless. At that moment, a purple fist shadow surged forth, with a force akin to a torrential flood, striking the giant dragon in an instant. Boom. In a heartbeat, The dragon exploded, transforming into a mist of blood swirling through the air. Chen Yuan gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. The spectacle was truly horrifying. A century later, Chen Yuan concentrated purple fist energy in his right fist and struck out, shattering a continuous mountain range spanning tens of thousands of meters in an instant. As his consciousness returned to reality, Chen Yuan opened his eyes in the pavilion. Had he attained the fourth realm of fist techniques? He clenched his fist. This was a martial art for vanquishing foes, not merely a technique of fist combat, and thus, achieving the fourth realm through this martial art was commendable. The transition from the third to the fourth realm was a significant threshold. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze, retrieved the jade pendant of the Supreme Dark Master, and dripped a drop of his blood onto it. The pendant shattered instantly, and a figure of light materialized. The figure was none other than the Supreme Dark Master, a cultivator of the Great Ascension, albeit now merely a remnant soul. At the moment of his appearance, he concealed his aura, a simple task for a soul cultivator. Senior, Chen Yuan respectfully bowed. Strange, where did you acquire my inheritance? You possess no discernible spiritual talent. The Supreme Dark Master remarked, intrigued. Chen Yuan's lips twitched at the bluntness of the Supreme Dark Master. Wait, you are at the Golden Core stage. How have you cultivated to the fourth tier of spiritual awareness? Peculiar indeed. The Supreme Dark Master expressed his confusion. Never mind, he continued, extending his right hand to emit a beam of white light that penetrated Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, a tome of cultivation techniques titled Xianming Yu Shen Shu suddenly emerged. This was a method I had uniquely created, devoid of any restrictions. Sensing my own breath becoming increasingly faint, the esteemed Xianming did not hold back any longer, stating that if I could not cultivate, I must swiftly find a successor, lest I leave my words unspoken. With that, the spectral figure of Xianming transformed into countless specks of luminous light, dissipating into the gentle breeze. I bowed to the void, pondering that if I truly failed to cultivate, I would indeed seek out a worthy heir. I then seated myself in a meditative posture and commenced my practice of Xianming Yu Shen Shu. After an hour, I rose to my feet. The technique is divided into 9 levels. I comprehended the first 4 with ease, as my consciousness was at the 4th tier. Through mastering these initial levels, I became increasingly adept at the operation of my consciousness, faintly sensing the potential to break through to the 5th tier. I studied the 5th level for half an hour and, through my prodigious insight, grasped its entirety. However, to unlock the 8th consciousness, one must first achieve the transformation of the spirit, meaning that my progress in the 5th level must be approached with patience. I resolved to acquire a sword technique after I achieved the nascent soul stage, as the system's return of Lingshu Sword Classic was merely a swordsmanship manual. Unlike Xianbing's sword formula, which encompassed sword techniques, refined swordplay, and enabled one to vanquish foes. 2 days later, I reached the consummation of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and subsequently purchased a condensation infant pill from the system, expending 3,000 emotional points. I then consumed it directly to hasten the transformation of my Golden Core into an infant. On the evening of the following day, at the residence of Qin Shihan, Yi Baishi fidgeted with her fingers, resembling a schoolchild who had erred. What has the junior disciple been up to lately? Hasn't he attended evening practice and is requesting leave again? Tomorrow marks the month's end. Assessments are imminent. Just as she uttered these words, she abruptly fell silent. Her expression shifting. Was that the thunder tribulation? The skies above Ziqing Peak were suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, with destructive lightning flickering and dancing within the ominous clouds. Chapter 65. Breaking through to nascent soul. Opening the 8 consciousnesses, the clouds thickened, and lightning intermittently revealed itself, casting a formidable pressure over 100 miles. Lung Yuming exited her palace, gazing towards the thunderous tribulation. A nascent soul heavenly tribulation? She turned her gaze towards the source of the tribulation, only to discover that the one undergoing the tribulation was none other than Chen Yuan. In just over a month, he had ascended from the 8th level of foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage, a pace of advancement unparalleled throughout the ages. Is it possible? The junior disciple is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul? This is far too swift. Shen Ninshu observed the direction of the tribulation, her head drooping as a profound sense of defeat washed over her. Above Chen Yuan's residence, a radiant light emerged, with spiritual energy swirling like a vortex, causing birds and beasts within a 1,000-mile radius to scatter in alarm. Numerous gazes converged upon Ziqing Peak. A figure stepped forth from the void, landing gracefully within the courtyard of Chen Yuan's abode. Lung Yuming formed hand seals, conjuring a 5th-tier barrier to obscure anomalous phenomena. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes gently closed, surrounded by streams of golden light. In this moment, he refined the essence, energy, and spirit within him into a singular entity, dispelling distractions and attaining a state of purity where no thoughts arose and all connections faded into emptiness. To reach the consummation of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, one must nurture the Golden Core for an extended duration, allowing the threads of the nascent soul to coalesce, thus facilitating the transformation from core to infant. This nurturing process is lengthy. Some may spend their entire lives without achieving success. At such times, the condensation infant pill becomes essential to expedite the speed of condensation as well as the probability of success. The ominous cloud sensed that the humans below were still gathering the threads of their primordial essence, interpreting this as a provocation. With a deafening roar, the first thunderclap reverberated, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. A purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking directly at Chen Yuan. Yet, Chen Yuan remained composed, possessing a celestial body. His physical form was enhanced manifold. Such trifling tribulations of thunder could not harm him. The lightning coursed along his skin and entered his body, the inherent power of heaven and earth aiding in the refinement of his physique. Boom, boom, boom. Several more bolts of thunder descended. But Chen Yuan remained as tranquil as a still pond. At that moment, the 5th thunderclap silently coalesced in the air before crashing down with ferocity. Boom. The 5th thunder was akin to the combined might of the previous 4, its hue shifting from purple to a deep blue. Feeling its terrifying force, Chen Yuan finally lifted his eyelids. The oppressive aura of a sword emperor radiated from him as he gathered a 3-foot azure blade in his hand, striking at the 5th bolt of thunder. A sword emperor? How could this be? Cold Yumei's expression was one of astonishment. This was the aura of a sovereign, unmistakably. Chen Yuan was indeed a genuine sword emperor. At this moment, her heart was filled with unparalleled shock. After millennia of cultivation, she had barely reached the 5th realm of the sword path, the status of a sword revered. How could Chen Yuan comprehend the realm of a sovereign at merely 18? Among the 23 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, sword cultivators of the 5 realms were exceedingly rare, and none had ever been known to ascend to the rank of sword emperor. It could be said that Chen Yuan was the foremost figure in the sword path of the Eastern Wilderness. The 3-foot azure blade, infused with 3 layers of sword intent, swiftly cleaved through the thunderclap. The force of the sword surged like a breaking bamboo, splitting the destructive bolt in two and reducing its potency by 70%. The remaining 30% was absorbed by Chen Yuan, hastening the dissolution of his golden elixir. The 6th, 7th, and 8th bolts were effortlessly withstood by him. And at this moment, he turned his gaze inward. He saw his golden elixir had completely shattered, the fragments beginning to reassemble under the enveloping spiritual power. A vague infantile shape was forming, faintly resembling Chen Yuan himself. Until the final bolt of thunder descended, the scene around Chen Yuan abruptly transformed. Where was this? Darkness enveloped his vision. In an instant, a white light swept over him, revealing the smiling face of his mother. Mother? What is it, my child? Why are you fighting again? Does it hurt? Following his mother's gaze, Chen Yuan was taken aback to find a grotesque scar on his left arm. His mother began to bandage the wound, each concerned word she uttered striking a genuine chord within him. The pain from the scar on his left arm was strikingly vivid. Each of these moments guided Chen Yuan to believe that this world was indeed real. All he needed was to succumb to his mother's tenderness, and he could remain with her forever, forever lost in this illusion. Mother, I must depart. Chen Yuan spoke with a gentle smile. His mother was instantly alarmed. My child, do you no longer want your mother? Chen Yuan shook his head. Mother, my leaving you now is to gain the ability to resurrect you in the future. With that, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he executed a sword gesture, pointing forward. Break. The illusions shattered like glass, and the figure of his mother dissipated into ethereal smoke. Everything was but a mirage from the moment he beheld his mother. Chen Yuan had known he was ensnared in an illusion. Time passed unmeasured, and when the last illusion fractured, Chen Yuan found himself once more in the courtyard of the estate. The ominous clouds began to disperse. An array of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing him in warmth. Within him, the indistinct infant had fully formed, with distinct features mirroring those of Chen Yuan himself. The small primordial infant sat cross-legged in his dantian, surrounded by a halo of resplendent colors. Chen Yuan's heart surged with emotion. This was the 7-colored primordial infant, a paragon among its kind. The quality of a primordial infant is categorized into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and extraordinary. The inferior primordial infant is white, the average is golden, the superior is purple, while the primordial infant within Chen Yuan was resplendent in hues of every color, marking it as extraordinary. Inheriting the size of 9 inches of golden elixir, a vast reservoir of spiritual power surged within him like a galaxy. In the nascent stage of the primordial infant, he had succeeded. The golden elixir shattered into an infant, awakening the three senses, with his divine consciousness extending over 1,000 miles. After undergoing the baptism of the thunder tribulation illusion, Chen Yuan had attained the 5th level of divine consciousness, awakening 8 senses, with his awareness encompassing the entirety of his past life on the blue star. Chen Yuan was astounded. He had not anticipated that a single tribulation would elevate his divine consciousness to such heights. Furthermore, his lifespan had been extended to over 5,000 years. A full-force strike could obliterate an entire mountain range, compressing distances to mere inches, shattering mountains that soared 10,000 meters high. As long as the primordial infant endured, he could also seize another's body and be reborn. As Chen Yuan descended into the courtyard, he locked eyes with the profound gaze of Lung Yumeng. "Master, what brings you here?" he inquired. With a cold tone, Lung Yumeng replied, "If I did not come, and others discovered you were the Sword Emperor, it would surely invite tremendous trouble." She stepped closer, grasping Chen Yuan's wrist to investigate. After a brief moment, she released him, exclaiming, "You have not been possessed. At 18, how did you achieve the status of Sword Emperor?" "Master, are you familiar with enlightenment?" Chen Yuan countered. "Enlightenment?" Lung Yumeng murmured, well aware of its significance. However, could a single moment of enlightenment truly elevate an ordinary cultivator to the realm of the Sword Emperor? Chen Yuan gently took her hand. "Master, in truth, I acquired a legacy from the Sword Emperor. When the apparition of the Sword Emperor guided me, I happened upon enlightenment, propelling me into the realm of the Sword Emperor." Chen Yuan had no intention of withholding this revelation. He pointed, and a beam of white light flowed from his fingertip into Lung Yumeng's mind. This white light contained the essence of the Lingshu Sword Classic, returned by the system. After receiving the entirety of the teachings, Lung Yumeng stood momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to Chen Yuan with complex emotions. "Chen Yuan, you have bestowed this technique upon your master?" "Indeed. Master, are we not companions on the path?" "Companions are meant to advance together." Notification: Lung Yumeng's favorability level is now at 9. Her current favorability towards the host is 89. Chapter 66. The Qin Assembly. The Zheng family seeks peace as night fell. Chen Yuan embraced Lung Yumeng's slender waist and exclaimed, "Master, you look enchanting tonight." The usually composed Lung Yumeng's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. "Silence. Master, allow me to take the lead." Lung Yumeng pinched his ear. "No. Do you wish to provoke your master?" Such audacity. The following day marked the end of the month, a day designated for assessments. Within the residence of Qin Shuhan, in the study, Chen Yuan effortlessly completed the examination and handed the scroll to his senior sister. As he turned to depart, he was met by Qin Shuhan's cool voice from behind, informing him that he had transcended to the nascent soul stage and would no longer need to come to her for cultivation. At that moment, Yi Baishi also set down her brush and presented the scroll to Qin Shuhan. Receiving the scroll, Qin Shuhan instructed, "Baishi, you may proceed with your cultivation. I have matters to discuss with our junior brother." "Understood." Yi Baishi nodded slightly and turned to leave, playfully making a face at Chen Yuan as she passed him before swiftly departing. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Qin Shuhan, asking, "Senior sister, is there something else you require of me? Please take a seat. I shall prepare a cup of tea for you." Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand, saying, "Senior sister, there is no need for such trouble. Let Sister Xiaozue handle it." "Very well." Qin Shuhan opened the study door and instructed Xiaozue briefly before taking a seat across from Chen Yuan. "Junior brother, are you aware of the sect's heavenly ladder rankings?" Chen Yuan nodded. He was certainly knowledgeable about it. With his exceptional comprehension, he had memorized every sect text after a single reading and understood the entire structure of the sect. The heavenly ladder rankings was a list of disciples aged under 1,000, and those who ascended the rankings received additional spirit stone contribution points each month. The first place received 100 contribution points, the 210th place received 50 points, and the 4,150th place received 10 points monthly. At this point, a sense of curiosity arose within Chen Yuan, pondering why his senior sister wished to discuss this matter with him. Noticing the confusion on his face, Qin Shuhan revealed her true intention for retaining him. The 13th place on the heavenly ladder, named Qin Hui, has attained perfected transformation and is the brother of Qin Ling. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly comprehended. He had previously humiliated Qin Ling, and it was likely that Qin Hui would seek retribution for his younger brother. "Senior sister, are you implying that you fear Qin Hui might come to retaliate against me?" Qin Shuhan nodded. "We are all direct disciples, so there should be no issues within the sect. However, in a month's time, the Celestial Treasure secret realm will open, and I fear he may target you there." The celestial ruins were the remnants of ancient mighty beings, accessible to cultivators below 3,000 years of age. It opened once every 300 years and was jointly managed by the 5 first-rate powers of the 23 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. Senior sister, you didn't keep me here to apologize to that Qin Hui, did you? Chen Yuan grimaced, looking displeased. Chen Yuan, this moment is different from the last. With your potential, you will surely catch up to him in the future. Returning to his residence, Chen Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Song Su contacting him through their servant contract. Master, the Zheng family has approached our sect seeking reconciliation. The head of the Zheng family asked me to convey a message to you. Hearing Song Su's message, Chen Yuan smiled. The news of Zheng Tiancheng's damaged Dao heart and his fall to the early nascent soul stage had already spread throughout the sect. Having squandered his days in a cultivation cave, drinking and wallowing, he had become a mere shell of his former self. The head of the Zheng family was clearly feeling fearful and sought reconciliation. Song Su, tell the Zheng family that it is too late to seek peace now. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. For extinguishing my family, this enmity is one that cannot coexist. Continue to hunt down the Zheng family's disciples as they venture out. Unless they vow never to leave the city, let them feel the weight of their actions. As Song Su shivered, he discerned a palpable intent to kill from his master's transmission. It was a simple truth, regardless of any emotional ties Chen Yuan may have with his family. From the perspective of the Zheng family, he had undoubtedly offended them gravely. Should the Zheng family find a mere breath of opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate Chen Yuan without mercy. Thus, he must eradicate all potential threats. After severing the communication with Song Su, Chen Yuan began to ponder how to resolve the troubles posed by Qin Hui and Qin Ling. A moment later, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Come in. Chen Yuan called toward the door. In walked Lu Meier, cautiously locking the door behind her while casting furtive glances outside. Chen Yuan was somewhat exasperated. Dear Meier, there's no need for such caution. No one can infiltrate my estate. Lu Meier's gaze was filled with resentment, reminiscent of a wounded little bride. As she handed Chen Yuan a recording stone. Here, these are the intelligence I gathered. As Chen Yuan received the recording stone, he infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, causing a series of images to materialize before them. The scenes depicted Lu Meier conversing and gathering information about Qin Hui. Previously, Qin Hui had been a disciple of Yuan Qin Feng, having reached the transformation of divinity to establish his own peak. Currently residing at Guxia Peak as an acting steward while retaining his direct disciple status. After reviewing the entirety of the content, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement as a plan began to take shape in his mind. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the veracity of this information. He inquired of Lu Meier, are you certain that Qin Hui is pursuing Lin Shui? Is this true? Lu Meier nodded vigorously, indeed. I was working alongside Sister Lan in the laundry room, and she even showed me some letters discarded by Sister Lin Shui. Mulan, Lin Shui's maid. Sisters, how fortuitous. This simplifies matters. Use the recording stone to secretly document the contents of that envelope. Remember, this must remain unknown to Mulan. Chen Yuan commanded with authority. Young master, what are you planning to do? Lu Meier gasped, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Chen Yuan pinched her delicate face. Do not inquire where you ought not. Otherwise, you shall serve me tonight. The weight of his words was far more potent than any threat of theft, prompting Lu Meier to flee in a hurry. In the dead of night, Lu Meier returned to her room, swaying unsteadily, as Chen Yuan awakened from his meditation. Here, young master, what you requested, I have returned. Observing Lu Meier's unsteady demeanor, Chen Yuan surmised that the young girl had likely intoxicated someone to surreptitiously procure the envelope. With a soft thud, Lu Meier collapsed into Chen Yuan's embrace. Hee, so warm, she murmured blissfully, nuzzling against him. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze dreamy. As she playfully pinched Chen Yuan's ears, big puppy, you are so adorable. Chen Yuan, bemused, swiftly lifted Lu Meier and laid her gently upon the bed. He then approached his desk and began to replicate the writing style from the recording stone, channeling his exceptional comprehension. After 2.5 hours, Chen Yuan, endowed with unparalleled insight, successfully imitated the handwriting of the letter with flawless precision, as if carved from the same mold. Chapter 67. Sparring and visiting Lin Shui the following day. As the first light of dawn broke, Lu Meier slowly awoke. Suddenly, she sprang up, surveying her surroundings. This was the Master's chamber. Upon glancing down, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, she had not lost her virtue. At that moment, Chen Yuan had already departed from the residence, making his way towards Guxia Peak. Upon reaching the entrance of the peak, a maidservant intercepted him. Who goes there? This is the personal peak. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Chen Yuan produced his identity token and presented it to the maidservant. I am Chen Yuan, a direct disciple of Ziqing Peak, here to visit senior brother Qin. The maidservant accepted the token and replied, "Senior brother Chun is awaiting you. I shall inform him at once." Moments later, she returned, respectfully handing the identity token back to Chen Yuan. "Senior brother, the master happens to be free today. I shall escort you there." Chen Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you." A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuan followed the maidservant to the entrance of a cave dwelling. The cave was devoid of any protective formations, appearing quite simple. Just then, a figure emerged from within. It was Qin Hui. Clad in a scarlet robe adorned with golden vine patterns, he bore a prominent brow and high nose. His narrow, slightly drooping eyes conveyed an air of languid indifference. "Are you Qin Yuan?" he inquired. "Indeed, that is I," Qin Yuan replied respectfully, clasping his fists. Qin Hui scoffed, eyeing Qin Yuan with disdain. "You are the one who forced my brother to surrender his entire inner core and leave the secret realm?" Qin Yuan maintained his composure, stating, "I have come to apologize for that incident, hoping that senior brother Qin will not hold it against me. You are quite perceptive." Recognizing my presence and coming to apologize promptly, Qin Hui chuckled lightly, summoning a stool with a flick of his hand. A flicker of shadow crossed his gaze as he gestured to the stool. "Sit." However, Qin Yuan refrained from taking a seat, instead beginning to flatter Qin Hui. It is said that senior brother Qin entered the nascent soul stage at the age of 150 and the transformation stage at 500. Ranked 13th on the heavenly ladder. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. Huh. Qin Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to you, I consider myself somewhat lacking. Oh. What if senior brother Qin were to suppress his realm and spar with me? I would be eager to witness your prowess, Qin Yuan proposed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gold shone in Qin Hui's eyes. For the past few days, he had dreamt of confronting Qin Yuan. Yet his superior cultivation level had restrained him from doing so, fearing the whispers that would arise from such actions. Now, Qin Yuan had unwittingly provided him with a legitimate opportunity. The desire to teach Qin Yuan a lesson stemmed not from mere rivalry, but rather from his resentment towards Qin Yuan's disrespectful behavior towards Lin Shui. His woman was not to be touched by anyone. The two moved to an open space, where Qin Hui suppressed his cultivation to the early nascent soul stage. "Junior brother, do not cry if you lose," Qin Hui teased with a smile, a starry light igniting in his palm as he struck towards Qin Yuan. The star-sucking palm was a superior earth-level technique, which Qin Hui had perfected. The palm's brilliance descended upon Qin Yuan like a radiant galaxy. The Yihan sword fell into Qin Yuan's grasp. He immediately employed his spatial traversing ability. In an instant, Qin Yuan vanished from his original position and reappeared 5 feet away from Qin Hui. This is an intentional act, granting Qin Hui an opportunity to react. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, awakening the dazed Qin Hui. With no time to parry, Qin Hui could only evade sideways, the sword light narrowly severing a few strands of his hair. With a deft flick, those strands fell into Qin Yuan's hand, who discreetly tucked them away into his storage ring. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, completed as Qin Hui turned, leaving him entirely unaware of Qin Yuan's actions. Having evaded Qin Yuan's strike, Qin Hui's pupils constricted. It was alarmingly swift. How had Qin Yuan vanished from sight? He had not caught a glimpse of it at all. This young man must not be allowed to remain. That was the foremost thought in Qin Hui's mind. If Qin Yuan were truly sincere in his apology, he would not have acted so recklessly. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have suffered great humiliation today. This young man was undoubtedly biding his time. At such a tender age, possessing both patience and formidable presence, this was concerning. Coupled with his extraordinary innate talent, it was clear that he could potentially surpass Qin Hui in the future. 1 month hence, in the Tianbao secret realm, this young man must be eradicated. Contemplating this, Qin Hui smiled slightly and clasped his fists. "Let us not compete further. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. I graciously accept your apology, junior brother. The Tianbao secret realm is just a month away, and your strength is sufficient to qualify you for my team. What say you?" Qin Yuan retracted his Yushua's sword, revealing a hint of hesitation on his face, which he promptly masked. "Since it is your invitation, I shall gladly accept." "Excellent." Qin Hui clapped Qin Yuan on the shoulder, grinning. "Shall we meet next month then?" Qin Yuan respectfully clasped his fists, promptly turning to leave. As he watched Qin Yuan's retreating figure, Qin Hui's expression darkened. That moment of hesitation was unmistakable. This young man harbored rebelliousness and distrust towards him. After departing from Guxia Peak and returning to his residence, Qin Yuan retrieved the miniature recording stone he had purchased from the system and began to play it. The content displayed was none other than Qin Hui's star-absorbing palm technique. 3 hours later, Qin Yuan executed a palm strike, the shadow of his hand seemingly enveloped in stars, dazzling and resplendent. With his unparalleled understanding, he had mastered the complete star-absorbing palm in just 3 hours. After brushing off his sleeves, Chen Yuan transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Zhuqing Peak. With half of his plan accomplished, it was time to take action regarding Lin Shui in order to ascertain Lin Heng's whereabouts. Chen Yuan arrived before a residence and knocked on the door. The one who opened it was a young girl, Lin Shui's maid, Mulan. Apologies, esteemed brother. But my young mistress is not present, Mulan bowed slightly. Chen Yuan lowered his voice, speaking softly, Lu Meier is my maid. Please do me this favor and inquire if she can see me. Just say that Chen Yuan from Zhuqing Peak has come to apologize. After pondering for a moment, Mulan decided to ask. Chen Yuan smirked, realizing that in this day and age, one still had to rely on maidservants. After a brief interval, Mulan emerged from the residence, her head drooping. Esteemed brother, my young mistress has said she will not see you. Chen Yuan abruptly pushed past Mulan, striding directly inside. Upon reaching the pavilion, he caught sight of Lin Shui playing the zither. Mulan, who had hurried after him, quickly grasped Chen Yuan's arm. Esteemed brother, you cannot go in. Chen Yuan swiftly covered Mulan's mouth with his hand, signaling her to keep quiet, then pointed discreetly at Lin Shui, who was engrossed in playing the piano, indicating she should not disturb her. After a while, the melody came to a close. Chen Yuan applauded, praising Lin Shui for her splendid performance. Lin Shui turned to look, her gaze landing on Chen Yuan's handsome face. Who permitted your entrance? She asked, her voice icy. Her brows knitted in displeasure. My apologies, little master. I could not prevent Brother Chen from entering. Mulan hurriedly apologized. This is not Mulan's fault. I barged in uninvited. However, one cannot entirely blame me. Your residence's protective formations are inactive. Are you not concerned about those with ill intentions sneaking in? Lin Shui was almost amused by his audacity. How could he shift the blame onto her? And who, pray tell, harbored ill intentions? It was quite evident now. Chapter 68. The Forceful Kiss, the God of the Underworld's Alchemy. Mulan, you may leave now. Yes, little master. Mulan cast a resentful glance at Chen Yuan before silently retreating. What brings you here? You are not welcome in my presence, Lin Shui said coldly. Chen Yuan's purpose for being here was to gather intelligence on Lin Heng, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. Thus, it was imperative that he first win Lin Shui over, making any inquiries seem natural and unobtrusive. Lin Shui possessed considerable talent and could become a significant ally in the future. Moreover, Chen Yuan found himself quite fond of Lin Shui's charming, youthful demeanor, her lively spirit, and her captivating, expressive eyes. Lin Shui, I have come to express my apologies. My earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. In the secret realm, I had no choice, as I did not wish to cause you harm. His words resonated with sincerity, each syllable more precious than gold. Gazing into Chen Yuan's earnest eyes, complemented by his white attire that made him appear as if descended from the heavens, Lin Shui was momentarily entranced. The man on the road is as exquisite as jade. Unmatched in the world, could well have described Chen Yuan. Especially the phrase, I did not wish to harm you, echoed repeatedly in Lin Shui's mind. However, she quickly steadied her tumultuous emotions. She was not the naive type easily swayed by sweet words. With a complex expression, she regarded Chen Yuan. How much of what you say is true? How much is false? Chen Yuan leaned closer, his dark eyes resembling the profound night sky, radiating an alluring brilliance. He spoke earnestly. It is entirely true, for I could never bring myself to harm you. Why are you drawing so near? Lin Shui's cheeks flushed. At this moment, Chen Yuan was less than 3 feet away from her. Instinctively, she took a step back, her hair brushing against her ear, her face slightly warm. Have you said such things to many young girls? This is no excuse for your frivolity. I have only said this to you. I do not believe you. Lin Shui's eyes bore an inquisitive gaze. Have you not spoken similarly to Yi Baishi? Chen Yuan shook his head. You are the first. This statement held truth. For prior to awakening his past memories, he had always bullied Yi Baishi. I have come to apologize today, hoping you can forgive my earlier rudeness. As he spoke, he produced a handful of orchid flowers. From a letter by Qin Hui, he had learned that these orchids were Lin Shui's favorite. They thrived near spiritual veins, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, exuding a serene fragrance, symbolizing elegance and purity. Do you like them? They are for you. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shui's eyes instantly lit up as she gingerly accepted the orchid. Is this truly a gift for me? She exclaimed with delight. The orchid must thrive in areas rich in spiritual energy, typically near spiritual veins, and its calming properties are a rare find. Indeed, Chen Yuan replied earnestly. I scoured the entire desolate region over the past few days, and this is all I could uncover. In truth, Chen Yuan had requested it from the system. Yet, Lin Shui took it to heart, expressing her gratitude. She then summoned Mulan to plant the flower in the rear garden, turning her gaze to Chen Yuan. Lin Shui's heart was conflicted as she hesitated. I still cannot forgive you for. She faltered, unable to voice the remainder of her thoughts. Well, you can just touch it back, Qin Yuan declared, puffing out his chest as if inviting her to take liberties. Lin Shui shot him a glare, muttering under her breath. Dream on. If not, why not become my Dao partner? Then no one would gossip about you, Qin Yuan suggested, advancing towards her and cornering her against the wall. Suddenly, Lin Shui's heart raced uncontrollably. Heavens, how can someone be so handsome? Gazing into Qin Yuan's inky eyes, she felt momentarily entranced. Why the silence? Qin Yuan leaned closer to Lin Shui's ear, softly inquiring. As she regained her composure and turned, their lips were barely half a foot apart. Lin Shui could distinctly hear Qin Yuan's breath. She pressed her hand against his chest, attempting to push him away. When her efforts proved futile, Lin Shui grew anxious. What are you trying to do? Before her stood a remarkably handsome Qin Yuan, and she internally lamented. No wonder Qin Hui had been infatuated for so many years. Staring into Qin Yuan's proximity, Lin Shui involuntarily swallowed hard, a thought flickering through her mind. He wouldn't dare kiss me, would he? No sooner had this notion crossed her mind than Qin Yuan pressed his lips against hers. Suddenly, Lin Shui's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank. Summoning an unknown strength, she pushed Qin Yuan away and instinctively slapped him across the face. Qin Yuan, quicker than she, seized her wrist. At that moment, Lin Shui's trembling arm betrayed her inner turmoil. After a pause, she regained her senses, her eyes misty. My first kiss, just like that, gone? Qin Yuan, how shameless. Not only did you take liberties with me, but you also kissed me. Lin Shui's voice quivered with indignation. At that moment, a figure entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Shui, who was wiping her tears, Lin Heng rushed forward and positioned himself protectively in front of her. He glared at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, what are you doing here? Qin Yuan shrugged, disliking Lin Heng's tone, and coldly replied, naturally, I walked in. Lin Heng turned to Lin Shui. Sister, did he bully you? Tell me, and I will drive him away. Lin Shui shook her head. Brother, hasn't he done anything to me? She understood how much her brother cherished her. If he discovered that her first kiss had been taken, he would undoubtedly confront Qin Yuan. Yet, aware of Qin Yuan's strength, she feared for her brother's safety. She glanced at Qin Yuan, her eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. Qin Shidi, please take your leave. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, and before leaving, he reminded her. You may wish to ponder over what I just asked you, referring to his inquiry about whether she might consider becoming his partner in the path of Dao. Lin Shui's face darkened, feeling a wave of indignation at his shamelessness. Even now, he was preoccupied with such notions. It seemed that the demeanor of gentlemen was merely an act. I would rather perish outside than entertain even a fragment of thought about you, Qin Yuan. As Qin Yuan stepped out of Lin Shui's residence, he suddenly halted. At that moment, the system in his mind had already issued a notification. Ding. Detected that Lin Shui's favorability towards the host has reached 60. Would the host like to bind? Qin Yuan smiled faintly, finding it rather trivial. System. Proceed with the binding. Ding. Binding successful, triggering binding rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly grade technique, God of Death Alchemy, produced by the system. It encompasses all 15 tiers of alchemical formulas. Mastery can lead to becoming a 5th-tier alchemist. The system can assist the host in comprehending it at any time. Qin Yuan was taken aback. A 5th-tier alchemist? In the Xianling continent, alchemists were a rare breed. The elder of the Xiantian sect's herbal garden was renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, yet was merely a 6th-tier alchemist. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Yuan promptly began to cultivate God of Death alchemy. Moments later, he opened his eyes, flipping his right palm over to reveal a swirling purple flame that ignited within his grasp, raising the temperature of the entire room. This was alchemical fire. Reaching the 5th tier would allow him to refine 5th-tier elixirs with ease, and most importantly, he could perform alchemy without a cauldron. Chapter 69, Reporting. Competing in movement techniques a day later, at the gates of Tianqing City. Brother Chun, when Shun Ling spotted Qin Yuan, she excitedly rushed over and embraced him. All right. Qin Yuan gently patted her back. I have spoken to my master and granted you permission to reside at Ziqing Peak. This means I can be with Brother Qin every day? Shen Ling exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Qin Yuan replied as he led Shen Ling into the city. Now that Qin Yuan had reached the early stage of the nascent soul, he was fully capable of personally instructing Shen Ling. The guards at the city gate, upon seeing the token at Qin Yuan's waist, dared not obstruct him and readily allowed passage. As Qin Yuan pondered something, he turned to her and said, Oh, by the way, I will first take you to meet my master, and then we shall visit Yi Baishi. Brother Chen, is Yi Baishi your sister? Shen Ling inquired curiously. Recalling that Qin Yuan had previously mentioned he had a partner in the Dao. Indeed, Xiao Baishi has a gentle disposition, you must not bully her. Moreover, temper your demeanor a bit when you are around her, Qin Yuan advised. Don't worry, I will be very well behaved. At Ziqing Peak, within the main hall, Lung Yuming sat solemnly in the central seat, gazing down at Xunling. In a measured tone, she stated, since you are Chu Yuan's partner, I shall permit you to stay at Ziqing Peak, but you are not my disciple and may not act in the name of Ziqing Peak. Senior, I understand. Xunling replied respectfully, clasping her fists in salute. Seeing this, Lung Yuming waved her hand. You may leave. Understood. After Qin Yuan and Xunling performed a respectful bow, they exited the main hall. Now, let us go meet Xiao Baishi, Qin Yuan said. 15 minutes later, the pair arrived before Xiao Baishi's residence. From now on, you must listen to Xiao Baishi, do you understand? Qin Yuan reiterated. Xunling nodded, a hint of apprehension flickering in her eyes as she asked, Qin Ge, will my sister make things difficult for me? Rest assured, Xiao Baishi will not. Qin Yuan reassured her before rapping on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing not Yi Baishi, but Shun Yanchu. Xunling's nerves intensified, and with a stammering voice, she stepped forward, grasping Shin Yanchu's small hand. Hello, I am Xunling. From now on, we shall be sisters. Shin Yanchu's expression froze, her mind momentarily blank. Qin Yuan, observing from the side, could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Xunling, she is not Xiao Baishi. She is my second senior sister. Oh, Xunling's face flushed crimson as she hastily withdrew her hand. Just then, a small head peeked out. Who is there? It's me, Xiao Baishi. Qin Yuan replied with a playful tilt of his head. As the atmosphere grew lively, Shun Yanchu suddenly began to retch, dramatically mimicking. Ugh, who is there? It's me, Xiao Baishi. Qin Yuan's forehead twitched, and he swiftly lifted Shun Yanchu, who stood about 160 centimeters tall. Slightly taller than Xiao Baishi, but in the presence of the towering Qin Yuan, she resembled but a petite pudding. What are you doing, junior brother? How dare you disrespect your senior sister? I shall tell the eldest sister. Shin Yanchu exclaimed indignantly, kicking her legs in protest. At that moment, Xiao Baishi stepped forward, tugging at Qin Yuan's sleeve, whispering, Brother, do not bully the second senior sister. Qin Yuan, being more inclined to heed Yi Baishi's words, gently set Shin Yanchu down. Shin Yanchu, her teeth clenched and cheeks puffed up in anger, declared, You are finished. I will inform the eldest sister, and stormed off in a huff. Yi Baishi cast a disapproving glance at Qin Yuan before turning her attention to Xunling. Hello. I am Yi Baishi. You must be Xunling, right? I often hear Qin Yuan speak of you. We shall be sisters from now on. Yi Baishi extended her hand in introduction. Sister. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I feel a bit nervous, Xunling stammered as she reached out her hand. The three of them settled in the small pavilion of the courtyard, and witnessing the camaraderie between the two women brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Yuan. Brother, did you not mention there was another companion? Why have you not brought her along? Yi Baishi inquired with curiosity, mirroring Xunling's inquisitive gaze. Coughing lightly, Qin Yuan replied, I will introduce her to you in due time. Yi Baishi did not press further, instead engaging Xunling in whispered conversation, revealing all the embarrassing tales of Qin Yuan's past misdeeds. Thus, we must be vigilant. The back courtyard will not be peaceful from now on. Upon hearing about Qin Yuan's notorious exploits, Xunling was left utterly astonished. Soon, her expression turned serious. Indeed, we must drive those wicked women away from Qin Ge. Qin Yuan felt a flicker of annoyance. Xiao Baishi showed him no mercy. Yet, he had to admit that the version of himself before his memories had awakened was far from admirable, possessing inherent flaws and a lack of common sense. As night descended, Qin Yuan returned to the estate, only to find that Xunling had chosen not to stay at the estate, but had instead taken up residence in the side courtyard of Xiao Baishi. Upon arriving at the estate, he spotted two figures, one large and one small, leaning against the door. Qin Yuan stepped forward and saluted, Eldest sister, second sister. Shin Yanchu, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Eldest sister, it was he who bullied me today. How did you bully Yanchu? Qin Shuhan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. I did not. I did not bully the second senior sister. Qin Yuan protested. Qin Yuan wore an innocent expression, intending to evade responsibility. Qin Shuhan scrutinized him with a questioning gaze. Is that truly the case? Stepping out from behind Qin Shuhan, Shun Yanchu quickly interjected, Senior sister. Do not listen to his nonsense. Today he grabbed me by my collar, lifted me up, and humiliated me. As she spoke, she took Qin Shuhan's hand and placed it on her collar, mimicking the act. Is that so? Qin Shuhan inquired. Not at all. Qin Yuan continued to shake his head. Wow, junior brother, you are quite shameless. Shin Yanchu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. She then tugged at her senior sister's sleeve, pointing at him and declaring, Senior sister, you must teach him a lesson. Junior brother, since you have just broken through to the nascent soul stage, shall we exchange a move? Qin Shuhan proposed. Qin Yuan cupped his fists, saying, If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness, senior sister. No worries, let us proceed, Qin Shihan declared, drawing her twin swords and thrusting them towards Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan grasped the air, summoning the memory of Snow's sword to his hand, and with a step, he activated the Snow without trace technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. How swift, Qin Shihan thought to herself, astonished. A sound of breaking air erupted behind her, yet her expression remained serene. As she circulated the nebula technique, her feet seemed to descend like falling stars, and her figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him at a higher dimension of speed. The listening Snow sword was poised at Chen Yuan's neck as Qin Shihan calmly stated, "Junior brother, you have lost." "Is that so?" Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, suddenly disappearing, and in the blink of an eye, the memory of Snow sword was now at Qin Shihan's neck, his figure positioned behind her. This time, Qin Shihan did not even hear his approach. The sword and the person appeared behind her, as if instantaneously. In the contest of agility, she had been bested. Below, Shen Yinshu was nearly dizzy from watching the two dart back and forth, unable to discern their movements. Qin Shihan landed gracefully, declaring, "Junior brother, in this contest of agility, you have triumphed." Upon hearing this, Shen Yinshu was momentarily stunned. What nonsense is this? How is it possible? Senior sister could never lose to junior brother. Chapter 70. Revising Techniques, Heartstrings Torn. Senior sister, shall we continue? Chen Yuan asked. No need. Qin Shihan waved her hand dismissively. Your swordsmanship has reached the fourth realm. I cannot compete with you. She then stepped forward, grasping Chen Yuan's arm. Come with me. She pulled him along as they soared toward her residence, leaving Shen Yinshu in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, junior brother has entered the nascent soul stage, and his swordsmanship is at the fourth realm, Shen Yinshu realized in hindsight. Oh no. Will junior brother always bully me from now on? After a moment's thought, she concluded that only their master could keep junior brother in check. Yes, I must inform master. With that thought, Shen Yinshu transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the cold dream palace. In the pavilion, Qin Shihan, clad in white, resembled a vision of snow and silk. With a single stroke of her sword, it seemed as if white snow began to drift from the heavens, revealing a profound essence. Beneath her feet, an elusive domain spread, but before it could fully coalesce, it dissipated. Junior brother, no matter how I attempt to condense my sword domain, I have yet to succeed, Qin Shihan expressed without despair, turning to Chen Yuan and asking, Can you discern anything, junior brother? Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Possessing the insight of a sword sovereign, he immediately perceived the issue in Qin Shihan's cultivation. Senior sister, may I see the technique you have been practicing? Chen Yuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Shihan pondered for a moment before retrieving a tome of martial arts from her storage ring. The heavenly grade swordsmanship, titled Qianxue Jinshinju, could reach the fifth realm when cultivated to perfection. Chen Yuan immediately began to peruse it, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Senior sister, this martial art is but a fragment. That you have managed to cultivate to the third realm is already miraculous. Qin Shihan nodded, explaining, This is a treasure I acquired from the secret realm, and my sword. Ting Snow is a complementary technique. Senior sister, it would be wise to refrain from practicing this technique. Merely avoiding the path of demonic deviation is a blessing. Allow me to share my current cultivation method with you instead. Qin Shihan promptly declined, her demeanor turning serious. Martial arts are the foundation of one's existence. They should not be easily bestowed upon others. Unable to sway her, Chen Yuan had no choice but to revise Qianxue Jinshinju before returning it to her. Senior sister, I have made the necessary modifications. You may practice according to this version. As Qin Shihan examined the revised text, she too displayed a strange expression after a moment. Junior brother, are you truly adept or merely pretending? I am hesitant to practice now. This was due to the fact that Chen Yuan had not only amended the content for the fourth realm, but had also altered that of the fifth realm. Senior sister, observe closely, Chen Yuan declared, releasing the aura of a sword sovereign. With his right hand as the sword, he executed a strike, merging 3 strands of sword intent that surged forth with unstoppable momentum, cleaving through a massive stone in the courtyard. Boom! The stone shattered, and a torrential snowfall began to descend, as if fierce winds were swirling amidst blazing flames. The snow could not extinguish the fire, nor could the fire melt the snow. A fierce gust swept through, the flames rising like a tsunami, seemingly intent on illuminating the heavens. The 3 strands of intent lingered in the air. Sword sovereign. Qin Shihan gasped, murmuring in awe. Just a fleeting glance had hinted at a possible breakthrough in her swordsmanship. Senior sister, I shall leave these 3 strands of intent here in your courtyard. You may use them to comprehend the sword monarch. Chen Yuan proclaimed as he approached the entrance of the residence. Do remember to keep this a secret. His voice trailed off, jolting Qin Shihan from her stupor. Upon returning home, Lu Meyer had gathered an important piece of information. Tomorrow, Lin Shui would venture to the Dreamflower Valley. As the name suggests, it is a gorge where various renowned flowers compete in beauty, and many female disciples of the sect enjoy visiting to admire the blossoms. Excellent, Qin Yuan remarked, clearly pleased with this news. Before inquiring of Lu Meyer, what reward do you seek? Observing her bashful demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Young master, may I truly speak? Lu Meyer ventured tentatively. Of course. Then please return my recording stone. I wish to sell it, as I have no spirit stones left for cultivation. Qin Yuan found himself momentarily stunned, recalling. Why did you not mention this when I asked you to purchase it? I dared not. Lu Meyer replied, her hands clasped, looking quite pitiful. For she had never dared to refuse. Qin Yuan flipped his hand, producing a ring and channeling spiritual energy into it, placing it in Lu Meyer's palm. Take this. If you need more, simply let me know. The ring contained thousands of high-grade spirit stones, along with several elixirs, ample for Lu Meyer's needs. Upon seeing the contents of the ring, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Young master, could this possibly be too much? Lu Meyer felt a twinge of fear. The ring was too hot to handle. Take it. You are my maid, and your abilities are insufficient, Qin Yuan declared, stepping forward to grasp her chin. Moreover, you are the woman I have chosen. How could I possibly allow my woman to suffer? His tone was domineering. Now a fifth-tier alchemist, Qin Yuan had access to elixirs that could enhance one's abilities. With consistent refinement and delivery, he was confident he could produce the 8th-tier infinite cleansing pill. Lu Meyer's heart raced at his words. He claimed she was his chosen one. Her pulse quickened. Sometimes he treated her well, yet at other times, he bullied her. If only he could stop the latter and consistently show her kindness. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Qin Yuan was strikingly handsome and of high status, leaving her feeling unworthy of him. The night passed in silence, and the next day unfolded similarly. Qin Yuan first visited his master to garner some emotional currency, but was met with a reprimand forbidding him from bullying Shin Yinshu. He then engaged in a fierce sparring session with Xiao Baishi and Shin Ling. As evening approached, Qin Yuan appeared in a flowing white robe, arriving at the dream-seeking Flower Sea Valley. He seated himself beneath a cherry blossom tree, with the Tianyu Qin floating before him. His slender fingers danced across the strings, producing a heart-wrenching melody that captivated several female disciples nearby. Oh my, how handsome he is! Which peak and sect does he belong to? One exclaimed. I remember now, he is the champion of the sect competition. Upon hearing this, many female disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration. If only they could fly together with such a senior brother, they would surely be the envy of all. Why does it feel so melancholic? I can't help but shed tears. Some of the musically inclined disciples recognized the sorrowful longing of lovers unable to unite. At that moment, two figures entered the Flower Sea Valley, one of whom was Lin Shui. The other was her childhood friend, Sikong Jiwen, an inner sect disciple. As they followed the enchanting melody, they spotted a man in white seated beneath the tree, his garments cascading into the sea of white flowers. The pine branches swayed in the breeze, casting delicate shadows across his lowered brow and eyes. The man's expression was serene, with his left hand caressing the strings like a gentle caress of flowing clouds, while his right hand plucked the strings, creating a sound that ebbed and flowed like a weeping spring. Sikong Jiwen stood transfixed, her mind conjuring images of a man fervently pursuing a woman, yet unable to attain her. Sister Lin, did you hear that? This piece is extraordinary. Chapter 71, Lujing Xingji. The resolution in this melody, Lin Shui discerned a deeper meaning. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the elegant figure beneath the cherry blossom tree. Just then, a woman brushed past Lin Shui, scoffing disdainfully. Oh, isn't this Lin Shui? What brings you here to admire the flowers today? Haven't you any care for your deadbeat brother? At these words, Lin Shui's expression darkened instantly, even without seeing her. She could guess who it was. Lujing Xingji, the former fiancé of her brother. 300 years prior. Lujing Xingji awakened her exceptional talent and was taken as a direct disciple by the peak master, Yuan Zhougang. After which she returned to the Lin family to call off the engagement, her words as cutting as they were harsh. At that time, although Lin Heng possessed extraordinary talent, he remained unable to enter the Qi refinement realm, earning the notorious reputation of being a waste in Jin City. Thus, when Lujing Xingji was favored by the Xiantian sect, she decided to withdraw her engagement with the Lin family. She aspired to stand at the pinnacle of the Xianyuan continent, and could not afford to be burdened by a worthless individual. This incident became a thorn in Lin Heng's heart. Back then, Lin Shui was still young, silently harboring this grudge, vowing to one day seek justice for her brother. Not long after Lujing Xingji joined the Xiantian sect, Lin Shui awakened her extraordinary talent, attracting the attention of the Bamboo Green Peaks master, Zhu Wan, who came to recruit her as a disciple. She wished to take her brother along, but Zhu Wan declined. Just as Lin Shui was heartbroken, Lin Heng unexpectedly demonstrated his 6th level of foundation establishment in the hall, igniting a frenzy within the Lin family. Zhu Wan then agreed to accept Lin Heng as her disciple. Consequently, the news of the Lin family's dual prodigies joining the Xiantian sect spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the city. Lu Zheng Xingji, cultivating at Yuanqing Peak, naturally learned of this development. She was exceedingly proud and contemptuous, dismissing the significance of Lin Heng's revival and cultivation, convinced that his progress could never rival her own. With her swift advancement, she had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm at the age of 300, having severely humiliated Lin Heng in the previous grand competition. What a bothersome fly, sighed Xikong Jigging, fanning her nose as she addressed Lin Shui. Lu Zheng Xingji's expression darkened as she pointed an accusing finger at Xikong Jigging, shouting, "Xikong Jigging, you vile wench! Who are you calling a fly?" Lin Shui stepped forward, shielding Xikong Jigging, and warned, "Lu Zheng Xingji, mind your language. Oh, if you have the guts, come and strike me. What are you pretending for?" Lu Zheng Xingji retorted provocatively. "I heard that your brother was nearly crippled in this grand competition. I wonder how true that is." Indeed, a waste remains a waste, regardless of any resurgence. "You." Lin Shui clenched her fists, itching to confront Lu Zheng Xingji. "Oh, you wish to hit me? Come on then. After you strike, let us see how I deal with you." Lu Zheng Xingji leaned in, her eyes cold and challenging, knowing that if Lin Shui made the first move, she could blame Lin Shui for any retaliation. Just then, a crisp slap echoed through the hall. The surrounding female disciples gasped in disbelief. Qin Yuan wrapped an arm around Lin Shui's shoulders, pulling her close. Upon witnessing this scene, Xikong Jigging was momentarily stunned, her mouth forming an O shape. Lin Shui, startled by this unexpected gesture, felt her eyelashes flutter and looked up to meet Qin Yuan's striking profile. The onlookers reacted similarly to Xikong Jigging. Heavens, they are embracing. Oh no, I thought the handsome guy was coming my way, but it seems I was mistaken. Lu Zheng Xingji, taken aback by the slap from Qin Yuan, covered her face in disbelief and looked up at him. "You dare to strike me? Do you know who I am?" Qin Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as he replied, "Get lost. You." Lu Zheng Xingji pointed at Qin Yuan, her voice rising in anger. "I am a disciple of Yuanqing Peak, and my senior brother is Qin Ling. Get lost." Qin Yuan remained as stoic as a single character, his voice as indifferent as water. In his embrace, Lin Shui gazed at Qin Yuan's profile, her heart racing with excitement. At that moment, she truly felt that Qin Yuan was incredibly handsome and commanding. Lu Zheng Xingji, infuriated, struggled to find her voice, incessantly stammering. Just moments ago, she had been caught off guard and struck, thus she knew the person before her was certainly no weaker than herself. To act rashly would lead to her own detriment. Therefore, when the facts were in her favor, she would emphasize the facts. When the rules were advantageous, she would highlight the rules. "You dare to strike me? Are you not aware that dueling among fellow disciples is strictly forbidden within the sect?" Lu Zhengxing, she exclaimed through gritted teeth. "I struck a fly, not a person. How can that be considered a duel among peers?" As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted from the onlookers. Xikong Jing could not hold back, letting out a chuckle. "Moreover, it was you who instigated the conflict," Qin Yuan continued, producing a recording stone. "Every word and action of yours has been documented. Would you like me to play it back for you?" "You." Under the mocking and inquisitive gazes surrounding her, Lu Zhengxing, she felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. Xikong Jing, observing Qin Yuan's back, thought him quite impressive and remarkably thoughtful. "What do you mean by you? Apologize to my companion, or do not blame me for being impolite." Qin Yuan's voice turned frigid, an invisible domain rising from beneath his feet, instantly forcing her to kneel. On the ground, Lu Zhengxing perceived the man before her as a bloodthirsty beast. Should she fail to apologize, she feared she would suffer a cruel fate. "Lin Shui, I am sorry, I was wrong." Qin Yuan looked down at the girl in his arms. "Shui, do you forgive her?" All eyes turned to Lin Shui, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny, shyly lowering her head. "Let her go? I do not wish to see her." Qin Yuan smiled gently, but as he raised his head, his expression turned icy. "Did you not hear? Shui wants you to leave." With that, he retracted his domain, and Lu Zhengxing hastily scrambled to her feet, fleeing as if her life depended on it. Heavens! If only I had such a handsome companion, one who would stand up for me in critical moments, I would surely fall in love with him. The air was filled with envious murmurs. Lin Shui, feeling bashful, whispered, "Could you please let go of me?" At her words, Qin Yuan released her, expressing a hint of apology. "I did not intend to impersonate your companion. I merely could not tolerate her bullying you." This statement caused Lin Shui's cheeks to flush even deeper. Had Qin Yuan not been there today, she would have likely endured considerable distress. Unable to contend with Lu Xingji. Feeling shy, Lin Shui struggled to withstand the gazes and discussions of those around her. She grasped Qin Yuan's large hand and, head bowed, led him away from the scene. Moments later, she found a secluded corner and finally released his hand. Lin Jia, wait for me. Xikong Jing hurriedly chased after them, nearly unable to keep up due to the significant difference in their cultivation levels. Qin Yuan found himself somewhat speechless. What was her purpose here? To be a third wheel? Upon encountering Qin Yuan, Xikong Jing felt a little shy, as many girls do when faced with an attractive young man. She leaned closer to Lin Shui and whispered, Sister Lin Shui, where did you find such a companion? He is so handsome and impressive. Notification, Lin Shui's affection for the host has increased by 10. Current affection level is 70. Chapter 72. The Rise of Affection. Lin Shuiguan, with a strand of hair tucked behind her ear, shyly remarked, do not speak nonsense. He is not my Dao companion. In response, Qin Yuan stepped closer, leaning in to ask directly, do you wish to be my Dao companion? Beside them, Xikong Jing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with both hands. Lin Shui was equally taken aback, her heart racing and her ears slightly flushed by Qin Yuan's audacious and fervent declaration. Recovering from her surprise, Xikong Jing tugged at Lin Shui's sleeve and whispered, Sister Lin Shui, you must agree to him. He is handsome, powerful, and willing to stand up for you. Such a treasure is hard to find. Lin Shui hesitated, biting her lip as she gazed into Qin Yuan's emerald green eyes, inquiring, why do you like me? Qin Yuan gently took her hand and replied, liking someone requires no reason. But if I must articulate a reason. After a brief contemplation, he locked his gaze on her beautiful eyes and articulated slowly, when you are unhappy, I feel sorrow too. When you are bullied, my heart aches. And when you are absent, I long for you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shui's heart trembled, an inexplicable warmth blossoming within her. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Oh my, how sweet. Xikong Jing squinted in delight at the charming couple before her, utterly captivated. Your hands are beautiful, Qin Yuan complimented, gently holding her small hand. Ah, how embarrassing. Is he not the least bit shy? Lin Shui blushed deeply, feeling flustered with her friend present. Wow, Sister Lin Shui, your face is so red. Xikong Jing chuckled from the side. This comment only deepened Lin Shui's blush. Oh, that cheeky girl. I must find a chance to teach her a lesson for mocking me. We're leaving. Let us leave her here. Lin Shui's voice was barely a whisper. Yet Qin Yuan heard her clearly. He grasped Lin Shui's hand, channeling his inner power, and in an instant, they vanished from their spot. Xikong Jing scratched her head, puzzled. Where did they go? On Qingyao Mountain, beneath the full moon, a young man and woman sat at the cliff's edge. The man spoke softly, sharing whimsical tales. And then what happened? Did Wu Dalong end up with Shimanqing? Lin Shui asked, her curious eyes wide with anticipation. They did. Pan Jinlian killed the tiger, avenging her brother Wu Song, Qin Yuan replied. Qin Yuan, I discover you possess a wealth of knowledge. You know so many fascinating stories, Lin Shui expressed, her admiration evident. Qin Yuan felt a surge of pride. He had even more tales within his mind. There's always monsters stealing my master and the stories of 105 men and 3 women. That bit about Shimanqing falling for Wu Dalong was an excerpt from one of those. Suddenly, Qin Yuan sensed a weight on his shoulder and turned to find Lin Shui resting her head against him. This sensation transported him back to his high school days in the Blue Star, where young girls were as innocent as Lin Shui. He leaned closer, curiosity piqued. What is it? Lin Shui blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Have you agreed to be my Dao companion? Qin Yuan countered. Yes, Lin Shui shyly nodded, a soft affirmation escaping her lips. By the way, Lin Shui suddenly remembered Lu Xingji and asked, what about your cultivation? I have already reached the nascent soul stage. Qin Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui was momentarily stunned. Not only astonished by his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, but also by the fact that he had just achieved this and yet managed to defeat the late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lu Xingji. After a night of silence, the next morning, the two of them returned hand in hand to Lin Shui's residence. At the entrance, the maid Xiaolan was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. They are holding hands. Am I still dreaming? Lin Shui approached, pinching her cheek and asking Xiaolan. Why are you in a daze? My lady Yu, Xiaolan stammered, pointing at their intertwined hands, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lin Shui gently tapped her little head, saying, such matters are for adults. Go brew some tea. Yes, my lady, Xiaolan replied, lowering her head and hurriedly making her way inside. This was something she absolutely had to report to Sister Mayor. What an astonishing revelation. In the pavilion, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his fingers deftly plucking the strings of the guqin, the melodious strains tugging at Lin Shui's heartstrings. Xiaolan, standing nearby, was also entranced by the scene. The young man, clad in white as pure as snow, seated beneath the locust tree, resembled a painting come to life. As the music came to a close, Qin Yuan raised his gaze to Lin Shui and asked, "Do you like it?" "Indeed," Lin Shui replied softly. Apart from her love for sword dance, her passion for the guqin was unparalleled, though she had yet to master even the first realm. Qin Yuan stood, moving to a nearby spot and patting the place he had vacated. "How about you give it a try?" Hesitant at first, Lin Shui felt that showcasing her skills before Qin Yuan would be akin to displaying her inadequacies before a master. "I wish to listen," Qin Yuan said gently. Upon hearing his encouragement, Lin Shui resolved her doubts and took her seat at the spot he had occupied, preparing to play. As her delicate fingers glided over the strings, nerves got the better of her, and she faltered after only a few notes. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and just as she was engulfed in awkwardness, a large hand clasped her small one. "Let me teach you," Qin Yuan offered softly. Thus, Lin Shui found herself nestled against Qin Yuan, who held her hands and guided her in playing the guqin. After the performance, he could clearly see the pink hue blooming at her ears. "I would like to nibble on that," he mused. The tingling sensation near her ear made Lin Shui emit a soft hum. Internally, she was a whirlwind of shame and anger. How dare Qin Yuan nibble her ear? "Ah, that is too sensitive." A shameful sound escaped her lips as she gently pushed against his chest, attempting to create distance. "Qin Yuan, I can't. You need to calm down." Nearby, Xiaolin quickly turned away, covering her entire face with her small hands, her mind screaming, "Heavens! Is this something I should witness?" 2 days later. Apart from their nighttime separations, Qin Yuan and Lin Shui had been inseparable, their relationship blossoming rapidly. In the process, Qin Yuan had garnered nearly 20,000 emotional points from her. Ding! Lin Shui's affection increased by 10. Current affection toward the host is 80. Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction, pinning Lin Shui against the wall. Even after spending several days together, she remained tense whenever he leaned in to kiss her. Just as Lin Heng entered the courtyard, he was greeted by this sight and exclaimed, "What are you two doing?" Qin Yuan frowned, nearly kissing her before this atmosphere-destroying interruption occurred. Lin Shui was startled, resembling a guilty schoolgirl as she hurriedly hid behind Qin Yuan. Lin Heng's gaze burned with fury as he discovered that his sister had been robbed while he had been away for a few days. "Sister, shouldn't you explain this to me?" he demanded. "Brother, please let me explain," Lin Shui replied, a hint of panic in her voice. Given the previous competition, her brother held a strong dislike for Qin Yuan. At that moment, Qin Yuan boldly took hold of Lin Shui's hand in front of Lin Heng. "Brother-in-law, as you can see, Lin Shui is now my partner. Release her hand." "I do not approve." Lin Heng's anger surged, realizing that his dear sister had been taken away without a word. "Brother, Qin Yuan treats me well. Please allow us to be together," Lin Shui pleaded, her eyes shimmering with tears. Witnessing her distress softened Lin Heng's heart, but the fact that it was Qin Yuan who had taken his sister reignited his fury. Chapter 73. Lin Shui, who was bullied to tears. Who is more skilled? Lin Heng scoffed. "A bride price of 38,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not a single one less will pass." "Brother." Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. 38,000. The entire Lin family couldn't gather that amount even if we sold ourselves 1,000 times over. This is nothing short of extortion or deliberate harassment. Qin Yuan was internally astonished. Lin Heng truly had the audacity to demand such a sum. However, to Qin Yuan, 38,000 was hardly a concern. "What? You can't come up with it?" Lin Heng mocked. "If you can't, then release my sister's hand." Before Lin Heng could finish his sentence, Qin Yuan produced a storage ring and tossed it to Lin Heng. Lin Heng caught the ring, his expression one of skepticism. "The spirit stones you requested are all within. You may count them," Qin Yuan said nonchalantly, tightening his grip on Lin Shui's hand. He leaned closer, gazing deeply into her beautiful eyes. "If all is in order, from this moment onward, Shui'er will be mine." As Lin Heng probed the ring with his consciousness, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. The spirit stones were all high-grade, stacked in mounds. "Where did you acquire this many spirit stones?" "It's impossible." Lin Heng's chest heaved with agitation, reflecting his inner turmoil. 38,000 high-grade spirit stones amounted to a staggering 380 million low-grade spirit stones. Even a foundation establishment family would only earn 50 to 60 million low-grade spirit stones at most. Could it be that Qin Yuan hailed from a transformation family? No. Even those families wouldn't be so lavish. Perhaps he was from a returning void family, or even a first-grade integration family. Lin Shui was astounded, covering her mouth in disbelief. She was certainly not worth such a fortune. Glancing at his sister, Lin Heng took a mere 8,000 high-grade spirit stones from the total, leaving the remainder in the ring and tossing it back to Qin Yuan. "Treat my sister well." With that, Lin Heng turned and departed, regardless of Qin Yuan's family background. The ease with which he provided the spirit stones spoke volumes of his sincerity towards Lin Shui. Qin Yuan looked at the remaining spirit stones in the ring, smiled, and then placed it in Lin Shui's hands. She was taken aback, hastily shaking her head. Brother Qin, I cannot accept this. The ring contained a full 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. She had never seen such wealth. Take it. You deserve it. Moreover, you will need spirit stones for your cultivation in the future. However, Lin Shui remained adamant in her refusal. This scene left Qin Yuan both amused and perplexed. In his previous life, he had once offered a gluttonous girl a beast of gold to devour, and she had consumed it without hesitation. This incident subtly reflected that Yi Baishi, Shen Ling, and Lin Shui were all exceptionally pure and quite normal young women. His brother had once remarked that a woman must rely on herself. Such dependency would only lead to feelings of humiliation. Lin Shui's gaze was resolute. When she looked at Qin Yuan, her eyes shimmered with profound affection. With your heartfelt intentions, I am already content. Qin Yuan did not press her further. Lin Shui was a fiercely determined girl, and forcing the issue might yield contrary results. Why did your brother leave? Qin Yuan inquired casually. He goes to the alchemy pavilion every Wednesday evening to refine potions, Lin Shui replied. I didn't realize your brother was an alchemist. Qin Yuan marveled, then swiftly changed the subject, inviting her. Shall we engage in dual cultivation? Ah, dual cultivation. Lin Shui gasped, her complexion immediately transforming into a rosy hue reminiscent of the clouds at dawn. She nestled into Qin Yuan's embrace and whispered, I am too timid. It's quite simple. I will teach you. You merely need to do this, and then that. In that moment, Qin Yuan resembled a cunning wolf, coaxing an innocent little rabbit to open the door. After listening to Qin Yuan's instructions, Lin Shui was utterly taken aback. Xichen Gu, is this really correct? Lin Shui was at a loss. If she followed Qin Yuan's guidance, how would she face him in the future? In the study, Qin Yuan spent 30,000 emotional points to purchase a foundational dual cultivation technique, the Yin-Yang Twin Birth Sutra, which he promptly transmitted to Lin Shui. It was unavoidable. His master's Yin-Yang scripture was bound by restrictions and could not be shared with Lin Shui. Gazing at the embarrassingly peculiar actions within the Yin-Yang Twin Birth Sutra, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed once more. Qin Yuan settled into the chair at the desk, his gaze fixed on Lin Shui. Shui, it's time. Please demonstrate what I have taught you. Lin Shui softly acknowledged, then approached the bookshelf to select several scrolls. After choosing, she gracefully moved to the desk. Setting the scrolls aside, she slowly removed her shoes, followed by her socks, then waved her right hand to produce a pair of small white socks. Shyly, she donned them before Qin Yuan. Once dressed, she picked up the scroll and placed her small foot clad in white socks upon Qin Yuan's chest. Qin Gu, I feel shy. Lin Shui wore a little skirt, and her thighs were subtly visible. Do not be shy. This is all part of the normal process. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Lin Shui mustered her courage, but her expression abruptly shifted, casting a disdainful look at Qin Yuan. She pointed at the scroll in her hand, exclaiming, Qin Yuan, you are such a fool. I have taught you this countless times, yet you still do not understand. Stupid fish. Yes, that is the expression. Qin Yuan chuckled, gently grasping her small foot at his chest, his fingers teasingly squeezing. The tingling sensation coursed through Lin Shui, making her shiver. So adorable. Qin Yuan could no longer contain himself and instantly switched to battle mode. Stupid fish. Big pervert, I despise you. A barrage of exclamations followed. All lessons imparted by Qin Yuan. Lin Shui wasn't entirely sure what stupid fish meant, but by then, she seemed to grasp its essence. Qin Yuan deceived her. This statement would not enhance the smooth operation of their cultivation during their dual practice, but rather, it would significantly augment Qin Yuan's combat prowess. Eventually, Lin Shui was so bullied that tears streamed down her face, and she decided to remain silent. 3 hours later, Lin Shui nestled in Qin Yuan's embrace, her hair tousled. Beside the bed lay a striking rose. Brother Qin, from now on, I shall belong to you. You must not let me down, Lin Shui whispered softly. Qin Yuan ruffled her hair and assured her, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. The following day, Qin Yuan set off for his next destination. Arriving at the residence of Xiao Baishi. Brother, you aren't even pretending anymore. There are still kiss marks on your neck, Xiao Baishi said. Her little face puffed up in annoyance. Qin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly explained, she is the third partner I mentioned to you. I was with her yesterday. Xiao Baishi's gaze turned inquisitive. Not from a brothel? Qin Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. With you and Ling Er, how could I possibly visit such a sordid place? Who is this sister? Xiao Baishi asked curiously. Qin Yuan replied honestly, Lin Shui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baishi was momentarily taken aback. She remembered Lin Shui as the one who had lost to her brother in the competition and had been forcibly sent out of the Xianhuang ruins by him. Brother, Is it my skills that are superior, or is it Lin Shui's? Xiao Baishi inquired, biting Qin Yuan's ear. Chapter 74. Purchasing Elixirs and Preparing for Alchemy. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a graceful figure entered the room. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before her, a rosy hue instantly adorned her cheeks. Sister, brother Chen, you too. Xinling covered her small face with her hands, yet she peeked through her fingers at the two. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out, pulling her into an embrace, and whispered softly into her ear, together. The tingling sensation in her ear made Xunling's entire body go weak. At that moment, a small hand reached towards Xunling's chest. Sister, let me help you unfasten it. The next day, Qin Yuan arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden to purchase 5th-grade spiritual herbs, intending to concoct some 5th-grade elixirs. The Spirit Herb Garden ranked near the bottom within the inner sect, and it was primarily staffed by female disciples responsible for cultivating high-grade spiritual herbs for the sect. The elders of the Spirit Herb Garden and the Alchemy Pavilion were both 6th-grade alchemists, renowned throughout the desolate domain. Entering the Spirit Herb Garden, Qin Yuan made his way directly to the Lingbao Pavilion, where a female disciple attended to him. Observing her system panel, he learned her name was Xing Man. With an appearance score of 80, Xing Man was the senior sister of the Spirit Herb Garden, her cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Dressed in a light blue Taoist robe, she bore a beauty mark beneath her eye, with red lips and white teeth, her voice melodious and pleasant. Though her appearance score was merely 80, she was undoubtedly a campus belle in the context of Blue Star. At the counter, Xing Man gently inquired, Senior brother, what grade of spiritual herb are you looking to purchase? 5th grade, Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. A hint of surprise flickered in Xing Man's eyes. 5th-grade spiritual herbs were not inexpensive. May I ask what you intend to use this herb for? She asked as a matter of routine. For alchemy, Qin Yuan responded. The astonishment in Xing Man's eyes deepened. There were only 7 5th-grade alchemists in the entire alchemy pavilion, and hiring them even once was quite costly. Subsequently, she led Qin Yuan to the 5th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion. The layout of the 5th floor is quite simple, with each precious herb meticulously arranged within a showcase protected by glass. Embedded within the display is a formation that preserves the potency of each herb. Qin Yuan procured 3 rare herbs, Lingshu grass, Zixing flower, and Tianxin orchid, to concoct a 5th-tier elixir, the Hualing pill. Logically, given Qin Yuan's nascent soul cultivation, he should only require the 4th-tier Qingming pill. However, with a dantian that spans an impressive 9 inches, resembling a black hole, he has no choice but to explore alternative avenues to acquire higher-tier elixirs. He purchased 9 of each herb, totaling 700 superior spirit stones. As each herb costs 100 superior spirit stones, amounting to 300 for 3. The market price for the Hualing pill is 500 superior spirit stones, whereas within the sect, it is priced at 5,000 superior spirit stones. Consequently, most individuals opt to exchange 50 contribution points, though acquiring these points is no simple task, requiring the completion of numerous sect missions. Qin Yuan's decision to refine elixirs is closely tied to his upcoming plans. Moreover, he also acquired materials for the resurrection pill, soul nourishing pill, and chi opening pill, preparing to concoct them in conjunction with the previous 700, resulting in a total expenditure of 7,000 superior spirit stones. Xing Man was nearly overwhelmed with delight. Today was her duty day, and she never anticipated encountering such a lavish disciple, allowing her to earn a substantial commission, ensuring her spirit stones would be sufficient. Subsequently, Qin Yuan spent 100 superior spirit stones to purchase several 4th-tier elixirs, intending to refine the Qingming pill for Lin Shui and others. Presently, Qin Yuan possesses over 40 million superior spirit stones returned by the system, with 300 not triggering any return. Thus, over half of the elixirs refined from the 5th-tier herbs will not trigger a return. However, the Qingming pill can, as the 100 superior spirit stones spent on materials derived from those 300. The rationale behind this approach is straightforward. Gifting 5th-tier elixirs would yield a return of 6th or 7th-tier elixirs, which are far too potent. Qin Yuan must at least break through to the God transformation stage to consume 6th-tier elixirs, making the Qingming pill the most logical choice. Furthermore, the system is capricious, likely triggering a 100-fold return, perfectly aligning with the 6th-tier elixirs. Qin Yuan departed the herb garden, transforming into a flash of light as he sped towards the alchemy pavilion. Nestled on Danxing Peak, the alchemy pavilion boasts a grand scale, though it pales in comparison to the 5 peaks of direct disciples. Upon entering the pavilion, a disciple from the inner door approached him with an inquiry. Brother, are you purchasing elixirs or refining them? If refining, we have professional alchemists available for your selection. Qin Yuan waved dismissively, stating, no need. Please prepare a superior alchemy room for me. I wish to refine elixirs myself. Though the disciple was taken aback, he refrained from further questioning and promptly escorted Chen Yuan to the third floor. Within the superior alchemy room, the cauldron is of earth grade, requiring 5 contribution points for a day's rental. After settling the contribution points, Chen Yuan entered the alchemy room. Just as he began to unpack the herbs, he noticed the disciple from the counter ushering in a woman. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, thinking, wait, does this alchemy pavilion offer special services? The counter disciple's expression darkened as he clarified, brother, you misunderstand. Our alchemy pavilion conducts legitimate business and does not engage in coercive practices. The female disciple felt offended. Her expression clouded with displeasure. However, as Chen Yuan was a direct disciple, her discontent was swiftly concealed. Name, by seeing, gender, female, affection, 3, appearance, 93. Realm, 9th layer of golden core. Chen Yuan nodded, stating that since it was not a special service, she should leave. He preferred no onlookers. Upon hearing this, by seeing raised her delicate eyebrows, her fondness for him diminishing by another 3 points. The disciple at the counter hastily clarified, senior brother. This is our Dan Pavilion's senior sister by seeing, a 4th-tier alchemist, personally taught by our esteemed master. He continued to explain, our Dan Pavilion has rules. If an alchemist has not been certified, they must be supervised by our disciples while concocting pills in the alchemy room. Chen Yuan shook his head, asserting that he did not require such supervision. The counter disciple's face showed signs of distress. Senior brother, this is the rule of our alchemy pavilion. Chen Yuan, not wishing to trouble him further, replied slowly, very well. Upon hearing this, the counter disciple sighed in relief and quickly exited the alchemy room. Junior sister Bai, your presence is not required here. You may rest in the lounge, Chen Yuan stated calmly. By seeing furrowed her brows, senior brother, it is my duty to supervise you. Should you damage the alchemical furnace, I would also bear the responsibility. As she lowered her gaze, she caught sight of the 5th-tier medicinal materials on the floor. Her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, senior brother, are you attempting to concoct 5th-tier pills? What else would I do? Chen Yuan retorted. Aren't these all 5th-tier medicinal materials? No, you are merely a 4th-tier alchemist. How dare you attempt 5th-tier concoctions? If the furnace breaks, I will have to bear the cost. By seeing spoke with rising agitation. There were only 7 5th-tier alchemists in the entire sect, and even they required guidance from the master during the process. How could this senior brother be so audacious? Chapter 75, Dan Yun, seeking apprenticeship junior sister, you are becoming rather verbose. Chen Yuan remarked, continuing to sort the medicinal materials. What did you say? You dare to call me verbose? By seeing's face displayed disbelief. Which disciple had ever treated her with such a reverence? Some favored senior brothers had even specifically sought her guidance, yet she had not granted them the opportunity. This man before her, failing to recognize her worth, had the audacity to suggest she sit idly by and refrain from speaking. By seeing's petite face flushed with indignation, I am only looking out for your safety. Should an explosion occur, your life could be at stake. Chen Yuan raised his gaze to her, his movements unceasing. I appreciate your concern, junior sister, but I truly do not need your assistance. With a swift motion, he tossed 3 types of medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace. By seeing's face turned pale at this sight. Senior brother, alchemy does not work that way. One must envelop the materials with spiritual power to refine and purify them, removing impurities. Heh, Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. There is no need for such complications. For a top-tier 5th-tier alchemist like him, these steps could be effortlessly accomplished within the furnace. Seizing the moment before he commenced alchemical operations, By seeing immediately donned a pitiful expression. Senior brother, I beg you, please do not proceed. I truly cannot afford the damages. All right. Chen Yuan feigned hurt. I thought you genuinely cared for my well-being, but it seems you are merely concerned about the potential costs of the furnace. By seeing, feeling the weight of attention upon her, blushed and softly defended herself, saying, I am merely concerned for my senior brother, not because of the alchemical furnace. All right then, I shall commence the alchemical process. Step aside. Please, senior brother, I truly cannot afford to lose 500 high-grade spirit stones. By seeing pouted, displaying a look of grievance, as she held a communication jade slip in her right hand, which she promptly crushed. Chen Yuan, observing this small gesture, remained unfazed as he waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of purple flames. The sight utterly petrified By seeing, prompting her to flee the alchemical chamber. A mishap could leave her incapacitated for half a year. Chen Yuan, undistracted, focused intently on regulating the fire for alchemy. Moments later, By seeing rushed into the room accompanied by an elder. This elder, known as Huang Fuzhan, was a council elder of the alchemy pavilion, a 6th-tier alchemist, and a master at the peak of the void returning stage. Upon entering, Huang Fujian prepared to intervene, only to witness Chun Yuan enveloped in a divine rainbow, appearing almost one with the alchemical furnace. The Dan Soul Realm. Huang Fujian was taken aback. The Dan Soul Realm is not merely a level, but a state of being that alchemists yearn to attain. By seeing, covering her mouth, was equally astonished. To achieve a 5th-tier spiritual awareness at the nascent soul stage, he must be a prodigious talent for alchemy. Huang Fujian's tone was unmistakably infused with excitement. The thrill of encountering a promising talent. What? Master, you mean he possesses a 5th-tier spiritual awareness? By seeing was left stunned, grappling with the notion of how someone at the nascent soul level could unlock the 8 senses and break through to 5th-tier spiritual awareness. She had forced herself to unlock 3 senses and only managed to reach 4th-tier spiritual awareness upon advancing to the golden core stage. So she understood the immense difficulty and pain involved. Crafting 5th-tier elixirs necessitates a 5th-tier spiritual awareness, as alchemy demands formidable mental fortitude. Some elixirs take days to complete, thus exacting stringent requirements on spiritual awareness. Seeing, it is evident that his spiritual talent surpasses yours, Huang Fujian remarked. Pay close attention and learn well. This will greatly benefit your future path in alchemy. Yes, By Seeing replied respectfully, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she glanced back at Chun Yuan, realizing how swiftly her earlier disdain had turned to humility. A day later, a beam of divine light shot into the sky, with spiritual energy converging into a vortex, causing alchemical clouds to manifest above. Heavens! It is alchemical clouds. The disciples of Danqing Peak gazed up in astonishment, for the clouds shimmered in a myriad of colors and took on irregular shapes, reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes, akin to auspicious beasts. Which senior brother has crafted a top-tier elixir? Remarkable. By Seeing, standing closest to Chun Yuan, gaped as if she could fit an egg in her mouth. Huang Fujian was equally astounded, unable to believe that Chun Yuan had summoned the alchemical clouds, signifying the creation of a premium elixir. Elixirs are graded as follows: inferior, medium, superior, premium, and flawless. The specific phenomena and alchemical patterns reveal their quality. Chun Yuan retracted his hand, and within the furnace lay 3 spirit transformation elixirs. Typically, a batch of 4th-tier materials yields 24 elixirs, while 5th-tier materials yield 13. Just as Chun Yuan reached for the elixirs, he noticed someone quicker than himself, who seized the elixirs first. With a sharp intake of breath, Huang Fujian gazed at the elixir in his hand, astonished to find it adorned with 10 intricate patterns. A flawless concoction. My heavens, what a prodigious talent has been bestowed upon me. He carefully stowed the elixir in his storage ring and, brimming with excitement, clasped Chun Yuan's hand. Young friend, from which peak do you hail? Chun Yuan, momentarily bewildered, wondered if the elder had taken his elixir. Noticing Chun Yuan's confusion, Huang Fujian promptly introduced himself. I am the elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. You may call me Elder Zhan. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan realized that he stood before the esteemed Elder Huang Fujian. I pay my respects, Elder Zhan, he replied, bowing respectfully. Please, no need for formalities. Huang Fujian waved his hand dismissively before inquiring. May I ask who taught you the art of alchemy? I perceive you cannot be over a century old. Chun Yuan responded with a respectful gesture. I have no master. My understanding is self-taught through inheritance. White Seeing stood frozen, incredulous. Self-taught? How could that be? Huang Fujian, equally astonished, expressed his surprise. My enlightenment came in a moment of clarity, Chun Yuan added. Ah, that makes sense, Huang Fujian remarked thoughtfully. What is enlightenment? White Seeing interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion. At this moment, Huang Fujian stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. Enlightenment is simply that, an epiphany. I, too, was a 5th-tier alchemist for 3,000 years. It was through enlightenment that I ascended to become a 6th-tier alchemist. White Seeing's lips twitched. This was no more enlightening than before. Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? I could impart all that I have learned throughout my life. Huang Fujian proposed to Chun Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yuan politely declined, recognizing that Huang Fujian had little to offer him. To advance to the 6th tier of alchemy, he first needed to elevate his consciousness to that level, and time was still on his side. If you become my disciple, I can grant you unrestricted access to the alchemy chamber, and you may freely take from the herb garden, without any alchemical tasks to complete, Huang Fujian insisted. White Seeing was taken aback. Goodness, the master is exceedingly generous. I only have 70% of the privileges and must complete monthly alchemical tasks. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan bowed deeply. Disciple pays respects to the master. To hesitate even a moment would be to disrespect the privileges offered by Huang Fujian. Very well, Huang Fujian said, stroking his beard, elated. In the days that followed, Chun Yuan remained diligently crafting elixirs, while Huang Fujian arranged for White Xing to learn from him. Brother, how do you manage to eliminate impurities from the elixirs so perfectly? She inquired, eyes wide with astonishment. Why are you so extraordinary? The elixirs you produce are all flawless. White Xing had been utterly amazed over the past few days. Not only could Chun Yuan refine elixirs with one hand, but he could also multitask with both hands, controlling 5 alchemical furnaces simultaneously, nearly causing her eyes to pop out in disbelief. Over 5 days, Chun Yuan successfully crafted over 20 spirit transformation pills, more than 20 recovery pills, a dozen soul-nourishing pills, and over 30 Qingming pills. During this time, Lin Shui, Shun Ling, and Yi Baishi visited him. Chun Yuan generously gifted them all 30 Qingming pills and returned more than 30 spirit transformation pills. Presently, he possessed over 50 spirit transformation pills, ample enough for his needs. A single Qingming pill possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate a practitioner from the initial stage of the nascent soul to the later stage. The efficacy of the transformation spirit pill is 100-fold greater than that of the Qingming pill. Given that Chun Yuan's dantian is 9 inches larger than that of a typical nascent soul practitioner, it is effectively 700 times more potent. Thus, 7 transformation spirit pills are sufficient for him to transcend to the mid-nascent soul stage. Adjacent to this setting lies a resting chamber, where Chun Yuan has not idled away the nights in recent days. He diligently dedicates 2 hours to harnessing emotional value, which currently stands at 60,000. Each battle has left by seeing with a flushed visage, as her master insists she remain here to study, caught in a limbo of indecision. The sounds of her embarrassment are such that she wishes to disappear into the ground. At this moment, Chun Yuan rises and stows away the 4 Qingming pills he has crafted into his ring. Bai Xing, with her fingers interlocked in a gesture of entreaty, asks, Brother Chun, could you teach me to refine a pill? Just as Chun Yuan is about to depart, he halts, calculating the time. It is Wednesday, a week has passed, and it is time to execute his plan. Junior sister Bai, please wait for me here while I procure materials from the spirit herb garden, Chun Yuan whispers gently. Huh. Bai Xing's face reflects confusion. Brother, you could have a disciple from the counter fetch them. No need. Chun Yuan waves his hand dismissively. I must personally oversee the selection of materials. Very well, brother, I shall await your return. Chun Yuan departs from Danqing Peak, soaring towards the back mountain of the sect. Along the way, he expends 30,000 emotional value to acquire an advanced Earth-level stealth technique, 1,000 illusion stealth technique. Subsequently, he purchases another advanced Earth-level disguise technique, illusory spirit transformation method. Acquiring these 2 techniques proves beneficial for Chun Yuan, as they will be invaluable in the future. System. Assist me in merging these techniques. Ding, commencing integration for the host. Within 10 breaths, Chun Yuan has completely comprehended both techniques. In an instant, his form melds seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering him nearly undetectable, even to the most adept practitioners of the Void Return Path or those untrained in the Insight technique. Next, as Chun Yuan activates the illusory spirit transformation method, his appearance shifts dramatically, both in aura and form, becoming strikingly similar to Qin Hui. In a secluded corner of the Sect's back mountain, a man and woman are entangled in intimacy. The woman, with an alluring figure, is none other than Zhou Qiao, the maid of Qin Hui. The man, whom Chun Yuan recognizes as Chu Yong, who had previously been defeated by him in the recent competition. Through a week of covert surveillance led by Lu Meyer, the nature of their clandestine affair has come to light. Why is it deemed clandestine? For the dialogue exchanged between them falls distinctly upon Chun Yuan's ears. Zhou Qiao, who is more formidable, Qin Hui or I? Zhou Qiao shoots Chu Yong a glance, imbued with a myriad of emotions. Upon closer inspection, a hint of disdain lurks within, were it not for the lure of spirit stones and gifts. Who would willingly submit to such an unattractive and imposing figure? Chu Yong stands nearly 2 meters tall, while Zhou Qiao is merely 1.60 meters, possessing a petite frame. From a distance, one might mistake Chu Yong for a giant with a delicate maiden. Chun Yuan intends to exploit Zhou Qiao for his purposes, feeling no moral qualm in doing so, as she is hardly virtuous. Being part of the miscellaneous peak, she faces little oversight. During her time there, she has bullied other female disciples and seized resources for cultivation, forcing many to abandon the sect due to her harassment. After an intimate encounter between Zhou Qiao and Chu Yong, the latter donned his trousers and tossed 3 condensing truth pills to her. For someone like Zhou Qiao, whose innate talent was rather lacking, the quantity of elixirs and spirit stones required was astronomical. The spirit stones provided by Qin Hui were woefully insufficient. Should her cultivation lead to a decline in her beauty, she would inevitably be cast aside by Qin Hui. Darling, let us continue next Wednesday, he said. All right. You should leave now, lest others discover us, Zhou Qiao urged, pushing him away. After he departed, Zhou Qiao rose, only to turn and find Qin Hui, clad in black, striding towards her. Her eyes widened in horror, and the pills slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Master, it's not as you think, Zhou Qiao exclaimed in terror, hastily kneeling. In the presence of one so close, any unusual behavior raised suspicions. Thus, Qin Yuan remained silent, instead sending a thread of consciousness into her mind. Zhou Qiao instantly fell into a stupor, and after a moment regained her senses, standing to respectfully bow before Qin Yuan. Greetings, Master. Qin Yuan nodded, waving his hand to make an envelope float in the air. It sent unmistakably reminiscent of Qin Ling. Lu Meyer was particularly sensitive to scents, and had previously gathered the fragrance of the envelope from Mulan. Deliver this envelope to my brother, Qin Ling, by the hour of the rabbit. Do you understand? Yes, Master, Zhou Qiao replied with utmost respect. After Qin Yuan departed from the back mountain, he utilized spatial traversal to swiftly reach the medicinal herb garden, acquiring some 6th-tier materials. Upon returning to the alchemy room, he laid the materials upon the floor. By seeing, astonished, inquired, Senior brother, are you attempting to concoct 6th-tier elixirs? Indeed, I wish to give it a try, Qin Yuan replied. By seeing appeared somewhat anxious, saying, Senior brother, your current strength is insufficient. Then, her expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Moreover, I struggled to comprehend certain steps when you were crafting 4th-tier elixirs, let alone 6th-tier ones. Fear not, I shall guide you through each step, Qin Yuan reassured, producing the remaining 4th-tier materials to begin instructing by seeing. At the hour of the dog, Qin Yuan commenced the refinement of the 6th-tier elixir. Although it appeared to be 6th tier, it was essentially 5th tier, requiring only 2 6th-tier ingredients. This particular formula was exceedingly rare. Without the system's return of techniques, he would never have known it. By seeing, on the verge of slumber, was taken aback by the steadiness with which Qin Yuan handled the 6th-tier elixir. She could only grasp these aspects. Everything else eluded her understanding. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. A deliberate act by Qin Yuan. By seeing gaped in astonishment as a blinding flash erupted, instantly sending both her and Qin Yuan flying. The alchemy room was shielded by a formation, rendering any occurrences within nearly imperceptible to the outside world. By seeing fell into unconsciousness, and Qin Yuan concealed his presence, altering his appearance and utilizing spatial traversal to depart from Danqing Peak. To reach Danqing Peak from Zhuqing Peak, one had to cross a mountain bridge, and at this hour, there were scarcely any disciples present. Lin Heng walked across the bridge when suddenly, a streak of starlight shot forth from the right, hurling him away in an instant. It was the star absorption palm employed by Qin Yuan. At the 9th level of Golden Core, Qin Yuan could have dispatched Lin Heng with a single strike. Inflicting grave injuries upon him now was all too simple. Brother, a voice cried out from behind. Lin Shui rushed forward to assess Lin Heng's condition. At that moment, Lin Heng's chest was caved in, and he was barely clinging to life. Lin Shui was suddenly overtaken by rage, and with a swift stroke of her sword, she lunged at the figure cloaked in black. Just as the glimmer of her blade was about to make contact with Qin Yuan, he abruptly vanished from the spot. A few strands of hair fluttered down, remnants of the locks severed by Qin Yuan from the tip of Qin Hui's head. Chapter 77. The conspiracy with Lin Heng, Yin Qingfeng, and Qin Ling dismantled the formation around the cave, and Zhou Qiao, guided by a maid, came to meet Qin Ling. Senior brother Qin, this letter is entrusted to me by the master to deliver personally to you. Qin Ling felt a surge of confusion as he accepted the letter. Why would his brother send a letter instead of using sound transmission? Upon reading the contents, he was rendered speechless, his heart racing to his throat. Insane, utterly insane. My brother is a lunatic. Flustered, he recognized the handwriting on the letter belonged to his brother, and the messenger was indeed his brother's maid. So there could be no mistake. The letter detailed his brother's intention to assassinate Lin Heng, with the plan to win Lin Shui's favor by pretending to seek a remedy for his brother's supposed injuries while she was in despair. The purpose of the letter was to prompt Qin Ling to procure medicinal herbs, aiming to have an elder from the Pill Pavilion concoct a remedy for Lin Heng before Elder Zhu Wan could react. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere woman? Qin Ling pondered frantically, catching sight of a final line in small print, which compelled him to lift his gaze sharply towards Zhou Qiao. Have you read this letter? He demanded. The maid naturally has not, Zhou Qiao replied respectfully, bowing her head. Qin Ling's expression hardened in an instant as he noted the chilling instruction in the small print, to eliminate Zhou Qiao, ensuring that no one else was privy to this matter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he acted swiftly, his right hand striking out to deliver a fatal blow, piercing through Zhou Qiao's heart. Zhou Qiao deceased. Within the Pill Pavilion, Qin Yuan opened his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. So she is dead? He felt no remorse for Zhou Qiao, knowing her to be a thoroughly wicked individual. Why must she be eliminated? A cursory examination revealed that she had been manipulated by another's consciousness, necessitating her removal, albeit not by Chun Yuan's own hand. Rewinding 2 days prior. In an alchemy chamber on the second floor, Lin Heng stood, animated and alarmed. Have you lost your mind? What if we are exposed? Rest assured, my dear brother-in-law. My plans are always meticulously crafted, Chun Yuan reassured him. Initially, he had intended to undertake the task alone, yet a nagging doubt lingered within him. Am I still too benevolent? He murmured softly. This course of action is exceedingly perilous. Lin Heng hesitated. Fear not. Qin Hui is doomed this time. Or at the very least, will find himself imprisoned. Chun Yuan reasoned, analyzing the situation frame by frame. In just over 20 days, the Tianbao secret realm will open. Qin Hui has invited me to form a team. His intentions are clear. Since he wishes for my demise, I shall ensure he suffers as well. With his present abilities, Chun Yuan could at best contend with someone at the late stage of the transformation realm. Coupled with the manifestation of his spiritual form and facing Qin Ling, who was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm and on the cusp of transcending, the odds seemed evenly matched. Moreover, Qin Ling was a contender on the heavenly rankings. With countless tricks up his sleeve, the members of the team he invited were all his own allies. Chun Yuan could escape, but it would undoubtedly be a humiliating endeavor, far from his desires. Lin Heng scratched his head, saying, You've misunderstood me. I'm not suggesting that your plan is overly reckless. I merely fear that you might not have the strength to handle it, and might end up harming me. Chun Yuan's lips twitched as he replied, Rest assured, brother-in-law. At worst, I will be gravely injured. Once the deed is done, I shall reward you with 10,000 spirit stones for your vengeance. Oh dear brother-in-law. You are far too courteous. I feel quite embarrassed. Lin Heng said, extending his hand with a smile. Observing this, Chun Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered. Let us settle the deposit first. Chun Yuan was at a loss for words, waving his right hand to produce a storage ring, which he promptly placed in Lin Heng's palm. No need for a deposit. The spirit stones are all right here. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled as he gazed into the ring filled with spirit stones. Brother-in-law, where on earth did you acquire these spirit stones? You don't have some extraordinary background, do you? Lin Heng whispered, lowering his voice. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yuan thought. The system should count as a significant background, right? After all, it can casually produce divine and imperial level techniques. The central powers of the Xianling continent can also summon divine level techniques. Therefore, the system is akin to a central power. Brother-in-law, have you heard of the divine province? Upon hearing this, Lin Heng was struck dumb, as a beautiful soul fragment in his mind began to speak. Disciple, I can assure you that this person hails from the divine province. Only the grand families of the divine province possess such means and ruthless methods. Subsequently, the beautiful soul fragment elaborated on the tremendous power of the divine province, the very heart of the Xianling continent. Fast forward to the present, within the alchemy pavilion. Chun Yuan took out a pill and placed it into Bai Xiying's mouth. This time, the explosion was meticulously controlled by Chun Yuan. Bai Xiying was not seriously harmed, merely unconscious, and she would recover after a brief slumber. At the residence of Yin Qingfeng and Qin Ling, at that moment, Zhou Qiao's corpse lay in a pool of blood. Qin Ling flicked his right hand, conjuring a flame that coalesced in his palm, which he then carelessly tossed onto Zhou Qiao's body. The fire instantly engulfed her form, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The following morning, Bai Xiying awoke languidly in the alchemy room, her head still throbbing. The alchemical furnace lay shattered into pieces, and Chun Yuan was sprawled beside the debris. As Bai Xiying clutched her head, intending to check on Chun Yuan, she noticed him stir slightly and slowly open his eyes. Brother, you scare me to death. I thought you were gone. Bai Xiying exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Chun Yuan's face darkened, yet he decided to maintain his facade, clutching his head. It seems I might have blown up the furnace. Remove the might from that statement. Bai Xiying shot him a glare. Just then, a greenish-blue sound transmission jade slipped in Chun Yuan's storage ring, vibrating furiously. It was undoubtedly Lin Shui. Junior sister, I leave this to you for now. I must step out for a moment, Chun Yuan declared, not waiting for Bai Xiying's response as he opened the door to the alchemy room and exited. Bai Xiying called after her brother repeatedly. Realizing it was futile, she could only stamp her foot in exasperation before beginning to clean up the mess. Stubborn brother. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? You didn't even change your clothes. Indeed, at that moment, Chun Yuan was clad in black and white robes, with remnants of ash still clinging to his face. At Lin Shui's residence, when she caught sight of Chun Yuan, covered in dust and disheveled, she paused for a moment before immediately asking, Brother Chun, what happened to you? It's nothing. The alchemical furnace exploded last night. Chun Yuan waved his hand dismissively. A fleeting expression of anxiety crossed Lin Shue's face as he touched here and there on Chen Yuan's body, inquiring if it hurt. Not at all. How about this? Still no pain. That's good, that's good. Lin Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Shuer, what brings you to me? Chen Yuan asked with concern, noticing her earlier tearful transmission. Woo. Lin Shui clung to Chen Yuan's waist, burying her face in his embrace and weeping. Last night at Shana Bridge, my brother was ambushed, and he remains unconscious. Tears streamed down Lin Shui's cheeks as if they were without cost. Chen Yuan gently caressed her hair, sighing inwardly. He had intended to share his plans with Lin Shui, but Lin Heng had not consented. Lin Shui led Chen Yuan into a side room, where Lin Heng lay on a stone bed, his chest rising and falling faintly, giving an impression of his breath being as fragile as a wisp. At that moment, a petite figure entered the room. Upon seeing her, Lin Shui promptly bowed respectfully, greeting her master. Chen Yuan followed suit, acknowledging Elder Zhu. Chapter 78. Qin Hui expelled from the sect. Breakthrough to late Yuaning. Elder Zhu raised her hand gently, signaling them to rise. She then turned her gaze to Lin Shui, asking, how is your brother's condition? Reporting to the peak master, my brother is still in a state of unconsciousness, Lin Shui replied, tears beginning to flow again. Chen Yuan's heart ached at the sight. Elder Zhu approached the bed to examine Lin Heng's injuries, and upon closer inspection, her expression shifted dramatically. The absorbing star palm. The unique technique passed down from Yuanqing Peak. Indeed, master. Last night, an elder from the law enforcement hall came and confirmed that it was a disciple from Yuanqing Peak. Although we do not know who it was. However, I managed to sever a strand of that person's hair, so we should be able to identify them now. Without further ado, Elder Zhu produced a pill and placed it into Lin Heng's mouth. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement hall, Elder Zhang Wuya, a white-bearded elder with mid-stage return void cultivation, stood sternly, flanked by a dozen law enforcement disciples. Why did you purchase the materials for the revival pill? Zhang Wuya demanded harshly. Behind him, Sect Master Song Yuanji sat, his gaze as sharp as a blade, the oppressive aura emanating from him, causing Qin Ling to tremble. This incident was too severe. An assassination attempt on a fellow disciple was unconscionable. Thus, Song Yuanji personally presided over the law enforcement hall to uncover the true culprit. Not speaking, Zhang Wuyao's eyes narrowed. The absorbing star palm has only been practiced by 3 individuals in the entire sect, and your brother happens to be one of them. Qin Ling's voice quivered. Elder, I don't know what you're talking about. I am granting you an opportunity to speak the truth. If you persist in your ignorance, do you understand the consequences once the truth surfaces? Zhang Wuyao's spiritual energy surged forth. The oppressive force of his return void cultivation crashing down upon Qin Ling like a tidal wave. Elder, I truly don't know. Humph, incorrigible. Zhang Wuya scoffed, waving his hand to conjure a luminous orb that rose into the air. Within the orb were several strands of azure hair. Last night, someone attempted to assassinate Lin Heng, and the only witness was Lin Shui. If you were the assassin, would you have killed Lin Shui? Upon seeing Qin Ling fall silent, Zhang Wuya continued to speak. Why not eliminate her? Precisely because Lin Shui is someone he cares about. Do you see these strands of hair? Zhang Wui pointed at a few strands of hair suspended in the air. We have already discerned who it is through the breath we captured. He has confessed. What are you still holding on to? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling abruptly raised his head. Has my brother admitted it? He inquired urgently. Speak. If you are merely an accomplice, you will not be expelled from the sect. At most, you will spend 10 years in the Cold Abyss Valley. Hearing the words Cold Abyss Valley, Qin Ling trembled. But it was far preferable to being stripped of his cultivation and banished from the sect. I confess, it was my brother's doing. He then produced the letter, displaying it before the assembly. Why did he not burn it? He feared that the matter would implicate him. I am merely an accomplice. I bear the sin of not reporting it, but he is my brother. I had no choice. Qin Ling lamented. And Zhou Qiao? He is dead. Zhang Wui nodded. If a servant disciple dies, so be it. After all, he was one of the accomplices. The following day, Chen Yuan awoke from his cultivation to find a graceful figure entering his modest courtyard. Senior sister, Chen Yuan greeted respectfully. No need for formalities. Qin Shihan waved her hand, and then sat on a nearby stone bench. Senior sister, what brings you here? Chen Yuan inquired. Qin Shihan remained silent, simply gazing at him. Is there something on my face? Chen Yuan joked as he touched his cheek. Junior brother, I sense you are quite fortunate. Qin Shihan's cold voice resonated. What do you mean by that? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Hui will have his cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect, Qin Shihan replied. What happened? Chen Yuan feigned surprise. Subsequently, Qin Shihan recounted the entire incident of Qin Hui's ambush on Lin Heng, detailing his intentions to win over a beauty during Lin Shui's sorrow. Chen Yuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He dared to do that? Just a week ago, I apologized to him, and he even invited me to team up. His expression transformed from worry to delight as he realized that Qin Hui had effectively sealed his own fate. Junior brother, what have you been up to these days? Qin Shihan casually inquired. At her words, Qin Yuan's heart raced. Could it be that she had guessed something? I have been refining pills. I've spent the past few days in the alchemy chamber, Qin Yuan replied. Is that so? Of course. As he spoke, he produced a spirit transformation pill and handed it to his senior sister. A 5th grade spirit transformation pill, a gift for you. Where did you obtain this pill? I am a 5th grade alchemist, after all, Qin Yuan boasted, revealing his 5th grade alchemist token. Qin Shihan's face displayed shock. A 5th grade alchemist? How is that possible? How old are you? A 5th grade alchemist? It's no big deal. I just had an epiphany and learned it, Qin Yuan responded nonchalantly, treating the 5th grade title as if it were worth less than a stray dog. You haven't been possessed, have you? Qin Shihan could think of no other explanation. Qin Yuan looked exasperated. Senior sister, your imagination is quite vivid. If I had been possessed by a powerful being, I would not even have entered the sect. Qin Shihan nodded, accepting the spirit transformation pill and expressing her gratitude. Then I shall thank you, junior brother. No need for thanks. Upon returning to her residence, Qin Shihan furrowed her brow. She was inherently suspicious, always sensing the shadow of her junior disciple in this matter. Initially intending to extract information, she found her junior disciple's words to be impeccably guarded. Her 6th sense had proven remarkably accurate, seldom failing her. In the Master's chambers, wow. Master, you smell delightful. Qin Yuan exclaimed, pressing his face against Lung Yoming's chest, inhaling deeply. Lung Yoming's face flushed, and she delicately pushed Qin Yuan away with her slender hand. You're being quite cheeky. What have you been so busy with these past few days? You haven't come to see me. As she spoke, Qin Yuan could distinctly sense a hint of jealousy in her tone. Let us not dwell on that. Master, have you washed your feet? Qin Yuan asked, his urgency palpable. Does one of my cultivation level require such trivialities? She retorted. That is splendid. Qin Yuan seized the moment. Let us go all in. The next day, upon returning to his residence, with 20 days remaining until the Tianbao secret realm opened, Qin Yuan resolved to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. After 7 days, having absorbed 7 spirit transformation pills and thousands of high-grade spirit stones, he elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Another 10 days passed, during which he consumed a total of 14 spirit transformation pills, advancing to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. While an ordinary person would require years of resources to achieve such progress, Qin Yuan, bolstered by the Hongmeng celestial body, advanced at a staggering pace, needing merely a handful of days. With 3 days left until the Tianbao secret realm's unveiling, Qin Yuan emerged from his cultivation. Thus, with a formidable physique, there was no need for him to stabilize his realm. Nonetheless, he still needed time to acclimate. Chapter 79. Issuing a challenge to Li Mu, Qin Yuan left his residence and first visited the estate of Yi Baishi. After a passionate encounter with Xun Ling and Yi Baishi, he soared through the skies towards Bamboo Green Peak. Brother Lin, feeling better? Qin Yuan inquired. Much improved, Brother Chu. Lin Heng replied, rubbing his chest. You truly held nothing back. I nearly thought it would be the end of me. Huh, as long as you're well. Qin Yuan patted his shoulder and tossed him 2 recovery pills. If all is well, I shall take my leave to see Shuer. With that, he bid farewell to Lin Heng and, with a flourish of lotus beneath his feet, flew toward Lin Shue's estate. Inside the estate, you're so naughty. Lin Shue playfully chided as she cast a reproachful glance at Qin Yuan. Be good. 2.5 hours later, Lin Shue nestled in Qin Yuan's embrace. Brother Qin, I adore you so much, she confessed, inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from him. Qin Yuan affectionately tousled her hair. I adore you too. Lin Shue's eyes sparkled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. More? At that moment, Lin Shue had already drifted into slumber. Even someone as strong as Lin Shue succumbed to deep sleep after Qin Yuan's playful antics, rising with a surge of powerful energy within him. Qin Yuan felt an urgent need for real combat to fully adapt. His gaze flickered as a plan formed in his mind. That very day, a challenge letter was dispatched by Qin Yuan's maid, Lu Meyer, affixed prominently beside the stone tablet at the foot of the Winda Peak's heavenly ladder rankings. Its contents were succinct yet audacious. Qin Yuan seeks to duel against Brother Li Mu, currently ranked 30th on the heavenly ladder, tomorrow at noon. I hope for your guidance. Signed, Qin Yuan. The challenge sent ripples throughout the entire sect. Qin Yuan? Is he the one who just joined the sect 2 months ago as a direct disciple of Ziqing Peak? Remember, he was merely at the Golden Core stage, and yet, having fortuitously secured first place in the competition, he dares to challenge Senior Brother Li Mu? Senior Brother Li Mu has achieved the perfected nascent soul realm and has steadfastly held the 30th seat on the heavenly ladder for over 3 years. Such arrogance. Utterly audacious. Even if he has managed to defeat someone at the initial nascent soul stage, the late nascent soul stage is an entirely different matter. Crossing realms and challenges is not so trivial. How intriguing. The arena at Mount Wenda Peak will surely be packed to the brim by noon tomorrow. Upon receiving the news, Lung Yuming, Qin Shuhan, Shen Yinshu, and Lin Heng were all taken aback. Brother-in-law, you have acted impulsively. You have only just entered the nascent soul stage. How dare you directly challenge Li Mu? In the courtyard of Chun Yuan, Lin Heng paced back and forth, his tone devoid of reproach, filled instead with an inescapable concern. Elder brother-in-law, please stop moving about. Your pacing is making my head spin. A mere perfected true monarch is nothing to me. Lin Heng halted at these words, turning to fix his gaze on him. Brother-in-law, speak to me honestly. Do you possess some hidden reliance? If you do not confide in me, my heart is restless. If you were to perish, it would be of little consequence to you, but I fear for Schwerer's sorrow. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within Chun Yuan, but the final words left him with a dark cloud of frustration, wishing to land a punch on Lin Heng. The news soon reached Li Mu's ears. He merely snorted coldly, saying nothing further, yet a flicker of contemptuous ire gleamed in his eyes. A newcomer dares to use him as a stepping stone? Tomorrow, he shall learn the gravity of provoking one of the top 30 on the heavenly ladder. As night fell, Qin Shuhan sought out Chun Yuan, questioning his recklessness. However, when Chun Yuan released his aura of late nascent soul realm, Qin Shuhan was momentarily stunned. Each time she believed Chun Yuan to be extraordinary, he would surpass her expectations once more. This junior brother of hers defied conventional reasoning. Such a swift advancement to the late nascent soul stage might indicate an unstable foundation. Li Mu is a seasoned and direct disciple at the perfected nascent soul realm. When I battled him in the past, I barely triumphed. Concern tinged Qin Shuhan's cold voice. Fear not, senior sister. Do not forget my exceptional mastery of the sword. I am confident in facing Li Mu. After bidding farewell to Qin Shuhan, Chun Yuan proceeded to visit his master, Lung Yuming. Lying upon her jade legs, he toyed with the ends of her hair. Pray tell me, what is the source of your confidence? I am already at the late nascent soul stage, and combined with my swordsmanship, I possess the strength to contend with a half-step Dao Lord. There was nothing to conceal from his master. Any attempts at concealment would only breed estrangement. After a tumultuous ordeal, Qin Yuan then arrived at the residence of Yi Baishi. The two women greeted him warmly, but a shadow of worry lingered in Shun Ling's heart. Yet, Yi Baishi unconditionally trusted Qin Yuan. Brother, do your best tomorrow. You will surely defeat that despicable fellow. Indeed, on the following day at noon, at Mount Wenda Peak, the arena was already surrounded by disciples drawn by the news, creating a cacophony of voices. Everyone yearned to witness firsthand whether this newcomer, who had only entered the sect 2 months prior, truly possessed the strength or merely carried a hollow reputation. Li Mu had long since taken his stance upon the arena, sword in hand, eyes closed in meditation, exuding a pressure akin to a mountain. The aura of a perfected nascent soul subtly radiating, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld him. As the appointed hour arrived, Qin Yuan, clad in a flowing white robe, appeared at the opposite end of the arena with effortless grace, instantly capturing the attention of all spectators. Li Mu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, determined to demonstrate that the chasm between realms could not be bridged merely by innate talent. Qin Yuan clasped his hands and spoke with a calm demeanor. I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother. In an instant, the battle erupted. Li Mu struck mercilessly, unleashing his renowned technique, the splitting gold sword art. The blade shimmered like a silver ribbon, imbued with a fierce, tearing energy, aimed directly at Qin Yuan. This strike would be nearly impossible for an average late-stage nascent soul cultivator to withstand. However, with a slight movement, Qin Yuan activated the snowless steps technique, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Simultaneously, he extended a finger like a sword, releasing an exquisitely refined sword chi that surged toward Li Mu's wrist. What an extraordinary reaction, gasped a spectator below. He is a late-stage nascent soul. How is this possible? Beside Lin Heng, Lin Shui wore an expression of astonishment. Qin Yuan has already reached late-stage nascent soul. Lin Heng's shock mirrored hers, equally profound. Li Mu swiftly altered his approach, redirecting his sword to parry Qin Yuan's finger sword. The clash of their weapons produced a crisp sound, and their figures intertwined in a blur. The air filled with the dazzling spectacle of flashing sword light and the thunderous sounds of their confrontation. Though Qin Yuan's realm was slightly inferior, the purity and strength of his spiritual energy surpassed Li Mu's expectations, causing his arms to tingle with each collision. Li Mu pondered, his spiritual energy is peculiar. How can a mere late-stage nascent soul possess such high quality and an astonishing quantity? The more they fought, the more alarmed he became. as if he were battling an unfathomable sea of spiritual power, seemingly inexhaustible. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan discerned Li Mu's true prowess. His swordsmanship was at the third realm, displaying notable talent, yet still insufficient in the eyes of someone at the sixth realm like Chun Yuan. As Li Mu grew increasingly frustrated from his inability to gain the upper hand, he resolved to unleash his full strength. With a mighty roar, he channeled the power of his nascent soul into his spirit sword, creating a radiant sword aura that soared into the sky, an awe-inspiring force, splitting gold, shattering mountains. This was his ultimate strike. Below, Luzheng Xingji's eyes sparkled with gold, the recent humiliation of Chun Yuan still vivid in her mind. This time, she was certain of Chun Yuan's defeat. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the moment Chun Yuan was sent flying by a single strike, to be ridiculed for his overreach. High above in the heavens, several peak masters and sect leaders observed the clash below. Your disciple is unlikely to withstand this blow, Elder Yan Qingfeng of Yanqing Peak chuckled, stroking his beard. Being Li Mu's mentor, he understood him best. Not necessarily, replied Lung Yuming, her eyes glimmering with confidence. I believe he can. Although Yi Baishi trusted Chun Yuan, the overwhelming aura of Li Mu's strike filled her with trepidation. Lin Shui and Xin Ling instinctively clutched their sleeves in anxiety. Rather than drawing his Yushue sword, Chun Yuan concentrated his vast spiritual energy, compressing it to the extreme at his fingertip, wielding it as a sword. With a mere point of his finger, he unleashed a strike that appeared ordinary, yet radiated brilliance surpassing even Li Mu's sword light. With a soft pop, an earth-shattering sound erupted. The resplendent sword radiance, extending nearly a zhang in length, suddenly shattered like a burst bubble. Under the backlash of spiritual energy, Li Mu let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, his spirit sword humming incessantly, his face a mask of disbelief. Chun Yuan's figure approached like a specter, his finger lightly poised just an inch from Li Mu's throat. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from his fingertip sent chills down Li Mu's spine, rendering him motionless with fear. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. What had they just witnessed? Li Mu, a senior brother at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, defeated by someone at the mid-stage? Moreover, it seemed he had done so with relative ease. That final finger that broke through the ultimate killing strike was nothing short of miraculous. How had he accomplished such a feat? They could hardly comprehend it. That single gesture was utterly terrifying. It was inconceivable. Luzheng Xingji's mouth hung open. She could understand being sent flying by a single slap from Chun Yuan. After all, Chu Yuan had been able to combat foes beyond his realm even at the Golden Core stage, and she accepted that he surpassed her peers. But how could he defeat senior brother Li Mu, a genius at the nascent soul level? The disparity between the realms was immense, particularly in defeating a prodigy like Li Mu. Yay, brother one. Wow, Chen Gu is so impressive. Yi Baishi and Shun Ling exchanged high fives, rejoicing. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, a roaring wave of cheers. In that moment, the name Chun Yuan was forever etched in their memories. A disciple who had entered the sect merely 2 months prior had set an unprecedented record in the Shintian sect, breaking into the nascent soul realm and ranking 30th on the heavenly ladder. How could this be? Yan Qingfeng was still grappling with the shock. Li Mu had truly been defeated? Song Yuanji stroked his beard, his gaze toward Chun Yuan filled with admiration. I concede. Li Mu, now bereft of spirit, could discern that had Chun Yuan not held back, he would surely have perished here. At that moment, Chun Yuan's name prominently appeared in the 30th position on the heavenly ladder, while Li Mu slipped to 31st. Chun Yuan looked up at the heavenly ladder. In the 29th position were the names of Song Shiwei and his senior sister Qin Shihan. It seemed an unavoidable circumstance had caused them to share that rank. The following day, the Tianbao secret realm was set to open. Gigantic flying vessels, reminiscent of ancient behemoths, descended upon the sect's plaza. All disciples under 3,000 years of age and below the void return stage, as well as those above the golden core stage, were to participate. Leading the way, the sect master and the disciples ascended the vessels in perfect unison, orderly and composed. The eastern wasteland was divided into 9 states and 23 domains. Excluding the 9 states, only 5 of the remaining 23 domains were home to first-rate powers: the Daqian domain, Kungsa domain, Yaoguang domain, Xumi domain, and Tiangang domain. The Tianbao secret realm was situated at the confluence of these 5 great domains. The source flow cloud sea was a massive floating continent suspended above the endless sea of clouds, composed of 5 main islands that resembled celestial isles, bathed in resplendent spiritual light. These islands were not stationary. They moved along a slow, natural trajectory, and when they aligned, the Tianbao secret realm would be unlocked. The legendary secret realm of Tianbao is a sacred domain left behind by a great Mahayana master, thus garnering immense attention from the 5 foremost powers. Should a disciple from their ranks acquire this legacy, it would undoubtedly pave the way for the emergence of another future Mahayana master. The flying vessel of Xuantianzong cleaved through the clouds, navigating the fierce winds with remarkable speed. Chen Yuan stood beside the porthole, gazing down at the swiftly passing landscapes below. The expansive plaza of the sect rapidly diminished, shrinking into a mere black before being engulfed by the mist. The journey to the source flow cloud sea was exceedingly long, requiring several days even at the vessel's pace. The internal space of the flying vessel was far more vast than it appeared from the outside, evidently enhanced by a spatial expansion formation. Some disciples were seated in tranquil meditation, replenishing their energy, while others huddled in small groups, softly discussing the intelligence regarding the Tianbao secret realm. Among them were individuals like Yi Baishi and Shun Ninshu, who observed the unfamiliar scenery outside with palpable excitement. Days swiftly passed. As the clouds surrounding the vessel thickened, an overwhelming pressure, infused with countless potent auras, swept towards them. "We have arrived," someone murmured softly. All disciples perked up, rushing to the windows or deck. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Before them lay an endless, roiling sea of clouds, adorned with radiant hues and auspicious lights. Above this cloud sea floated 5 immense floating islands, each distinct in form. Some resembled celestial mountains, their jade towers and palatial structures partially veiled. Others radiated Buddhist light, with faint echoes of chanting resonating in the air. There were islands where sword energy surged skyward, slicing through the clouds with sharp intensity, while one exuded a tranquil moonlight. Cool and solitary. Another island displayed a myriad of phenomena, reminiscent of Xuantianzong's own Tao rhythm, serving as the corresponding welcoming island of the vast expanse. This was the source flow cloud sea. At this moment, the expansive cloud sea was bustling with activity. In addition to Xuantianzong's flying vessel, formidable flying artifacts and escape lights were arriving from all directions. From the east, the resonant sound of chanting filled the air. A golden Buddhist light laid out a path as a group of solemn monks clad in robes rode on enormous golden lotus platforms, soaring through the skies. Their bodies were shielded by the light of Buddha, exuding an air of solemnity. These were the esteemed forces of Leiyin Temple from the Shumi domain. To the west, the clear sound of swords cleaved through the air, as a vessel shaped like a colossal sword, entirely silver, soared with the essence of swordsmanship. The disciples aboard bore swords and wore expressions as cold and sharp as eagles. This was the renowned Jiutian Sword Pavilion from the Tiangang domain. To the north, moonlight cascaded down as a luxurious palanquin, drawn by 9 magnificent jade toads, glided over the clouds. The surrounding silken drapes danced gracefully, revealing the silhouette of an ethereal figure, exuding a cold and solitary aura, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the vast cold palace. This was the esteemed Guanghan Palace from the Yaoguang domain. To the south, a clear cry of a crane echoed as disciples from the Kungsu Holy Land rode upon cranes and auspicious clouds, embodying a natural Tao rhythm, appearing otherworldly. The leader, exuding an air of celestial grace, nodded in acknowledgement to the Xuantianzong disciples. This was the distinguished Kungsu Holy Land from the Kungsu domain. These 5 foremost powers undeniably captured the attention of all, each commanding a formidable presence in their respective realms. Chapter 81. Mu Shishao enters the Heavenly Treasure secret realm. However, they were not the only ones to arrive. Forces from 18 other domains soon followed, with 2nd and 3rd tier sects and noble families arriving in a dazzling array of flying vessels and magical artifacts. Although their momentum was slightly inferior to that of the 5 great powers, their sheer numbers created a dense, dark mass surrounding the sea of clouds. Among them were not a few powerful rogue cultivators, cloaked in subtlety, piloting unique magical treasures while observing with detached interest. The Xiantian sect's flying vessel gradually docked beside the floating island corresponding to the Great Thousand Domain, resonating with the transports of the other 4 great forces. Sect Master Song Yuanji, accompanied by the various peak masters, made their presence known, exchanging courteous greetings with the leaders of the other 4 powers, creating an atmosphere that appeared harmonious. Countless gazes intertwined, intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the outstanding disciples of each faction. What a spectacle! Lin Heng marveled. Chen Yuan echoed his sentiments. Indeed, heroes of the world are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Humph, a mere country bumpkin. Suddenly, a cold scoff pierced the air. Lin Heng turned towards the sound and spotted Lejing Xingji walking over, entwined with a male disciple's arm. This sight caused him to furrow his brows. Just a trivial scene. Only a fool like you would find it astonishing. Lejing Xingji's tone dripped with disdain. The one at her side was none other than Mu Shishao, the senior brother of Bamboo Green Peak, who had reached the late stage of the Transformation God realm and ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking. With exceptional talent, he had once slain 2 fully formed demon beasts, earning a formidable reputation throughout the Great Thousand Domain. Xingji, is this your useless fiancé? Mu Shixiao remarked, an amused expression on his face as he held her waist. Indeed. TSK, truly deserving of the title of waist, only at the early stage of true monarch. Mu Shixiao's expression was one of scorn, as a great cultivator. A single strand of his primordial spirit could extinguish Lin Heng's life. At that moment, Lin Heng clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking ringing out. Just as he was about to lose control, a hand rested on his shoulder. Calm down. Chen Yuan's voice was steady as he shook his head in admonition. Truly a waste, lacking even the courage to strike. Mu Shixiao chuckled derisively, finding the situation dull, and then his gaze fell upon Chen Yuan. You are the Purple Green Peak disciple who defeated that wastely Mu yesterday, Chen Yuan. Ignoring him entirely, Chen Yuan turned away. Lin, let us depart. This place is swarming with flies, disturbing our peace. Upon hearing this, Mu Shixiao initially wore an expression of disbelief, quickly morphing into fury. How audacious! To dare declare this great cultivator a waste. Beside him, Lejing Xingji's eyes sparkled with golden light. She had long remembered the grudge from that previous slap. And seeing Chen Yuan provoke Mu Shixiao brought her inner delight. So what? Chen Yuan retorted disdainfully, turning away. If you have the ability, take action here. With a playful glint in his eyes, Chen Yuan was well aware that in such an open setting, Mu Shixiao would not dare to act. Very well. You have guts. Kid. He stepped closer to Chen Yuan, lowering his voice. Here, I cannot do anything to you, but in the secret realm. Ha. Insane. Chen Yuan pushed him away and departed with Lin Heng, leaving behind a grim-faced Mu Shixiao, his cheeks twitching in anger. Chen Yuan, is it? Just you wait. With his consciousness having reached the 5th stage, Chen Yuan naturally felt no fear of Mu Shixiao's divine sense. Coupled with his celestial body, his 9-inch supreme primordial infant, and formidable divine abilities, he was confident that he could contend with any half-step returning Void Dao Lord. Moreover, the diminutive Mu Shixiao was hardly regarded by him. Brother-in-law, I apologize. Had it not been for me, you would not have attracted the attention of Mu Shixiao. Lin Heng's voice was laden with remorse. Elder brother-in-law, even without your presence, Mu Shixiao would still seek trouble with me. He recalled the incident when he had struck Lejing Xingji, causing her public embarrassment. It was evident that she shared a close bond with Mu Shixiao, thus they had already forged enmity. At that moment, Yi Baishi and Lin Shui approached. The previous night, Lin Shui had stayed with Yi Baishi, and the two had enjoyed each other as company, with Yi Baishi sharing several of Chen Yuan's misdeeds. I just saw Lejing Xingji over there. She didn't trouble you, did she? Lin Shui inquired with concern. Although she addressed you, her worried gaze remained fixed on Chen Yuan. Fear not. There is no cause for concern, Chen Yuan reassured, gently ruffling her hair. However, the person beside her responded. Do not worry. I have yet to regard Mu Shixiao as a threat. Lin Shui and Lin Heng paid little mind to this statement, as the disparity between the Yuanying and Huashan realms was not a matter to be taken lightly, dismissing it as Chen Yuan's attempt to ease their worries. The wait did not linger for long. As 5 colossal floating islands gradually moved under the mighty forces of heaven and earth, they ultimately aligned perfectly. A rumble echoed, and the entire source flow cloud sea trembled violently. At the center where the islands converged, the clouds whirled chaotically, forming a vast vortex. Within the vortex, Dao texts flickered into existence. A magnificent and resplendent portal, composed purely of spiritual energy, slowly ascended from the vortex's core, standing tall between heaven and earth. Within the portal lay a scene of chaos, where the outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly discerned, radiating a captivating and formidable energy. The Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm has officially opened. With the realm now accessible, disciples of various sects, seize your fortunes with your own abilities. A grand voice resonated throughout the heavens, its source unknown. Let us proceed. Enter. In an instant, the eager cultivators transformed into streaks of light, surging forth like rivers converging towards the sea, rushing towards the colossal portal. On the side of Xiantian's sect, the sect leader, Song Yuanji, spoke solemnly. Within the secret realm, opportunities coexist with dangers. Exercise utmost caution and support one another. Go forth. Yes. The top-tier prodigies of Xiantian's sect participating in the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm were ranked within the top 10 of the heavenly list. For those ranked above had already entered the Return to Void stage and could not enter this realm, led by those ranked 11th to 20th. The disciples of Xiantian's sect also took to their escape lights, merging into the surging tide. The secret realm allowed for team formations, with a maximum of 5 individuals per group. Under Chun Yuan's guidance, Qin Shihan, Shin Yinshu, Yi Baishi, and Lin Shui formed one group. Qin Yuan intended to team up with Lin Heng, but Lin Heng declined, expressing a desire to undergo the trial alone. Qin Yuan did not dwell on this, for being solitary might afford him greater opportunities for growth within the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he moved, neither hastening nor lagging behind, transforming into a faint streak of light as he entered the radiant portal amidst the throng. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a dizzying spin, and upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a desolate landscape. The Tianbao secret realm consists of 3 layers, and the surrounding scenery is evidently that of the first layer. Chapter 82, The Temporary 5-Person Team, Yutan Flower. The sky is shrouded in a gray haze, while the ground is a dark brown, littered with bizarre stones and the remnants of ancient trees. Occasionally, the chilling roar of beasts echoes throughout the wilderness, a sound whose origin remains unknown. This is the first layer of the Tianbao secret realm, far more perilous than the rumors circulating in the outside world suggest. Qin Yuan noticed that not far from him, for other figures simultaneously regained their composure. 2 men and 2 women, each adorned in varied attire, bore no unified sect insignia, evidently assigned as teammates by the random laws of the realm. Their faces displayed a mix of vigilance and confusion as they quickly sized one another up, instinctively creating a bit of distance. Qin Yuan cast a discerning glance over the 4, choosing not to speak further. Initially intent on exploring independently, he reconsidered. This group could serve as a buffer against potential dangers at critical moments. Esteemed companions, began a sturdy man bearing a long knife, his voice deep and rough. Since we have been grouped together, it is fate. Given the current uncertainty, it would be prudent to travel together for mutual support, would it not? A young man with a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance, nodded slightly. Your words resonate well. I believe our immediate priority should be to ascertain the situation here. The other 2 women, one with a cool demeanor cradling a long sword, and the other with lively eyes, sporting several pouches at her waist, likely for beast taming, both silently agreed with nods. Qin Yuan replied succinctly, agreed, his tone devoid of excessive enthusiasm. Thus, the quintet commenced their cautious journey through the ancient hills. After a few introductions, Qin Yuan learned their names. The sturdy man was named Wu Guangqi, a rogue cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The elegant man was called Qin Shi, also a rogue cultivator at the same stage. The lively girl, Hua Qinyu, was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and hailed from the 3rd-rank Fanchu sect, which Qin Yuan had heard of. Affiliated with the beast-taming heavenly sect, a notable power in the vast domain. To Qin Yuan's surprise, the cool, sword-wielding woman was from the prestigious Jiutian Sword Pavilion in the 1st-rank Tiangang domain. Ding, detected a bindable female. Name, Su Nuo. Gender, female. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 3. Cultivation, nascent soul great perfection. Sword Dao, 3 realms. Current status, not bindable. When Su Nuo revealed her identity, a sense of reverence washed over the others. Save for Qin Yuan, he refrained from disclosing his identity as a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, only stating that he was a rogue cultivator. The team comprised cultivators at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, indicating that the secret realm likely grouped cultivators of similar strength together. After approximately 15 minutes of traversing the desolate landscape, Qin Yuan's 5th-tier consciousness extended outward, meticulously sensing his surroundings. The remaining 4 members of the team possessed only 4th-tier consciousness. Naturally unable to detect the waves of consciousness Qin Yuan emitted, wandering aimlessly was not a viable approach. Wu Guangqi furrowed his brow. At that moment, Hua Qinyu appeared hesitant, before finally tapping her waist and calling out, Xiaohua. A flash of brilliance appeared at her waist, and suddenly, a flying spirit beast emerged before the crowd. The creature resembled a finely carved statue, its fluffy body surrounded by a faint golden halo. It was a 3rd-tier treasure-seeking spirit beast, the golden-winged treasure hunter. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that Hua Qinyu's intentions were so straightforward, as she had directly summoned the spirit beast in front of everyone. He doubted that the others lacked any treasure-seeking methods. Oh dear, if you had this treasure-seeking beast, why not present it earlier? It has caused us to wander aimlessly for half a day, complained the refined gentleman Qin Shi. I didn't mean to, Hua Qinyu stammered, seemingly flustered and a bit wronged. Qin Yuan pondered to himself, finding her innocence hard to feign. After traversing the ancient hills for half a day, the group, guided by Hua Qinyu's discernment of the spirit beast traces, gradually approached a dim swamp enveloped in a faint purple miasma. The swamp was dotted with dead trees and waterlogged areas, where enormous bubbles occasionally surfaced from the mud, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. This area was likely to harbor fourth-tier spirit herbs, the elusive Yutan flowers, which were excellent materials for concocting detoxification and calming elixirs. Hua Qianyu spoke with excitement. Yet her eyes held a glimmer of caution. But be careful, as such places often harbor potent toxins. Wu Guangqi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the others, and gruffly declared, I shall lead the way, you all stay close. He drew out the long blade from his back, its energy subtly emanating as he severed a patch of thorny purple poisonous ferns, clearing a narrow path. Chen Shi gently covered his mouth and nose with a folding fan, elegantly fanning the air in an attempt to dispel the unpleasant odor, and smiled. I appreciate your efforts, Wu. The miasma here is toxic. Everyone must circulate their energy to resist it and avoid inhaling too much, he added, sweeping his gaze across the swamp, though a calculating glint flickered in his eyes. Su Nuo remained silent, cradling an ancient sword, her calm gaze sweeping over the marsh, seemingly indifferent to the Yutin flowers. Chen Yuan expanded his consciousness, silently trailing in the middle of the group, neither stepping forward nor lagging behind, attentively sensing his surroundings. After delving deeper into the swamp, faint ripples of spiritual energy and a delicate fragrance wafted toward them. It's right ahead, Hua Qianyu exclaimed with delight. The group approached cautiously and discovered 3 peculiar flowers growing on a slightly arid mound. The blossoms were a translucent azure, their petals curled, exuding a refreshing fragrance that pushed back the surrounding miasma. Indeed, they were the Yutan flowers. However, beside the Yutan flowers in the muddy pit lay a massive toad, its skin resembling the lumpy sludge of the swamp. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if in a feigned slumber. Yet it emanated a formidable aura that reached full Yuaning. Its swollen cheeks glimmered with a hint of green light, indicating a potent toxicity. Guardian beast. The toad king of miasma, Hua Qianyu whispered. Its venom is troublesome. The toxic mist it releases can corrode spiritual energy and artifacts. Wu Guangqi gripped his long blade tightly. His fighting spirit ignited. What is there to fear? It's merely a beast. I will draw its attention. You all seized the opportunity to collect the spirit flowers. However, Chen Shi gently blocked him with his fan, his smile warm yet composed. Hold on, Wu. A head-on clash is not the wisest strategy. The creature possesses a formidable toxicity. Should one come into contact with it, the consequences would be dire. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for the swiftest among us to divert its attention, even if only momentarily. Once we secure the elusive Yutan flower, we can join forces to vanquish this beast, which would be the most sensible course of action. He nonchalantly offloaded the most perilous task onto others, scheming for his own safety and advantage. For this, he had enlisted the help of Wu Guangqi. Convinced that Wu would not decline, for who desires to be ensnared in peril? Wu Guangqi furrowed his brow, and at that moment, the toxic king toad seemed disturbed by the presence of the crowd, abruptly opening its ghastly green eyes. With a guttural croak, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a dense, unfathomable mist of dark green poison that shot forth like an arrow toward the foremost Wu Guangqi. The speed was astonishing. Beware, Wu Guangqi bellowed, as he brandished his long blade, attempting to form a wall of formidable blade energy to shield against the toxic fog. Upon contact, the blade energy sizzled and hissed, quickly dimming in brilliance. Yet, the poison's extent was vast, and a portion still seeped through. Just as Wu Guangqi braced himself to endure the assault, a chilling sword light surged forth. Clang! Su Nuo had drawn her sword, its blade crystalline as ice. With a swift stroke, she sliced through the noxious mist, cleaving it asunder and instantly freezing the edges of the toxic gas. After executing this feat, she stood impassively, embracing her sword. Wu Guangqi was taken aback, but quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, Su Daoist." Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, striking fiercely at the toad's head with unyielding force. The toad, feeling the pain, let out a furious roar, its full attention now captured by Wu Guangqi. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with determination. He moved not to gather the flower, but stealthily retreated a step. Concealed within his folding fan were several poisoned needles. As he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, he remained wary of both the toad's potential counterattacks and any other teams that might be drawn by the fray, positioning himself in the safest possible location. He was prepared to decide at any moment whether to assist or to withdraw. Hua Qianyu, in a fit of anxiety, exclaimed, "Oh no, big fellow, don't strike recklessly. The toad's weakness lies beneath its chin, in that soft white flesh and its eardrum, and its poison sac is a treasure. Don't damage it." As she shouted, she fumbled to retrieve a peculiar red powder from her satchel, chanting incantations as she flung it toward the toad. This was a powder ground from the secretions of the crimson flame ants, which detested this substance. Upon contact, the powder indeed incited the toad into further agitation. its attacks becoming erratic and disorganized. Chen Yuan observed everything unfold. His gaze flitted across the 3 Yutan flowers before assessing the battle's dynamics. Wu Guanqi was enduring the assault head-on, Su Nuo occasionally countering lethal strikes, Hua Qianyu employing her bizarre tools for assistance, while Qin Shi was merely treading water for self-preservation. In an instant, he made his decision. Like a wraith, he glided away. Not to join the fray, but to capitalize on the opening created by Wu Guanqi and the momentary gap Su Nuo had carved through the poison mist. Stealthily maneuvering to the rear flank of the earthen mound, his objective was clear, to gather the flowers. However, just as Chun Yuan's hand was about to graze the ethereal flower, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the murky depths of the adjacent pool, a smaller but remarkably swift shadow surged forth. It was, astonishingly, another late-stage Yuan-Tian water serpent. It had been lurking, biding its time to ambush the gatherer. The venomous serpent opened its mouth, unleashing an almost imperceptible water-colored poison arrow aimed directly at Chun Yuan's back. This sudden twist transpired with alarming rapidity, nearly catching everyone off guard. Qin Shi was the first to notice, but a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Instead of alerting or intervening, he took a step back, shielding himself with his folding fan. Hua Qianyu exclaimed, "Be careful behind you." Wu Guanqi was being pressed back by the venomous toad. Roaring in frustration, yet unable to lend support in time. Su Nuo furrowed her brow slightly, her sword tip lifting ever so slightly, as if contemplating action. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yuan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he swiftly maneuvered his other hand to strike. A meticulously condensed sword wind surged forth, precisely shattering the water arrow. Simultaneously, his movements showed no signs of hesitation, with practiced finesse. He swiftly harvested 3 ethereal flowers and sealed them within a jade box. In the next instant, he flickered away, evading the serpent's attack and returning to a place of safety. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. The Yuan-Tian water serpent, having missed its strike, immediately retreated into the muddy depths, vanishing from sight. Deprived of the ethereal flower's scent, the venomous toad became increasingly agitated, yet it seemed to lose its clear target. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Guanqi unleashed a few strikes, forcing it back. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Holding the jade box, Chen Yuan turned to face the others. Wu Guanqi approached, panting heavily, grinning widely. "Goodness, an ambush. Brother, are you all right? Your technique is truly impressive." His concern for his comrade's safety was evident, coupled with admiration for Chen Yuan's prowess. This indicated that Wu Guanqi bore no ulterior motives. Chen Yuan began to suspect that he might be a mere loose cultivator. A loose cultivator, if as selfless as he appeared, would hardly have survived thus far. Hua Qianyu, still shaken, patted her chest. "You scared me to death. Thankfully, you reacted swiftly." That was a Yuan-Tian water serpent. Even being struck by its water arrow could inflict pain upon the soul. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What sword technique did you just employ?" It was remarkable. Su Nuo cast a fleeting glance at Chen Yuan, her expression tinged with a hint of inquiry. Though her gaze soon shifted away as she resumed her contemplative posture, holding her sword aloft toward the sky. Chen Yuan remained silent. At that moment, Qin Shi approached with a smile, as if his earlier hesitance had never transpired, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, your hidden depths are truly impressive, maintaining composure in perilous situations, earning admiration." His gaze fell upon the jade box, his smile growing warmer. "In my view, 3 flowers are perfectly suited for our 5, although distribution may prove challenging." Before he could finish, Chen Yuan opened the jade box, retrieving 2 flowers. He handed one to Wu Guanqi. "You faced the enemy head-on and exerted the most effort. Thus you deserve one." The other was offered to Hua Qianyu, "As you identified the spiritual items and provided insight into their weaknesses, aiding in repelling the foe. Your contributions are invaluable, and you too deserve one." Finally, he held the remaining flower, glancing at Su Nuo. Su Nuo cast a sidelong glance, her tone cool. No need. Her actions were not motivated by a desire for flowers, but rather to expedite their progress in search of relics. Chen Yuan nodded, directly gathering the final blossom into his embrace, then addressed Qin Shi with a calm demeanor. "Friend Chen, your strategic foresight and vigilance are commendable. It is indeed a taxing endeavor. Should there be further gains, you shall be prioritized." A barely perceptible twitch crossed the corner of Qin Shi's eye, yet his smile remained unwavering as he fanned himself. "Ah, Brother Chen's allocation is fair, and I harbor no objections." Nevertheless, the fingers gripping the fan's rib grew slightly pale. When Chen Yuan made this remark, he did not afford Qin Shi any favorable expression, had it not been for his formidable strength. He might have already met his end at the hands of the Shadow King's venomous arrows. "Now that we have secured the Yutin flower, let us depart from this place." Hua Qianyu interjected, eager to dissipate the awkward atmosphere, suggesting that confronting the Poison King Toad, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, would be an unrealistic endeavor. Chun Yuan and Su Nuo silently nodded. The outer layer merely harbored some spiritual herbs, while the true relics of the mighty lay within the core area. Chen Shi and Wu Guangqi offered no objections, tacitly agreeing. As they turned, Chen Shi's expression darkened somewhat. The Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm is divided into 3 layers, each containing outer and core regions. The core area of the 3rd layer houses the remnants left by a certain venerable figure of the Mahayana stage, and despite numerous attempts, no one has been fortunate enough to acquire such an opportunity. However, the 1st and 2nd layers possess many relics from the Taoist Lords of the Returning Void, and it has been reported that certain disciples have received the Tao Lord's inheritance, advancing their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Chapter 84. Betrayal. The atmosphere among the team grew subtly strained. Although Chun Shi still wore a refined smile, an invisible barrier seemed to separate him from Chun Yuan and Wu Guangqi. Hua Qianyu appeared to sense the shift, becoming somewhat more reticent than before. Only Su Nuo maintained her aloof demeanor, as if all that transpired had no bearing on her. With each of the 5 harboring their own thoughts, they continued deeper into the hills. The terrain gradually rose, the bizarre rocks becoming increasingly jagged, and the remnants of ancient trees loomed large, resembling the scattered bones of colossal beasts. The oppressive air weighed heavier, and the distant roars of unknown creatures seemed to draw nearer. Chen Yuan's consciousness remained alert, spanning the widest possible range. Suddenly, he detected violent fluctuations of spiritual energy colliding from several miles ahead, accompanied by muffled groans, suggesting that a team had encountered an ambush. There is movement over there. Chen Yuan's expression tightened as he altered their course, heading toward the source of the spiritual energy disturbance. The other 4 hesitated briefly before following suit. In the secret realm, any anomaly could signify danger or opportunity. Before long, they traversed a distorted forest of desiccated trees, and the sight that greeted them left everyone momentarily stunned. 5 somewhat disheveled cultivators stood in a protective circle, watchfully surveying their surroundings. At the center, a woman sat cross-legged, her complexion exhibiting an unnatural bluish hue, her lips tinged with purple, her body trembling slightly, evidently afflicted by a potent poison. Beside her stood a young man with an anxious expression, continuously channeling spiritual energy to suppress the toxin. The attire of these 5 individuals bore a uniform insignia of swirling clouds, marking them as disciples of the esteemed Kungsu Holy Land, a first-rate power within the Kungsu domain. At the forefront stood a young man whose cultivation had evidently reached the initial stage of the divine transformation. His countenance was dark, and he wielded a dark red longsword, its blade still shimmering with residual spiritual light, a clear indication that he had recently engaged in battle. The other 3 companions were in the later stages of the nascent soul realm, suggesting they were a coordinated team. Upon sensing the approach of Chun Yuan and his party of 5, the young man at the divine transformation level cast a sharp, vigilant gaze in their direction, exuding a palpable sense of warning. Halt. The Kungsu sacred land is currently engaged in important matters. Idle individuals are to withdraw at once. His tone bore the distinctive arrogance characteristic of a prestigious sect. Faced with this group of lesser sect disciples, they naturally felt a sense of superiority. Wu Guangqi furrowed his brows slightly at these words, feeling quite dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. However, due to their evident strength and background, he could only endure in silence. Hua Qianyu's curiosity was piqued as she glanced at the poisoned woman, being a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. She was particularly sensitive to various toxins. She whispered, "What a potent toxin, reminiscent of some kind of Insha corpse poison." Chen Shi's eyes flickered as he swiftly assessed the opposing team's formation and condition. At that moment, the young man who was channeling spiritual energy to the poisoned woman raised his head. He was the only alchemist among the group and spoke urgently. "Senior brother Qi. Junior sister Zhou has been afflicted with bone corrosion in Sha. The toxicity spreads rapidly, and I can barely suppress it with my spiritual energy. We must quickly concoct the Qing Sha antidote pill. I have all the auxiliary herbs, but I lack the main ingredient, Yudan Hua. This flower thrives in places of Insha, so there may be some in the nearby marsh." The expression of senior brother Qi, at the divine transformation stage, grew even grimmer. The Yudan Hua was not commonly found. Where could they search for it at this moment? His gaze swept once more over Chun Yuan and his companions. This time with an evaluative scrutiny, he discerned that Chun Yuan's group was not weak in cultivation, and it appeared that a lingering aura of marshland emanated from the direction they had come. Holding his sword, Su Nuo cast a cold glance over the poisoned woman and then at the members of the Kungsu sacred land. Although he remained silent, he subtly adjusted his stance to a position that was both offensive and defensive. Chen Yuan observed the urgency in the other party's demeanor. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Chen Shi's eyes as he recalled Chen Yuan's previous actions. He stepped forward, donning an appropriately humble smile, and addressed the members of the Kungsu Sacred Land with a respectful gesture. "Ah, esteemed friends from the Kungsu Sacred Land, my apologies. It seems that the toxin affecting this fairy is indeed quite formidable." He then shifted the tone of his speech to one that was sincere and natural, as if merely offering a helpful suggestion. "How fortuitous it is. We recently happened upon a marsh where we fortuitously obtained a Yu Danhua. If you urgently require this flower to save a life, we can." His sentence trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable, and he directly highlighted Chen Yuan as the one possessing the Yu Danhua. He refrained from mentioning Wu Guangqi and Hua Qinyu, indicating a narrow-mindedness on his part. Chen Yuan inwardly scoffed at Chen Shi's clumsy performance, recognizing that singling him out was a deliberate attack. Should he become flustered and reveal the involvement of Hua Qinyu and Wu Guangqi, it would likely lead to resentment from them afterward. To remain silent would mean sacrificing a Yu Danhua, while revealing it would offend the two women. Thus, Chen Shi's scheme was indeed a case of killing two birds with one stone. However, Chen Shi misjudged Wu Guangqi's temperament. He glared fiercely, pointing at him, and declared, "Chen Shi, Hua Qinyu was taken aback, covering his mouth in astonishment at Chen Shi's brazen betrayal of information. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Qi's gaze instantly turned sharp as an arrow, and the oppressive aura of the transformation stage bore down mercilessly upon Chen Yuan. "Do you possess the ghost orchid? Hand it over. My Kungsu Sacred Land will reward you handsomely." His tone was urgent. Although he spoke of a generous reward, his demeanor was more akin to a command, imbued with an undeniable authority. The disciples behind him subtly shifted, forming an intangible encirclement, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Yuan, ready to seize him at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere became taut with tension, all eyes once again fixed on Chen Yuan. Calmly, he cast a cold glance at Chen Shi, whose heart inexplicably quailed under that gaze, causing his smile to falter. Then he turned his attention to the aggressive Senior Brother Qi, his voice even and devoid of emotion. "The ghost orchid, indeed, I possess. But why should I give it to you? Why? Simply because this esteemed practitioner hails from the Kungsu Sacred Land? Is that not sufficient?" Senior Brother Qi's tone was chilling, his aura like a mountain pressing down on Chen Yuan, attempting to force his submission. The disciples behind him brandished their weapons, their spiritual energy surging, locking onto Chen Yuan. Yet, amidst this overwhelming pressure, Chen Yuan remained steadfast, his figure unwavering, his robes undisturbed, his tranquil, deep-set eyes inexplicably unsettled Senior Brother Qi. A mental energy akin to a flying dagger struck at Chen Yuan's mind. However, the moment this energy entered his consciousness, it was silently obliterated by his fifth-tier spiritual awareness. What? A soul-protecting treasure? Senior Brother Qi was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes gleamed with greed. "I have changed my mind. I shall take the ghost orchid, and I shall also claim your soul-protecting treasure." Chapter 85. All slain. Such a grandiose display from the Kungsu Sacred Land, Chen Yuan remarked softly, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Unfortunately, I do not fall for such tricks." Senior Brother Qi was thoroughly enraged. As a prodigy of the Sacred Land, he had never been so scorned by a mere nascent soul practitioner, a mere late-stage true monarch. "Do you truly believe you can stand against me with your soul-protecting treasure? Die!" The dark red long sword hummed ominously, and the spiritual power of the transformation stage surged forth. In an instant, Chen Yuan moved, faster than Senior Brother Qi. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he simply extended a finger like a blade, casually slicing through the air. An invisible and razor-sharp intent erupted from his fingertip, imbued with a barely perceptible will of the Sword Emperor, directly severing toward Qi's soul. With a soft sound, Senior Brother Qi felt an excruciating pain in his spirit, as if struck by an invisible divine sword. The spiritual energy he had gathered instantly dissipated, and he let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror, his movements abruptly halting. From Chen Yuan's core, several waves of spiritual pressure erupted, forcing the few nascent soul disciples behind him to kneel in submission, all screaming in agony. Their consciousness felt as though pierced by countless needles, instantly rendering them devoid of combat capability, unable to even steady their weapons as they clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared before the rigid figure of Senior Brother Qi like a wraith. His right hand moved with lightning speed, and his fingers pointed directly at Qi's brow. A chill ran down Qi's spine as he teetered on the brink of death. Summoning his final trump card, a bizarre crystal core emanating a crimson glow, a treasure he had acquired in a secret realm, capable of safeguarding his soul in dire moments. He hastily shielded his brow with it. However, Qin Yuan merely smiled disdainfully. Within him, 9 inches of an exquisite primordial infant suddenly diminished to 7, coalescing at his fingertips. With a soft pop, the red crystal core shattered. Qin Yuan, with a mere touch, effortlessly pierced through Qi's protective spiritual light, shattering his consciousness at the brow. The shock in Qi's eyes froze, his body slumping to the ground as his breath extinguished in an instant. A prodigious figure in the early stages of divine transformation had been instantaneously vanquished without even unleashing a single strike. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, too swiftly for anyone to react. Qin Yuan did not pause. His figure flickered again. Like a tiger among sheep, he struck with precise finger movements, unleashing a series of exquisitely refined sword energies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sword energies slicing through the air was shrill and piercing. The few disciples of the Kungsu sacred land, clutching their heads in despair, had no means of resistance. Their brows or hearts were swiftly penetrated, and they fell lifeless to the ground one after another. Even the poisoned female disciple was not spared. In the end, his figure appeared before the alchemist, who was already paralyzed with terror, pallid and speechless, trembling before Qin Yuan, who resembled a god of slaughter, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Qin Yuan's gaze was cold and devoid of hesitation. With a flick of his finger, the last disciple of Kungsu met his demise. From the initial strike to the conclusion, barely 2 or 3 breaths had passed. The scene fell into a profound silence. The wind swept through the stone forest, carrying the scent of blood. Yet it could not disperse the pervasive aura of terror and the profound astonishment of Wu Guangqi and others. Wu Guangqi's mouth hung open, his hand clutching the long blade trembling slightly, not from fear, but a physiological reaction to overwhelming shock. He watched in disbelief as a late-stage primordial infant dispatched a divine transformation expert and 4 primordial infants in an instant, as easily as slicing through vegetables. Who exactly was Qin Yuan? Was he truly a rogue cultivator? Hua Qianyu's face turned pale, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth. Her large eyes filled with fear and incredulity, her body instinctively trembling. She had never witnessed such a clean and ruthless slaughter. Even Su Nuo, who had always been as cold as ice, tightened her grip on her sword, her clear eyes finally rippling with visible emotion. She gazed deeply at Qin Yuan's retreating figure. When she had prepared to act, she realized Qin Yuan was even faster than her. Yet what truly halted her was the sword intent emanating from him. That sensation flickered and vanished, yet it felt undeniably real. Was it the aura of a sovereign? Ultimately, she shook her head, deeming it utterly absurd. Such a notion was impossible. Meanwhile, Chun Shi's complexion had turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. His legs felt weak, nearly unable to support him. He initially intended to employ a knife to eliminate a rival, hoping to bring Qin Yuan to a severe loss, or even to have him reprimanded by the Kungsu sacred land. He never anticipated that Qin Yuan's strength would be so terrifying. Slaying a transformation god was akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. His recent actions were tantamount to dancing on the brink of the underworld. At this moment, he dared not even glance at Qin Yuan, fearing that the icy gaze would fall upon him. Qin Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. His eyes swept across the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, casually collecting several storage bags and a dark red longsword, all without a second glance. Then, he turned around, his gaze calmly surveying his 4 companions, ultimately resting on the ashen-faced Qin Shi. The atmosphere was thick with silence, pierced only by the mournful wail of the wind. Qin Daoyu. No, Senior Qin. Qin Shi's voice trembled, nearly discordant, as he could no longer maintain his facade of elegance, leaving only dread in its wake. In a moment of madness, blinded by foolishness, I beg for mercy, Senior. Spare my life. I swear I will never dare again. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Qin Yuan's fingers, like a sword, struck forth. A sharp sound echoed. Qin Shi's voice was abruptly silenced, as if severed like a duck's quack. A gaping wound appeared in the center of his brow, the terror in his eyes freezing in place as his body fell rigidly backward, crashing to the ground with a final thud, his breath extinguished in an instant. It was swift, decisive, devoid of any lingering hesitation. Wu Guangqi and Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply. Su Nuo's hand, which held the sword, twitched slightly, yet he remained silent, his gaze toward Qin Yuan deepening into inscrutability. Qin Yuan did not cast a single glance at Qin Shi's lifeless form, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. His eyes swept over Wu Guangqi, Hua Qianyu, and Su Nuo, his voice flat. The team ends here. He paused momentarily before continuing. The people of Kungsu's sacred land have perished here. Trouble will undoubtedly follow. Whether to gather or disperse is for each to decide. Act wisely. With that, he did not wait for their responses, but in a flash, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the stone forest. Wu Guangxi watched the direction in which Chun Yuan had disappeared, then glanced at the bodies of Chun Shi and the members of Kungsu on the ground. Exhaling a long breath of resignation, a complex expression crossed his rugged face before he finally let out a bitter laugh. What a mess this is. Forget it. I shan't wade through this murky water. He sheathed his long knife and clasped his fists towards Hua Qianyu and Su Nuo, saying, "Take care, both of you." With that, he chose a direction and swiftly departed. Hua Qianyu's delicate face remained somewhat pale as she surveyed her surroundings, feeling that this stone forest was eerily terrifying. Biting her lip, she softly addressed the only companion still present, Su Nuo. "Sister Su, I shall take my leave now." She patted her waist, summoning a golden-winged beast, leaping onto its back and hastily fleeing without a clear path. In the blink of an eye, only Su Nuo remained. She gazed toward the direction in which Chun Yuan had vanished and transformed into a streak of light, following suit. Chapter 86. The third-level waterfall. Chun Yuan's figure darted through the dense forest, when suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing a figure piercing through the air behind him, closing in with a speed akin to a sword's edge. As the elusive technique of the 1,000 illusions activated beneath his feet, Chun Yuan abruptly vanished from his original position, melding seamlessly with the surroundings. When he reappeared, it was upon a tree to his right, concealed by its lush foliage, his gaze sharp and vigilant, akin to that of a hawk, scrutinizing the figures approaching from behind. Before long, a streak of light zoomed from afar, landing precisely where Chun Yuan had just disappeared. Su Nuo raised her eyebrows slightly, perplexed by the sudden absence of Chun Yuan's presence. Suddenly, a chill swept across her neck, and her pupils constricted, unbeknownst to her. A long sword had already been drawn against her throat. "Following me." Chun Yuan's cold voice resonated. Su Nuo quickly chanted a spell, her figure disappearing, only to reappear behind Chun Yuan, launching a punch towards him. Most ordinary cultivators would likely find themselves unable to withstand such an assault, caught off guard. However, for Chun Yuan, it was still too slow. With swift reflexes, he deftly sidestepped the attack, grasping Su Nuo's wrist with ease, neutralizing her strength entirely. Su Nuo felt as though her hand was ensnared by an iron clamp, rendering her incapable of escape. "Su Daoyu, such a covert strike is hardly the conduct of a gentleman," Chun Yuan remarked, his voice calm, yet firm. Su Nuo maintained her stoic expression, retorting, "But I am a woman, am I not?" Chun Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of her words. "Then tell me, why have you been shadowing me?" he inquired, his gaze piercing into her eyes. "Are you seeking to present me to the Kungsu Holy Land for accolades? Or perhaps?" Su Nuo remained impassive, her amber eyes betraying no emotion. "I am not so trivial as to seek you out for such reasons. I merely wish to explore the secret realm alongside you." Chun Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "And your justification for this?" "Your strength," Su Nuo replied with a serene tone. "The ability to slay a bona fide great cultivator at the late stage of the true monarch realm, particularly one hailing from the prestigious Kungsu Holy Land, attests to your worth. The secret realm is fraught with peril. I require a companion of your caliber." Chun Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of her being as he scoffed. "Then why not form a team with disciples from your own sect?" Su Nuo pursed her lips, responding, "I have no friends." Her words rang true, due to her character and formidable talent, aside from a former senior sister. She had no companions within her sect. Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as the theories swirling in his mind were dispersed like leaves in the wind. He scrutinized Su Nuo. Her demeanor was so frigid, her expression so impassive, that he found it entirely believable she had no friends. "I have offended the Kungsu Holy Land. Accompanying me will only implicate the Jiutian Sword Pavilion behind you." "Not at all. My Jiutian Sword Pavilion is a first-tier force, unafraid of the Kungsu Holy Land," she continued, shifting her tone. "Moreover, you hail from a first-tier force as well, do you not?" Chun Yuan's expression turned wary. "How did you discern that? Is it truly a first-tier force?" Su Nuo's lips curled into a slight smile. It was merely a guess. This smile dissipated much of her previous chill. Chun Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing at that moment what it meant for cleverness to backfire. "I come from the Xiantian Sect." "How fortuitous. The Xiantian Sect has a notably cordial relationship with my Jiutian Sword Pavilion. Unfortunately, I have no need for you as a burden." Chun Yuan's words were devoid of mercy. His earlier intention to temporarily team up with them had been to utilize their strengths, but that plan had been thwarted. During the previous crisis, he had observed Su Nuo's multiple attempts to intervene. Since he could not make use of her, there was no longer any need to form a team. Her amber eyes gazed at him, devoid of anger or the embarrassment of rejection, only a profound tranquility. I am not a burden. Her voice remained flat, betraying no emotional fluctuations. I can match your pace and perceive your concealments. That previous strike, if it had connected with an ordinary late-stage true monarch, would have left him gravely injured. So, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, the grip on her wrist unyielding, indicating that proving she was not the weakest among them was insufficient. That is still not enough. I am aware of a concealed passage in the core area of the secret realm that even the people of Kungsu Holy Land are oblivious to, Su Nuo suddenly stated. Chen Yuan's gaze subtly shifted. Empty words, he replied, his tone slightly softened, yet still vigilant. I can first share with you the initial segment of the route. Beyond the Ghost Corpse Tide, there lies a three-tiered waterfall. Most are only aware of the first two tiers. The third is hidden behind the curtain of water, leading to the ancient path toward the core area. Su Nuo spoke with a steady pace and clear enunciation. This information was passed down from a senior sister who had left behind a fragmentary map. The marshland they had traversed was duly recorded on it. What of this information in exchange for a temporary ally's position? After crossing the Ghost Corpse Tide, should you deem me still a burden or suspect the information to be false, you may depart at any time. I shall not pursue. The details she provided were remarkably precise, lacking the semblance of a hasty fabrication. Chen Yuan scrutinized her eyes, as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth within those amber depths. The vastness of the Tianbao's secret realm was such that even after a dozen openings, no one had managed to create a complete map. Those that existed were mere fragments, most of which were forgeries. Chen Yuan possessed a map himself, gifted by his master. A blend of truth and deception. Lung Yuming had never entered the secret realm. She had only provided him with a relatively reliable map of the second layer, validated by several disciples who had ventured into the realm. At that moment, Su Nuo met his gaze with an expressionless countenance. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. After a brief pause, Chen Yuan released his grip on her wrist, simultaneously retracting his sword with nary a sound. Lead the way. He uttered two succinct words. Should anything seem amiss, my sword shall not hesitate. Su Nuo flexed her slightly numb wrist, marked by a distinct red ring. She said nothing, merely nodded before turning and swiftly gliding in a particular direction, her movements as ethereal as smoke, her speed astonishing. Chen Yuan's figure flickered as he followed, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 zhang, enabling him to observe her movements closely and react promptly should any unforeseen events arise. The two raced through the dense ancient forest, one trailing the other. Su Nuo unfurled a map, a gift from her senior sister, detailing the location of the Great Terror's secret realm. Following the marked positions, she adeptly navigated to avoid the lairs of formidable beasts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Along the way, Chen Yuan observed her with a cold gaze, noting that she possessed not only extraordinary agility, but also an exceptional sense of awareness. Several times, she preemptively evaded potential dangers, her reaction speed rivaling his own. Her prowess indeed surpassed that of her peers, even brushing against the threshold of a grand cultivator. After approximately half an hour of swift travel, the dense trees ahead gradually thinned, and a humid mist began to permeate the air, faint sounds of a roaring torrent echoing in the distance. Before them lay the tide of ghostly corpses. Su Nuo's voice pierced through the sound of rushing water, remaining as cold as ever. The depths of the ravine were shrouded in a mesmerizing miasma capable of corroding one's consciousness, and within the gorge lurked fifth-tier demon beasts, the ghostly corpse bats. Chen Yuan responded with a nonchalant hum. Soon, a colossal chasm appeared before them, stretching 100 feet wide and plunging into an unfathomable abyss. The turbulent waters roared at the bottom, sending clouds of mist rising to form a grayish-white haze. Chapter 87. The Ruins of the Dao Sovereign Jianghan. Chen Yuan extended his consciousness to probe the area, only to find it sluggish and difficult to penetrate, as if it had been swallowed by the sea. On the cliffs above, numerous dark caverns could be discerned, emitting rustling sounds. Clearly, these calls served as warnings. Su Nuo halted, glancing at Chen Yuan with a look that silently urged him to proceed first. With a stoic expression, Chen Yuan channeled his spiritual energy, a faint golden aura enveloping him as he surged towards the opposite shore. Su Nuo followed closely behind, her body emanating a shimmering sword-like light. As they plunged into the mist, a piercing shriek erupted from the caverns on either side. Countless shadows poured forth, revealing the ghastly visage of the demon bats, their fangs bared and faces contorted in rage. Chen Yuan let out a cold snort, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture as a blazing golden lightning bolt erupted from his fingertip, sweeping forward like a serpent of thunder. Now a sword emperor, he wielded various sword intents with ease. Boom! The radiant lightning, embodying the essence of Yang, was the nemesis of these malevolent creatures. The demon bats struck by the lightning were instantly charred, plummeting in droves. Beside him, Su Nuo unleashed her own fierce assault. She did not wield a sword, but instead formed seals with her hands, condensing sword intent into countless fine, rain-like blue sword energies that surged towards the bats. Each blade of energy could pierce through the skull of a single demon bat with remarkable efficiency. The two displayed their sword intents, simultaneously fending off the oncoming bats while maintaining their relentless pace towards the opposite bank. Though the individual strength of these bats ranged from the late golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, an unending tide pouring forth from the caverns. At that moment, Chun Yuan's gaze sharpened as he detected a more powerful presence rapidly approaching from the depths of the gorge. "Be cautious below," he warned, just as a massive white tentacle erupted from the mist, reeking of decay, aimed directly at Su Nuo. The tentacle moved with astonishing speed and power, already reaching the early transformation stage. Su Nuo's pupils constricted, and she unleashed a surge of sword energy from her fingertips, transforming it into a massive sword silhouette that slashed at the tentacle. Sizzle! The sword energy penetrated halfway into the tentacle but became stuck, failing to sever it in one blow. The wounded appendage, driven mad by pain, coiled around her menacingly, threatening to ensnare her. In a critical moment, a dazzling sword light flared to life, flickering momentarily. The remarkably resilient tentacle snapped in response, splattering dark green, foul-smelling blood. The severed tentacle writhed violently before plunging into the abyss. Chun Yuan appeared at Su Nuo's side, wielding the Ishua sword, its blade humming with energy. The strike he had just executed had channeled a fragment of the Sword Emperor's will. Chun Yuan cast a glance at the severed tentacle, then turned her gaze to the sword in Chun Yuan's hand. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed her amber eyes, a sentiment all too familiar, akin to what she had sensed earlier. Yet, how could he possibly be the Sword Sovereign? Could it be that he bore the legacy of the Sword Sovereign? "Let us go," Chun Yuan commanded in a low voice, his large hand gripping Shu Nuo's shoulder as his feet glided over the snow, leaving no trace. Behind them, an enraged roar erupted from the canyon's depths, more tentacles shooting skyward in a frenzied dance, but they were ultimately a step too late. The two had already landed securely on the opposite shore. Looking back, it seemed that the tentacles and demon bats were bound by some unseen rule, unable to breach the misty confines, left to seethe in impotent fury within the gorge. Chun Yuan sheathed his sword, standing calmly. "You must be aware of the creature dwelling in the gorge?" Chun Yuan nodded, acknowledging that her purpose in seeking out Chun Yuan was to evade the assault of the initial stage transformation tentacle monster, as well as to navigate the first trial of the secret realm. Chun Yuan's voice remained composed. "Lead the way." Chun Yuan shifted her gaze from the Ishua, sword in his hand, to point in a certain direction. "This way." She turned and proceeded forward, with Chun Yuan closely following. They traversed through an area thick with ancient vines, the surrounding spiritual energy growing increasingly dense. Chun Yuan halted, indicating a nearby mountain wall almost entirely enveloped by peculiar vines. Without careful observation, one could hardly discern the traces of human excavation. "This is the place." Chun Yuan's voice retained its coolness, yet a hint of gravity could be detected upon closer listening. The entrance was concealed by a formation, which could likely be breached through forceful attack. As she spoke, a blue sword light sliced from her hand, striking the focal point of the formation in an instant. A low hum resonated as ripples spread across the surface of the mountain wall, and the robust vines seemed to come alive, swiftly retracting to either side. At last, a pitch-black opening, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, was revealed. Chun Yuan extended his consciousness within, finding no traps at the entrance. However, a series of disquieting waves emanated from the depths, and further probing revealed that his consciousness could not penetrate further. This secret realm was left behind by a Taoist Lord of the Void Return, and moreover, he was a genuine Sword Sovereign. A Sword Sovereign? In the East Wilderness. Among the 23 domains, the emergence of a Sword Sovereign was unheard of. Even the head of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion was merely a half-step Sword Sovereign. Thus, Sword Sovereigns were thought to exist only in history. Chun Yuan expressed his surprise. "How did you come to know this?" This conclusion was reached after numerous investigations by several of my senior sisters. The owner of this relic was the once renowned Hanjing Taoist, who mysteriously perished for reasons unknown. Chun Yuan briefly explained, stepping into the entrance first. Presently, her senior sisters had long since broken through to the Void Return stage, ascending to elder positions, leaving her as the sole representative of her master's lineage to seek out this relic. Chun Yuan's gaze flickered slightly as he followed closely behind. The interior of the cave was initially quite narrow, just wide enough for a person to pass, but after walking several hundred paces, it suddenly opened up. Before them lay a strange expanse. Looking up, they saw a grayish sky devoid of sun and moon. Underfoot was a regular pathway, at the end of which stood the remnants of a grand hall in disrepair. Scattered around the square were some long broken stone tablets. However, the most striking feature was the multitude of figures present in the square. They are not living beings, but rather puppets crafted from jade, metal, and imbued with special formations. There are dozens of them, some resembling warriors, while others take the form of strange beasts. They move silently, their eyes glowing with a crimson light. Each puppet emanates a powerful energy fluctuation, reaching the early to mid stages of the transformation realm. Guardian puppets, Su Nuan murmured, her expression growing grave. To pass through this square and reach the main hall is essential for receiving the Taoist Lord's Inheritance test. These puppets represent the first trial. Chen Yuan surveyed the scene, quickly assessing 11 in total, 3 in the mid-stage of transformation realm, and 8 in the early stage. He then glanced at Su Nuan, realizing why she sought him out, perhaps considering him as free labor. Su Nuan first nodded, then shook her head, clarifying, "No, I wish for your assistance to overcome this first trial, not to use you as free labor." The energy within these puppets has already been largely depleted by my senior sisters. Those 3 mid-stage puppets possess only early-stage strength, while the early-stage puppets only have the combat power of the nascent soul. In truth, Su Nuan felt grateful towards Chen Yuan. She had originally intended to explore this place after breaking through to the transformation realm during the next opening of the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm. Chapter 88, Annihilating Puppets. Shattering illusions. I appreciate your help in this endeavor. Should we attain the inheritance, you may take it first, Su Nuan promised. Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the puppets in the square, their bodies gleaming with a cold, hard sheen under the dim light. At that moment, the 11 puppets turned their attention to the 2 of them, their scarlet gazes sweeping over them, followed by an overwhelming pressure of transformation realm energy crashing upon them like a tidal wave. Swift resolution is imperative. Before Chen Yuan's words could fully resonate, he launched forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the 3 most powerful mid-stage puppets. Su Nuan moved almost simultaneously, her form surrounded by a pale blue sword light as she engaged one of the early-stage puppets. Buzz! Chen Yuan's incursion instantly activated the protective formation of the square. The crimson light in the eyes of all the puppets flared brightly, and they began to turn in unison. In that moment, the 3 mid-stage puppets, wielding massive axes and clad in heavy armor, leaped into 3 separate positions, forming a triangular formation as they charged at Chen Yuan. The axes swung, creating a deep, resonating sound as they sliced through the air. Although their strength was not at its peak, their momentum remained formidable. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged as 3 inches of his 9-inch nascent soul ignited. The Yushu's sword did not leave its sheath. Instead, he pointed his finger like a sword, striking the air. The intent of the thunder sword coalesced once more within his sword intent. With a crackle, a brilliant golden lightning bolt erupted from his fingertip, splitting into 3 agile streaks of lightning that struck the chests of the 3 puppets in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The armor on the chests of the 3 puppets instantly charred and melted, revealing an intricate array resembling a compass within. At that moment, a crack appeared on the array, its brightness dimming from white to dark, and the momentum of the 3 puppets came to a sudden halt. The crimson light in their eyes flickered violently a few times before extinguishing completely. Their massive forms collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Su Nuan moved like a startled swan, weaving through the assaults of several puppets. Her sword gestures shifted fluidly, producing delicate streams of pale blue sword energy that fell like rain, sharp and unmatched. The sound of sword energy piercing through the air resonated continuously. A leopard-shaped puppet leapt up to strike, only to be pierced through its limb joints by several streams of sword energy, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Another humanoid warrior swung a blade, yet was effortlessly deflected by a concentrated sword intent coalescing at Su Nua's fingertips. In that instant, another stream of sword energy, akin to a venomous serpent, burrowed into its eye socket, obliterating the internal perception array. Having dispatched the 3 strongest puppets, Chen Yuan did not pause. With a flicker of his form, he plunged into Su Nua's combat circle, invoking the Thunder Fist technique. A realm of martial intent unfurled beneath Chen Yuan's feet. Locking onto the 3 puppets, a fist of radiant energy erupted from his hand, manifesting in mid-air as a cataclysmic thunder dragon, crashing down upon the 3 puppets. Bang! The puppets were sent flying by this strike, colliding with 2 others that charged from behind, scattering parts across the ground. Soon after, the last few puppets were severed in half by a sweeping golden sword intent from Chen Yuan, sparks flying in all directions. The plaza once again fell into an eerie silence, littered with remnants of destruction. Su Nuan breathed lightly, gazing at Chen Yuan, whose breath remained steady. Even with his sword still sheathed, a flicker of brilliance danced in her amber eyes. Was that a realm of martial intent? Remarkably, it was the 4th level of the Fist Way. Su Nua's heart was shaken. The man before her was not only a formidable swordsman, but also a powerful practitioner of martial arts. To cultivate any path to the 4th level is no small feat. Some spend their entire lives without achieving it, let alone mastering 2 paths simultaneously. Unaware of Su Nua's thoughts, Qin Yuan casually produced 3 recovery pills, swallowing them whole. As a 5th-tier elixir, the recovery pill is utilized by great cultivators in the divine transformation stage to restore spiritual energy. A typical nascent soul practitioner might risk being overwhelmed and burst from the surging spiritual power after consuming just one. Yet, Qin Yuan showed no concern, having consumed 3 at once. This spectacle further astonished Su Nua. If she was not mistaken, Qin Yuan had just ingested the recovery pill. How daring of him to consume a 5th-tier elixir. Did he not fear bursting? Lead the way. Qin Yuan's calm voice shattered Su Nua's reverie. Steadying herself, she gestured towards the ruined grand hall, stating, "The entrance is there." With that, she advanced ahead. Qin Yuan followed closely behind, refining the medicinal energy within him. The doors of the grand hall were incredibly heavy, forged from an unknown metal and adorned with intricate sword-shaped runes. As they approached, the doors emitted a resounding roar, slowly opening inward to reveal a passageway. A fierce wind of sword energy surged forth, rustling their robes. Traversing the passage, they entered the grand hall, where the interior space far exceeded its exterior appearance. The vaulted ceiling loomed high, supported by shattered pillars. At the center stood a massive stone tablet, its inscriptions faded. Yet a formidable sword intent lingered, instilling awe. Suddenly, the blurred inscriptions on the tablet radiated a soft glow, and a spectral figure clad in a greenish robe gradually coalesced. His expression was